Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. If you'd like to help support the channel and contribute to the costs of maintaining and producing new content, you can donate via PayPal. Even a small contribution goes a long way and is deeply appreciated. Part 8. That was a lot harder than it sounded. Not only did I have to hide from him, but I also had to avoid being on screen at all because my character had no reason to stay late, or at least no reason that wouldn't have given him undue prominence in the storyline. Instead, I had shot a scene where I loitered about, unsure of what to do, as Gus called for everyone to vacate the premises. I did this thing where I was cleaning everything while staring at the oven, at the place where Isaac had been. Maybe that made my character conflicted. If only I had brought my cutaway death trope and my director's monitor. I could just end my character's life in some comical way without having to die at all, and be able to watch the rest of the story safely while being there for my teammates. But of course, the enemies in this story didn't want to kill you. They wanted to drag you straight to hell, a fate worse than death. Which is why I didn't bring those tropes to begin with. Luckily, I had just out of shot. For as hard as it was to stay off screen normally, that trope allowed me to see the cameras in the scene whenever enemies were around so that I could avoid them. All I had to do was find some enemies, and staying hidden would be a breeze. Gus finally locked the door and left. I observed from the shadows as Camden meekly poked his head out of the break room. He had stayed in his hidey hole. His plan was to stay past 1 a.m. and hopefully stay hidden. He had his hide-and-seek trope. So, we were going to give it our all. We needed to know what this little side business was that the demons were running. The sin-eating. My character couldn't investigate this. Camden had to. Technically, this subplot didn't even have to be solved to beat the storyline. But resolving it was necessary if we were going to do a good job. Camden crept through the dark restaurant until he saw a clock on the wall, illuminated by security lights, showing the minute hand ticking toward 1 o'clock. He showed all the proper emotions: nervousness, hesitation, regret. And then he went off screen. We had talked, we had theorized, we had planned. There was no more of that to be done. We tried small talk for a moment, but the truth was, small talk couldn't fill the vacuum of awaiting the arrival of demons. Even demons that were pretending to be cartoonish. "Are you sure that tonight will be Second Blood?" he asked me, whispering even though we were off screen. "Yep," I said. Ramona had been doing a phenomenal job of being Isaac's foil. Where he had run toward danger, she had run from it. He was killing it down there from what I could tell by listening in. I had half a mind to go check on him. I only got to listen to Ramona as she fled in her parents' car. She was in Carousel Heights. But that wouldn't matter to the demons. She just kept driving without sleep. Fortunately, one of the few tropes she had helped her cure the symptoms of sleep deprivation. Still, the demons chased her. And, if the sound of it all was to be believed, she gave quite a good performance. But I couldn't know for sure. I just hoped that by guaranteeing she would be Second Blood, she had had space to get some screen time and earn some rewards. The truth was, she was way underleveled. If she could play even a meager role, it would be a huge boost. As I sat there, contemplating all of the different threads moving in the storyline, I could hear Camden's nervous breathing beside me. He believed he would get captured and sent to hell. And if worse came to worst, he would. After all, Avery's only sin was attempted trespass onto the property. And that's what Camden was doing just then. "You're going to do great," I said. "Yeah," he said nervously. "I'm just worried about you accidentally walking in on one of my scenes and ruining the shot." We laughed. He didn't want to admit weakness. Even when his arm was missing, he couldn't show weakness. We went back to silence after that. Though I could hear the faint whisper of Camden practicing his lines under his breath. I hadn't really given him lines. If everything went well, he would never need to speak. But of course, if they didn't go well, we would cross that bridge when we came to it. A few minutes later, time jumped forward a bit. "Hey buddy, can you go to your corner of the restaurant? I'm really trying to stay off screen here," I said, as a timer appeared on the red wallpaper stating that I would go on screen in 5 minutes. It was suddenly 12:55 a.m. "Right," he said. I was in the shadows of the corner of the dining room. Camden found a hiding spot near the trash can bay. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. As soon as he walked away, the timer disappeared from the red wallpaper. I was safe once more. Camden went on screen at exactly 1 o'clock in the morning. Nothing happened. Carousel was gathering footage of Camden sitting, not knowing exactly what he was waiting for. He fiddled through his book on demon folklore. Honestly, I didn't know what to expect. And then it happened. All of the animatronics, which had all been shut off, sprang to life. They started talking to each other. They weren't saying anything freaky, but in the dark, quiet restaurant, it was spooky enough. "Do you want extra cheese?" Isabella Mozzarella asked. "Here comes the champ," the pizza boxer said. "Ba ba 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 ba." Tony the tosser replied, through the layer of plaster pizza dough covering his head. But of course, none of them were the star of the show. Not tonight. It was Hothead himself who sprang to life, his eyes moving from side to side, his little arms waving from their place on the wall next to the oven. His mouth opened, revealing the fires of the oven. I could have sworn I remembered to shut that off, but of course, these fires weren't from the gas line. These fires were from hell, or at least a version of it. And as I watched Hothead from the shadows, something happened that I had not yet seen. Hothead's mouth began to open wider and wider. His head rose as the wall above him shrank, and the distance between the top of his head and the ceiling disappeared. And from hell, four figures rose, not speaking, not acknowledging each other, not even taking steps until they were 10 or so feet into the front kitchen. Steps were all part of the performance. They could levitate. They each practiced moving their skin suits. There were 3 generic-looking men, and then one very particular-looking woman, short, with her gray hair in a bun, Miss Verity Price, in the flesh, or someone's flesh. She looked around the restaurant. She looked right at me. But of course, that didn't matter, because I didn't exist in this scene. The cameras couldn't see over here. I had picked a good spot. Camden did exist in the scene, though, and I could see from across the room that his chase scene indicator lit up almost immediately. The demons were onto him. If not within the story, then at least within the meta. Luckily, in a chase scene, he could use all of his savvy in place of his hustle in order to hide. And he had a lot of savvy, 12 points. He was a heavy hitter. They weren't going to find him. Not so easily, at least. Miss Price turned to speak to one of her associates, but I couldn't quite hear what she was saying, because she wasn't speaking English. She was speaking in a voice that sounded like the screams of tortured souls. The man she said it to nodded, and then walked back around the counter toward the hallway that would lead him to the back kitchen. The other 2 men didn't stay still. Instead, they walked out into the restaurant, picked up a long table, and moved it toward the front of the store, into an open area that led in one direction to the front kitchen and the cashiers, and in the other to the arcade. They set the table down. They didn't even bother to get chairs. After they did this, they stood perfectly still. So did Miss Price. They didn't stay still in the way a human would. They did it in the way a demon would. They looked like mannequins. They were on dash screen. And occasionally, Camden would be too. As he cautiously watched from afar, I heard the back door close, echoing through the silent restaurant. Even the animatronics were afraid to speak. It would seem they had been powered on at the same time as Hothead, but they weren't running through their lines anymore. From the back kitchen, the final demon was making his way back into view. He wasn't alone. There was a man with him. A man dressed like he was either about to do a lot of cocaine or traffic a lot of cocaine. He had a flared collar and walked with a swagger. He wore his hair in a mullet. Whatever swagger was in his steps had failed to make it to his voice, because though he was trying to sound tough, his voice cracked as soon as he said, "This is the last one, right? I'm tired of this." Suddenly, the demons were moving again. "This is the last," Miss Price said, "assuming you haven't added any more skeletons to your closet." He shook his head. "No, I haven't. I'm out of that line of work. I'm an import and export now." She gestured toward the table. "If the only sins you've committed are petty lies like that, tonight should be the last," Miss Price said. The man nodded. On the red wallpaper, he didn't have a name, just the word sinner. I would think you'd need to be more specific than that in Carousel. He was an ordinary NPC. The man, clearly having been here before, began unbuttoning his shirt. Then he climbed up on the table and laid down. "Just get it done," he said. "I'm tired of living with this." "Oh, you'll be born anew," Miss Price said, innocent as a swaddling child. "Does that mean I'm going to crap my pants?" he asked. "Just a nervous joke." "No," Miss Price said, refusing to humor him or put him at ease. He bit his lip awkwardly for a moment. "I'm still having the nightmares," he said, "even after all of our sessions." "No more nightmares after this, I assure you," she said. "Just sweet dreams. Imports. Exports. Your life can be whatever you want. Be noble. Be righteous. Be what you choose." The man's breathing was irregular. He was afraid, but he was also desperate. He nodded. The man who had retrieved the sinner had also been carrying something in his hands. Something I couldn't quite make out yet. But soon, he walked up to the table where the mulleted man was lying. He held out the object for all to see. I even got the sense that he was trying to hold it high enough so Camden and I could see it from our various hiding places. I was horrified. He had taken some of the pizza dough I had prepped, portioned, wrapped in plastic wrap, and refrigerated. I thought it had been those heathens from the front kitchens taking my dough. He unwrapped the dough and placed it gingerly on the man's chest. Perhaps I shouldn't tell Isaac or Ramona about that part. The man's breathing was fast-paced and rough. Around him, the demons, Miss Price included, began to chant in their screams from hell. "Mother tongue, this is cold," the man said, quivering. We watched. After the demons were done chanting, the dough was taken from the man's chest, placed back in the plastic, and then moved again to the counter near the front kitchen. "Am I done?" Mr. Mullet asked. "You are now pure as the driven snow," Miss Price said. "Go and sin no more." The man placed his hand on his chest. Slowly, he breathed in and out, and a smile formed. "I can feel it. It's gone. That was my sin, right? It's all gone now, gone from you. Once eaten by one of this establishment's lucky customers, gone for good," Miss Price said. "Now, our fee." The man nodded, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a wad of bills. I didn't know how much it was, but it must have been in the tens of thousands of dollars. The demon led him back down the hallway toward the back door. I was thinking about how strange it was for demons to do a deal for money until I saw Miss Price throw the wad of bills over her shoulder and into the mouth of Hothead, where it appeared to catch fire before it even entered, sending flames up into the air as it fell. Miss Price couldn't suppress her smile. The man had been tricked. They only charged him money so that he would never learn the true price. There was no easy way out of damnation, except for the whole forgiveness thing. But clearly that wasn't something that occurred to him. Throughout this, Camden watched on in horror. There were more men and women that night, only 4 or 5. Carousel was collecting footage, perhaps for a montage, or maybe just to ensure it had enough. The thing that interested me was that 3 of the people brought in that night were not dupes, or at least not to the degree that Mullet had been. They knew the demons, and they had made deals with them. As the pizza dough was placed onto the chest of a woman who, if stereotyped, was probably a trophy wife or gold digger post-digging, Miss Price plainly told her, "Your time is up soon. Wouldn't want your soul traveling to the pit of hell with all these marks on it." This was a sin laundering operation. They had acquired the souls of certain people through deals, and they wanted to clean them up before sending them home to be with whatever the opposite entity of Elidel was. You had to admire these demons hustle. A pure soul was probably more valuable than the soul of a sinner, even if you had to squeegee it out first. These interactions went by without a hitch. They were not the main event, at least, not plot-wise. The main event arrived in the trunk of a car. I could hear her kicking and screaming before she even got to the back door. She was a fighter. Wherever she had run, wherever she had hidden, they had found her. And for whatever sins she had consumed when she ate that 6th pizza, she was about to be condemned to hell. Second blood was upon us, and Ramona's fate was already sealed. Camden's, however, was still unknown. I always liked to think that I was calm and collected. It was likely that all my teammates thought that, too, although they might have called me cold. The truth was, I have always locked my emotions in a box. Ever since I was a little kid, my face could stay still even if I was in agony, or happy, or surprised, or sad. All of those emotions were locked in a little box at the back of my neck. It felt like that, at least. Crammed in a box along with every part of me that felt vulnerable. Carousel put that to the test constantly. I've learned that I do show emotion without meaning to sometimes. Like when I was on fire. Or when I forcibly broke my own bones to reject wizard possession. While Ramona was being hauled in the back door and shoved down into the wide-open mouth of Hothead, she glanced up at me, and I wished I could have shown the right emotion. I wished she had known how scared I was for her, for all of us. Really. Comedy or no comedy, the hell they were being sent to was real. I knew that the moment that Hothead opened up, that place was evil and terrifying. But my emotions were in a box. So when she was forced to be second blood, I was mentally ready to watch her take the fall. But I wished that I could have at least somehow found a way to show what I was feeling, so that she would know I wasn't cold or uncaring. The look on her face as she glanced over at me, I really hoped I was wrong, but it looked like she felt betrayed somehow, as I stood in the shadows and seen by the cameras. Maybe she was hoping that I would step in to save her, even if she knew I couldn't. That didn't mean the hope was misplaced. We all want to be saved. She screamed and raged and cursed. The camera didn't cut off when she cursed. Instead, the demons just kind of took a few steps back and redid the shot so that Carousel would have something to put in the final film. I couldn't do anything to save her. My character wasn't even there. Not really. Camden could save her. No. Or at least he could try. Poor girl, Miss Price said. Condemned to hell for murder, it would seem. Tell me, do you remember it? Do you feel it inside of you? The sin. I didn't do anything. I didn't kill anybody, Ramona said. Just let me go. Miss Price laughed. And it wasn't a fake laugh, I knew, because there were screams inside of it. Okay, you'll be very alone where you're going, you and everyone else. The two demons that held her arms moved her closer toward the oven. She glanced back at me, and I tried to put on a nervous face, a kind face. Elidel, how did you make a face that could comfort someone in a situation like this? As two demons tried to force her into Hothead. A third demon came in the back door and up the hallway toward the front of the restaurant. He was in pitiful shape, his skin suit cut to ribbons, his shadowy figure trying and failing to rid itself of its destroyed form, but unable to, as if the demon itself had been injured. Ramona had used my knife. I could see it now. She was bleeding from her upper arm. One of the demons holding her was missing a right arm. I expected she was the reason for that. But in the end, she was second blood. There would always be more demons. She was never going to escape this fate. The trope that guaranteed she would fall here had also guaranteed she would live until this moment. It was a double-edged sword, or a double-edged knife, rather. Stop, Camden finally said, after having worked up courage for what felt like 10 minutes. But I wasn't going to criticize him, because I knew how hard this was. All the demons suddenly turned their attention toward him. Camden started to speak, saying, "You don't have the authority to send her to hell because..." Miss Price saw the book in his hand and seemed to recognize it. "Drop her now. Send her to hell," she screamed. "Hurry." And the demons did just that. They managed to force Ramona into the mouth of Hothead, where her screams got quieter and quieter, like she was going down some demented slide that went forever underneath the earth. Camden looked on in horror as the demons turned their eyes on him. He ran toward the front door, but of course, that was locked. He rattled it and seemed to contemplate grabbing a chair nearby to break a window. But before he could, the demons were on him. I told him that he didn't have to try to save her, and that if he didn't try to save her, maybe this could have been prevented. But Camden was willing to risk it. "No, you can't," he said. "I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't eat one of those pizzas." "You didn't eat one of our pizzas," Miss Price said. "Well, that's a shame. I hear they're delicious. And fortunately, you've trespassed. And as it turns out, trespassing onto our property is just as good as eating one of our special pizzas for our purposes." She looked at the demons that were holding Camden. "Take him. We'll see what use we can make of him." "You can't do that," Camden said. "By common man's law, only the owner of a property can evict a trespasser with force and authorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings." He had been studying that book and the ancient laws that demons had to obey. Miss Price laughed. "So you do know how this game is played," she said. "I had worried when I saw the book, you see. That objection would be true except I entered into a deal with the owner of the restaurant to be a business partner, which makes me a part owner, which means that I can remove you from this property and down to hell, where the rules won't matter any longer. The demons continued to carry Camden. But then he said, demons are not permitted to own property outside of hell. Aladel condemned you not to touch the world of his creation. There's no way you could own this restaurant or this property. The demons stopped. Miss Price looked at Camden as he was held up in the air. She didn't seem quite satisfied with what he had said, but she did seem amused. I couldn't quite understand the emotions on her face, but that might have been because it wasn't really her face. After a few moments, I was certain he had failed, and like with Isaac, whose release had been prompt, she was taking her time deciding whether or not Camden had properly poked holes in the rules or the legal theory by which they were sending him to hell. There were always flaws, but the burden was on the condemned to find them. This is not your property, Camden said again, as confidently as he could muster. So you have to, let me go. Dude, if it's not your property, you cannot evict me. You have to obey the common man's law. She was frustrated. I could see that right through the skin suit. I could practically hear the 1,000 tortured voices screaming in her head. Let him go, she said. Even if I can't evict you, she added, I can fire you. If you are afraid of hell, you're going to hate the job market. And if you ever think about coming around here again, I promise you the punishment will be unavoidable. The demons dropped Camden like a sack of flour. He jumped up to his feet and looked around at the demons to see if they were coming at him, but they didn't. He then took one last glance in my direction, one that almost read like he was concerned for me. And then he ran down the back hall and out the back door as fast as he could move. I hate that book, Miss Price said. I much prefer humans who don't read, won't you? She asked one of the demons. His answer was in tortured scream language. So, I didn't quite catch it. Then everyone went off screen. That wasn't as comical as I would have liked, but it would have to do. Just because this film was classed as a comedy didn't mean the process of making it would be a laugh. For a moment, no one did anything. Not me. Not them. There was silence. Enemies could attack you off screen, and the mindless ones often did. Back when we were filming Itch, those mutant bedbug monsters we created were terrible at following the script. These demons were different. They were intelligent, and they were rule followers. Well, not really. Not without an argument. Still, they didn't attack me. Tell me. Miss Price asked no one in particular. Is voyeurism a sin? I waited a moment. It depends on what you're looking at, I said, finding bravery, or at least some imitation of it. So, you don't want to play, she said, looking directly at me for the first time. That wasn't just a glance. You stayed out of sight for the entire scene. She seemed disappointed. I am playing, I said. Not from what I've seen, she responded. I shrugged my shoulders and walked out of the shadows. For the first time in a long time. I suppose I'm playing a different game, I said. Puppet Master, she asked. Mentor, Shepherd, good choices. I like to think of myself as a director. But maybe that's too bold, she smiled. And it was unnerving because she seemed like a normal person. Even more normal than the persona she put on in the restaurant, while she was coming up with mundane tortures for the employees. Or, as it was called in the business, food service, you know. I think of myself as a bit of a director too, she said. I've noticed. I walked closer to her, if only because there was nowhere else to go. You have a whole production going on here. So let me understand this. You won this restaurant in a deal or some sort that a previous owner made, in exchange for the success of the business. And now you use it to launder sins, she smiled. Launder sins, she repeated. You must think you're clever for that. No, if I were to seek a metaphor, I would prefer to say that at this restaurant, we cook the books. That was a good pun, I thought to myself, assuming I understood the metaphor properly. I notice how you always make sure that these people, whose sins you cleanse, are fully aware that they are dooming some random innocent person, I said. Transparency is one of the tenets of our philosophy here at Picato's Pizza, because if they knowingly condemn some innocent soul for their own salvation, that itself is worthy of condemnation, right? It's a trick. You get rid of all their old sins and use those to drag unsuspecting pizza eaters to hell. And then when the original sinner kicks the bucket, they end up going to hell anyway. Because they doomed someone else to the same fate. I wasn't sure what it was that demons got from condemning humans or if it was for sport. What happens to the sinner after we conclude our business is hardly our fault. Miss Price said. Customer satisfaction is another of our tenets. But I suppose that honesty wouldn't be, I said. She smiled. Well, no, it isn't, you know. I was kind of expecting to see the big guy, I said. The devil. There is a devil in your cosmology, right? She laughed. Be realistic, Mr. Lawrence. This is just one restaurant. Too small for his involvement, she said. Maybe if it were a franchise, but even then, she was clearly meat-aware. But she wasn't willing to speak freely just yet. The demons were closing in. If I try to leave here, will you let me go? I asked. Thinking about it, she said. Thinking about how difficult it would be to keep you here until you're on screen again. I figured, I said. You come to any conclusions? I have, she said. She then spoke in her language of tortured screams. And the demons around me dropped their skin suits. Shadows emerged, flooding the room. Suddenly, the animatronics around the restaurant began to come to life. The pizza boxer, Isabella Mozzarella, and Tony the tosser were suddenly corrupted, speaking in that same screaming language I couldn't understand. Whatever you're planning, it's not going to work, I said. My character isn't even here right now. He's at home sleeping. You think I'm going to let you capture me? Miss Price pursed her lips. She didn't like that I was METAGAMING. Of course, I was lying completely. There was nothing to stop them from capturing me. The game at Carousel did not permit you to stick your head in the lion's mouth without fear of getting bitten. Major characters couldn't die off screen or get sent to hell, for that matter. But I was a side character. Perhaps her hesitance meant that the script saw me as otherwise. I needed to reduce my screen time. Still, she didn't seem clear on the rules yet either. She could do something to me. But what was the best manner in which to do it? If she dragged me to hell, would that work for the narrative? Would the script allow her to do it? Or would she, as she suggested earlier, be forced to wait me out until I went on screen? Well, according to the timer on the red wallpaper, I had hours before I was on screen. It was the middle of the night. Luckily, I didn't have to wait for her to decide what to do. I didn't have to contemplate what would happen when these animatronics decided to step away from the posts they had been standing at for decades. Because my plan wasn't to escape. I was a minor character. I could be off screen almost indefinitely. And if I got written off, I would certainly get docked points. But that was part of the plan anyway. I wasn't here to grind levels. I wasn't going to get captured. And I wasn't going to run for the exit. But I was glad that they expected me to. It gave me an opening. Anna, Camden, and Cassie could hold things down up top. I needed to go check in on my other players, and I knew just where to look for them. I ran as fast as I could, hopping over the counter and dodging past the reach of Isabella Mozzarella as I ran toward Hothead. It was almost funny that they would try to stop me. They hadn't thought things through. The shadows started to reach out of the animatronics they were attempting to possess. I jumped up and managed to clear the bottom of Hothead's mouth, then dove right into hell. I was right about it being a slide. It was nice that I managed to catch Miss Price by surprise. The only question was, how well could I sneak around in the belly of the beast? I was there, in the pit. I had thought about it since the beginning of the storyline, since before I knew that hell was a literal, physical place. Somehow, I had known I would have to go there. Maybe I had seen it in a dream. Maybe I had known what was going to happen, because, as I came to my senses at the bottom of a very long slide, I started to realize that I remembered far more of my nightmares from the previous nights than I could have recalled initially. Everything was familiar, too familiar. I looked behind me as I stood up. There was no slide. I'd never seen a slide, but I had the sensation of riding down one as I fell into hell. Above was only darkness. And behind me was a dark cavern with arcade games stuck in the walls, as if they'd been excavated halfway by some very confused archaeologists. Hell was a fever dream, the kind you have, and then you wake up needing to puke. The arcade games were live and beeping, playing their music into the darkness. If I had been brave enough to try, I was sure they would have been functional. They looked so real. Hell was a dark inversion, a mockery of the world above, or at least this type of hell was. It was not a spiritual hell. Although that place seemed to exist in this lore as well, it was a trap that I had just dove into. I looked all around. It wasn't all arcade games. There were tables, the exact same ones that were used in the restaurant above, stacked on top of each other and fused together, leg to tabletop, as if they had grown out of each other, and maybe they had. Riley. A voice called out to me, Ramona's voice. This was a physical place, so it made sense that we would be near each other, having entered one right after another. The voice came from beyond the giant stack of tables that grew one from another. Ramona, I called out. We were off screen. I did not need to be too careful. Or so I thought. I started contemplating how I, or she, might be able to crawl through the thicket of table and chair. It was densely packed, more like a jungle plant than furniture. I observed it carefully. There was something so strange, not just in the fact that it was logically bizarre. I felt a deep unease in my stomach, staring at the mass of plastic checkered tablecloths. The canisters of red pepper flakes and Parmesan cheese were stuck to the tops of the tables, even the ones that were upside down. I knew I should be walking in that direction. I had just heard Ramona, but something stopped me. Something that I had never been particularly good at listening to, but now, there was nothing left to drown it out. My grandmother's gift, of course. My background trope gave me slight psychic powers, but that was meaningless in and of itself. It didn't list out the abilities of those powers. They varied from storyline to storyline. That was the hazard of being a psychic. You never knew what you were going to get. Something told me to be very afraid of those tables, and I realized, as I stared at them, that I could not see them on the red wallpaper. Worse, I realized I couldn't see anything on the red wallpaper, nothing at all. That must have been a trope. I know I might have missed some. Trying to remember things that you dreamed the night before was difficult enough. Needing that information in a life or death circumstance the next day was a cruel joke. Had I dreamed of a trope that would turn the red wallpaper dark except for the glowing of my status indicators? Since I had seen the red wallpaper in person, I knew that what had happened was that the lights that shone down on it had been turned off, and I couldn't see anything posted there. It was darkness except for those status indicators, which always looked like elevator buttons to me. I wasn't written off. That was good news. I wasn't dead, nor was I captured. But I suspected that beyond the darkness, there was a poster there, for some type of monster that looked like a perfectly innocent amalgamation of props. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. Riley. The voice called out again. Where are you? I can't see. It's dark. I can't move. I need you. Ramona would never say that. Another voice called out from over by the arcade machines, where they stuck out like little gems in a loaded mine, beeping and blasting soft, dreary game music. I'm over here. That second voice called again, still Ramona's. Well, now I'm starting to grow suspicious, I said sarcastically. Hell wasn't just a trap, it was filled with traps. If I couldn't go toward the tables, and I couldn't go toward the arcade machines leading down the dark cavern, my only other option was to go out a doorway behind me. Perhaps I was silly not to have considered it before, but then again, the furniture was calling to me. I slowly backed away, keeping my eyes on the tables, and headed for the door. The jig was up, and the tables knew it, because whatever ability allowed them to look like tables suddenly allowed them to look like themselves. And themselves was horrific. They looked like a spider, but at the end of every leg was another spider, and multiple spiders would lead to the same spider. That's how my dumb brain interpreted what I was seeing as the tablecloths changed color and grew hair. It was one beast, like some hairy latticed worm, but with all the charm and grace of a centipede. Luckily, striking out toward me was not its goal. Instead, the mass of hairy legs and bodies withdrew into the dark place beyond the tables. I didn't stick around to see much more of it or try to see what the arcade amalgamation turned into. I was through the door and walking on black and white checkered tile, the same that we had in the back kitchens. In fact, I was walking through a maze made of back kitchens. The details were remarkable. The only thing they were missing were the ovens. Riley. A voice called out to my right as I started walking down the hall, in the direction my gut said to go. My immediate instinct was to move away. After all, statistically, 100% of the things that had said my name so far in that hellhole had been some sort of disguised evil. So when I moved away from her, she was shocked. "It's just me," Ramona said. And it did look like her, but I couldn't see her poster on the red wallpaper like I should have been able to. However, I could see her status indicators glowing in the dark, just like mine. What did my gut say? It was mostly worried that she would be upset. "Is that really you?" I asked. "Yes," she said. "Is that really you?" "Yeah," I replied. Then, after a pause, I said, "We're good at this." "Naturals," she agreed. "Should we ask each other questions to make sure it's really us?" I thought for a moment and then said, "Ramona, the gum that I stuck on the ice machine 2 days ago is right there." I pointed to one of the many copies of the ice machine. "It's on all of them." She looked to where I was pointing. "If this place can copy what's above, who's to say it can't copy us?" I stared at her. She had really dressed for her emotional meltdown road trip: sweatpants, a trucker hat, and a denim jacket because they handed those jackets out on street corners in this decade. "That's true," she said. And then she attacked me, literally tackled me. She got me to the floor, but just because she surprised me, that's all. My grit was high enough that she couldn't hurt me. Maybe if she had the knife still. "Stop, it's really me," I said. She did stop, eventually. "It's you," she agreed. After wailing on me a few times, "If it weren't, then you would be in a fight scene right now. And that light would have flicked on the red wallpaper, and we would have seen it." "Clever," I said. "But you could have gotten that same information from chasing me or, planning." Both of those had lights on the red wallpaper that could have lit up, and would only have done so if we were both players. "Yeah," she said. "But if you were an enemy, I would have gotten big buffs for fighting you all by myself. Might have been better to get the jump on it." That was true. She had a trope called Just Us Monsters that made her much more formidable in a one-on-one fight, without any help from allies. "I think you just wanted to hit me," I said, as she stood up and helped me to my feet. "Why would I want to do a thing like that?" she asked with a laugh, looking around. "Now let's get out of here." We started walking through the maze of kitchens, and our exploring indicators lit up. I wondered if that meant anything. Would that light still flick on if I were walking through this hellish labyrinth with an imposter? Who knew? Probably. "Look," I said after we had walked for a while. "You know I couldn't help you when they were throwing you down here, right?" "I know," she said. "In fact, you're not even here now, are you?" My character wasn't officially. "I'm sleeping in bed like a good little boy," I said. "Gotta be refreshed for work tomorrow." "So if we go on screen?" she asked. "I'm not here," I said. We weren't alone in that maze, but like the giant pipe cleaner-shaped centipede spider worm, nothing was attacking us. And the only reason I could think of for that was, this wasn't a story where you could die. Maybe I was missing something. It was a fate worse than death, but it clearly didn't have to be. Things that looked like props were hiding all over, and sometimes they moved. They could have shredded us. There was a knife pack, the kind where a chef might keep all of their knives that unfolded into a belt-looking thing, hanging from the ceiling. But when I wasn't staring at it, it and all of the knives it contained seemed to serpentine their way along the metal support beams and out of sight. Most places didn't have a ceiling. It was just darkness above. Ramona and I were too afraid to even mention the things we saw, as if talking about them would make them real. Eventually, we found our way out of the back kitchen labyrinth and were led to a long hallway. It was the hallway that led from where I worked in the back all the way up toward the offices, and then to the arcade on the left, the central lobby on the right. Except this hallway was far too long. When we got to the door, Ramona looked at me and shrugged her shoulders. I shrugged back. That was the kind of communication I strived for with the people closest to me. We started walking down the hallway, and I began wondering if this was all just a fever dream or if there was some narrative to it. Eventually, I found something of an answer. We found Madame Macabre the palm reading animatronic. We found what was left of her, at least. She had been beaten, her glass broken, and the mannequin inside was all but destroyed. Her mouth remained intact, and was trying to speak. But the speaker on the machine was busted. All I could hear was 1,000 screaming whispers, as the thing that had possessed this machine screamed in agony. "What happened here?" Ramona asked. I wasn't sure exactly. I get the feeling that someone may have busted this thing up with a wooden pizza paddle. I said, hopefully. That person was still okay. Ramona and I stood over the broken remains of the Madame Macabre fortune teller. Like so many of the other things we had seen, this was a pale imitation of the actual animatronic. A mockery when you looked inside. Do you hear that? She asked. The whispering. I nodded. The demon that was possessing it still seems to be in there. Freaky. I think these things get injured when you destroy their host. You think you know demons. But the demons from this storyline seemed so pitiful, able to be hurt like this. It was surely a good thing. Being able to physically harm a demon was a rare gift in a horror movie and usually only occurred when the demon had a corporeal form. It's sad, Ramona said. She stared at it with real concern. They're in pain, all those little voices. I wonder what their story is. Camden probably knows, I said. Maybe. She said. I meant their real story. I stared down at the sad, tortured shadows. Probably not a happy one, I said. After a moment, we walked forward. The next Madame Macabre we found was still destroyed, but much less so. As if the person holding the wooden pizza paddle didn't want to put in the work once he realized there would be multiple. The third one was nearly intact, except for its head, which didn't seem to bother it that much compared to the others. She still invited us to stick our hands in and get our palms read. There was no way in hell, especially since the blades she intended to stick us with were clearly visible. We continued to follow a path of carnage. Destroyed props which sang gently in the tortured screams of whatever souls these demons were composed of. The sooner we met up with Isaac, the better. He had been down here for hours already, and from the looks of it, he had gotten some good footage for Carousel. We need to pick up the pace, I said. If Isaac has been fighting everything that moves, he's probably not that far away. We might still be able to catch him. Join up. And he can protect you on screen. It looks like he already got the demons that were meant to capture you. Isaac's down here, she asked. Yeah, I said. How did he get taken? I thought they couldn't. Because he was too young, she said. Well, he kind of went on his own, I said. She looked skeptical. I know. But Avery's dream girl trope really spoke to him. If he's down here alone, we need to find him, she said. It was great that she was concerned. But with all of the tropes propping up Isaac, he was probably doing far better than we ever could. We ran forward, following every broken animatronic, prop, and shattered window. And it led us right to him. He was still wearing his Frankie the Fire Ferret masked costume. And he was engaged in combat on screen with a strange centaur, whose top half was Bellamote Sorelli, and whose bottom half was the pizza boxer on all fours. These weren't real animatronics. No, they almost looked like plaster knockoffs. A mockery of what was above. Once again, Isaac was breaking through the monstrosity with the pizza peel and screaming the whole time he did it. He chopped away at the plaster or whatever that material was, one hit at a time in rapid succession, until the top half was separated from the bottom half. Black strands of shadow tried to pull the halves back together, whimpering in their tortured whisper. He was a madman, filled with some sort of frantic madness. Or love. At 14, what was the difference? We were in a recreation of the lobby, except there were dozens of doors leading in all different directions. But I wasn't focused on the doors. One entire side of the room was an abrupt drop-off, like the building had fallen apart. But of course, this wasn't really the building. Down below was the dining area, sunk into a giant pit, and it was filled with people. Not to capacity. But there were at least 40 down there, I observed, as Ramona and I snuck closer for a look. Are those demons? She asked. No, I said. Those are the unsatisfied customers. They were just ordinary people, wearing ordinary clothes that were dirty and torn. The dining room was where they were sleeping, and they couldn't leave because there were no exits except up a pair of stairs that led off in the opposite direction from where we were spying on them. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. The tables were filled with empty pizza boxes. What's going on here? Ramona asked. What kind of hell is this? I think we just found the Sin Eaters, I said, after I had explained everything we knew about this little miniature version of hell to Ramona. Isaac had gone off screen and was able to come over to us. Of course, this being a storyline, We then had to wait around and recreate the meeting of Isaac and Ramona to explain how they were together. They were on screen while I stuck as far away as I could get. I had to put my headphones on just to hear what they were saying. "But why are you wearing that?" Ramona asked, glancing at his mascot costume. "I didn't want to burn myself on the oven," Isaac said. Ramona looked at him strangely but said nothing more. "I've been scouting this place out," Isaac said. "This is where they keep the captives. Avery's down there. You see that tablecloth tent between the tables over there? Rock's guarding her. I guess he didn't just go away to his dad's place." Ramona followed where he was pointing. "But why are they being held captive here?" she asked. "Is this our eternity? Are we trapped here forever?" I haven't thought about that," Isaac said as sincerely as he could muster. "I came here to save Avery. The way I figure, we have to defeat those demons blocking the stairway and get everyone to that weird version of Hot Head over there." He pointed to what appeared to be a giant version of the pizza oven that we cooked with every day. Standing next to it was Miss Price and her demon posse. Ramona stared at Isaac with some kind of reverence. "You're really brave. You know that," Ramona said, trying to drive home the point of her trope, which had helped empower Isaac. Isaac reflected on what she said and then replied, "Thanks, but we still have a lot to do." Ramona nodded. Soon afterward, a bell started to ring down in the dining area pit. Some of the prisoners had apparently been working as cooks. They were bringing boxes of pizza down into the hole. Dozens of boxes. Dozens upon dozens. We had only seen Price do their little sin-eater ritual with a few balls of dough. This would have taken a lot of dough. But then maybe a little sin went a long way. Because they were piling on those pizzas. "What's happening?" Ramona asked. "I think they're forcing them to eat the pizza," Isaac said. "Look, you know how we ate pizza, and they tried to bring us here. Well, they've got a lot of pizza they need eaten. And so they did. Demons. Some in skin suits and some in strange amalgamations of different props from the store above. Lined up and forced all of the people down there to sit at the tables and gorge themselves on the sin pizzas. No one was spared, not Avery, not Ruck. It was so off-putting to watch. I wished that I had some better reaction. But that's how it felt. The demons forced them to eat faster and more. I had no idea this storyline held that kind of oddity. The thing was, I had pretty good reason to believe that our trek down into hell to save these poor sin-eaters wasn't even required. It was a subplot. But rescuing people was a good thing when you were trying to get rescue tropes. All the same, I regretted it. There was something so grotesque about seeing people forced to eat quickly. The prisoners shoved the pizzas in their mouths, not even being careful to stop the toppings from falling down their fronts. They ate handfuls. They kept eating even though they looked like they were about to blow. Ruck wasn't having a bad time. The demons watched on, seeming to enjoy themselves. And I watched in revulsion, but Isaac didn't watch. Well, he didn't only watch. Whatever Avery's dream girl trope had done to him, he seemed to actually feel compelled to save her. And it wasn't just an act. Maybe it was because he was younger in this storyline. Maybe he was finding it easier to be less cynical. Or maybe he just had a taste for the violence. Because he started to descend down a set of makeshift stairs that I hadn't even seen. The cameras followed him. I could tell because I could see them with all of these enemies around. Well, I couldn't see what the cameras actually looked like. But I could see certain areas that were lit for filming. It was beyond description. I could see that Isaac had cinematic lighting, whereas Ramona no longer did. As she had gone off screen while Isaac descended the stairs, her lighting was more natural and unforgiving, like a news camera. My light was dull and gray, as no cameras were pointing at me, whether on screen or off. I didn't actually see cameras floating around. All the same, Isaac was on his way down for a fight, carrying his pizza paddle. He had put the head of his costume back on, so none of the demons down below appeared to think anything of his existence. He blended in. I continued to listen through my headphones. Isaac managed to climb all the way down into the pit before any of the demons gave him a second glance. And the first one that did got its head bashed in with a pizza peel. The demons stared on stunned. The one he had hit was wearing a skin suit, so the head just kind of deflated, and the demon within struggled to push his noggin back out onto the outside of his body. He wandered around, unable to see, trying to regain control. Isaac mowed through a couple of demons made from chairs, each with the head of an animator. One was Bella Mozzarella, and the other appeared to be one of the animatronic trash cans. Then, the demons really started to attack. I, of course, could do nothing, but Ramona could. She followed Isaac down the stairs and grabbed a giant misshapen table leg that Isaac had lobbed off of a demon amalgamation, and she started wailing on the nearest demon she could find. But none of her attacks could do a fraction of what Isaac could. Still, they fought on. All of the people who had been forcibly chowing down on pizza had stopped to watch the fight, apparently confused. They didn't stay that way. When the demons started to attack the people to drive them back into the corner of the dining room, one of the men in the skin suits backhanded Ruck, sending him flying into a table. The demon then closed in on Avery. Isaac was on it before Avery even had a chance to react. He ran past half a dozen demons, and then with one slice of his pizza peel, he cut the demon bearing down on Avery in half at the waist. But Avery looked at him, unsure of how to feel. All she saw was a masked costume, and up to that point, all of the props from the restaurant had been inhabited by demons. Isaac moved one hand over his head, pulling the fire ferret's head off and revealing himself as demons gathered around. Isaac, Avery asked in awe. "You do know my name," he said, almost surprised. "Of course I do," she said. "They captured you." Isaac shook his head. "No, I came here to get you. I saw you in my dreams, and I knew you needed my help." Avery looked on with tears in her eyes. She was in awe. The demons couldn't attack for that moment because Avery had a trope that prevented it. In fact, it made them invulnerable for a bit, but not forever. Miss Price stood at the top of the stairs on the other side of the pit and said, "Capture him, put him in chains, lock him in the safe if you have to. Clean this up before I get back." It was nice of her to speak English. She didn't have to. She then walked over to the giant hothead, climbed up a small set of stairs leading into his mouth, and as she stepped inside, she disappeared as if being beamed up. Several of the skin suits followed her. It must have been morning time. The finale would be happening soon. I just had to hope that Cassie, Camden, and Anna knew their parts as well as Isaac knew his. The rest of the scene was a non-stop onslaught. Isaac, teaming with Ruck and Ramona, managed to move through the rest of the demons and cut through them with ease. To Isaac's credit, he was really good at maintaining a level of fear that made him look more like a scared teenager fighting for his life than a badass, which was good for his character. Demons in skin suits, demons made of props. All lay shattered, their dark shadows emitting whisper-screams. Eventually, when the last demon fell for the final time, Isaac dropped to his knees, supported only by his pizza paddle, and took a long breather. And then, finally, after what felt like forever, everyone was off screen. I found the stairs that Isaac and Ramona had taken to get down into the pit, and I followed them all the way down. When I found Isaac, I said, "Couldn't have done it better myself," and it was true. Because I didn't have the build for it. Ramona hugged me, but then so did Avery and Ruck. And as Avery pulled away, I saw a look in her eye. I knew what it meant. There was an awkward pause, and then I asked, "I've been down here before, haven't I?" She pursed their lips, trying to soften the blow, but she nodded her head. It didn't make any sense to me. But this hell felt too familiar. Not just the concept, the corners, the places, the demons. I had seen it all before. "You've been here about 6 times, she said. I nodded. "That sounds about right." "Well, no, it doesn't. But here we are." I knew those nightmares were too real. I couldn't explain it, but I had a feeling of dread. Something that didn't tie to any particular memory. Yet I knew something bad was coming. The demons had a trope called night terror that made it so you could only use your insight tropes against them in the form of a nightmare. But I was starting to suspect that the details of how that trope came into play weren't so straightforward. "Something bad is about to happen to me, isn't it?" I asked. Again, Avery nodded. "Something bad always happens," Rick said. Avery started to explain, telling me what had happened before. But before she could get more than a few words out, I heard the rumbling. And a memory I didn't even know I had started to piece itself together as I turned around. I remembered running but never being able to escape. There would always be something there. Something to kill me before the night was over. And then I would wake up, remembering too little. My nightmares had been filmed in person, around us. All of the broken and defeated demons were moving. They weren't walking or crawling. They never actually had to. That was all part of a performance. They were floating. I knew what happened next. I had seen too many movies and TV shows not to. What's happening? Isaac asked. Is it a boss fight? Why are we off screen? I looked at Isaac. But I didn't answer as a realization came to me. We both had one thing in common. Technically, we might have just been dreaming. We weren't dreaming, to be clear. Technically, we could have been. After all, my character was in bed asleep, as far as the audience knew. This whole trip could be nothing more than another night terror. Would I wake up in the morning believing this to be a dream, barely remembering any of it? Again, when had I even come down here? How had I been dragged here unwillingly? Or did I go to sleep in bed and get teleported here? Isaac was in a similar boat, but for a completely different reason. Avery's dream girl trope had caused him to dream of warnings and cries for help. And what better warning than what was about to happen? Was it possible that both Isaac and I would die in hell and wake up in our respective beds believing that this was all just a dream? As the demons started to come together, forming one giant amalgamation of skin suits and pizza parlor props, I believed that was the truth. I still couldn't see the red wallpaper properly, so I couldn't see its tropes. That didn't mean I couldn't read the writing on the wall, so to speak. If that thing kills us, we wake up, and it's all a dream, right? Isaac and I, Ramona and the others' fate was sealed. But Isaac and I could just be dreaming right now. I think so, Avery said. You never really made much sense. You never remembered. Has Isaac been here before? I asked. She shook her head. This is his first time. Let's hope it's the only time, I said. We didn't have time for this to all be a dream. We were in the finale. If this were all a dream, then it was all for nothing. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. Isaac, get up. I said. We've got another fight on our hands, but we're off screen, he said again, in disbelief. I don't think that thing cares, I said. The traditional notion was that off-screen monsters didn't try to kill you, but that was for the audience's benefit. The audience would never know about this. I had read in the atlas that at the higher levels, entire battles took place off-screen. You would bring in players whose entire job was to go ahead of the story off-screen and thin out the mobs so that the on-screen players would have a chance when they got there. But how could we have a chance against this thing? It was humongous. Isaac would have to whack at it with his pizza peel for half an hour just to make any progress. And even then, it could probably reform, as the demons finished creating the amalgamation. Its form defied all laws of nature. I couldn't describe it as a spider or a centipede. All the individual props had lost many of their distinctive features and started to blend together to create a giant, a regular praying mantis centipede spider. You could hardly call its legs legs. They jutted out in all the wrong directions, but they functioned just fine. If it were to stay still, it was possible that a person might not even notice it was some sort of monster. They might just think it was a strange sculpture, with skin suits hanging from it at various places, stitched together to form some incomplete cover. Electrical cords dangled from its hind area and a mass of copper wires and plugs, remnants of the various arcade machines that had once been components of individual monsters. And therein lay the only real idea I had, the electrical cords. I looked around the pit. It was built to mimic the dining room above. And like the dining room above, it had its fair share of those strange stained glass lamps growing out of the walls instead of the ceiling. I found a group of them, growing like mushrooms, and in their vicinity. I saw what I was looking for, extension cords. Upstairs. When they didn't have a plug-in, they would run an extension cord under the carpet. When this place copied the upstairs, it copied the extension cords. They shot out of the wall like vines. But did they have electricity running to them? I wasn't sure. But the lamps around them did. So, I just had to believe that this was off-screen, so the audience wouldn't have an opinion one way or the other. How did the rules change under those conditions? I didn't have time to think about it. Isaac, get its attention, and then try to back it against that wall with all the lamps. I said. How do I do that? He asked. Make fun of it, I said. He even had a trope for debuffing an enemy with insults. The question was, What was this demon amalgamation sensitive about? I tried to think back, but I came up blank. Isaac leapt into action and ran toward the abomination. "You're not exactly proving Elidel wrong here, you know," he said loudly to the creature. "Didn't he cast you into the fire because he saw you as a failed creation?" He gestured toward the creature generally. "I mean, he kind of had a point. Oh, right." Isaac's character's family was religious. Had he been reading scripture without me explicitly telling him to? Maybe he was growing as a player. Whatever the case, he definitely had the creature's attention. It lashed out at him. Isaac had focused on moxie and grit, both more so than hustle. So that meant he could definitely capture its attention. And he could take a hit, theoretically. But dodging, that was a different question. I couldn't see the thing on the red wallpaper. I didn't know its plot armor. I couldn't see anything. It was still dark. I started to run toward the back wall, where the extension cords lazily hung down to the floor. I grabbed one, hoping that there would be more slack, and I got lucky. The cord pulled further out of the wall. Behind me, Ramona had followed. I hadn't meant for that. She grabbed another extension cord and did the same thing. As much as I wanted her to stay safe, it occurred to me that she might be safer than I was. Because she wasn't potentially just having a nightmare. Any damage she took would be permanent. And I didn't care how big of a rules lawyer these demons were. A fate worse than death did not allow them to kill. Not permanently. Even as we pulled, the extension cords could only go so far. We needed the creature to get closer. The amalgamation, in one swift motion, knocked Isaac 20 feet, tumbling end over end. He didn't get back up. Something was sticking out of his suit. A spike, a knife, something shiny. His dead indicator on the red wallpaper began to light up, flickering fast. But then I heard something. My headphones were around my neck so I could kind of listen to what might be happening on screen. And what I heard was Cassie. "Elidel," she cried out, in tears. "Please. Something is happening. Isaac is in trouble. I don't know where he is. He didn't come home. I have the worst feeling. Please help him, wherever he is." She was sobbing for a few seconds before she began to speak again. "He's my brother. He's my little brother. If something's happened to him, I don't know what I'll do. Please, Elidel, whatever it takes, take me instead." Her crying intensified. "Take me instead," she added again. The amalgamation had lumbered over toward Isaac's body, almost close enough for us to reach. It picked him up with something that looked like a hand, but a hand from a child's drawing. Cassie continued to pray toward the god of this storyline. She was using it as cover, activating her anguish trope, which would have told her that Isaac was injured and given her the ability to share his pain in hopes that he might survive. I imagined she had once again activated her empathic shield to increase his grit. She was doing everything she could to help him survive. All the way up above, he hung limply from the hand of the creature in his fire ferret costume. I pulled on my extension cord, but it wasn't long enough. "Hold this," I said to Ramona, handing her my cord. And then I ran toward the beast, toward where its massive cables dangled. I needed one that had a plug end on it. Actually, I needed two. This creature was composed of so many different props, many of which used electricity, that it was hard to pick as the creature moved. But as it contemplated whatever it was about to do to Isaac, it was perfectly still. I grabbed two of the cords dangling from the mess and ran back toward Ramona. I handed her one and then grabbed a cord from her, and we both plugged the monster into the power cords. There was a reason I put so many points in Savvy. Sometimes, you just need a silly plan to work. And it wasn't like the audience would know either way. The creature came to life as electricity flowed from the power cords into its own cords. Lightning jolted between its jutting limbs, and soon it caught a flame from the electricity. It dropped Isaac, and he fell 10 feet to the ground. Ruck was on him, dragging him to safety as fast as he could. I didn't know if my plan was going to work, if the electricity would be enough. Then I heard a crackling voice, not coming from my headphones. It was Isaac. "What kind of demon can be hurt by fire?" he said, pushing through the pain. "Don't you live in hell?" And as he said that, the electrical fire grew. He had just debuffed the monster again with an insult while simultaneously activating his "if he's still cracking jokes" trope. He sat up, right there where Rock had laid him, and pulled the metal barb out of his suit. That was a close one, he said, looking over at me as Ramona and I walked over to him. Of course, the barb hadn't missed him urgently. But that's how healing worked in Carousel, revealing that the metal barb had missed even though it might not have. Instead of just having him regrow internal organs, the amalgamation shrank and pulled back. As it moved, the electrical cords came and plugged. But the damage was done. The fire was still ablaze as the gigantic creature sank against the wall, crumbling as black smoke filled the sky, screaming into the void. I patted Isaac on the back. Then I turned back to Ramona, and I kissed her. "You know the audience isn't watching, right?" she said, talking through a lump in her throat. "I guess we'll have to do it again later," I said with a wink. We watched as the amalgamation burned, and all the props turned to ash. Except for one. What remained from the very center of the creature, something I had not even seen before, was a safe. Not a fancy safe, but the kind that you would drop money into in the office, so that it could be deposited later. The door to the safe hung ajar. I knew that Carousel rewarded exceptional feats, but I was expecting a reward in the form of something that fell out of Silas the Mechanical Showman's ticket slot. There were dozens of coins in varying denominations in the safe, about $100 worth. But that was not what interested us the most. It was an envelope containing one handwritten letter that we wanted to see first. It only took me a glance to know what it was. I passed it around so that the others could read. "But I thought you couldn't learn new information in the finale," Isaac said. "Are we not in the finale? You can't discover new information in the finale unless it's scripted," I said. "But you can find a piece of paper containing information that you already figured out." I didn't expect the Hell plotline and the Devil's Deal plotline to dovetail off screen like this. "But you live and you learn, Camden and Anna," Ramona asked after she had read the letter. "They did their job," I said. "Now we have to go back up there and help them finish." The truth was, there was only one real theory that could get us across the finish line. After all, this storyline had nothing to do with going down into hell. Rescuing these poor souls from their all-you-can-eat and more pizza buffet was a subplot. The main plot was a different kind of rescue altogether. What we had just received was not just a reward to us, I suspected. It was a reward to Anna and Camden for having solved the principal mystery of the story. How had the demons cheated Gus Sr. into selling his soul? What was the trick? And how might we undo it? The letter told all. We just needed to get it to them. First, we needed to escape hell. After we defeated the demon amalgamation, I could suddenly see the red wallpaper. According to my call sheet trope, I didn't go on screen for another 3 hours. I was trying to think about the logistics of that, because as far as I could tell, all we had to do to escape was climb up out of the pit and use Hell's version of how it had to ascend to a higher plane, aka the pizza parlor. Was it still late at night up there? I wasn't going to complain. I was tired. The NPCs weren't acting scripted, which made me very concerned. And between scenes like this, they should be out of character, doing what they had to do to get to the next scene. But they were acting like real people. It made me nervous. Avery and Ruck had clearly formed some kind of bond with all the other captives, and all of them were hugging and rejoicing as they slowly made their way toward the stairs. I caught up with them, and Isaac and Ramona followed. Isaac was moving a little slower. His healing trope could only do so much. He had taken quite the tumble. Once we were all gathered together, I said, "I'm guessing that we have a scene at the top of those stairs, so I'll have to fall behind in a bit." Isaac had come down here to rescue Avery, and that subplot needed some footage to show them leaving. The confrontation with the off-screen amalgamation would be like it never existed. It was only there as part of the hidden mechanics of the story. As we waved the NPCs forward, I caught Ruck talking to Ramona, so there I was, laying out in my lawn chair. I've done this hundreds of times, thousands, I don't even remember. And all I can think is, here we go again. Wonder who the killer is. And I look over at the house, and I see Riley sitting inside the kitchen eating a bowl of cereal in front of the big window, acting like he can't see me, Rex said. Ramona shot me a curious smile. Now, he's playing the outcast even though he doesn't know it. And we have my death scene coming up. It's first blood. It's pretty standard. And all I can think is, what is this guy doing? So my friend Nathan, you know Nathan, you met him earlier, was the killer. And he comes up ready to stab me. acting all menacing while I'm basically just sleeping there in the lawn chair. And he shoots me this look like, what is this guy over here doing? So, he stabs me to death. Nothing to worry about. I've secretly got like 100 grit when it comes to pain in that storyline. So getting stabbed in the gut feels like a shirt button popping off to me. Was he using oblivious bystander? Ramona asked. He was using, yeah, that trope. I don't know the name of it. Then Nathan has to go chase him, because that's what he was supposed to do if there was a player on during the murder. And he goes to do it, but suddenly he can't. He can't do anything aggressive. He just looks menacing at him and poses up in front of the window. All the while, Riley's just sitting there eating cereal while I'm getting murdered, bleeding out by the pool, dreaming about those little sandwiches that craft services gives us. He doesn't really use that very often anymore for some reason, Ramona said, but he always takes it with him. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. Well, I can't blame him, Ruck said, laughing. I bet it drives all the killers wild. I felt like I was getting called out. I like having it with me, I said, as a backup even if I can't use it all the time. It's harder to be oblivious when you also have to be on top of things. I use it more later, once people get leveled up. Maybe I was being defensive, as if this were a criticism of my loadout. It's alright. We know you have everything thought through, Ramona said. Not by a long shot. I shrugged my shoulders. The truth was, I would like to go back to just being some hapless film buff in storylines. But then, I had chosen filmmaker as my aspect, which was a leadership role, even if it was a me to one. So, who solved the murder? Ramona asked. I felt like she knew the answer to this, but she was being friendly with Ruck. Our boy here, Ruck said. So there we were, in the finale. Only like 3 players left. Riley's got some bleeding wound, literally about to die on his way to the hospital. The detective is ready for his scene. He's gonna go to the frat house, give the remaining players that one last clue, and then get killed by Ranger Danger. That's his thing. See, what most people don't realize about Delta Epsilon Delta is that it's not actually a murder mystery for the players. It's a murder mystery for the audience, because none of the players have all the information. That's why you need the detective there. That's what happened when we ran it, Avery said. We thought we were about to lose. It was just me and Logan. We locked ourselves in the closet. And he was apologizing to me because he thought he had messed up. The detective gets there and starts calling out our names. But we hadn't really interacted with him that much. And for all we know, he was the killer, mostly. He had talked to Michael and Leela, who absolutely hated it. So, he's calling through the house, asking if anyone's there. And we were too afraid to come out of the closet. Eventually, we go off screen, and he comes and opens up the closet and basically tells us, I need to have a scene with you real quick, so stop hiding. And then he gave us a clue. And it turned out that the dean killed you because of some lawsuit. Ruck was laughing. Yeah, that's a rare one. The dean hardly ever kills me. I don't think the audience likes that one. But they don't tell us anything. But the detective never got to do his scene in Riley's run, because here comes Riley, riding on a golf cart, holding in his guts, walks into the frat house and explains everything while bleeding out. Ruck looked at me with a big smile, and all I could feel was incredibly shy suddenly. I didn't know about the detective showing up, I said. I thought my friends were about to die. I did what I had to. Yeah, you did, Ruck said. We've been keeping an eye on you ever since. Who? I asked, suddenly feeling paranoid. The NPCs, he responded. Well, the ones who know what the heck is going on. I knew that there were meta-aware NPCs, but the idea of them meeting up with each other to talk about players felt strangely invasive. Normally, we didn't hold our tongues around NPCs, because they ignored what we said, and they were everywhere. Isaac, how are you doing? Ramona said. You just found out that we're being spied on by the NPCs. And you're not saying anything. What? Isaac asked. He hadn't been paying attention at all. He was lost in thought with a dreamy look on his face. There's a question I have, I said to Ruck. It may be a little personal. We had started moving up the stairs. It was quite a walk. And we were a big group. I kept an eye on my call sheet trope timer because the moment that thing jumped forward was the moment the scene was about to start. and I needed to get out of the way. Go for it, Rex said. Who actually killed you? I asked. Like, originally. I knew it, he said. Well, every other storyline has changed for Carousel, but you can kind of guess what might have really happened. But your story has a new killer every run. It's hard not to be curious, I said. So you're wondering which of those degenerates at the Delta Epsilon Delta house actually murdered me? Huh? He asked. Well, the answer is none of them. That was unexpected. Then who? I asked. And how did you end up here? Well, it's an interesting story, he said. A lot of it happened the way you saw in the storyline. We stole the Ranger mascot costume, so the Rangers ran their trucks out on the football field as revenge. Everybody at the party left the house to go kick some ass. Of course. It wasn't Delta Epsilon Delta in real life. It was. I don't really remember what it was. It's been too long. I'm drunk as a skunk, laying out on a deck chair as you saw. And then I see through the window somebody rifling through stuff in the house. Some kid. 16, 17, maybe. I yelled at him to stop, and he heard me. Told him I was gonna kick his ass or call the cops, just mouthing off. Kind of thing I used to do. Well, he got really scared because he was homeless. Apparently, there was a mission down the street. Something to do with orphans or something like that. So he grabs a knife and he comes out and he stabs me. And then he apologizes for it once he realizes what he did. All the time. I didn't even manage to get out of the chair. I was so drunk and out of shape. He stopped talking, his eyes drifting to some far-off place in the past. He'd been trying to tell it like a funny story, but that didn't mean it was one. Well, anyway, I didn't know this because I was dead, but apparently, people had a lot of fun guessing who killed me. There were a lot of suspects, because I was a bit of an ornery fucker, you know. Well, with the Ranger costume missing, it all started an urban legend, Ranger Danger. Then every person that got killed on campus or near campus suddenly became another victim of Ranger Danger. He was trying to sound upbeat and happy, but I could hear a sadness in his voice. Of course, there was. Well, anyway, that's how I ended up in Carousel, he said. Guess it made a game out of the whole thing. That was heavy. I'm so sorry, Avery said. It must be terrible to get killed all the time. Yeah, all of us got murdered in the dead house, he said. It's nice to be around my peers. Yeah, I imagine everyone in that storyline has been killed a time or two. I said, well, no, I mean, we all got murdered. That's what makes us special, he said. We had paused our ascent up the stairs. Like, in the real world, Avery asked. He nodded. Evan got mugged, and they killed him because all he had was his student ID. He tried to explain to them that they could buy food from the campus stores with it, but they didn't really care. Amber died on her spring break trip. She doesn't like to talk about it. Nathan got locked in a burning building after he threatened to report someone for academic dishonesty. There was a silence after that. It was easier to think of them as drunk college kids. But the idea that they were a collection of murder victims painted a very different picture from the one I remembered. It's not so bad, Ruck said after a minute. It's an eternal party, not the worst afterlife. Suddenly, the timer on the red wallpaper went from just under 3 hours to 30 seconds. Which was my cue to get out of the shot. I ran back down the stairs and hid in some of the wreckage from the fight until my timer corrected itself. Thinking of NPCs as constructs made by Carousel made it really easy to digest their existence. When we found out they were real people, that was hard. But finding out the specifics of how they died was a whole different deal. I didn't know if it was a good thing that Carousel grabbed them and gave them that afterlife of an ever-renewing murder mystery. It was hard to say. Was any life beyond death better than none? Up at the top of the steps, the escape scene was beginning, and all I could do was watch. Hiding while the action was happening elsewhere was starting to get old. Isaac had taken charge upstairs and was ushering people into this other version of Hothead. I stared from a distance, trying to understand what I was looking at. It looked like they would step up on the platform of his lower mouth and climb into some invisible space above, which must have been the oven up on the surface. They were climbing one at a time, and in a hurry. All I could do was listen through my headphones. Something's wrong, Avery said. I could hear a hissing sound and a boom, like the internal mechanism was trying to fire on. It's going to blow up, Ramona said. It's our only way out, Isaac said. Faster, climb faster, he screamed. I could hear shaking, and I could see above as the giant version of Hot had started to rock back and forth, shooting up flames. He wasn't the only thing doing that. Looking around me in the pit, a mockery of the dining room above, I saw all the props start to melt away, and as they melted, pools of lava began to form on the ground. Fire plumes shot into the sky. It wasn't just Hot Head that was starting to ignite. This place was starting to look like hell, properly. I preferred it aesthetically to the Nightmare Pizza Parlor. I just wished I wasn't standing in it. Upstairs, I could hear them rushing to get into Hot Head and to climb up to the world above before Hot Head himself was consumed and became nothing but fire. One rescued NPC after another would go, until all that was left were the named characters. Ruck pushed Avery to go next and then grabbed Ramona by the arm and forced her up as she tried to stay back. "You next," he said to Isaac, who obliged him, climbing into the mouth of Hot Head and then ascending to the kitchen above. Finally, Ruck made it up the stairs and barely made his way out of the oven before something started to burst. I could hear them up above. They were in the kitchen, I had to assume, because of all the clanging pans that I would probably have to clean up. I could hear the back door slamming after they ran through it, then the explosion. First, I saw the giant Hot Head start to ignite. Then I heard the sizzle in my ears. I reached up to bring my headphones down because I knew a loud noise was about to happen. And it was, because at the same time that the Hot Head down here was exploding, all those pots and pans up in the kitchen seemed to explode too. All around me was fire and lava. A feeling of doom took over me. Was I trapped in hell? The heat, which had not really been a problem before, suddenly became one. I was so hot I wanted to rip off my clothes. I wanted to rip off my skin. I could feel it coming from all directions. Sweat drenched me as the fires around me grew. There was no escape. Well, there was the one. I woke up drenched in sweat, just as I had for every other nightmare. I was back in my character's bed. It was dark outside. There was a difference this time, though. I remembered everything. I rinsed the sweat off my body, then got dressed and ran to Picato's Pizza. I didn't know how this weird dream thing worked out. It was mostly off-screen, and likely the effect of the demon messing with me. Or maybe it was Carousel. How could I know? I saw the restaurant long before I got to it. The firefighters had just finished putting out the flames, but there was still smoke rising. Or maybe it was steam. The fire engines were still blaring their lights and horns. I ran to the parking lot and passed a very confused NPC trying to convince a firefighter that she had just escaped hell, which was inside the oven man's mouth. That conversation was on screen, and I myself went on screen too as I surveyed the damage. But just for a bit. Still in story, please report. Avery, Isaac, and Ramona were standing on the far side of the parking lot next to Ruck's car, which had not been moved since he was kidnapped. He was changing his clothes from a spare set he had in the trunk. He wasn't exactly shy, but they were off-screen. So what did anyone care? Gus Jr. was there. In fact, the entire Bonaventura family seemed to have shown up to watch as their livelihood went up in flames. Standing next to Gus, smiling as she looked at me, was Verity Price, the head demoness herself. Gus looked afraid. He looked ashamed. And I knew that as his restaurant was burning, he had made a deal. Of course he had. He was always going to make that deal. For as good a deed as it was to rescue all those poor souls in hell, this storyline was really only about rescuing one person. And if he didn't make that deal, how could we save him? Hell was a subplot. After all, a very distracting one at that. Carousel gathered footage of the aftermath of the fire. As soon as the fire department left, the smoldering stopped. Then, Carousel got more footage as Gus and the family stepped through the ruins of their restaurant. It was time for the real final battle, which would not be fought with fists or swords, but with words. And who was better armed for this fight than Camden and Anna, who had arrived to see the destruction? The family and many employees were gathered there. All of the rescued NPCs seemed to have thanked their lucky stars and skedaddled. That was for the best. It would have been complicated to expand on that subplot with so little time left in the story. Today we've had quite the setback, Gus said to everyone who was listening. He was holding back tears, but not well. He went on to talk about how his family had founded the restaurant and how his father and older brother Dante had made it everything it was. We had heard this all before in piecemeal, and even Carousel didn't see fit to record the whole thing. Then he got to the good part. We are very fortunate that my father's business partners have agreed to put forward enough money for us to rebuild. He said, we won't just build back. We're going to build a better restaurant. And I think we're going to move forward with our franchising dreams. His emotions were so strange. He was saying happy things and trying to be hopeful. But as a man who had just sold his soul to the devil, he was clearly devastated. I just want my family to know that I would do anything for them. And no matter what, I will make sure that we are taken care of, he said. Because that was what it was all about, right? Like father, like son. No, Anna screamed. You can't accept her deal. Don't you know what she is? Some of the family members gasped at the interruption following Gus's emotional speech. Gus might have been the only Bonaventura who wasn't upset because he knew exactly what Anna was talking about. If anything, he was only confused that Anna knew. We already made the deal, he said. We're moving forward. We have no choice. I have no choice. I like Gus as a person and as a boss. But I had to say, Price chose her victim well. She's a literal demon, Anna said. She didn't exactly get positive reactions to that statement. And I didn't know what she was expecting. Gus stared at Anna, hollow and broken, as if having someone know what he had done was worse than having done it. Surrendering one's soul to a demon in a deal was a private affair. What is she talking about? Gus, Nita, his sister, asked, both confused and 100% on board with the accusation. Because that was just her personality. Gus froze. The family might not have believed the silly accusation from some girl who worked at the restaurant, not just from hearing it, but they did believe the look on Gus's face, the shame, the guilt. As for the accusations of demonhood, Miss Price didn't deny it. She laughed. She looked at Gus and said, don't you worry. They won't remember this tomorrow. Our secret will be ours. Her eyes glowed red, and her smile grew unnaturally wide. It was daylight already, but it was overcast. There was a darkness over the scene. What's done is done, Gus said. You promise they won't remember. Gustavo, what have you done? His mother asked. As the demon revealed herself, the family joined in a chorus. I did what I had to do, he said. You don't know the pressure. The bills, the loan payments, full salaries for the entire family. Customers who are always chasing the newest restaurant in town. Even as he spoke, he wept. The pressure had gotten to him, and it had been building for months since his father had died. All the weight and stress of that restaurant had been on him, and only him. I'm sorry, he said, and I could tell he meant it, but that didn't matter. The poor fool. His mother approached him and pleaded with him to take back the deal. Speaking partially in Italian as far as I could tell, he only wept in response. He responded in English, it's too late. It's too late. Then he turned to Miss Price. You promise they won't remember? You promise? I do, she said. And she was probably telling the truth. Why lie when you think you've won? It's not too late, Hamden said. Demon deals always have flaws. There's always a way for the human to get out before they're cast to hell. You just have to know the words of the deal and figure out where the trick is. It's called equivocation. These demons didn't trick you by giving you something other than what you asked for. The whole be careful what you wish for thing. That wasn't a part of it. They give you exactly what you asked for, and you give them exactly what they asked for. That was never the way they tricked you. The way they tricked you was by making you think you were bound in the first place. There was always some flaw in the deal, in the contract. And if you could find it, you could be freed. Like Isaac being too young to agree to a contract. We had figured that this moment would come. It was practically written on the face of this storyline. From the tropes of the demons, to the lore, to the overstressed owner at the edge of his rope. The question was, how could we get Gus out of his deal? I stood at the back of the crowd and watched. What was the exact wording of your deal? Camden asked. Miss Price stood and did nothing. Because in the old stories, that's always what the demon did. Trickery was their game. Forcing people to hell for some sort of sin-eating scheme was just a side gig. She could argue if she wanted, but she never did end up doing that. She said that for my soul, and for letting her do her business on the premises. She would make Picado successful and thriving, Gus said. Is that the way she worded it? Camden asked. Did she say Picados? Or did she say your restaurant? Gus thought for a moment. Miss Price had a skull. She knew her ferret was cooked. She said my restaurant. She said, I'll make your restaurant a thriving and successful establishment. Greater than your father's restaurant ever was. That's it, Camden said. What are you talking about? Gus asked. How is that it? When your grandfather passed, the restaurant was left to Dante, your uncle, because he was the older brother, Camden said. It was just then that I noticed he was holding a stack of paper, various documents of different sizes and shades of yellow and white. Then when Dante passed, the restaurant was supposed to go to his heir, right? Camden asked. Yes, Anita said, but Uncle Dante didn't have any children, so it passed to Dad, and I can prove it. Anna stepped forward and turned back toward the crowd, where several of the employees had grouped up separately from the family. Jerica, Anna said. Jerica had been there, standing in quiet tears the whole time. You said that you knew Dante was a womanizer before you even started working here. How did you know that? The employees separated from Jerica, leaving her a focal point for the camera. What? She asked. How did you know how Dante flirted with the waitresses? Jerica looked at the family, then back at Anna. My mother told me. She had stories from back when she worked at the restaurant, years ago. Dante showed her a lot of attention back then, didn't he? Anna asked. Jerica was completely still as she contemplated the meaning of Anna's question. In the background, Camden was holding out what appeared to be some sort of very old time card. They must have found documentation showing that Jerica's mother had worked there. He seemed a little frustrated that Anna wasn't showcasing his hard work. What are you saying? Anita asked. Are you saying that she's Dante's daughter? Yes, Anna said. She's Dante Bonaventura's only heir. By common man's law, she is the true owner of Picado's Pizza. The big reveal. It wouldn't hold up in court, but demons were bound by other forces. Oh gosh, Jerica, one of the only named characters, had some role to play. Who could have guessed? She's the daughter of the guy who famously had no kids. No way. It wasn't exactly a mic drop moment, but Camden and Anna were just beginning. The family started whispering, but they were so loud I could hear what they were saying. They were a mix of emotions. Disbelief, anger, and concern were all present. What does this have to do with the deal? Gus asked, hoping they actually had a way for him to get out. Demons are bound by common man's law, Camden said, holding up the book he had been reading throughout the whole storyline. That's their whole thing. If you know common man's law, you can break apart any deal they make. Jerica was Dante Bonaventura's daughter, and by common man's law, that means that when he died, the restaurant passed to her, not his brother Gustavo Sr. Whispers moved over the crowd. Is this true? Someone in the family asked, looking at Gus as if he would know. I don't know, he answered. I do, Camden said. I've collected evidence going back almost 40 years, and I can prove that Jerica was Dante's daughter. Just give me a few minutes. He was waving his stack of papers high, like a lawyer in court about to get his client acquitted. First, we went to City Hall and found everything we could connecting Dante Bonaventura and Jerica's muff. Make way for the champ. A voice sounded from the rubble behind us. It was the pizza boxer, the animatronic with boxing gloves and the important job of holding pizza boxes. The building had collapsed in many places, and lots of things had gotten rearranged as the fire department had gone in and ensured nothing was burning. The pizza boxer was leaning up against one of the walls. I couldn't even tell if he was plugged in. His voice box was damaged from the fire, yet he didn't sound creepy. He sounded like he was persevering. I'll give him the old one too, he said, moving his arms up and down, causing himself to fall over into the wall, which broke under his weight. What is that? Isaac asked. He had been standing in the crowd and had abandoned his ferret suit. The wall had broken open and revealed something dark and square. Something that looked like a safe, a very familiar safe, an old drop box. It must have been walled in during the renovations years ago, Gus said. There's only one way to win, the pizza boxer said. You gotta put it to him. Gus started to crawl into the remains of the building and began trying to pull back some of the wall to reveal the rest of the safe. Here, use this, Isaac said. handing him the pizza paddle that I had used the insert shot on to buff its narrative importance. Gus took it and gave the wall a good smack with the butt end of the peel. The wall broke loose, and the safe tumbled free, coming to a stop on its feet at the bottom of a pile of rubble. The door popped open. Camden looked at me, confused. We might have stolen his thunder. Gus bent down and looked into the safe, withdrawing the letter we had found. I wondered where it had gone. He opened the envelope, which had been labeled with his name, though it was actually his father's name. "It's time to make the old man proud," the pizza boxer said, seemingly losing power at the end. Gus looked at the pizza boxer as if he were seeing a ghost. He began to read the letter aloud. I'd already read it. I wasn't sure how it ended up in a safe in the wall, but I suppose that made more sense than us trying to claim we found it off screen in hell. The two subplots weren't that well tied together. We only unlocked it because Anna and Camden had figured it all out first. I was paying attention to Miss Price, who had resigned herself to her fate. She knew she had lost Jerica. I used to tell myself I had no regrets. I hated regretting things. I'd do anything to avoid it. I never got married, never had kids. People would ask why, and I'd say it was better that way. Better to regret not having children than to regret having them. So I kept my head down and worked. I gave everything I had to the restaurant, in authorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. Picado's was my old man's place. He built it brick by brick. I would know. I was handing him the bricks. He always wanted me to be a hard worker, and he got what he wanted. If only he'd wanted me to be rich instead. Huh. I wish you could have met him when he was gone. The place became mine, my joy and my curse. My dream. I ran it with the help of the family. It gave us a good life, gave us a foundation. I lived in that kitchen, wore out my back hauling sacks of flour and my knees kneeling to scrub grease off the tile. Spent more time with the ovens than with people. That place became my whole life. A few months ago, your mother showed up, told me something I never expected to hear. Said I had a daughter, said I had you. I didn't believe it. Not at first. But then she showed me a picture of you. And I don't know how to explain it. But I knew it was true. Not in my head. In my gut, my heart. Maybe. Like something deep down had been waiting all this time. And suddenly it just woke up. So here it is. I'm your father. I hope you aren't disappointed. We agreed not to say anything to you right away. Let you come to it in your own time if ever. She said you just found out your stepdad wasn't your real dad during the divorce, and she was afraid you would hate me for not being her own or hate her for not telling you. But I needed you to know, somehow, because talking to you these last few months, even with you not knowing who I really was, it's meant more to me than anything I've done in all my life. I don't know how that idiot man could give you up. I've got some things going wrong inside. Too many cigarettes. Too much of mama's cooking. Too many years of not slowing down. I don't know when it'll catch up with me, but the doctors have a theory. After everything, I finally understand something. People always said the love of my life was the restaurant, and for a long time, I thought they were right. I spend so much time here, you know. I can see you love it too. The sauce is in your veins, and you get it from me, kid. One day, I hope you get to run this place with me and Gustavo. And the rest of the family. That'd be nice, right? 'Cause ever since I got to know you, I've realized that the love of my life isn't the restaurant. It's you. I just hope there's more time. Dante Bonaventura. Gus broke out in tears as he read the letter. Many people did. Whatever doubts the family had before the letter was read, they evaporated. They surrounded Jerica and hugged her. Well, anyway, Camden said, looking at Gus, I've got all this other proof too, if you're interested. The point is, she made you a deal to fix your restaurant, but you don't have a restaurant. Not by common man's law. Your cousin Jerica does. That was the trick. The same trick she pulled on your father. Camden handed Gus the papers and walked away, frustrated to see his work reduced to a gag. What? Dad did it too? Anita asked. The rest of the family grew suddenly very concerned and looked to Gus for answers. And that was the final battle. We had reached the end, and Carousel was gathering this final footage. I had to brace myself because Miss Price screamed and disappeared in a fiery rage as the sun broke through the clouds above. But she wasn't actually gone. In fact, all she had done was teleport next to me. I suppose you don't think much of the scenario I've been tasked with moderating, she said. Now she wanted to be Mita. Maybe she had been that way all along. I'm guessing you can't do much with the underlying goal of undoing the deal. Can you? I asked. You put so much effort into making it look like the goal was to fight our way out of hell. I figure you were distracting us from your weakness. She still had the glowing eyes, and I suddenly felt like my knees were made of jelly. If you come back at a higher level, I have much more agency, she said. It would seem the players weren't the only players in this game. Tell me, how did you know to undermine the pizza I sent asking for aid in the first scene? I thought for a moment. Innocence is a shield. Ignorance is the easiest way to get it, I said. Just a bad matchup for you, I suppose. I wasn't likely to fall for that. Speaking of our little matchup, where in your tropes does it say you can do all that dream nonsense? Seems against the spirit of the trope I saw. Her night terror trope was supposed to delay and punish insight tropes used to learn about the nature of the demons. The weird memory erasing and killing me every night was a departure from that. I obeyed the letter of the trope, she said. Carousel does not disarm our imaginations. Tropes were flexible. A crazed hypnotist and a zombie might have the exact same trope to turn people into, well, zombies. But how it was presented in the story would be wildly different. Still, she seemed to imply that her tropes limited her power, and she had to bend around them to stand a fighting chance. I wasn't going to argue with her. She terrified me. But I put that fear in my little black box and talked to her as a peer. My brave face was well worn. I never did get to see all of your tropes, I said. A bit unfair, don't you think? She laughed. That wasn't my choice. Night terror only allowed you to gain insight into us while on screen in the dream. By the end, you were too good at staying away from the cameras. I can't be blamed for that. I mirrored her laugh. Yikes, it felt weird. She was looking more and more demonic as the end played onward. For some reason, I couldn't remember what had happened. So, I couldn't really learn my lesson, I said. I also wasn't sure how I had gotten into hell in the first place for all of those nightmares. Did I just appear there? Did they drag me there? Did I go in and poke my head around willingly? I might have followed Avery down to take a peek. I could have asked, but that wasn't what was really on my mind. So how did you get into the pizza business? I asked. Did Carousel give you that duty? It might have matched her on-screen persona, but not the creature she was rapidly shifting into. Her eyes lost a bit of their fire, but the fake face around them continued to roast. They're mine, she said, looking to the Bonaventura family. They were still hugging and having tearful emotional exchanges. You should have seen me, back home. It was a beautiful plan. I still try to recreate it, but Carousel has given me a challenge. Perfection takes time. What plan was that? I asked. The devil's deal, she smiled widely, and the skin from her lower jaw sloughed off her face and hung down from her neck like a gruesome tie. The entire family was mine, in time, she said, starting with Gustavo Sr., so broken over his dead brother that he devoted his life to making Dante's dreams come true. He was an easy mark. Gustavo Jr. was no harder. And Trip fell eventually, with a struggle. I had to maim him to break his spirit. It isn't difficult when people willingly enter these mechanical behemoths and drive at high speeds, she said, looking at the cars on the street. A crippling later. And he was mine too. She was speaking fondly of an old memory. I got the whole line or the best of them, anyway, one at a time, generation by generation. Her voice became rough and crackled with fire as she spoke. Would you like to know my secret? She asked. I didn't want to know. The woman's skin was roasting off as she spoke to me, revealing a form I had never seen before, a proper demon form. Sure, I lied. Love, she said. I did it with love. She gestured to the family. One by one, every head of the family made the deal. Not to mention a few of the lesser members. They did it because they loved each other. No greed, no pride. They gave up their souls to damnation because they wanted to save each other from the pitfalls I set for them. She started to laugh. That is art. That is my magnum opus. That was what attracted Carousel to me. I watched the family as they took turns either chastising or forgiving Gus. Whichever it was, they did it with love. Why? I asked. Why do demons care about the souls of mortals? Her hair lit up. But instead of burning away, it became ashy spines. Released from their bun 1,000 little smoking spines, like Satan's thorn bush. Aladel threw us into the fire, she said. You know the story. Your scholar told you, I'm sure. Do you know why he did it? Why he threw his own creation into the flame, his own children? This was shooting right past religious and becoming a family matter. I looked at her expectantly, even though the fires in her eyes and the bright cracks in her demonic form made me squint. Because you were afraid of us. You humans evolved from the mud. And since the first of you prayed to the heavens, you were all he cared about. You feared our shadows and fire. So Aladel, the great forger, threw us into the fires of creation. He hasn't looked at us since. Maybe we are desperate, but if he loves you so much, maybe he will look upon us when we surround ourselves with innocent souls. I nodded. It was a bit cliché, but I wasn't going to tell her that. Thus the desire to trick people into it, I said. Like you said. She responded, innocence is so very powerful. We were running out of time, and all I wanted to do was leave. The heat and flame were one thing. The aura of endless dread was worse. A whole family of innocents. Then, was the zenith of my craft. Yes, when I dragged them into hell. I wonder if Aladel shed a tear. I like to think he did. I could hardly breathe as the evil radiated off of her. The end. It was all about to be over. That is a pretty artful plan you had there, I said. Though it felt like acid in my throat. I looked at the family. Loud. A bit spoiled. Apparently. Each drew a full salary. No wonder they had money problems. Good people nonetheless. Sending them to hell must have gotten you lots of clout. Yes, quite the plan. But then, they aren't in hell, are they? The family gathered in their cars. They bickered about who would ride with whom. And some of them had not forgotten Gus' little indiscretion. But they rejoiced too. In a happy ending. An ending together. What was left of Miss Price's humanity stared at me, as if she really considered what I said. Then, like a shadow disappearing at the dawn, she was gone. As the storyline ended, Silas, the mechanical showman, appeared amongst the rubble of the burnt restaurant. Congratulations, you've won a ticket, he said in his cheerful yet worn-out tone. We knew the drill. I walked over and slapped the red button before he could even finish his little greeting. I got no stat tickets. I was over 10 levels above this storyline by my estimate. I couldn't really complain. My only concern was whether or not my teammates got rewarded well, which depended on whether or not I had managed to stay a minor character. I was satisfied that I had. We all got to split the money from the vault. That meant we were eating at the restaurant soon. Somehow, I managed to get a rescue trope. Not to mention an enemy collector ticket for none other than Verity Price. That made sense on some level. I had beaten her. My team versus hers. We came out on top. Verity Price, a trickster demon. There is no bargain at the beginning. Only a string of bad luck, a missed payment, the closed door. Customers who won't show. Business deals that fall through for reasons unknown. But if you trace it back far enough, you'll find her there. Verity Price. Ink-stained fingers. Smile like a knife behind glass. She does not ask what you want. She already knows. She does not twist your arm. She waits for you to twist it yourself. She is the author of overdue notices and layoff slips, the sudden illness, the too late phone call that might have changed things. Every small misfortune folding in on itself until you are desperate enough to say yes. And when the offer comes scrawled in fine print, tucked into a whisper, you sign without reading. You always do. Her joy is not in owning you. It is in watching you hand yourself over as if you had no choice. She wanted your soul, and she didn't want to take it fairly. She strives to commit such treachery that her creator might cast a glance her way and realize the true price of his abandonment. He won't. She'll always be working on that next deal, never realizing that the trick was always on her. There were a lot of very specific things that happened in this storyline. I was surprised she was just a crossroads demon. She had started her eternal vendetta against the human race in another world, and now she continued it in Carousel. I just hoped I never met up with her in a storyline that would actually let her flex her powers. I understood theoretically why I didn't get a ticket for killing that colossal amalgamation in hell. True, the entire fight happened off-screen, so it would make some sense that I wouldn't get credit for it. but I would be lying if I didn't say I was a bit miffed. Luckily, I could ignore my frustration with that and focus on having won my second rescue ticket. That was a good thing, because my other one wouldn't reappear in my inventory until I was plot armor 50. At this rate, that was a million years away. One last lesson type resquircha type, film buff aspect. Filmmaker stat used. They were always your best student. You couldn't help but favor them. They took to your lessons like they were born to it. They left the nest a long time ago. And now they are every bit the master that you were when you trained them. Something happened. Something went wrong. And now your former student is in trouble. They've been captured, gone dark in enemy territory. You will do anything to save them. Even in your old age, you may have taught them everything they know, but you still have a few tricks of your own. Rescue. When a player enters a compatible storyline with this trope while possessing any missing posters of deceased players who died in that same storyline, the storyline will be changed into a rescue. Succeeding in the rescue will revive the dead players. This ticket will indicate on the red wallpaper if a nearby storyline is applicable. In a storyline where an ally was playing an expert in some dangerous field, such as spycraft, monster hunting, ghost hunting, or crime solving, the user of this trope will be able to participate in and direct a film about the rescue of that downed ally from a similar situation to the one that killed them. The lead actor will be the closest applicable paragon, who will play the mentor character. The number of paragons that can be cast will be proportionate to the danger of the rescue. The rescuee and their team will be able to participate in filming both the film and flashbacks as applicable. Takeover. This trope will cancel out any story alterations except those inherent to the archetype or advanced archetype associated with this ticket and with the paragon. Retrieve the prisoner is if only win condition. No others may be added to the rescue. You've been looking for a chance to prove yourself. Here is your first real project. Let's see what you can do. I could see why I got that rescue trope. It was on point thematically and was a very clear reference to what I had done in this storyline, directing a movie starring one of the paragons. I had never thought about doing something like that, but as I contemplated it, I couldn't deny a certain nervous excitement. I read through the ticket a couple of times and then tucked it in my pocket, where it disappeared. Avery was the next to press Silas's button. She got to trope tickets and to stat tickets. She didn't even look at the tropes at first, the levels. She said in disbelief, "You know how long it's been since I've won to stat tickets at the same time?" She continued whispering to herself as she walked away. My understanding was that their team had spent many months playing storylines that were either at their level or much lower. Not everyone on the team was comfortable with entering a storyline that was too difficult. Who could blame them? They were trained by the vets at Camp Dyer. Those folks went a whole lot longer than months struggling level by level. We didn't have that choice. We would gain levels quickly, or we would die full of regret. We had beaten by the slice without extreme difficulty. Winning or losing would come down to whether or not you fell for Miss Price's trick. Had we not been so meta and so prepared, we could easily have been distracted by the hell subplot for so long that we never learned the information we needed to save Gus Jr. An easy storyline could have been a death sentence just like that. That was the gamble she took, and now she was left with pizza on her face. Trace memory type, insider chat type, eye candy aspect, beauty stat used. They say scent is the strongest trigger for memory. In film, triggering memories can be a tricky thing. It might just happen on screen. After separation by death, distance, or plot. Another player who encounters the eye candy's scent, perfume, cologne, hairspray, aftershave, etc. on an object may trigger a shared flashback. Both players replay a moment from their past in which they can exchange information, uncover forgotten clues, or deepen their bond. If the scene is particularly riveting, the flashbacks might continue. Every moment leaves a trace. I was amazed when I saw that trope. At the fullest extent of its power, it could almost be time travel. Heck, depending on how much you could manipulate the past, it might as well have been time travel. Don't mind metapy, action archetype, aspect, stat used. In horror and action films, escape never comes from brute force, it comes from timing. While the villain's attention is elsewhere, someone slips the cuffs, shimmies through the air vent, or vanishes from frame entirely. When another player is clearly drawing the enemy's focus, especially by being dramatic, loud, or otherwise hogging the camera, The user's attempts to escape from captivity or restraint will be more likely to succeed. The only thing stronger than rope is screen time. A trope to help escape captivity was something that Avery could always use. Given her build, Cassie was rewarded well in this storyline. She only got to stat tickets, but she got 3 tropes. She had been a reliable ally and a solid character for the story. She definitely came in clutch when Isaac was likely mortally wounded off-screen. I didn't see most of her work. She was important for Isaac's success. That would have been a messy one to explain had she not cured him with that touching prayer. Maybe engaging with religion wasn't so bad after all. Still, I got the feeling that Carousel had a soft spot for psychics. But who was I to complain? Carousel's softest spot was for film buffs. It is written type, insight, ruler chat type, psychic aspect. A cultist that used in cult horror and folk horror films. Someone always finds the text. Maybe it's buried in the chapel cellar. Maybe it's inked in blood behind drywall. But the sacred writings always surface. And someone always reads them. If the storyline centers on a deity, faith, or supernatural figure with written doctrine, the occultist is guaranteed eventual access to a portion of that text, scripture, liturgy, diary, or transmission. When this occurs, the user will see all of the information their character would logically know about the text presented on the red wallpaper. Carousel makes sure the faithful get their pages eventually. Of course, in this story, the sacred text was as common as the Bible and could be found everywhere. Still, it could be very useful. Deja vu F. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Type, insight, archetype, psychic aspect, stat used. The radio sometimes plays the wrong thing at the right time. The signals get crossed. Sometimes you can hardly understand what they're saying. Sometimes that's because you're hearing it before it was ever said. When near an active or dormant piece of consumer electronics, radio, PA system, static TV, etc., the user may hear a short conversation before it occurs. The dialogue arrives fragmented or distorted, but emotionally clear. Only the player hears it. Imagine figuring out the perfect comeback before it's time to use it. Standard fare. Good for the audience. It could be useful if Cassie decided she wanted to engage in the social part of storylines more often. Words of affection type, buffer chat type, psychic aspect, exorcist that used. A gift from a loved one can hold power in real life. In film, it holds all the more power as a visual representation of something intangible. The user may craft a personal ward, a handmade object imbued with care, such as a bracelet, charm, or letter, and gift it to an ally. When the ally is later confronted with spiritual turbulence, possession, haunting, incursion, the ally is buffed to aid in the confrontation. The Carousel craft fair is the safest place in town. I was going to ask for one of those paper tulips they taught us to make in grade school. I wondered how she'd feel about that. I wasn't sure how Anna was going to do in this storyline simply because I had been absent for much of what she had done. Her efforts were primarily social. She assisted with research. 2. I had divided up the team and assigned her to that role, but I had no idea how much less cinematic her role might end up being. She got to stat tickets and to tropes. That was a respectable haul. Library card type, rule insider chat type, final girl aspect, girl next door stat used. If the information you need is in the archives at City Hall, your next scene needs to be in City Hall. Never mind how you get there. The user's attempts to gain access to secure information using seemingly innocent cover stories will have a higher rate of success. If she can only get in alone, she may temporarily use her nearby allies' research tropes while snooping. Red tape and bureaucratic resistance can be cut through with the right smile. It usually took a lot of moxie, tons of narrative momentum, and multiple attempts to get access like that. Sweet. Are you okay in there? Type, insider chat type, final girl aspect, girl next door. Stat used. Genuine concern for others is a hallmark of a final girl. It usually won't save them. The user will be able to see all allies' emotional states on the red wallpaper, including sentiments like the desire to be saved or the desire not to be. Sometimes a big heart needs help with directions. Simple, useful, hopefully effective. Camden's research was what made it possible for us to find the letter from Dante, and without it, we would never have known how to square off with that particular brand of demon. He got to stat tickets for his efforts and to tropes to go with them. I feel like he would have done better had he been more cinematic or endearing. So far, I was the only person who hadn't gotten to stat tickets. I was starting to feel like the odd one out. Bury the leditype, insight rule. Archetype, scholar respect, sleuth stat used. Sometimes the evidence of a bad guy's guilt just doesn't translate that well to a visual medium. That's why in old mystery shows, the culprit would confess when faced with the evidence. There needed to be a solid conclusion. If the user compiles a volume of evidence sufficient to prove the truth of the mystery. But the evidence is not easy to explain in a quick speech. Something will happen to confirm the user's theory in a cinematic way. A piece of evidence will drop, a real smoking gun, of course. Sometimes the smoking gun is pointed at the sleuth themselves. I could see why he got that one. That exact scenario had basically just occurred. Battlefield intuition type, insider type, scholar respect, strategist. Stat used. How does the hero know whether to fight or flee? Will the outlaw follow them on horseback? Or do they just want to talk? Perhaps the hero knows things the rest of us do not. While engaging with the enemy in a fight scene or a scene that could lead to one, the user will be able to see the enemy's tactical instructions on the script as to whether they intend to fight, follow, or just intimidate. All a tactician can do is follow their logic, experience, and intuition. If only you had those dots so far. The assumption that they wanted to attack had been pretty reliable. Maybe things were more nuanced. Isaac had been to hell and back. I mean, a lot of us had. But Isaac had really put in the work. As he pressed Silas's red button, he said, "You know, Silas, we met your girlfriend in this storyline." He must have been talking about Madame Macabre. To that, Silas responded, "Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave the theater." Isaac laughed. He had been distant and strange for much of the storyline. I expected to find out that Avery's tropes had manipulated him, but even now, with the storyline over, he remained much the same, distant and contemplative. When I went to ask him about his tropes, it turned out he had a question for me. "How long do the effects of mind control tropes last?" he asked quietly. "It depends," I said. "Why, you've been acting weird. Is something up?" He didn't respond at first. He just stared over at Avery, who was talking to Ramona and Cassie. I followed his gaze. "Are you feeling a crush or something?" I asked. "Because I'm pretty sure her trope only works on NPCs, and players can choose whether or not to go along with it." The neighborhood boys was a trope that allowed Avery to gain protectors, affecting any character who had a crush on her, player or otherwise. Isaac shook his head. "It wasn't that one," he said softly. "It was the dream." "I'm guessing it was a happy dream," I said, resisting the urge to make an indecent joke. "I dreamed I was in love," he said. "I dreamed." He started to say something, but then he cut himself off and drifted into a memory. "And when I woke up," he continued, "I could still feel it, right here." He pressed his hand to his heart. Isaac didn't talk about girls a lot, or any personal matters. It would really undercut his whole misanthropy vibes. "Well, the storyline is over," I said. "And I don't think that trope is supposed to make you think you're in love. It's just supposed to give you information." Isaac didn't respond at first, but then he asked, "Do you think this is Carousel messing with me? 'Cause I say a lot of stuff, you know, and it responds." He almost seemed scared, like he wanted me to tell him that this wasn't Carousel. So I did. "Maybe the world isn't ending, Isaac," I said. "Maybe you just have a crush on a girl." He laughed. Sort of. I didn't mention that she was way out of his league. He seemed to contemplate this while I took a look at his tropes. Isaac got for stat tickets in part because of how underleveled he was, and in part because of how well he did. And he did excellently. Those kinds of numbers usually happen in rescue storylines where there's a bonus. To go with them, he got 3 tropes. One was a rescue ticket, funniest guy no type, healing archetype, comedian aspect, jokester. Stat used. A good performance is just as much about reacting as it is acting. If someone weeps, you comfort them. If someone is in pain, you empathize. If they tell a joke, you laugh. Even if that person is you, the user will get a temporary mental health boost by laughing at their own joke. This can put off incapacitation, unconsciousness, and even put off death temporarily. How can you expect others to laugh at your jokes if you aren't willing to? Isaac would be able to put this one to good use. He had practice. Whoops. Type. Ruler type. Comedian aspect. Stooge that used. Hustle. Physical comedy can be funnier than any other kind. But it sure can be hard to pull off when the actors playing the monsters keep trying to eat you while you do it. In a fight or chase scene, the user cannot be attacked successfully while falling or while on the ground after falling due to clumsiness or similar humorous means. The enemies will strike, but they will miss. Only works if the user stays moving. Best not get greedy with it, almost like oblivious bystander, but on your back. Make light of tragedy type, resquircha type, comedian aspect, jokester stat used. They say comedy is tragedy plus time, but time's up and your friends are still dead. The original story didn't land, so now it's your turn to punch it up. Rescue. When a player enters a compatible storyline with this trope while possessing any missing posters of deceased players who died in that same storyline, the storyline will be changed into a rescue. Succeeding in the rescue will revive the dead players. This ticket will indicate on the red wallpaper if a nearby storyline is applicable. The user receives access to the original script and footage of the failed storyline. Carousel will allow them to remake the events as a satire, recycling many of the same lines, scenes, setups, now rewritten through dark comedy, slapstick, and lampoon. The user's team will be cast to replace the downed players and get access to limited versions of the tropes they used at the cost of some of their own. Takeover. This trope will cancel out any story alterations except those inherent to the archetype or advanced archetype associated with this ticket. Get to the end is the only win condition. No others may be added to the rescue. The enemy will play along with the satire as long as it's funny, and no longer than that. This was a powerful rescue trope that could be used in any storyline. I wasn't sure that Isaac was ready for it yet, but I was sure glad he had it, honestly. I was hoping we would get more than just to rescue tropes, but in truth, we got lucky to get that dot in the atlas. They talked about grinding stories like this for rescue tropes for months at a time, jumping from one storyline to another in an endless cycle. We wouldn't have to worry about that for now, at least. Especially if Antoine's team managed to nab some. He also got an enemy collector ticket. He was the only one who got one for defeating an enemy in a fight, even though others like Ramona had seemingly done the same. It must have been because his attacks were powerful enough to beat the possessed creations by the numbers, and everyone else just kind of injured them. It was hard to tell the difference. Repossessorlinging demonic spirits, what a pity. Once, they were something beautiful, or at least something whole, but now, they live in your TACUPS. In your attic toys. In the soft lull of a music box you never wound. They cannot touch you. No, but they can possess an object which can. They used to be powerful eons ago. Now they are reduced to acting as henchmen in hopes of some twisted redemption. They perform so well, and no one is watching. What was interesting to me is that within the story, this price and all of the other demons were the same thing, just at different places in the hierarchy. But from these descriptions, I got the feeling that maybe they weren't the same at all, but had just been cast in similar roles. The fact that the lower-level demons were shadows and Miss Price was a fiery abomination also led me to this conclusion. Ramona did really well, even if I didn't get the chance to see the most important part of her performance. Her fleeing the town, distraught, seeing shadows in every direction, and able to sleep because she was afraid of being caught, was likely compelling stuff. Or at least I hoped so. I had come up with the idea for it because it just fit her tropes so well and gave her something to do. She was rewarded for it. She was the lowest level player on our team. And not only did she have a compelling subplot of her own, but she was second blood. Points on points on points. She was awarded 5 stat tickets and 3 tropes. The vets always said that dragging along an underleveled player was nothing but a liability. And it wasn't worth it because the player wouldn't receive too many benefits since they were being helped too much. Now the evidence had piled up, and it seemed that when they dragged those low-level players along, they never gave them anything to do. I had not made that mistake, and Ramona had done very well. I know it's still out there type, insider chat type, historic aspect, craven stat used. In a horror movie, guessing the monster is outside your window should be obvious. Yet no one ever seems to do it until it's too late. The user's chase scene indicator will be much more sensitive and activate from even great distances. The user can turn like a compass to learn the direction their pursuer comes from. You'll go far in this game, hopefully farther than the enemy. Were they supposed to spin like a compass on screen or? This was a great trop. Classic Craven. Chase scenes usually triggered on the red wallpaper so late it was almost impossible to get a head start. Disproportionate response type, action, ruler type, historic aspect, defiant stat used. You are a weak human. They are the unbeatable evil. That's how it works. That's the arrangement. By the time you realize how much trouble you're in, you won't be able to do anything about it, unless if the leader of the group of protagonists urges caution and prudence rather than being reckless and emotional in response to their dangerous situation. The user will be able to discover weapons or other opportunities that will allow them to make a very bold and dangerous response to the enemy. They may lose allies from it, possibly from disastrous consequences to their actions. But the enemy will be susceptible as well. Preserves allies' innocence and any narrative protection that it provides. Someone needs to kill the sick people before they die and rise again. Everyone is just too afraid to get their hands dirty. These defiant tropes were always long and involved so much narrative manipulation, powerful but situational. Ramona was going to be good at disrupting a stalemate. Alright. Die. Please. Type buff. Archetype historic aspect, frantic stat used, hustle. It's remarkable that even the frailest of people can be formidable under the right circumstances. For some, that circumstance is really not wanting to die. The user can substitute their mettle for hustle when attacking the enemy with rapid fire. They must actually attack twice as fast as normal, and the effect will end when they stop. Why hit twice as hard when you can just hit twice? That could be a really effective combat trop. In fact, it could be the cornerstone of a combat build. An entire strategy. I was ready to go to Kimberly's loft. I have been ready for so long. That demon and her nightmares had stolen so many nights from me that I felt like I hadn't slept in a week. I was ready to crawl into my hideaway bed and melt. Ramona was worse off than I was. She had been abusing her trope that got rid of her sleep deprivation symptoms, and was about to crash. The trip was a lot slower when we weren't running in order to get to our destination before the first scene started. We were quiet, somber. We had all gotten fine money from the storyline because Carousel had divided up the money that we found in the safe. All I could think about as we walked back was whether all the effort we put into getting the attention of the Manifest Consortium had come to fruition. I didn't exactly expect them to leave a message on our answering machine, but some sign that they had heard our little squabble and were willing to make their pitches to us was all I could hope for. If they did send us some sign, what would it even look like? I didn't know. And I was too tired to worry about it for too long. If I never went to hell again, it would be too soon. I managed to make it to bed by noon the day we got back. And I didn't wake up again until noon the next day. Even then, I didn't want to get out of bed. I didn't have to. No one was going to make me. But as I lay awake in my empty room, I got a sudden burst of loneliness and wanted to go see people. I knew they would be around there somewhere. It wasn't like they could easily leave the loft without me. Ruck had run off before we even got our rewards the day before. But as I walked from my room into the kitchen, I saw something sitting on the table. It was the mixtape he had made for Avery. I called out her name. No response. She wasn't in her room either. That meant she was either down in the restaurant or up on the roof. Camden was in the living room, reading the atlas, as he often did. I had gone through a phase like that. There was something very comforting about a big book of secret knowledge. Where's Avery? I asked. Don't know. He said, thanks. I guess the roof. I took the tape with me. We need to talk about by the slice. He called after me as I walked away. I responded with a wave to let him know I'd heard him. Truthfully, I didn't want to talk about that storyline yet. I was still digesting it. It was so easy to undersell how upsetting my voyage, technically voyages, to hell had been. Even if it was just a surreal pizza parlor down there, there was a hopelessness that came with it. Being hopeless in Carousel was corrosive because you couldn't really use logic to crawl out of that hole. Logic would only lead you further in. But avoiding the problem until you'd forgotten enough of it, or become numb to it, that was a great option for lesser ailments. Avery was, indeed, up on the roof. She was up there with Cassie and Anna. It was a lazy day. I realized I didn't know what day of the week it was, but it was a lazy one. I held up the tape and asked, "Do you mind if I listen to this?" Avery shrugged her shoulders. "I don't care," she said. Russell gave it to me. She must have gotten to know him pretty well in hell to be using the name his mother gave him. Was this a token of affection? I asked. Was that what it was called when you received an object from someone romantically interested in you in a storyline? I couldn't remember. I hadn't thought about it in a long time. She nodded. "I got a ticket for it," she said. That meant when I had asked her yesterday about all the tickets she had won, she had either neglected to tell me, forgotten, or not really cared. It was my job to assess my team's capabilities. How could I do that if they hadn't told me what tickets they had won? This was madness.anarchy.tomfoly. Of course, even if she had told me, it wasn't like I knew exactly what we were supposed to do with these tokens. I had received a Dear John letter, if that was the right word, from a masked sorcerer who had feigned interest in me so she could ask about the black snow showing up earlier than it was supposed to. It had also been a token of affection. But what use was it? Supposedly, some tropes used them as resources. But I wasn't exactly the type to attract tropes like that. Kimberly also had one. A handful of mixed seeds given to her by Benny, the haunted scarecrow. Between the letter and the seeds, I would have preferred the seeds. Maybe when she got back from the jungle, I could convince her to let us grow them on the roof. Then we would get some use out of one of the tokens, and we could taste exactly how sweet love was. I took out my Walkman. As I started to set it up to play the tape, Avery, Cassie, and Anna gathered around. I unplugged the headphones so that the sound would play through the little speakers, and I hit play. Suddenly, Ruck's voice came to life as he nervously said, "Avery, I just want you to know that every time I see your face, it makes me feel exactly like the guy in this song feels." Then this song started to play. It was a typical 80s ballad, maybe. I wasn't exactly an expert. "This is real music," Cassie said with sudden excitement. "Well, let's not get carried away," I said. "It's okay." "No," she said. "This isn't Carousel music." It was funny how Carousel music had taken on an entirely different meaning. Far from the carnival sounds it had meant back home. Carousel music was what we called the weird, slightly off-brand music that could be heard over the radio in Carousel. The lyrics were always a little odd, and maybe a bit ghoulish, so it was best to ignore them. Cassie was right. This wasn't Carousel music. "He got you music from his world, I bet," Anna said. They would and not. As if that was a super romantic thing to do. And I had to admit, it was a pretty good gift. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. The first song was alright. Something meant to hype you up while cruising around town in your Trans Am. After it was over, Ruck came back on. "Back off," he said, speaking to someone. "I'm recording a tape for my ladylove Avery. I'm sure you get this a lot with your trope that makes people fall in love with you. But I just want to say how special I think you are. You may not remember this, but we actually met at a party at Delta Epsilon Delta. It's been over a year, maybe even 2. Time flies in Carousel. But not in a straight line, you know. You were trying to pump me for information about the storyline we were in. And you didn't realize that I was always going to be an obnoxious jerk. And you kept trying to be kind and flirty in hopes that you might get through to me and learn something. And the whole time you were talking to me, I wanted so bad to break character. I still dream about that moment. Well, here's another song. This one is a bit more romantic. And older. My parents played it at their wedding. I should know. I was 14 at the time. And I drank a bunch of champagne. Grandma chased me around with a fly swatter for that. They waited so long to get married because procrastination runs in the family. It has to run, because we're always late. I'm the latest of them all. A romantic song started to play. Something from the 50s or 60s, in the vein of Elvis. But the singer didn't have the projection. His sound was smaller, more vulnerable. He sang, "Love Can't Wait." It was one of those songs that's a happy song if you're with someone, and a sad song if you aren't. I went back and forth on it. We continued listening. Occasionally, Brooke would chime in, but for the most part, the remaining songs were just normal music, not particularly romantic, but always authentic. His world must have been pretty similar to ours. I'm gonna have to cut this out here, I said. Batteries aren't cheap. That was true. We could steal anything from the Eastern Carousel General Store. But it was set in the 70s. But they didn't have the battery the Walkman needed. I would actually have to buy those. I took the tape out and told her I'd put it back on the kitchen table. As I walked back downstairs, those who remained upstairs were discussing how we needed to find a music player so we could have that playing nonstop to drown out the sounds of Carousel. It was good enough music, but I didn't know if it was something we needed to play on loop. Back in the living room, Camden was still on the couch reading the atlas, and Isaac had joined him. Someone had switched on my little TV and was watching something on Carousel Public Access. Is that Ravel? I asked. Yeah, he responded. Ravel was a children's show. We didn't know why it was called that. It was about a puppet who got caught in an extra dimension of some sort and was unable to interact with the real world, but would constantly get stuck behind people's walls and be forced to watch them and react as terrible things happened to them. There were also little shorts with different puppets who would teach you things like letters. Today's letters were C, P, and R. And they even did a little skit where one of the puppets needed CPR. Poor thing didn't make it. You could hear the puppeteers whispering in the background, but you couldn't tell what they said. Super creepy show, but entertaining. Do you think Ravel is going to get caught behind our walls? Isaac asked. I think this is just shot by some guy who went crazy and pretends he's shooting a puppet show, but really he's just stuck in a different dimension, he added. That theory made sense if it wasn't for the cutaways with the puppets teaching letters and numbers. Today's numbers were 187A, which was the Carousel police code for attempted murder. But isn't a number, Camden said drolly. Give him a break, Isaac said. The guy's stuck behind walls. It can be a number today. I don't think Ravel is actually his name, Camden continued. That's just the name of the show. Then what's the puppet's name? Isaac asked. How would I know? No one can tell he's there or see him. So, they don't call him by his name. You'll never know what it is. In today's episode, the puppet, whether its name was Ravel or not, was crossing through the dimensions trying to escape when he got stuck behind the walls of a young woman who found a very ornate box in the attic. Inside that ornate box was a dark, broken knife. It looked like most of the blade had been snapped off, but the girl could feel a blade there, even though it appeared to be missing. She took it down into the kitchen and chopped a carrot with the invisible knife blade. Lo and behold, half of the carrot turned invisible, just like the knife blade. The thing was, the carrot didn't actually get cut. The knife passed right through it. She demonstrated this by picking up the carrot and noticing that the end was still on it. It was just invisible from the point she cut it. She took a bite of the invisible part. Shut this off, I said, realizing what was about to happen. What? Why? Isaac asked. She's got a big wart on her nose, I said. Oh God no, Camden said. Looking up from the atlas. We couldn't look away. The girl went to give herself some cosmetic surgery, but in the most predictable twist, when she took that invisibility knife up to her nose to try to make her wart disappear, the wart was all that was left. The rest of her turned invisible, and she became nothing but a floating wart. The puppet, whatever his name was freaking out the whole time. He didn't get used to his situation at all, and he was always seeing messed up crap like this. Now, how do we get that knife? Isaac asked. The truth was, the knife probably did exist, and we probably could find it if we looked hard enough, even if we had to start our own mini through line to find it. If we pulled the thread, it would eventually appear, just as we had found the werewolf storyline. I went up to the TV and shut it off. I was watching that, Isaac said, but he was joking. He was just as disturbed as I was. After the television turned off and its glow faded, I turned to Camden and asked, what about by the slice did you need to talk about? He looked up at me, then started flipping through the atlas, back to the restricted section, the part that contained spoilers. I've been reading the things they've written about this story, and it doesn't add up, he said. The version we ran seems really different. I just don't know what we could have done to account for that. We didn't have tropes that were designed to mess with the narrative that much. We played into it. What was the original story like? I asked. Well, according to these accounts, the pizza parlor itself is kind of a nightmarish place you can't leave. And I can't find anyone talking about there being a hell inside the mouth of Hothead. Although that character does exist, mostly, his role is that when you're chased, somebody's going to get forced to crawl through his mouth and hope that his other mouth doesn't close before you get to the other end. But I can't see anything about going to hell. That was interesting. I talked to the lead demon lady, I said. The way she tells it, it seemed like she had a lot of agency. The whole hell subplot was supposed to be a red herring. So maybe she tried to separate out the different plotlines in hopes that people would be distracted from the devil's deal. That made sense to me. I think Carousel is still finding itself, Isaac said, slipping into an exaggerated guru voice, deciding which kind of cosmic entity it really wants to be, mixing things up. He might have been hamming it up, but he wasn't wrong. Giving more agency to intelligent enemies could be a potent change to the mix. We'll have to check in on this. Did you enter our experience into the Atlas? I asked. Well, yeah, Camden said, but it's kind of hard to write when I don't know what caused the deviation. Stories in Carousel were largely static. Sure, they were a choose-your-own-adventure type of deal where your choices mattered greatly. But they were always a game without an opponent, predictable. Enemies were set in stone, given tropes to limit them. The idea that Carousel might be loosening the reins was quite scary. Not only did that mean that smart enemies would be even tougher, but it meant that a lot of the information we had in the Atlas would only be accurate to a point. We'll see, I said. No need to freak out just yet. It's possible she changed up the story to the best of her ability because I was there. You're that special? Isaac asked. Well, I was a very over-leveled meta player, I said. And she did seem to fixate on me for no particular reason, so yeah. I think that might have been the reason, but who knows? Who did know? It's too early to worry like this, I said. They're still within the time frame allotted for the story. Just have faith. I didn't know what I was saying, but it was my attempt to comfort a worried friend. Anna paced back and forth across the living room floor. I'm telling you something is wrong. It says Leela is doomed. It says Michael is doomed. Kimberly is panicked. And Antoine. Why did we send him back into the forest? Why did we allow that? He had wanted to go back into the forest. His troop, the mountain as a metaphor, could gradually cure his psychological troubles, he believed. If he only attempted a proper challenge, they had taken precautions. And the storyline they were entering was not overleveled. He had made leaps and bounds in progress since the werewolf storyline. What had happened there had been a huge breakthrough for him. We couldn't exactly keep him on the bench forever. What does Antoine's description say? I asked. She turned and looked at me. It says he's struggling to put it all together. How about Logan or Andrew? They're strong players. Are they okay? It says that Andrew is numb. And Logan is annoyed. Great, I said. If things were going off the rails, Logan would be far worse than annoyed. Anna had just acquired a new trope called Are You Okay in There, which allowed her to check in on her allies to see if they needed help and gauge their emotional state. It seemed like a great tool to have in a storyline, but it didn't only work in storylines. The other team was still running Antoine's Stone and the Sunken Cradle. It had been 2 weeks since we had parted ways. They were definitely on the far side of the time frame we expected. Do you want to see the trailer again? I asked. As soon as I could after we had completed our storyline. I had used my coming to a theater near you trope to watch a trailer for the storyline the other team was playing. It was a habit of mine. The trailer didn't always reveal huge spoilers because it was most powerful if you actually had it equipped in the storyline you just ended. But you could still see trailers if you equipped it a short time after running a storyline. Yes, Anna said. You know that this isn't going to update unless we do another storyline, right? I asked. It's going to be the same trailer. She nodded. This new trope of hers was more trouble than it was worth. At the end of the storyline, everyone would be panicked and annoyed. What use was it to watch their emotions change? Especially if they ended up losing. We could run a new storyline. Something that only takes a few hours, Anna said. You can equip your trope so that it'll be more powerful. We can do that. I said, but I don't think we should. To tell the truth, I was nervous too, but we couldn't both act nervous. Somebody had to be solid and logical, and it wasn't going to be Camden. Because he was checked out. Something to do with his own trauma from failing a storyline. The rest of the players at the loft had given Anna a wide berth. Her usual calm demeanor was a real boon to the team at large. But watching her panic while tracking the emotions of her closest friends as they faced death was hard to see. I thought maybe her emotions stemmed from the trope itself. It might be making her feel this way. My hysteric scouting trope sure did a number on my anxiety. I didn't want to say that because that would sound dismissive. And it might not even be true. Anna's experience with a failed storyline was different than Camden's. She had been rewarded for continuously persevering through everything, even as her nerves ground to dust. It almost felt like she was afraid that if she didn't worry, something might happen. It was just me, Ramona, Camden, and Anna in the living room. We sat down in front of my old TV and used its trope to show them what I was seeing on the red wallpaper. The preview for Antoine Stone and the Sunken Cradle. The trailer opened with wide, sweeping shots of a vast jungle and the weathered remains of ancient ruins, their edges hidden beneath creeping vines. As the morning sun broke over the trees, the shapes of long-lost structures emerged from the undergrowth, momentarily visible before vanishing again into shadow. Over the footage, Andrew's voice spoke calmly. "You once searched for the cradle," he said. "They say you almost found it." Antoine answered without emotion. "They say a lot of things." Andrew continued. "They say you found it in the wilds off a trailhead near a town called Carousel." The image cut to a close-up of Antoine's face. His expression didn't change, but the silence lingered. "Who've you been talking to?" Antoine asked. Andrew laughed. "Everyone. Everyone who might have known about your voyage. You found it, didn't you? This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there." Antoine's voice came slower now. "All I found was blood." The screen flashed gold-stained deep red, gleaming artifacts half submerged in what looked like liquid metal, pooling thickly like oil. "If you're half as smart as they say, you'll walk away from this. There are safer treasures out there." "Perhaps I would," Andrew said. "But it's too late for her." Antoine straightened. "You don't mean..." Kimberly appeared on screen, caught mid-spin in a slow dance with Antoine at a black tie gala, eyes closed, smiling, and touched by danger. "She wanted a piece of the legend," Andrew said. "She wanted to finish the journey the great Antoine Stone was too afraid to complete." "When did she leave?" "A month ago." The music picked up tempo as a recruitment montage began. Michael stood at a firing range, nodding grimly as he lowered a rifle. Bobby crouched in a clearing, to silent dogs beside him as he tracked something unseen. Dina was watching them from a distance. For a few seconds, it felt like an adventure film. Then it didn't. The tone shifted fast and hard. Jungle turned to darkness. Rain poured in sheets. A flashlight beam shook as someone ran. A jeep skidded out, tires screaming as it careened off a waterfall. Mercenaries screamed orders, grabbing rifles in panic. Not control. The sounds shifted. Two bird calls and leaves gave way to something deeper. Beneath the natural noise, something else stirred. An artificial hum just low enough to be felt more than heard. Sub-audible, heart syncing, wrong. Then came a glimpse. Just a flash of a silhouette, a man, or something like one, with a long shape twisting around his head. The snake, maybe, or maybe not. The trailer didn't give it time to make sense. Just long enough to leave it burned into memory. "You never should have come here," Kimberly whispered. "I know," Antoine answered. The screen cut to black. The title emerged. Antoine Stone and the Sunken Cradle. The letters gleamed gold for a moment, pristine and polished. Then vines twisted up from below. The gold dulled, edges cracked. The title decayed in place. A calm announcer's voice repeated the name, slow and even. "Antoine Stone and the Sunken Cradle. Coming soon." Silence followed. Then, quietly, under the black screen, something began breathing. Its breath sounded like quickening winds through the forest, in and out. "That's ominous, right?" she said. "Every single trailer in Carousel ends ominously," I said. "They all suggest that something terrible happened and that the enemy is overwhelmingly powerful." I had seen trailers for movies where the players failed, and they were much more dour than this. I had seen trailers for films taken over by the Black Snow Apocalypse. Yes, the trailer was scary, and the breathing at the end wasn't doing anyone's anxiety any favors. But it meant nothing as to the success or failure of the team. Anna continued to monitor the other team continuously. It had been for days since we got back. I looked at Ramona like she might be able to tell me what to do. but I was afraid she'd just say talk to her or comfort her. All she did was bite her lip and try to look sympathetic. In a way, I was glad she wasn't particularly well-adjusted. Growing up in Carousel would probably do that to a person, Anna, I said, as she sat on the couch staring into the distance unceasingly, which told me she was seeing the red wallpaper. I know what it's like to have friends not return, I understand. We waited for you, Camden, and Reggie for days, over a week actually, just hoping. But this is different than that, because if the worst happens, we can save them. What if the same thing that happened to our storyline is happening to theirs? Camden asked. What if it was rebalanced toward the enemy? This is not the time for that, I said. We don't know that's actually happening. Camden was talking about the fact that our storyline, by the slice, had presented itself differently for us than it had for those who had described the story in the atlas. Our scouting trope still worked. Heck, the scouting trope information that wasn't considered spoilers in the atlas was still accurate. It was like a different story was told from the same baseline rules and setup. Miss Verity Price, Damoness, had somehow reconceived her story. Not as a survival horror of employees trapped in a hellish pizza parlor with no one able to perceive their dilemma, but as a sort of modern morality tale or fairy tale, designed to try to trick the players instead of beating them head-on. We need to go to the video store and see if they have old films from previous runs, Camden said. Ever since we told him about the video store, he had wanted to go there for one reason or another. He had really run headlong down the path of trying to understand the game as a way of controlling it, and I couldn't blame him. I started down that path on day one. We have to wait until the other team comes back, I said. If they come back, Anna said, tears rolling down her face. Kimberly feels dread. Logan is mourning someone, but I don't know who. Andrew. I think Andrew died. Anna and Camden were supposed to be my unshakable rock. What was happening? One failed storyline, and they gave in to despair and obsession. Did the film buff archetype have mental health tropes? I would have to check. Ramona gestured for me to follow her up to the roof. So I did. Death is hard enough to come back from, she said once we were out of earshot. But the big death must be even worse. I had dreaded the realization of failure from the beginning. I didn't know how I would react to losing a storyline. I hoped I would never know. It would seem, I said. I think it's just because they weren't here for all those months of desperation after Project Rewind hit. There's something really zen about realizing our lack of agency in a world completely controlled by a higher power. More than one higher power, she said. They'll be fine. But Camden might be right. It wouldn't hurt to check. Is there another reason you don't want to go to the video store? Yeah, I said. Because I get the strange sense that my old neighborhood is in the back room. Your old neighborhood? Like from when you were a kid? She asked. Yep, I said. Aren't you curious? She asked. Extremely, I said. But I don't know what Carousel is up to. And until I get some idea, I'm not going anywhere. It seemed to me like Carousel was trying to take my life story and make it into one of its stories. Ramona would know something about that, but luckily, she sensed I didn't want to talk about it. Ramona understood the peace that comes with just ignoring problems and emotions. We stayed up on the roof in the shade, listening to the radio that played down on the streets. Isaac was playing with his fishing pole again, just trying to get a sense of the terrain, what types of omens were around, that sort of thing. One of these days, he was going to catch something with that pole, hopefully not today. Anna had said that the other team was panicked and all sorts of other negative emotions. But that didn't tell me anything. In fact, her ability itself worried me, because now Anna was going to be able to tell how I was feeling, no matter how hard I tried to hide it. What a selfish thing to worry about. Luckily, be it Eladel or whatever other gods might exist in Carousel, Anna came running up the stairs about 3 hours later, screaming that the other team was okay. Antoine is exhilarated, Kimberly is relieved, she said, listing off the emotions of our teammates. Leela is shaken. But I think something happened to her, like maybe she got killed. But either way it's good, because there hasn't been an update on her emotions for a long time. So I think she just got revived or something. Like it's the end of the storyline. Well, there you go, I said. Anna was smiling from ear to ear. I smiled too. Could Anna see the guilt I would have felt if Kimberly, Antoine, And the others had died when I wasn't around to help. I hope not. That trope was overpowered enough as it was. Say what you will about Drive. Andrew Hughes. But the man does keep his head, even in the most perilous of situations. Logan said with a smirk, raising his glass, to Andrew. Logan rarely actually drank. But tonight was an exception. We were in the restaurant downstairs from the loft, Crane Matter. Their team had only returned hours before. They were weary and tired, but they didn't want to sleep. They wanted food. Real food. To Andrew, Antoine, Kimberly, Michael, and the others cheered. Very funny, Andrew said. I got the sense there was an inside joke somewhere, because Andrew distinctly looked like he was being teased. Double quotes. Oh, come on, Isaac said. Why are you acting so crabby? Andrew looked at him and said plainly, I'm craving nicotine. It may be the worst craving I've ever had in my life. That did explain some things. He looked green. But you don't smoke, Cassie said. Both she and Isaac looked concerned for their brother. He had always been the responsible one. I've never touched it in my life, Andrew said, but my character did. And he was craving it every moment of every day. That struck me as odd. It wasn't unprecedented for a player to get information like that about their character. But the type of player who could do that usually wasn't analytical or logical like Andrew. They were usually emotional and empathetic, like Kimberly. But still, it was a little funny. I felt sorry for him. The storyline they had run was not over-leveled for them. Most of them had gained a single stat ticket, except for Antoine and Leela, who got two. Both Antoine and Kimberly had even gotten rescues. Antoine's was a more run-of-the-mill case called Baseline Anomaly, where he could investigate the cover-up of one of his old friends' deaths, where the official story didn't match what Antoine knew of them. Something in the vein of, he couldn't have drowned in that river. He was always cautious. He would never risk taking that path, that sort of thing. Kimberly's was a trope called Breath into the Franchise, which allowed her to revive and star in a dead franchise. It was also straightforward. The run was a success. Still, though they may have been smiling and cheering and throwing back a few cocktails, they looked genuinely disturbed any time they spoke about their storyline. It must have been pretty bad because my team was doing all right, and we had literally gone to hell. Bobby had gotten down to the restaurant late because he had to put his dogs back up on the roof. He sat next to an NPC named Jules. She had gone on the storyline with them due to the effect of his trope, the bickering duo, which gave him a partner for his assumed NPC duties. We weren't sure about it, but the Atlas spoke highly of tropes like that. Jules was a character in every sense of the word, outspoken, funny, and domineering. She would never tell us about her real background, although she seemed to imply she was part of a military unit stationed on an alien planet at some point in time. Though she may have been messing with us. She was in her 50s but remained in great physical shape. She wore short, spiky blonde hair and military fatigues. But that might have been from the storyline they were on. I wasn't sure. If you had died, I would have missed you, she said to Bobby after he finally came down to the table. At least until someone else got my trope. But even then, I'd miss the dogs. Thanks, Bobby said. He took a deep breath. It would seem that she took the bickering part of the bickering duo very seriously. I just have to hope my next player knows how to drive a stick, she said. I do, Bobby said. I told you, the bridge was collapsing. No one can drive a vehicle vertically. Well, if you had been driving in the right gear like I told you, we would have been halfway to that supply depot before the bridge collapsed. And we could have avoided that whole dodging rocks while climbing the broken bridge scene. Jules buttered her rolls excessively before eating them. Miss, she said, flagging down a nearby waitress. My friend here ordered the red-eye gravy. This looks like the standard brown. It's fine, Bobby said. No, you ordered the red-eye. She continued talking to the waitress. Can you go ahead and get us a replacement? And some more rolls and butter while you're at it. Thanks a bunch. The waitress apologized and walked back toward the kitchen. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. You didn't have to do that, Bobby said. Life is full of things you don't have to do. A full life is one where you do them anyway. Now slide over that extra roll you have there while it's still hot. I intend to eat my weight in butter before I have to go back to the barracks. Bobby passed her the roll, as commanded. My mind wandered back to their run. Had things gone poorly? Or was this just normal post-storyline trauma bonding? I tried making eye contact with Kimberly, as if to ask her non-verbally if things had gone wrong. But she was dejected and giving all of her attention to Antoine. It was kind of funny. The two groups had both gone on fantastical and horrific adventures, and yet we couldn't actually tell each other about them, because there was a real chance that we would each need to run the other storyline at some point in time, and we couldn't risk spoilers. Still, each time the topic of Antoine's stone and the sunken cradle came up, there was a palpable uneasiness, a fear, something unspoken. Camden had picked up on the same things I had and had gone up to get the atlas. He shoved the book in front of Antoine and Kimberly and flipped to the spoiler section, which he was careful not to look at himself. "Does the storyline you played line up with this?" he asked. "Man, I don't know," Antoine said, not even wanting to look down at it. "I don't want to think about that cradle ever again." Antoine must have done well, because in one storyline, just one, he had not only started tracking the adventure advanced archetype, but gotten 5 points in it. He was halfway to achieving it. Now, part of that was explained by athletes being very predisposed to the adventure advanced archetype, which covered things like the athletic aspect of exploration, with tropes related to climbing, cave diving, and general outdoor survival. As an athlete and a health nut at that, Antoine was a shoo-in. The only part of the adventure archetype he was missing at the moment was the information gathering aspect, since adventurers usually knew a lot about treasure and history. But he was working on it, and he seemed excited about it. "You worried I'm gonna be the first with an advanced archetype?" he asked after sharing his good news. "Nothing wrong with a little healthy competition," I said, although I didn't actually view it as a competition. I only wanted to discover what the advanced archetype was. I was 7 points along toward achieving it, and still I couldn't be sure what I had done to earn them. Curiosity drove me about most things in Carousel. I wanted to know what the archetype was and why it wasn't labeled. It had to be something related to my intentional endeavors, surely. The A tracker had been placed inside the throughline tracker, and throughlines required intentional thread pulling. So, whatever was, it must have been related to a thread I was already pulling. But what? By the slice had not gotten me any closer to finding out. Was it possible that those of us tracking that advanced archetype would be the first to achieve it? Had it never been discovered before? I didn't know. Thus, the curiosity. Kimberly was reading the page Camden had opened up, and unfortunately, she was feeding into his obsession. "This is a little odd," she said. "It's not that different, but it is a little odd. Is it possible that it got rebalanced to become more difficult than the book suggests?" Camden asked. "It's possible," she answered. "Or maybe we just took a while to figure it out." "Let me see that," Logan said. And then he had the atlas in his hands, reading through the spoiler section for the Sunken Cradle storyline. "That is strange," he said. "We did this part, but then, I don't know how this is supposed to happen." It wasn't that productive of a conversation because we were all concerned about spoilers. "Well, I've got a theory," Camden said. "I think the storylines are being rebalanced. They aren't technically changing a lot. Like there are still the same rules and tropes. But maybe Carousel's experimenting with execution." He went on to tell them about how our storyline had basically become a sort of trick, where the players were supposed to accidentally ignore the main plot in favor of the hell subplot. Of course, it wasn't a compelling conversation, with no specifics allowed and all. "We're thinking of going to the video store to see if we can find some old tapes of that storyline," Camden said, "just to see how much it changed. It's possible that the spoiler section of the atlas only contains information that is unusual and noteworthy, which could provide a skewed characterization of the story itself." He had really been thinking about this. "Have you been drinking?" Avery asked him. "No," Camden said. "Why?" "Because you should be," she said. "This is not the conversation we're trying to have for the moment. You understand? While you were in the library, some of us weren't having a great time, and we would like to let off some steam." Avery wasn't usually so confrontational, but she said it in such a ditzy, drunken tone that it didn't come across that way. People laughed. Camden dropped the topic reluctantly. "I'll tell you," Jules said. "Having moved on from rolls and butter to shots of vodka, I've fought some pretty scary things. but what we just saw in the forest. You just got the sense that killing them wouldn't do the trick, you know. Stop it, Bobby said. You're not supposed to spoil the story. If it were spoilers, I wouldn't be able to say it. You're a wallflower. You should know that, she said. Part of it, they already know. They must. And another part is just me telling a tall tale, for all anyone cares. We had come across a lot of middleware NPCs and enemies lately. Maybe Camden was right. Maybe Carousel was trying something new. Or perhaps the limited version of Carousel that existed due to Project Rewind didn't accommodate middleware characters. I think you've had enough to drink, Bobby said. Not possible, Jules said. But I trust your judgment, Brainiac. It would seem I haven't been called away yet. Could you please show me somewhere I could lie down? Sure, Bobby said, helping her out of her chair. Now don't get any funny ideas, she said. No man's lips have touched mine except for Private Marquez. When he dragged me out of the Bullhead River on Vellers 9 and gave me CPR. He'll be the first and the last. I'm not going to kiss you, Bobby said. Well, that is very gentlemanly of you. But you don't have to say it so hurtfully, Jules responded. She snorted. I got the sense that she enjoyed this character. Their conversation went on. But they went upstairs. So, I didn't hear it. The other team was giggling at Jules and her funny manner of delivering her lines. Was she useful? I asked, genuinely curious. Way more than you might think, Logan said. Kept Bobby moving at top pace. Was a good lookout. Knew how to use weapons. Could see the script. Saved my life twice. She never let me forget it. Logan was a bit loaded himself at that moment. I would later learn that this storyline had incorporated his cancer as a motivation for his character. He had a trope to help hide his illness. In fact, it was called Awfully Convenient Symptoms. But it only worked if his illness was not relevant to the plot. From what I understood, he was a prisoner of some kind, though I did not hear those words specifically, and he was literally dying the entire time. I couldn't imagine how terrible that must have been. I understood why he wanted to drink that night after I found out. Carousel didn't cure his cancer. That would be wasting production value. And Carousel would never do that. You're telling me that you've never heard of a deviled egg? Isaac asked incredulously. The little party food. Do you mean a devil's egg? Ramona replied. Because I have heard of those. They're quite scary. No, a deviled egg. Like an egg stuffed with zesty egg, Isaac said. It's always bad luck to find a devil's egg, she added. No, Isaac insisted. A deviled egg. We were at the diner. We hadn't been in a while. Strange. Green-black egg could be seen inside a small metal crate from which the short-order cook was grabbing eggs as he worked. We watched, wondering if he would pick that one when making our food, which, naturally, led to a conversation about deviled eggs, the tasty potluck staple. Finding a devil's egg is said to bring terrible luck, Ramona explained. There was a girl in my class who supposedly found one. She got taken out of school for some sort of infection 3 days later. So, if you find a devil's egg, be sure not to touch it. A deviled egg, Isaac repeated. I know you're messing with me. Because if you touch the devil's egg, the devil will smell your scent, and then he'll abandon it, Hamden said. You don't want that to happen. All I asked is if you had a food called deviled egg, Isaac started, exasperated. Because that sounds like the exact kind of thing Carousel would take and run with. And without the mother's warmth, the young devil is sure not to survive, I added. Ramona, having grown up in Carousel, albeit a slightly altered version, was a source of endless amusement. Not only did she take very strange things, like children going missing or bizarre TV stations, as normal, but many of the concepts we thought were normal were completely foreign to her. One of those might have been the food called the deviled egg. Or she might have been messing with Isaac. I gave it about 50-50 either way. When we walked into the diner as a team now, we basically filled up an entire wall. Somehow, I lucked out and ended up at the fun table. The other table was discussing a grocery run. As much as I like the final straw as a storyline, about the 5th time you run it, it starts to get old. Especially when all you get from it in return for your efforts are some 1970s-era rural general store foodstuffs. It's nice to see Benny, of course. It felt like he remembered us. It was right around the time the conversation on deviled eggs died down that we heard Andrew comment. If only we could simply go to the store and spend our own money. I would do anything for normal food. He must not have been talking about Eastern Carousel General Store. Are you talking about the Eternal Savers Club? I asked, turning around in my booth to face them. Andrew nodded. They've got a 25% off sale according to the newspaper, Logan said casually. Logan was holding the newspaper open. He had been reading it. Wait, let me see that, Camden said. He was sitting in the same booth as me. Logan reluctantly handed him the paper, and Camden instantly flipped to the page with the ad on it. Thanks to his Eureka trope, he looked back at Logan, Kimberly, Andrew, and Antoine, who were all in that booth. This isn't like a normal sale, Camden said. Don't you remember what this means? The blank looks told the story. They didn't know. 25% off isn't talking about prices, Camden said after he got no answers. It's about the plot armor of the storyline. Don't you remember the vets talking about that? Apparently, they didn't. While Eternal Savers Club was more relevant to our interests than many other storylines the vets regularly ran, we didn't actually know many details. The vets were very big on preventing spoilers. What I remembered was waiting out across the street for the storyline to end, so that we could help haul grocery carts all the way back to Camp Dyer. Wait, 25% off, Antoine said. It's normally around plot armor 40, right? So that would bring it down to 30. Well, an opportunity like that has a tendency to get people thinking. And so we did. We'd want to confirm that the 25% off deal meant what Camden said it did. But if it did, it'd mean visiting a modern grocery store and being able to buy, or loot, in bulk. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. But do they have pickled pig's feet? Isaac asked, to some light chuckling. We had a jar of them back at the loft pilfered from the final straw. None of us had been brave enough to try them. My friend Marky has a membership card, Ramona said. Or at least she did. But I don't think that's very helpful to us now. If it's like you say, it wasn't very helpful. While Ramona had been immune to omens before becoming a player, or at least the omens didn't exist, it wasn't very clear. Now they did exist. And Eternal Savers Club was rife with them. The most dangerous one, of course, was the one you triggered simply by walking into the building through the customer entrance. Because the omen was the dead-eyed greeter you met when you entered. There's another layer to this, I said, you know. There was a whole team that got wiped out there when Project Rewind triggered. Most vets had died at Camp Dyer, but there were others who had not been at camp at that time. A rescue, Kimberly said. If it's 25% off, that brings it down to plot armor 30. A rescue would bring it a few points higher. Maybe plot armor 30 for 035. We could do that. Assuming the version that killed the vets was the typical run, I said. Remember, they died in it. And this was something they normally ran. Who was it? Avery asked. She was seated at the low bar near the booths with Cassie and Leela. How? I asked. Who were the players that died in Eternal Savers Club? She clarified. Oh, I said. It's the chick in her 40s who did yoga, but not the athlete. The one who always wore her hair in that wear-upon cap thing. She came here with her adult niece and nephew, who were always being cast as her children. You remember? Yes, we remember. Nicole, Kimberly said. That's it, I said sheepishly. I never really knew her. In my defense, there were a lot of players at Camp Dyer, and most of them didn't make a habit of getting attached to the newbies. Luckily, people seemed to ignore my lapse in memory as our food started to be delivered. We chowed down. No one had gotten the black and green egg. Eternal Savers Club is a slasher, right? Anna asked sometime later, after we had eaten, reigniting the conversation. No, it's science fiction, Logan said. I remember them talking about it. Jacques looted some kind of mechanical heart or pump from one of the enemies. Are you sure? Camden asked. Because I remember it being something to do with mold. Like a hive mind or something, I guess. Remember. Cause the food would sometimes have this faint odor of mold on it. And they would always tell us that it was alright. That the smell was from something else. It'll go away. Strange. So, I said. In the trailer for the film where the team died, it was some sort of satanic cult. The players were very upset about it, because they weren't expecting it. I'm going to guess that Eternal Savers Club can go in a lot of different directions. It makes sense. If you think about it, they've got so many props: a slasher, a sci-fi robot horror, a demonic cult. All of those could be superficial skins wrapped around the real plot, which must have universally featured employees at the store going bad one way or another. We should have brought the atlas, Camden said. There's a huge section on it. There would have to be. It was the best place to loot food and many other items, assuming you had a plot armor of 40. But before we could discuss things any further, something strange happened. The diner was a prized location in Carousel, mostly because it was perfectly safe. There were no omens inside. Even the strange egg that the cook kept almost pulling from the basket up above his station was just there as set dressing. So, when a man came inside, just an ordinary NPC whose only name on the red wallpaper was Drifter, and started hooting and hollering about having won big at Carousel Casino, well, we knew something was up. The guy was also drunk or high and excessively friendly. I didn't know which was worse. I turned $40 into 4,000, he exclaimed. Check it out. I expected him to try to pull 4,000 Carousel dollars in coins from his pockets, but he actually just took out a check and started showing it to anyone who would look. He even stumbled over to our section of the diner, flashing the check around. He got very close, and while his behavior was meant to appear bumbling and chaotic, he somehow found his way directly to me, leaning over Camden and Ramona to do it, and showed me the check. It was for 4,000, all right. It was signed Lucian Graves. It didn't take me long to remember where I had seen that name before. It was one of those stage names that people in Carousel like to give themselves so much. I saw it on a poster, among other posters, for a narrator. One who sought out risky storylines in search of whatever strange desires an immortal like him could have. Luck is in the air, the drunk man said. Everybody can win. They got all kinds of good odds. You can look that up. He walked across the store, sat down in his own booth, and ordered a coffee. And, in fact, shortly after the man had finished saying, "Look that up," Camden started flipping through the newspaper until he found an article. Carousel Casino opens the Reckoning Room. All bets welcome B. Averill. Staff writer filling in for W. Averill. The Carousel Casino has cut the ribbon on its newest attraction, the Reckoning Room, a betting hall where you can bet for or against absolutely anything. Casino spokesperson Lucian Graves described the Reckoning Room as a space for speculation, strategy, and a little chaos. He boasted. Want to wager your neighbor makes it through the week? You can. Bet against your own birthday happening this year. That's on the board. Will the couple tying the knot at the newly renovated 24/7 wedding chapel call it quits by sunrise? Place your chips. Think the plucky survivors crawling around a hell dimension won't make it to credits? We'll take that action. Bets currently circulating on the whiteboard include: Randy finally snaps during horror movie trivia night 3-1, heavy action. Kimmy returns from the cornfield crawl 25. It's all been a dream. Even odds, suspiciously stable. Tonight is the inline shifting hourly. You don't need to know the rules. You just need to believe it could happen. Odds are calculated by the house. Outcomes are final. Disputes are discouraged. What is going on? Hannah asked me. I looked around, trying to appear dramatic and shaken. It sounds like one of the narrators wants to talk, I said. It made sense that the famously risk-taking narrator would be the first to reach out. He had made his move, and it was time for us to make ours. We had pushed the story in this direction, put ourselves at the high-stakes table, so to speak. It was time to put our money where our mouth was. The air was sucked out of the room, and whatever excitement there had been for running Eternal Savers Club was doused like a torch in the rain. No one knew what to say. No one knew what to do. Oh, did you mean deviled eggs, like the food? Ramona asked Isaac, flashing the trickster's grin. I couldn't help but laugh. The atlas contained an aerial photograph of the Carousel Casino, taken from a helicopter's perspective. It was likely a news helicopter because there was some sort of hostage situation going on the roof of the building. But we ignored that part. We just wanted to get the layout of the premises. As we tried to analyze it, Isaac was playing with the rooster-shaped weather vane omen we had picked up from the hardware store. He would raise it above the table, and a subtle breeze would pick up and shuffle our papers. Then he would lower it again. The omen was for a storyline called Ida Ray, which was a character-driven murder mystery or slasher that took place during a heavy storm. As we all stood over the aerial photograph, Antoine was pointing out all the outbuildings around the casino. "Tell me that doesn't look like a ski lift," he said. And it did. Or at least it looked like one of the halves of a fancy ski lift. The indoor kind. It was the structure you would enter at the bottom of a mountain to get on the lift. Of course, a few things were missing. The most important of which was the mountain and all of the lifts. But the building was there, in case any of those just happened to appear. "Look here," Camden said. "Someone theorized that the casino is connected to Snowblind, but they don't know how. If only the vets had known about that, we might have been on the other side of the mountain already," Antoine said solemnly. Antoine's brother, Chris, had been part of the team that was supposed to go out to Snowblind and try to find a way over to the Manifest Consortium's compound. But of course, the vets didn't know that's what was over there. They just knew something important was. "You think that's weird," Logan said. "Check out this building over here. What does that look like to you?" I stared at it. It was a very simple structure. Nothing more than a few walls that almost looked sunk into the ground. "Are those stairs?" Kimberly asked. "This is a subway entrance," Logan said. "Not quite as fancy as the one in Northern Carousel, but that's what it is. In the middle of a rose garden. Most of the buildings around the casino were sheds. There were a few trailers. We had no idea what their function was. The casino has tons of omens in it," Camden said. "Most of which are just repeats from those found elsewhere in Carousel. There's actually a machine in there where you can gamble on omens. And then the one you win will seek you out." "I'm not so concerned with all the random omens from around Carousel," I said. "The Atlas says those can be easily avoided. You basically have to go out of your way to get them." "What storylines are native to the casino itself?" "I assume that there are tons. It's built like a resort, and all the different sections look like the resort is located in different places." "That sounds super tacky," Isaac said, as he lifted the rooster weather vane and caused the aerial photograph to billow under its breeze. "I think it's reasonable to assume that if we start a storyline in the casino, there's no telling where that storyline is going to be set," Logan said. I agreed. The whole place was built like a maze, more so than a normal casino. You never knew where you were or what time it was. That much was clear. And I had only been in it long enough to get dragged upstairs for torture by Generation Killer. "No windows," Camden said. "No clocks. No set time period for the decor." "I'd say you're right. We trigger a storyline in there. We could end up anywhere doing anything. We could play a death game on the beach, or a death game at a ski resort, or a death game in the desert," Isaac said. "So many options." The fact was, we didn't have a lot of information on the storylines within the casino, because any logical person would walk into that place, realize how dangerous it was, and how many omens were bouncing around the walls in there, and never play any of them. But what if you could visit the casino with all the omens gone? What if there were a storyline you could play that would adapt to wherever it was that you started it? Such a storyline did exist. And Isaac was holding the omen for it. I'd array. Wherever you strapped down the rooster weather vane was the place you had to survive the storm, with all these buildings clearly being set pieces meant to lead to different locations. "We should be careful about which building we attach it to," Antoine said. "If we attach it to the ski lift, for all we know, our storyline will be set in Snowblind, and we won't even be able to walk into the casino. So, we attach it to the casino itself. That should guarantee we get what we're after," Logan said. "Unless, of course, this narrator realizes he's in a storyline and decides he's too chicken to meet us off-screen." I had a feeling that this Lucian Graves fellow wouldn't back down from our little meet and greet just because we decided to meet him on our terms. "The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident." "I still think we should do the hallucinogenic rock candy omen," Isaac said. "Of course. The meeting with the immortal sorcerer might be a bit more awkward." "You won't be going on the storyline at all," Logan said. "You have to stay here with your scouting trope and help keep the others safe." Yeah, Isaac said. "You finally find a fun storyline at a casino. And I'm not allowed to go. But trying to figure out why a man dressed like a scarecrow is murdering members of a weird cult family. I get to do that every other week." He might have gone on those grocery runs to the final straw, but he rarely contributed more than a pint of blood or so. I had to admit that and buy the slice. He had been very useful, but he'd also engaged with the plot because of his possibly real crush on Avery. This storyline should be around plot armor 35. So that limits our options, Camden said. He didn't seem too upset that at plot armor 27, he was not a prime candidate to run Ida Ray. Luckily, I could run the storyline without worrying about the level jumping up to an unbeatable difficulty. That was the exact reason we had gotten the Omen. The Atlas gives it all the makings of a murder mystery. Everyone cut off in the storm, Camden said. Classic. I said. I have to assume that we're not going to have to deal with too many NPCs either. That's right, he said. Fewer suspects. That's always a good thing. Do we know how big of a threat this storm is? Or is it just designed to keep us from escaping? Kimberly asked. Don't know, Camden said. It's not clear. Not in the Atlas at least. If things had gone differently, we would be scouting out Eternal Savers Club instead. But we would have to do that one later. Our interview with a narrator took precedence. We needed to bring the narrators and the consortium itself into the larger narrative. I was sure of it. Night was falling outside. We should have been up on the roof lounging like the other players. But we had work to do. As dusk approached, the sky turned a deep red to red. Something's happening, I said. Get ready. And so we scrambled, like a bunch of firefighters when the alarm rang, to get dressed and ready for a fight. I quipped, I don't like it here. And I almost immediately regretted it. I buckled to my knees. That trope didn't just give you information, it gave you the anxiety and fear to go along with it. It's an apocalypse, I said, barely managing to get the words out. What? Antoine asked. Where? What is happening? I couldn't blame him for the confusion. It did come out of nowhere, but it was so strong that I could see the storyline on the red wallpaper, even with my eyes closed. Regardless of which direction I looked. Dread, epic difficulty, apocalypse. The world is ending. Trigger. Imperceptible. The last time I had felt something this powerful, it was when the black snow struck. Are we scheduled for an apocalypse? Kimberly asked. Not for another 2 months, Camden said. Not that the weather forecast was reliable last time. In Carousel, there was a program on the radio and television, and in the newspaper that allowed you to check the weather. Not the weather as in storms and climate, but the weather as in some ethereal psychic force. The forecast allowed you to learn about various supernatural events going on around Carousel. Most importantly, you could get predictions of the next apocalypse. What do we do? Leela asked. She had been upstairs but had come down in all the commotion. Others had too. We make a break for it. Run for the cabin on the lake, Michael said, holding on to one of his guns with a death grip. Wait, I said. It's coming. As if to confirm my warning. Something skidded across the living room floor and crashed against the glass with a thud. It was Isaac's fishing pole. Its lure would always be attracted to the most powerful omen nearby. This omen had been so strong, it had just pulled the entire pole along with it. We all just stood there, staring out the window into the red light of dusk. And we watched. Shouldn't we activate one of these mobile omens? Ramona asked, panicked. Isn't that what we got them for? I shook my head, still reeling from the intense, pulsing fear that my hysteric scouting trope had forced onto me. If it's an apocalypse, it won't work, I said. They take over any storyline running in their path. One thing that we needed was a mobile omen that transported us away from where we were instantly. For this exact reason, the fishing weight on the end of Isaac's rod was moving back and forth along the window, straining and pulling towards something that we couldn't see. Not yet, but then it came into view. What the hell is that? Antoine asked, staring down at the ground. We were on the 3rd story, so it wasn't that far away. Still, the brain doesn't always want to believe what the eyes tell it. Down on the street below, creatures started to crawl over the cars, chasing people, but they weren't disorderly. They weren't chaotic. They were marching. It almost looked like it's a parade, Kimberly said. And it was. Hundreds of creatures, large, feathery, long-toothed creatures, were marching down the road, 3 by 3. Are those dinosaurs? Isaac asked. They were. In fact, some of them were weak enough that I could actually see them on the red wallpaper. And that's what they were, dinosaurs. Except there was something very strange about them. Their bodies were cut and broken. Some had bites taken out of them, Others were half-rotted. "Those are ghosts," I said. "Ghost dinosaurs." I looked closer. "Something is strange about them." "You can't put your finger on it," Isaac said, attempting a nervous joke. "You can't figure out what's strange about those ghost dinos. Antoine was quick thinking. He had grabbed the telescope, which had an omen scouting trope attached, and had moved it up next to the window. He was staring down at the dinosaurs. There were raptors and triceratops, long-necked dinosaurs and T.Rexes, and other things that looked like they would eat a T.Rex for breakfast. There was even a large creature that appeared to be swimming through the air. "Look through them," Antoine said. "They're transparent. A little bit. Look through them." And I tried. It was true. As ghosts, they were a little see-through, and there was something within them, but I couldn't tell what at first, until I looked at one of the raptors and saw that the thing inside the dinosaur was too big to fit all the way within it. So it just kind of stuck out in certain places. That thing was a person. Their arms and legs were out of sync with the dinosaur, and I could see a tie flapping around. "They're possessing people," I said. The parade of dinosaurs continued to walk down the street. It was difficult for me to make heads or tails of what we were seeing. They were clearly enemies from an apocalyptic-level storyline, but why were they marching so orderly? We couldn't tell until the very last group of dinosaurs passed by. They were the tallest dinosaurs, with long necks that could reach all the way up to the window of Kimberly's loft. Clutched in the jaws of one of these giant creatures was a banner with writing on it. "See you soon, Zoxo." The dinosaurs marched on, and as the banner passed by Kimberly's loft, suddenly there was a shriek. Not the kind that came from lungs, but the kind that came as hundreds of dinosaurs suddenly got exorcised from their human hosts. The banner flew in the wind as the ghost dinosaur that had been carrying it disappeared. Down on the street, all of the NPCs who had been possessed mainly lay still, some having seizures. What could you say after something like that? An apocalypse had come and gone in a moment. We all just looked at each other. "Are we going to die?" Cassie asked, panicked, and for good reason. "Cassie, look at the red wallpaper," Andrew said, holding her. "There's no plot cycle. We are not participating in an apocalypse. Just breathe and observe." Cassie's eyes glazed over as she stared at the red wallpaper. I did too. Sure enough, there was no plot cycle there. There was no indication at all that we were in a storyline. A parade of vicious dinosaur ghosts tearing up the streets, threatening an apocalypse. All so that they could deliver a greeting. "See you soon," it had said. "It's a message from Lucian Graves," I said, barely able to catch my breath, still trying desperately to look calm. I guess he couldn't afford a stamp. I just hoped they weren't watching too closely. "What was that about?" Michael asked, trying to turn his fear into anger. "When we meet this guy," he said under his breath, then walked away to his room. "See you soon," Logan said, recounting the message as calmly as he could muster. "So he knows that we know about him. He knows we're headed to meet him." I guess the whole "they can't listen in while we're planning" thing was a bit optimistic. That hit like a tidal wave. "We don't know that," Camden said. "What are we supposed to do?" Bobby asked. "If they can see every conversation we have, then there is no way for us to win." Was Logan right? Was I wrong about how the planning status worked? It had been all that made sense. Everything lined up so well. The idea that your opponent would not be able to listen in while you planned your strategy for defeating them just made sense. But then this narrator had just dropped an apocalypse at our door to say hello, right when we were in the middle of planning. "Maybe we should rethink this entire thing," Logan said. What did we have to gain by dragging the narrators into the story? That part was the least clear. Trying to give Carousel power over them by making them characters in the meta-narrative sounds pretty clever. But it's based on nothing but guesses built on top of other guesses. "Calm down," Camden said. "This doesn't mean anything." "Doesn't mean anything?" Logan asked. "We are sitting here planning on how we are going to handicap an immortal sorcerer whose power we don't understand. And he sends a dino parade to greet us. It means that they were listening in, that we are on screen, at least for them." "It doesn't mean that at all," Camden said. "Just think it through." Everyone had been talking, just releasing tension. But then they stopped talking and listened to Camden, hoping he had some explanation. "We don't know that this parade got sent because they could hear what we were saying," Camden said. "I mean, look at the red wallpaper right now. Our planning status is active. Kimberly. Do you see any cameras? Kimberly looked around. But it was just a show. She had been watching like a hawk. Using her flashbulb phobia trope. There are no cameras, Kimberly said. There are never any cameras when the planning status is active. I told you that. Then how did he know? Logan asked. He wasn't being combative. Not really. He was thinking out loud. Unless, of course, suddenly we went off the radar. So, he sent the parade just to interrupt us, maybe scare us. Okay, Logan. Pick a side in the argument. Exactly, Camden said. He could have been planning this parade for days. We have no way of knowing. He might have just been waiting for us to go off screen. Heck, he might even know that they can't see us while we're planning. That makes just as much sense as anything. That message he sent didn't imply any specific knowledge. I was lucky that Camden was there to defend my plan, because I certainly wasn't in a state to. I was torn between wanting to rip my I don't like it here trope off and throw it in the trash can, and wanting to keep it equipped forever in case the apocalypse came back. The fear and anxiety it was giving me was fierce and all-consuming. I was having a panic attack, at least the last time. I was able to channel this energy into running. I didn't even notice that Ramona had her arm around me. If she could notice I was struggling, then everyone could notice too. I was exposed. I stood up, realizing I had been on my knees, and turned around. It might have been abrupt, and it might have felt like I was jerking away from her. And maybe I was. She looked like I had hurt her feelings. I quickly unequipped I don't like it here. Instant relief washed over me like warm water on a cold day. Are you okay? She asked, holding onto my arm. I nodded. I was still a little raw, and even without the trope, fear and anxiety were not far away, but I had control of myself again. I wanted to run and close myself up in my hide-a-bed. All I'm saying is that there is no reason for us to believe that this greeting of his should change our plans, Camden said. I'm not saying you're wrong, Logan argued, but it's worth pointing out that you wouldn't be going to this meeting to begin with. Which is why it's easier for me to be objective, Camden fired back. Even if they were listening to us, that doesn't mean our plan of running Ida Ray is bad. In fact, the soundness of the idea might have been the very reason to send such a strong message. Logan had taken enough time, and he saw the logic, but he was afraid. And who could blame him? I'm fine, I said to Ramona, who was still trying to check on me. She held onto me still. I said I'm fine. I pulled away. There was still a large discussion, with many voices being thrown around. It wasn't clear who was talking to whom. We need to go soon, I said. Suddenly, they weren't talking. You mean go to the casino soon? You mean go on the storyline soon? Logan asked. Look, I said. We got our call to adventure. Not only did we have the guy at the diner with the check, but there was also an article in the newspaper that Camden found. And now Graves has escalated the situation. Next time, it won't just be a call to adventure, it will be more forceful. He's bound by Carousel's rules, too, which means he can't just drag us into a storyline or anything like that. Not without a warning. This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. And we have been warned, Camden added. They all seemed to give it thought. Everything had warnings and omens in Carousel. It wasn't just how the stories were designed, it was how the magic worked. Limitation equals power. The warning isn't just because Carousel is so considerate. It's because by giving a warning, you can later justify the use of terrible force. It's storytelling. Lucian Graves had given us a warning. I didn't want to stick around to see what he did next. We haven't finished scouting the storyline, Kimberly said. I nodded. Well, let's get to it. Danger around every corner, that sort of thing. Sal said. In many ways, this is a return to your roots with your breakout in the final straw. Though this is a bit more grounded and gritty. Like always when scouting a storyline out, Kimberly had called her supposed talent agent. Final question, she said. Is the storm itself dangerous? Or is it just a setting? Well, they say the greatest monster of all is man, Sal said. This is a murder mystery. So the focal point is going to be on this killer they cast. Kimberly told him goodbye, and they had their little exchange. And then she hung up the phone. We had spent an entire day just making sure we understood this storyline. And as much as we looked, All we could find were the basics. Cassie's I'm block trope didn't work at all. That told us it was a mundane story, with no magic and no monsters. Beyond that, there wasn't a lot set in stone. As Ida Ray did not have a defined setting or time. It couldn't. It adapted to wherever you activated it. It was going to be a straightforward murder mystery, mostly. We had picked our team. It was Kimberly, Antoine, Logan, Andrew, Bobby, and I. Under different circumstances, we might have brought along one of the low-level players to help level them up by letting them be first or second blood. But in a murder mystery, blood control was more or less useless. The enemy would have some trope determining who they killed. And if we brought along an underpowered player, they could end up being killed unceremoniously, or even off-screen. No, this storyline was not about leveling up. Although it would be nice, it was about leveling the playing field, because even an all-powerful immortal sorcerer wouldn't dare interfere too much while a storyline was running. It wouldn't matter how many omens were in the casino, they would all disappear instantly. Outside, the omens that had been along the path the parade took were still mostly missing. The apocalypse had deactivated them. He rolled out the red carpet for us, Logan said. And that was almost literal, because there had been carnage. Apocalypse omens weren't really omens so much as they were pots of destruction. The whole team came along to see us off. They had Leela to help keep them safe from omens on the way back. I think they just didn't want to be alone in the loft for a little while after the apocalypse scare. It was a long walk from downtown to southeastern Carousel. We hadn't been there since the werewolf storyline. The damage was worse there. Most of the buildings were destroyed. The parade had not been so orderly when it began, apparently. Palm reader shops, souvenir stalls, and tourist traps lay in disarray. NPCs were scattered about. We didn't start to see omens until we got closer to the casino. Of course, he couldn't have started the parade in the casino parking lot. That would be too close to home. That would be too close to where he was. We made it as far as the valet area in front of the building. It was a nice casino, much nicer than it had been when I was there in a broken dimension in post-traumatic. But it was the same building, placed against a backdrop of nature and splendor. It somehow still managed to seem ominous, like the building itself was staring at you. And even if it wasn't, there were plenty of people inside the rooms staring out the windows in the upper stories of the hotel, some of whom shimmered in the light. Can't go any further, I said. The omens are all over the place, walking around in there. And so we were there to say our goodbyes. Ramona, I said, and gestured for her to come talk to me away from everyone else. We went and stood near some large pallets of flowers that were being unloaded from a truck. A dark-haired woman in a black dress was inspecting them, but she didn't seem to be paying attention to us. Ramona went for a hug and a kiss, so I did too. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry for how I acted earlier, I said. And I thought you were going to give me flowers, she said. I could feel like she wanted me to say something, but I didn't know what. I didn't mean to embarrass you, she said. I was just concerned. Oh, I said, yeah, well, it happens. I didn't mean to brush you off. I'm just like that. And then for some reason I patted her on the upper arm shoulder area and said, we'll talk after. I've got to go catch a killer. I mean, it seemed like you were embarrassed, Ramona said. Oh no. I don't like people seeing me like that, is all. And I don't like attention being drawn to me. But you're fine. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just me, awkward. I hoped that if I were quick, it wouldn't be. The woman with dark hair and black dress walked past us, turned to look at Ramona, and said, you look beautiful. There was something odd about the woman, but I couldn't put my finger on it. She appeared to be an ordinary NPC. Thank you, Ramona said, shaken, confused. The woman walked away, shooting me a sharp glance. The woman was carrying one of the flowers from the pallets that were now being hauled around the side of the building. I should have given a flower to Ramona. They were right there. You are, I said. You know, beautiful. Nice recovery. Ramona didn't respond, and I didn't know what to say. So I gestured for us to rejoin the group. I glanced around, embarrassed at how I'd handled that brief exchange. The woman in the black dress was gone. Thank goodness. We all said our goodbyes and parted ways. They were familiar with the procedures and plans for dealing with our absence. In fact, there was talk of them finding a storyline to try to find another writ of habitation. Is everything okay? Kimberly asked. Yep, I said. Storylines ago. That's not what I meant, she said. Yeah, I know. I don't know how you and Antoine do it. Romance is just not fit for this place. I'm not so sure, she said. Sometimes I think the Carousel is the perfect place to fall in love. Of course, she would. You mean to trauma bond, I said. First one, then the other, she said. As we drew closer to the hotel entrance, we noticed a sconce with a fancy lantern on it on the side of the building. It would have to do. I stared back at the group as they walked away. The idea was that they could run the final straw to get groceries since we couldn't go to Eternal Savers Club just yet. I wished them luck. But as I stared, I saw something in Ramona's hand, a single, red flower. How did she get that? Antoine took out the rooster-shaped weather vane and some zip ties. And once the others were far enough away that we couldn't see them, he fastened it to the sconce on the side of the casino. He had to climb up the wall a little bit to be able to do it, but I could see he enjoyed showing off. Wait a second. Had the woman in black given that rose to Ramona? Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Suddenly, the wind picked up, and all those poor flowers being loaded off the truck were instant victims. A storm was rolling in. The weather vane was really testing those zip ties as it spun and spun and spun. It's showtime, Antoine said. Lightning flashed, drowning out everything I could see, and suddenly it was raining. Raining so hard I could hardly see in front of me. People and cars were pulling out of the parking lot. Everyone was leaving. The casino had turned dark in the storm. Lightning flashed overhead and up above. On top of the building where it properly belonged, the weather vane spun fast. I turned, and the others were gone. All of them, except for Daphne, of course, who hardly left my side these days. She grabbed onto my arm and kissed me on the cheek. We ran in under the awning. You know you're going to have to cut this out when we go on screen, I said. The last thing we need is Carousel teasing me about a romance. I don't think we have a choice, she said. Her hair was jet black, but it had a raven blue tinge to it in the strange light under the storm. She held out a small rectangular piece of paper as we ran to get cover underneath the awning at the front of the casino. I started to read it aloud. We are pleased to invite you to the wedding of Riley Lawrence and Daphne Sinclair. I looked at her. You set this up, didn't you? I asked. No wonder I wasn't wearing my hoodie anymore. You couldn't wear a hoodie when you were trying to court someone like Daphne Sinclair. She was a button-up shirt kind of lady. Don't start with that, she said. Don't you dare start with that. Carousel likes production value. Isn't that what you always say? Now that we're dating, it's going to use it. She smiled that cute smile that always drove me crazy. As nervous as I was about running the storyline and finding a killer, I was probably more nervous about getting fake married. But then, if I were going to get fake married, it would have to be to a girl like Daphne. How could she ever pick me? We're going to do this. And we're going to survive, she said. I love you, Riley. I'll love you till the day you die. I love you, too, I said. And I did. My heart beat like a clothes dryer with an imbalanced load. We found Kimberly, Antoine, and the others inside the casino. It almost looked like a luxury hotel all of a sudden. Vintage. Of course. They had to give it a makeover for a fake wedding as part of the storyline. In all of our research, we never saw that the plot to Ida Ray involved the wedding. Strange. I put my hand on the small of Daphne's back and guided her inside. Transcription. We regret to inform the viewing audience that tonight's showing of Ida Ray has been cancelled. Instead, you are all cordially invited to watch the remake of a cult horror classic, How My Bridal Part 2. For those that don't remember How My Bride, https://www.royalroad.com/fiction/65629/the-game-at-characel-dash-lit-rpg/1386915/tales-of-the-dash-u. The How My Bride is Daphne Sinclair aka Rachel Hutchins. The How My Bride has a plot armor score of 40, metal of 4, moxie of 15, hustle of 7, savvy of 7, and grit of 7. The mysterious stranger. This enemy can take over an omen for a mundane murder mystery or slasher by offering an unsolicited gift to a party member. By triggering the omen, they invite her in, and detectable. This villain warps the minds of its victims so that they will not notice it does not belong. Shackles of civility. A social enemy. They cannot be attacked until their nature is revealed. In the presence of characters who know their monstrous secret, this enemy's moxie will gradually be added to its mettle and/or grit. You know too much. This enemy will target characters who learn information relevant to discovering their secrets or whose death might help hide those secrets. Trapdoor teleportation. Every room and location where a chase scene or fight scene is occurring will have hidden doors or pathways through which the enemy can escape, move in scene, or surprise players. Bask in the aftermath. This villain's true nature can only be revealed in the finale as the bodies pile up and the collected clues are re-examined. Players can become suspicious of her, but will not be given confirmation through the system until the finale. The villain's major assault will not take place until the finale unless players fail to move the story forward. Cage match. Fight and chase scenes involving this enemy are private and cannot be stumbled upon, interfered with, or otherwise perceived by others unless the narrative demands their involvement. A certain level of decorum depowers weapons that don't fit the story's setting and makes them very difficult to find. Cue the symptoms. This enemy will poison, hex, or otherwise infect an enemy, but their symptoms and red wallpaper indicator will not show until the enemy triggers them manually. A life relived. This enemy is fully meta and has run this storyline before, but will not remember the plot or the original memories of the events the story is based on until the relevant events have passed. They are a player in their own game. Slip right into character. Wallflower recast. Allows her access to the script, giving her almost any information her character might know about other characters as the information becomes relevant. Knowledge of other scenes that are occurring, and those that are upcoming. And done on spec. Foam buff critic. Lets her insert set pieces, subplots, and plot devices from a nearby omen into a triggered storyline. Unpheromones eye candy beauty. All characters scripted into romantic roles will feel the emotions of their characters and gain relevant insights. Applying an action scholar strategist. Guarantees she will have time off screen to get the requisite elements of their plan into place if it is in character for them to be prepared and fits the narrative. No body, no crime. Outsider criminal. Sends her off screen after secretly killing an enemy and gives her insight into the best place to hide the body. Convenient backstory. Eye candy socialite. Allows her to modify her backstory in ways that fit the task at hand, giving her skills and relevant stat buffs. A wink to the audience. Comedian cynic. She can see a description of how the audience is reacting to a scene and break the fourth wall without being penalized. Gains narrative momentum as the audience enjoys her meta antics. Riley Lawrence is the film buff. This aspect is filmmaker. The filmmaker has a comprehensive understanding of the filmmaking process. They can manipulate the game environment effectively, altering the game's dynamics in subtle but impactful ways. Their abilities are a mixture of meta insight and meta rule trops. They have higher hustle, reflecting their ability to stay out of the way, stay alive, and remain unseen as they manipulate meta movie elements. Riley has a plot armor score of 41, mettle of 4, moxie of 11, hustle of 7, savvy of 12, and grit of 7. Free background trope. My grandmother had the gift. A background trope that gives Riley's character some ambiguous connection to the gift through his heritage. Current trope limit. Trope master grants him the ability to perceive enemy tropes, but at the cost of sacrificing half of his plot armor. As an oblivious bystander, Riley remains untargeted by enemies as he convincingly acts oblivious to their presence. Escape artist buffs his hustle to help enact plausible escape plans. The insert shot makes allies aware of an object the player chooses. The object will be shown to the audience, and its use will be buffed in the finale. The dailies allows him to see a selection of raw footage from the day's shoot. He has a tell makes it so that characters in the film will have a physical tell when they are stressed during interrogations. Just out of shot allows him to see cameras when sneaking near an enemy to avoid being seen. Quiet on set allows the user to listen to the audio of the current on-screen scene while off-screen, depending on savvy and the information's value. Call sheet gives him a timer for when he will be on screen next. Method to the madness allows him to speak with enemies off screen in character and out of character, depending on whether they are meta to obtain useful information. Kimberly Madison is the eye candy. Her aspect is celebrate a celebrity. The celebrity aspect treats the player like an actor and the storylines like films they sign on to. using meta tropes to create hype, fan favoritism, and larger-than-life roles. The celebrity is the most versatile of the eye candy aspects. Using past roles to help their career. The celebrity can specialize in virtually anything if they have long enough to build a career. Kimberly has a plot armor score of 38, metal of 6, moxie of 15, hustle of 9, savvy of 1, and grit of 7. Free background trope. Obsessed survivor gives her character some traumatic past even that keeps her on alert and prepares her for the fights ahead. Current trope limit. Convenient backstory allows her to believably change her backstory to assist with the current task. Buffing the relevant stat. Social awareness allows her to see the moxie stat of all enemies and NPCs and intuit relationship dynamics. Does anyone have a scrunchie? Allows her to shift moxie's points into another stat by putting her hair up. The penthouse the character will get the nicest, safest accommodations in a multi-day storyline. The Hall of Fame the user gains center of attention and will have a heightened role in the story regardless of casting. Meta story elements are more central. Contract negotiations buffs the user's ability to improvise after discussing their plan with Carousel. Compulsive vetting makes her aware of exits, onlookers, and potential weapons nearby. It also buffs her when asking characters about suspicious individuals. Did you forget about me? Allows her to make a flashy and powerful attack after she has been off-screen for an allotted time. When in Rome buffs her grit until rebirth if her performance matches the tone of the movie. Ellipsis allows her to take the story off-screen by halting the conversation while exploring and then picking it back up in a different setting. Antoine Stone is the athlete. His aspect is health nut. Health nut. The health nut is devoted to maintaining peak physical, mental, and spiritual health, highlighting their wisdom and their intelligent approach to fitness and well-being. Health nuts use their high savvy to make strategic decisions, enhancing their overall endurance and adaptability in challenging situations. Their healthy lifestyle is reflected in their elevated grit, showcasing their resilience and ability to bounce back from setbacks. Antoine has a plot armor score of 38, metal of 11, moxie of 4, hustle of 8, savvy of 7, and grit of 8. Free background trope. Current trope limit. Jim Rot buffs metal and hustle by revealing an athletic backstory. Brandishing a weapon is like a security blanket, buffing his grit and soothing his and his allies' fear. Everyone loves a winner. The user's character will have some previous success that endears them to NPCs. Failure reverses this. Timeout allows him to send a fight scene off-screen for a set time. In Bed by 9 allows the player to incorporate a restorative sleeping break into the shoot. Arm candy buffs the user based on the overall desirability of their romantic partner. Fight or flight buffs metal if escape is not possible, or hustle if victory is not possible. Buffs metal if neither is possible. The mountain as a metaphor boosts allies' uses of grit and savvy and allows the user to conquer maladies through metaphor by tackling physical challenges. Calm in the chaos allows the user to channel savvy into their next physical feat through a slowed down shot of them planning things out on screen. Time will appear to slow down while planning. Blood to the brain provides a passive savvy buff from regular exercise. In a storyline, the player's savvy will be highly buffed during strenuous, meaningful activity. Logan Mays is the comedian. His aspect is cynic. Cynic. The cynic wields sharp wit and high savvy to navigate chaos, using insight and meta irony to uncover truths and manipulate the narrative. Their imperviousness to meta challenges makes them masters of reframing chaos, adapting quickly, and turning even the direst situations to their advantage. With sharp analysis and biting humor, the cynic thrives as a critical thinker and unshakable ally. Logan has a plot armor score of 35, metal of 8, moxie of 5, hustle of 5, savvy of 10, and grit of 7. Free background trope. Misspent youth is a background trope that gives Logan's character some secret criminal or quasi-criminal history. Current trope limit. Awfully considerate symptoms suppresses the effects of terminal illnesses, poisonings, and injuries until they are plot relevant. Unmoving facade prevents the user from feeling pain if they willfully act like they are not in pain. Gallows humor allows him to ease mental pain with dark humor after a tragedy. Comedic timing prevents the enemy from attacking while the user is quipping and causes them to take allies off screen to follow their comedic antics during fight and chase scenes. Window shopping allows the user to identify and know the rough monetary value of any object they look at, including rare, technological, or magical objects, especially if it fits their backstory. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. The voice of dissent bolsters the player's current plan when the user confronts the team's planner and forces them to clarify, justify, or modify it. Last laugh retroactively buffs an attack when a humorous quip or similar is added to the end. If done well, this will end a fight scene. Hate to say it. Gives them additional insight when attempting to disprove an ally's trope-attained information. Dead giveaway makes it so that killers will keep a memento of victims close to the user as a sign that they are guilty. Dr. Andrew Hughes is the doctor. No aspect has been chosen. Andrew has a plot armor score of 35, metal of 3, moxie of 5, hustle of 8, savvy of 12, and grit of 7. Free background trope. Current trope limit. Step into my office sanctuary is granted while treating allies in a private scene. Safeguarding all until treatment is complete based on the user's savvy. Grants health monitor. The oath by referencing their personal healer's oath. The user's grit is buffed while treating a wounded ally. Observational analysis. Observing characters before critical scenes lets the user discern their fixed personality traits, making it easier to predict their reactions if provoked. Let it out during mental trauma treatment. The patient reveals deep-seated feelings, aiding in their mental recovery but risking emotional breakdowns. Professional courtesy. Characters in related professions recognize the user's professional status, offering them helpful insights and special access. Absolute focus. The user's hustle is enhanced when performing tasks requiring dexterity and precision, thanks to their meticulous focus. Critical anatomy. Studying a creature reveals weak spots, increasing the user's mettle when targeting these vulnerabilities. The slab. Performing a post-mortem on a corpse yields increasing information over time, with a countdown until the scene's end. Study session. If the user has the highest savvy, they designate a stack's research location where allies are safe during certain scenes and can access valuable knowledge. Do everything I say allows him to walk someone through a medical procedure verbally. Outcomes will be even better than normal if he is calm and assured. Bobby Gill is the wallflower. His aspect is recast. The recast slips into minor NPC roles and quietly transforms them into story-critical characters, armed with targeted background knowledge and uncanny narrative timing. They pull strings from the sidelines, guiding subplots, influencing outcomes, and stepping into the spotlight when least expected. Masters of adaptability. Recasts turn overlooked moments into defining scenes. Bobby has a plot armor score of 35, metal of 4, moxie of 10, hustle of 8, savvy of 8, and grit of 5. Free background trope. Actually, I'm a veterinarian changes his character's background to being an animal doctor. Current trope limit. Background noise allows him to get background information from NPCs when off-screen. Last-minute casting recasts him as an NPC that is moderately involved in the plot. The selection is seemingly random. He will get some limited background information for the character and some access to the NPC script. If you can't see it, it won't bleed allows him to temporarily mend wounds by covering them from the audience's view. The wisdom of crowds allows him to collect ideas and clues from a crowd of NPCs. Sorting the good tips from the bad is going to take some thinking. Pure protects the user from enemy targeting if they avoid the storyline's principal sin, until they interfere with the enemy's agenda. Act like you belong lets the user blend into any scene by quickly adopting small, fitting elements like props or attire. However, all these elements must work together to maintain their cover. The bickering duo assigns Bobby an NPC named Jules, who will assist him while creating a comedic tone. Character notes reveals general needs from allies until second blood, though specifics aren't provided. Read the room allows the user to see unchangeable elements in NPC interactions, especially those involving character arcs. The understudy allows the recast to elevate their character to the main cast to replace the narrative void left by a down player. They may use one of that player's tropes for the duration of the storyline and gain that player's buffs. We stepped in out of the rain, laughing and holding hands like the wind was trying to blow us away. We were off screen, so we didn't have to put on a show, and we weren't. That was just us. Above us was a banner that read, Lawrence Hutchins' wedding. We both read it at once. You're cheating on me, Daphne said, slapping me on the chest playfully. Who is this Hutchins woman? I was confused at first, but then I looked at the wedding invitation in my left hand and said, I think it's you. The document I had once listed Daphne Sinclair as my bride-to-be, but it had been replaced by Rachel Hutchins. A look of realization dawned on Daphne's face. Right, she said. I forgot to tell you that my name was actually Rachel Hutchins. I put it off for so long, it just became awkward. I'm just glad that you had the courage to tell the venue, because they seem to have figured it out, I said. She laughed and dragged me forward, toward where Kimberly and Andrew were standing. Did you hear? Daphne said when we got to them. We're getting married, I heard. Kimberly said with a laugh. You'll have to tell me how he proposed. As I attempted to think of something amusing to say, an image suddenly emerged in my mind. I saw flashes. A long hike up a mountain, a celebration at a hidden retreat, me getting down on one knee, and there was Daphne. As quickly as the flash of memory had come, it disappeared. The others were speaking, and we had gone on screen without me noticing. Antoine walked up to greet us, hugging Kimberly and giving her a kiss. How about we make this a double wedding? He said. Don't, Kimberly said. I told you that is not funny. Who says I'm trying to be funny? He asked, as he knelt down on one knee, looked up at Kimberly seriously, grabbed her hand, and then let go to start tying his shoelaces. For every joke you make about proposing, the more spectacular the actual proposal has to be, Kimberly said. You know that. Then I can probably make at least 4 or 5 more jokes, he said as he stood up, based on what I got planned. He turned his attention to me and held out his hand. I reached out and shook it. The day has finally come, he said. He turned his head to Daphne. Personally, I'm surprised he ever built up the courage to ask you out. We continued with the basic wedding banter, as if it were some sort of rom-com. Outside, thunder rolled, and the rain continued to fall harder and harder. You may end up having your honeymoon here, Antoine eventually said, as the roar of the rain beating down on the parking lot and the building roof echoed louder. I'm sure the casino won't mind, I said. They're probably hoping we'll bankrupt ourselves at the craps table before the ceremony. From what I hear, that'll take a while, Antoine said, glancing over my shoulder. I followed his gaze and found a picture of me hanging on the wall, with the title Carousel World Poker Championship. I was a poker player, apparently, and a good one. No wonder we chose to have our wedding at a casino. I stared at the front doors, which just happened to have the only windows in view. The rain was like one massive stream. The only person gambling here is my fiancée, I said, turning to her with a grin. Taking a chance on me. She gave me a look like I had made a corny joke, and then put her hand to my face. I will always take a risk on you, she said. Off screen. Why is your name suddenly Rachel Hutchins? Antoine asked, looking at Daphne. I don't know, she said. Do you like it? I don't know if I can pull off a Rachel. You are totally a Rachel, Kimberly said. It was strange. Usually, a player's name stayed the same regardless of what storyline they were in, and any relevant NPCs would just be renamed if they were related or something like that. It's got to be something to do with the plot, I said. Yeah, maybe, Daphne said. So you should all be very careful to call me Rachel Hutchins and nothing else. We wouldn't want anyone getting confused. Although I already know I will. Naturally, Andrew said, but he was mostly talking to himself. His focus was across the room, where they had an entire storefront devoted to selling cigarettes and tobacco products. Your hair is wet, Kimberly said, looking at Antoine. Have you been outside? I didn't see you come from that direction. Antoine looked away, almost embarrassed. No, he said. I had some other scenes I had to shoot. What were they? I asked. We were always keeping tabs on each other. Even little pieces of information could be useful. I have a feeling you'll figure that out soon enough, he said. Don't make me say it. I was curious about what would make him clam up like that, but I knew that he wouldn't hide important information from us. So what do you have so far? I said. Apparently, I'm the groom. Somehow. Doesn't seem like a very minor character type of role, but it can be in some movies. Especially if the wedding is just a setting and not a key plot event. I'm the bride, Daphne said, smiling at me. It's all I've ever wanted. Thank goodness it was you. Or else this would have gotten awkward, I said. Maid of honor, Kimberly said, holding up the wedding program. I haven't had much time to figure out anything else. Andrew is your best man, I'm assuming Antoine is my date. Well, he certainly is after that playful introduction, Daphne said, and she and Kimberly laughed. So that leaves Logan, I said. You're going to love this, Kimberly said. And then she held out the program. Oh my God, I said when I read the part she was hoping for me to see. I started to laugh. Is he the minister? Daphne asked, joining me in my giggle session. He's going to have his work cut out for him, Antoine said. The cynical man of God, whichever God it is that exists in this storyline. We were still standing in the casino lobby. It was time to move toward the back. The sign says that the betting lounge is that way, Antoine said. The place was built like a maze, where most casinos had a large, open room filled with roulette and other games. This one was built with intersections and large walls that bounded different areas away from one another. In fact, the front of the casino was the only place that looked open and had a good line of sight. We're going to have fun chasing killers in this, Antoine said, or being chased. Daphne added, on screen. Should we swing by the chapel first? Maybe it and the dining hall, Kimberly suggested, just to get a good look at it. See if the caterers need any answers. I'm halfway certain they didn't understand what I wanted when it came to the floral arrangements. Will you calm down? Daphne said. It's my wedding. And you're the one acting like a Britazilla. Sorry, Kimberly responded. I just really want everything to be perfect. They walked ahead of us and continued talking to each other about the wedding. I held back with Antoine and Andrew. I don't think I'd seen a casino this empty. Even on a Tuesday morning, Antoine said. It's the storm, Andrew responded. No one can get through it, in my experience. Degenerate gamblers will make it to the casino even in a hurricane, I said. As a professional gambler, I should know about that. They want if the road is closed, Andrew said. They just reported it over the radio. The road to Carousel has been washed away. If the regulars wanted to come out here to burn their money in the slot machines, they'd have to go all the way out east, near the airport. None of that made sense with Carousel proper's layout, but Carousel's geography tended to change by the storyline. I looked around. Even though there were very few NPCs around, the dings and chimes of the slot machines could still be heard, but the winning player could never be seen. The machine paying off was somewhere in the labyrinth. This was going to be quite the setting to contend with our slasher. As soon as we got inside and laid eyes on our beloved minister, Reverend Logan Mays, Kimberly started to say, I can already see from here what they've done. And then she stopped talking. She had equipped a trope that she rarely used called ellipses, whose function was to aid in exploration by allowing a player to send themselves and nearby allies off screen simply by starting a conversation in one area and then stopping abruptly, only to continue it in a different area. Kimberly had just sent us off screen. If we understood the trope correctly, that meant we would have plenty of time to go to the new betting hall, or whatever it was called, in hopes of finding Lucien Graves and having a nice chat. We didn't have to be silent on our way to the betting room. Still, for some reason, we were as if we were afraid that by speaking, we would accidentally continue the conversation that Kimberly had started about the flowers. It was silly, really, but we needed to be off screen, and we didn't want to risk anything. So, as Logan joined us, we made our way toward the back. Bobby was already there, waiting for us. Given the nature of his archetype and aspect, the recast, as he had chosen, we weren't sure when he would show up. So waiting around didn't seem necessary. He was wearing a uniform, presumably a management position at the casino. He had not brought his dogs, which was rare, because he had even brought them on a jungle adventure. This storyline, however, centered around a huge storm, and he couldn't imagine wrangling them in those conditions. Especially if we couldn't go outside. The dogs weren't there, but his NPC companion, Jules, was. She stood next to him, also wearing a man's suit. She was taller than Bobby, with spiky blonde hair and pursed lips, as if she were playing her character as the no-nonsense type. Finally, you show up, Jules said. Bobby was starting to worry you got washed away. I just thought they got stuck in the storm, that's all, Bobby said. We almost didn't make it inside, Daphne said with a smile. Such a shame, Jules said. I would truly hate for your day of bliss to be marred by such a terrible event. She stared down at Daphne, though I couldn't quite read her face. I'm just glad we have each other, Daphne said. holding onto my arm. Jules smiled. Isn't that nice? I had never run a storyline with her, and while I knew that she had a very particular sense of humor, her tone was weird, almost aggressive. Well, let's get this show on the road. Can't wait to finally meet one of these narrators Riley can't shut up about, Logan said with a smirk. Antoine laughed with him, the joke being that, in their eyes, I was too tight-lipped about my experience on the other side of the mountain. And maybe I was. We continued down the path that we were heading, past rows and rows of slot machines, until we found the betting room, which was large. And the floor was sunken into the ground so that you had to take several steps down to get into it. Holy crap, I said, looking around. The decor changed, and I recognized it. The casino was stylized as a fancy hotel in the 70s. This room was Art Deco. What is it? Daphne asked. I don't think that this room is in the casino, I said. They all looked at me funny, except for Jules, who seemed to be waiting to hear what I would say, with a smile. I think this room is inside the tower on the other side of the mountain. I think they just connected it, I said. It's hard to explain. The way that Carousel and those parasitizing Carousel were able to just sew together different physical locations was mind-boggling. And while you could understand that it was happening, trying to figure out how it worked did nothing but melt your brain. But this room was very similar to the one where I had met the proprietor. Much smaller, but virtually identical in all other respects. Are we safe to go in there? Antoine asked. What do I know? I responded, but I doubt anything would happen to us during a storyline. We descended into the room. There were a few people sitting around and a couple of different NPCs on huge ladders in front of a monumental chalkboard. Because it was the 1970s or so, there was no digital betting board. It was all done with chalk. It took a while to see the man we were there to meet. He wasn't as flashy as I expected. He was sitting in a spinning chair, hardly more fancy than the average office chair, in front of the chalkboards. He spun to greet us, and we knew it was him because he was the only person in the room who didn't show up on the red wallpaper. He was eating a bag of chips. Doritos. Those were Earth chips. There was something disarming about the way he smiled with his mouth full and looked genuinely excited to see us. As far as I could tell, he wore a leather coat, almost like a cowboy's duster, but less flamboyant. Other than that, he just had a button-up shirt and slacks. His hair was long, but not as long as mine had gotten. He had it neatly combed. He might have been in his early 30s, but I had no idea for how long, with immortality and all. He didn't look like the daredevil I had seen on the poster. He didn't stand up to greet us or meet us halfway down the stairs. He just waited with a smile. And when we got there, he stood up, wiped his hands on a handkerchief, and said aloud, "You brought a mobile omen in order to clear out the omens in the casino instead of picking one of the ones already here. Very good. You just made Mason and Logistics a very wealthy man." He got in on the bet before anyone else did. He snapped his fingers, and one of the NPCs on the ladders moved to one of the items on the chalkboard grid and wrote out the results of a bet. "You see," Lucien added, "he was the first to realize that was what you were up to. Got in while the odds were still favorable. Of course, once everyone saw his bet, they realized it was the most likely option. But he got in early, and sometimes that makes all the difference. I want to say that the mobile omen idea must have been yours," Lucien said, looking at me. "Is that what you were plotting when I sent my little greeting?" He didn't wait for me to answer. He just continued talking in a casual, overly friendly way, as if he couldn't recognize any reason for hostility between us. "My staff were telling me that I needed to stop the casino with the biggest and baddest omens to prevent you from waltzing in here, to put you in a bad way, make you desperate so that you would agree to anything I asked." He looked at each of us and stopped when he saw Daphne. "But I told them the casino has defenses of its own." "Pretty girl, how in the world did you swing that?" It was a good question. Daphne was beautiful and smart. I wondered how I ended up with her every single day. It would get pretty annoying if everyone commented on it. "She didn't have a lot of options," I said. "I figured I'd better shoot my shot before we rescued somebody too handsome." Lucien laughed. "Women have a way of making it all worth it, don't they? But of course, they also have a tendency to break your heart. I'd watch out if I were you. But I suppose introductions are in order, even if they are kind of hollow at this point." Lucian Graves is my stage name. You can call me Lucky. I'd tell you my real name if I remembered it. It starts with an H, I think. I have it written down somewhere. Calling him Lucky sounded a little too informal. No one reacted. People in this group had stared down werewolves, mutant bedbugs, and serial killers. But it was this man, this seemingly average man, who paralyzed our tongues. Oh, come on people. I even dressed down to try to seem relatable. What has Riley here been saying about us? No harm will come to you if you speak to me. I assure you of that. Is it the dinosaur thing? I was going for playful. Terrifying us and killing dozens of NPCs just to send a cute little greeting was not playful. We came here to hear a pitch, Antoine said. But shouldn't we begin by getting to know each other? Lucky asked. Follow me. I had some food prepared. Though you may not want to eat too much if you're going to fit into your tights. Antoine suddenly lost his nerve. Lucien, or Lucky, waved us over to a table that looked like a craft services table. Lots of sandwiches and finger foods. Come on, at least pretend to be friendly, he said. You're supposed to be fooling me into believing that you might accept my offer, surely. To what end, I could hardly say. But, in Carousel, we commit to our charades, by God. He was trying to read us. We just want to know the options, I said. Of course you do, Lucky responded. Still, even with his pushy yet still technically friendly insistence, none of us got any food other than Lucky himself, except for Jules, who filled up a plate. I wasn't exactly sure if she knew what the narrator was, or if she was even able to know, but if she did, she didn't seem to care one way or another. Daphne was almost petrified, which was very unusual for her, as she was usually so confident and charming. I put my arm around her and whispered, "It's okay. If he were going to kill us, he would have done it already." She looked at me, confused. "We're meeting with a narrator," she said, almost in disbelief. "Well, yeah," I said. "Why do you think we ran this storyline?" She seemed to think on that, as if she hadn't really believed it would happen. Lucky found one of the many chairs that populated the auditorium and sat himself down, gesturing for all of us to do the same. It wasn't exactly the perfect place for a meeting, but if we were being informal, it would work. He gave the impression of a cool college professor with no respect for rules or propriety. "Let me introduce myself, then," he said. "I was born in a world a lot like yours. A bit earlier, though. I was a merchant seaman, I think. I usually tell people that I was a gambler on a riverboat, but I don't remember if that's true or not. It's funny how memory works. You can hardly trust it sometimes. Best to go by what you see in front of you. But I certainly worked at sea, worked in the water. Because it was on one night, when I was alone on deck, staring at the stars and contemplating my future, that I came across the Barker." He turned to me very quickly and said, "You have told them about the sweepstakes, right? This isn't going to confuse them. They know," I said. Good. "Well, the Barker." He asked me for a whole month's wages. Mind you, the Barker had not been in my world for long, and I had no idea what kind of bargain I was striking. But I've always been the type of man who says yes, and a month's wages wasn't much to lose. I had a feeling that I wouldn't regret it. I still don't know if I was right. He gave me some tickets, trifles, mostly, but among them was the most important ticket I have ever received in my many years. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. He pulled from thin air an elaborate golden ticket on a bone-white background and held it up for us to see. And what I saw, I did not expect. The title on the ticket was A Touch of Destiny. I was expecting something like "Congratulations. You'll live to see the extinction of everyone you love." A very rare ticket. Lucky explained, "You see, it didn't just grant me immortality. It granted me immortality until my destiny has been fulfilled. Most people wonder about their fate. Mine is written in ink. And as the years pass, I haven't aged not even a day. All the while, I have been guided by the hand of fate in all of my dealings. Blessed with extraordinary luck. The path carved for me by the sweepstakes has led me here. I am to find my destiny, to find the ends that justify my means. And I believe that they exist in Carousel." I squinted, trying to read the ticket. There was so much text. beautifully woven into the graphic design of the ticket. A small box was in the upper left corner, where it seemed someone had poked a round spike through it in lieu of a hole punch. "What could Carousel possibly offer you?" Logan asked. Waking from the stupor we had shared. "I have no idea," Lucky said. He smiled. "But I hope it's something glorious. What else could warrant what the years have done to me?" He didn't look worse for wear. He stood up in front of us. "You wanted to hear my pitch?" he continued. "Well, here it is. I'm currently seeking to find something I lost whenever Carousel had its temper tantrum. I'm looking not for an object, but for a place, a refuge. You see, we present to the audience that I am some sort of gambler or risk-taker. It plays pretty well with teenage boys, but in truth, my role at the company is to seek the secrets of Carousel, but not its origin, or the underlying magic that makes it tick. There are better minds for that. My job is to peel back the layers and try to get a better picture of the full beast." On my last through line, before I was so rudely interrupted, we had just found a sanctuary, a neighborhood in Carousel filled with meta-aware NPCs who live in a survivor's community, fighting against monsters that roam free. Now, we have no idea why Carousel created such a place. Perhaps it's farming NPCs or farming monsters, I could never say. But I intend to find my way back there, to understand what it is Carousel is up to help them if they need help, to learn the magic that sustains their existence, if possible, so that we might be able to create more colonies in Carousel with refugees from the many worlds. But finding it again would require a small through line, and that is where you come in." He snapped his fingers, and some NPCs carried out a large roll of paper, hastily unrolling it and holding it up for us. Lucian Graves' Carousel Safari. A through-line adventure. The poster depicted Lucian dressed up like an old-fashioned explorer on safari. Monsters roamed the fields in the back of the image. They might have been werewolves or some sort of ancient beasts, I couldn't tell. Vaguely tribal art words surrounded the poster, featuring depictions of animals and temples. "Mr. Stone," Lucky said, "it is my understanding that you're angling for an adventure advanced archetype. Well, here is your chance. We don't tell the audience we're looking for an NPC community hidden deep within Carousel. We tell them that we're looking for the monsters, that we're going on a hunt, you see. I believe that will give us the cover we need for our true purpose. And it will attract lots of viewers who will empower your tropes and give you narrative momentum. The best part is, I don't think it would take too long to find the community I'm looking for. 4 or 5 stories could possibly do it. But it might be more than that. You'd be in and out in no time at all, a matter of weeks. Yes, I'm not trying to find any of my dead spouses or cure space zombies. But it is a simple, attainable goal. That's something most narrators will never offer." We all digested what he said. No one quite knew what to say. The only sound that could be heard was Jules eating. "Now is the part where you talk," Lucky said. "We'll think about it." I said. "Splendid," he responded. "When you say meta-aware NPCs," Bobby asked, "are they scripted, or are they somehow free? And if so, how are they NPCs and not just normal people?" "We are certain that they're non-player characters, but they aren't matched to any story or script. As far as we can tell, however, they do seem to have an awareness of how Carousel normally works. Current theories among my staff are that they might have escaped Carousel proper. They were afraid of my team. The players I had at the time were very well suited for killing monsters, but not so great for being ambassadors. But that's to be expected with volunteers." "Volunteers? What would helping them involve?" Kimberly asked. "Are they in trouble?" "Every day of their lives," Lucky answered. "The monsters that roam in their midst are incredibly dangerous. And it isn't clear whether or not they're attached to the script or even have tropes. The survivors have limited weapons and supplies, and they must scavenge what they can. We don't know how they do it, but we suspect they know Carousel's inner workings in the way that many meta-aware non-player characters do." He turned to look at Jules. "Maybe you could give us some insight," he said. "I'm just here for the sandwiches," she said. "I'm certain I can't even understand what you're saying." "Of course," Lucky said. "Our ability to amend the script is quite comprehensive, but our ability to ascertain what Carousel has already written on it is yet underdeveloped. It is possible that these survivors don't want our help, but it is worth attempting contact, both for what we can learn and what we can offer." It was strange. I had pictured that this man would ask us to find him gold or magical objects. There was something businesslike and straightforward about his approach. And what do we get in return? Antoine asked. Aside from an advanced archetype, my protection and guidance, Lucky said. This is a chance for you to grow as players. As the throughline develops, so too will the difficulty. And the rewards will be commensurate. So it's a side quest, Logan said. A distraction. Would you like me to lie to you and say it's something else? Lucky asked. It is exactly how I've presented it. An opportunity to learn about Carousel and possibly to help a group of people trapped here with you. And if we did decide to join your throughline, I said, would that exclude us from choosing Carousel's throughline later? Lucky thought for a moment. I don't suspect so. But you will have to wait until after mine is complete. Multiple throughline is one thing, but multiple narrators is another. We all looked at each other, unsure of what to say next. There's no reason for you to decide hastily, Lucky said. We aren't in a hurry here, and you do have a storyline to finish. I wouldn't want this beautiful bride to miss out on her wedding day. Most people don't get too many of those in one lifetime. Myself, I've had at least a dozen wives, probably more, and outlived them all. But in a way, I think it's better that I lived longer. There's nothing more troubling than a young widow. Was that a threat? I couldn't tell. Daphne held me even tighter. We'll get back to you, I said. I should have said something that sounded tougher, more intimidating. But I suppose that anything that came out of my mouth wasn't going to intimidate an immortal sorcerer. Should I have said more? Should I have asked more questions? If we seemed too desperate for answers, would that give him leverage in any future negotiations? We walked back out of the betting hall as one of the NPCs marked down the results of yet another bet that I couldn't see. I wondered if it had anything to do with us. The chapel was perhaps one of 3 rooms on the bottom floor of the casino that had a window. In fact, its window was stained glass, featuring a giant ruby red heart encircled in clear glass, which was itself encircled in red ornamentation, the kind often found in old medieval texts. What little light there was, peeking out from under the storm outside, filtered in through the stained glass and turned everything in the chapel blood red. I stood at the front next to Daphne as Logan ran through the lines of what we were going to do during our actual wedding. This was just the rehearsal. Still, I could feel butterflies. I was so nervous. Not anxious, nervous. Excited. Even, it had been a long time since I felt the positive side of that emotion. And it didn't even belong to me. It belonged to whoever the original groom was. Back when this story was more than a story, he was in love, completely head over heels. And if his bride-to-be was anything like Daphne, I could see why. And then I say, you may kiss the bride, Logan said. And then I kiss her. Right, you're getting it, he said, finally. I get permission, I said. Daphne laughed. And we leaned in and kissed. And then I introduced the room to Murdoch and Mrs. Logan started to say, but then wasn't sure. Lawrence, Daphne said. I've never had any problem with changing my name. She smiled at me. And I smiled back at her. Introduce the room to Murdoch and Mrs. Riley Lawrence, Logan said. Those few people who were in the chapel all clapped. Outside, thunder roared. And the rain rolling down the stained glass window turned the blood-colored room into a surreal kaleidoscope. We turned hand in hand and walked back down toward the exit. Kimberly, Antoine, and Andrew were there to greet us. We were at the very beginning of the party phase, so gathering information was key. We still weren't sure what the nature of this murder mystery would be, other than its isolation. The hotel upgraded you to the penthouse, Kimberly said, because it looks like you may not get to leave. That's wonderful, Daphne said. This water gets any higher. We may have to join you up there, Andrew said. Even from my room, all I can see all around is water. I can't even see the parking lot. Andrew, Daphne said, we are fine. You need to stop worrying. This place was built to last. There's no need to plan for the worst. Management has assured us the storm will pass soon. And if we do all have to squeeze into the penthouse, so be it. It'll be an awkward wedding night, Antoine said. Maybe for all of you, I said with a smile. That got some laughs. But they were just humoring me for the camera. But maybe we should go up and take a look, I said. Get a bird's eye view of this storm. We are not going into the honeymoon suite until after the wedding, Daphne said, putting her hand on my chest. There are some traditions that are worth keeping. Even in the storm of the century, I asked. Especially in the storm of the century, she said. We continued to banter like that, keeping things light and joking, trying to will an upbeat atmosphere into this drowned environment, and doing an all-right job at it. This wasn't the type of story that had to be upbeat. There was something comical about all scenario-based murder mysteries like this. But it was possible we were in for a very dangerous and wet final act. As I live and breathe. Someone said behind me, if it isn't little Rachel Hutchins, Kimberly, Antoine, and Andrew excused themselves. I turned to see a smiling man with long, dark gray hair and a thin goatee to match. He had piercing dark eyes and a lopsided smile on the red wallpaper. His name was Emmett Hutchins. He was an ordinary NPC. Standing next to him, wrapped arm in arm, was a woman named Desiree Hutchins. She had big, blonde hair with brunette roots, bright lipstick, and a smile that was both sincere and infectious. She was dressed like we were in Vegas, with a flashy strapless number. The way that they held onto each other was endearing. Even without the red wallpaper telling me their shared last name, it would be easy to say that they were in love. Daphne and I turned to greet them. She was very polite and extended her hand. But she obviously didn't know who they were. Although their last name was a fairly big clue. She stared at the man and then the woman. And then she acted as if she might remember them. Don't tell me, she said. Don't tell me. Okay, you'll have to tell me. It's obviously been a while. Desiree and Emmett looked at each other and laughed. And sure, your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. We hadn't seen you since you were a chubby little girl, Emmett said. And now you're a grown woman. It's me, your cousin Emmett. Cousin Emmett, Daphne said. It must have been a while if you still remember me as chubby. She held my hand tightly. Cousin Emmett, I said, holding out my other hand for him to shake. He shook back and said, the lucky groom. Now, no offense, but you must have some real dirt on this woman if you got her to go to the altar with you. If I did, I would never tell, I said with a laugh. Did everyone have to point out how out of my league Daphne was? Everyone laughed. And then Emmett said, this is my bride Desiree. You wouldn't remember her. Well, maybe not. But I certainly will in the future, Daphne said. She turned to Desiree. You look breathtaking. Desiree wrapped herself in that compliment like it was a warm blanket. You, she said. She turned to Emmett and said, I like her. We exchanged some small talk as we transitioned from the greeting to a deeper conversation, so that we might figure out what information these NPCs had for us. When did we last see each other? Daphne asked. I can't place your face. You would have last seen me at a family get-together. Back when my father was still alive. That would be your great-uncle. It must have been 15 years ago. Wow, Daphne said. It has been a while. I don't feel as bad about not remembering you now. You never had to feel bad, Emmett said, especially with your memory problems and all. It was a long shot. Memory problems? Well, thank you, Daphne said. That's very kind, I'll tell you. We never thought we'd get to see little Rachel get married, not after you know what happened. And when we found out you were having it here in Carousel, we knew we had to come to your wedding. How often do you get to watch a happy ending like that? I never thought I would, Daphne said. Well, thank you for coming out. And I'm so sorry about the weather. This storm came out of nowhere. You don't have to apologize for the weather, Emmett said. The weathermen don't know anything anyway. No way you could have known. I'm just glad you're having it at a casino. So we have something to do this weekend when we're not celebrating, that is. That was the idea, I said. I can't believe I talked her into it. Well, women are one of life's great mysteries, Emmett said. That said, I'm sure you'll figure her out one of these days. He and his wife laughed about that, and after that, the conversation died down. Off screen. Memory problems. I asked Daphne as soon as we were away together. Maybe that's how they're explaining why I don't know any of the relatives. She joked. We're going to have to look into that. Amnesia is a classic murder mystery trope. That's right, she responded. I wonder what it is I'm forgetting. Hopefully not a husband and 3 kids, I said. We laughed. I held up 5 fingers, then 4, then 3. She knew the drill. We were about to go back on screen, and as I stared around the chapel and out into the casino floor itself, I figured out why. The in-laws were on their way. On screen. Mom, Dad. Daphne screamed as she ran to her parents. Her father was a tall, thin man, not a day under 80. He had a kind face, and it lit up when he saw Daphne running toward him. His name was Robert Hutchins on the red wallpaper. Her mother's name was Beth, and she appeared to be in terrible condition. She was thin and pale and wore a scarf over her head. I didn't have to be a doctor to know that she was dying. It looked like cancer or something similar. Robert was pushing her in a wheelchair, and it looked like she was spending all of her strength to sit up and greet Daphne. They hugged deep and long, and Daphne was crying. "I missed you so much," she said, as she kissed her father on the cheek and bent down to give her mother a similar hug and kiss. "We wouldn't have missed it for the world," Robert said. He had tears in his eyes. "I never thought I'd get to see the day." I walked closer and stood behind them awkwardly. Luckily, Daphne was there to save me. She turned and said, "This is Riley. He's the love of my life. Oh, sucks. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Hutchins," I said. They smiled at me warmly. I hugged Beth, and when I went to shake Robert's hand, he hugged me too. "So you're the one we've been hearing about," he said. "Rachel tells me that you're a poker player." "Yes," I said, expecting him to be judging me for my vocation. It never made any sense for me to be anything else. "Well, if Rachel says you're her guy, then I'm proud to have you join the family. I'm just happy that you were willing to have the wedding so abruptly." "Of course," I said. He stared down at his wife, and I figured it out. The reason we were having our wedding at a casino instead of a proper venue was that Beth Hutchins didn't have long to live. She coughed gently into a handkerchief. Daphne bent down to rub her back. Robert nodded his head toward a deserted section of the casino and said, "Do you mind if we have a man-to-man discussion?" "Dad, go easy on him," Daphne said. "Oh, Robert," Beth managed to say through her coughing fit. He dismissed what they were saying with a wave, and I followed him. When we got out of earshot of anyone at the casino, he turned to me and said, "I wish it hadn't happened like this, the rushed wedding. The truth is, I always thought I'd have to vet Rachel's boyfriends before she ever got to marriage. But that's not the way it worked out. I'm sure she isn't upset about that." He looked over at her and smiled. "I'm so lucky she ended up as independent as she is," he added, lingering on the thought. "That's one of the things I like about her the most," I said. "Good," he said. "A lot of men, lesser men, want a woman who's just an extension of themselves. But the best men should marry a woman who's better than they are." He winked. "I plan to," I said. He smiled and nodded. He looked tired. He wasn't in much better shape than his wife. His white hair was thinning, and his skin was pale. The truth is, for years I thought I'd never get to see this weekend come to pass. After Rachel went missing, all hope was gone. My wife and I could never have children of our own. And when we adopted Rachel, I was already an old man, but her mother insisted. She knew that we were supposed to be her parents, and she was right. I had no idea what to say. Rachel, the character that Daphne was playing, had gone missing. That had to have something to do with the memory problems Emmett had been discussing. Traditionally, it is the father of the bride who's supposed to pay for the wedding, and I am humiliated that I was unable to. Robert went on to say, "I won't be able to pay you back for that." "No," I said. "I understand completely. I was happy to do it. It is my wedding to." He nodded, shame painted on his face. "I blew my nest egg searching for Rachel all those years, and now with Beth's treatments, there was just no way I could do it." "Robert," I said, "it's okay. There's been a lot of misfortune going around, and if I can help make things better in some small way, I'm happy to do it." He nodded. Double quotes, "Thank you," he said. "It's not the wedding I dreamed of for her, and it's certainly not the wedding she dreamed of, I'm sure, but I hope you're the man she dreamed of." I stared at her as she stroked her mother's hair, and they laughed about something I couldn't hear. "Me too," I said, and I meant it. I reached out and shook his hand after we were done talking and said, "Let's go back to them." He nodded. Part of me wanted to continue digging into all that juicy exposition he had just given, but I didn't want the scene to become any more crowded. Whatever murder mystery was happening was somehow related to Daphne's character going missing at some time in the past. There was no way this was just ordinary background info. Truthfully, I wasn't used to getting such heavy details in a storyline through plain old conversation. My low effective plot armor saw to that, even with my moxie. Stumbling upon a big, juicy piece of information was not normal for me, which told me that this must have been scripted. Somehow, I had ended up as a main character and was reaping the benefits of that. I wondered if I would also be scripted for something worse. There was a real possibility that I would be first blood in this one. Why else would I be given such a seemingly prominent role? I am so sorry, sir, but I have to say, you look so familiar. Is there somewhere I might have seen you? The receptionist at the front of the casino was gushing to Antoine. I don't come around here a lot, Antoine said. I just have one of those faces. Maybe, the receptionist said. But she stared at his face, intent on figuring out where she had seen him. She was a young woman, bright-eyed and freckle-faced, possibly in love with Antoine. Miss Tanner, a voice sounded from behind us. Help get these people's room keys figured out, and then leave them be. I turned to see that it was Jules talking. Bobby walked behind her meekly. Yes, Miss Romansky. The receptionist continued digging through a drawer, trying to find all the necessary paperwork. But at the same time, she kept glancing up at Antoine. I was there with Daphne, Kimberly, and Andrew. We had been exploring the casino, learning its layout, trying to find any NPCs that might be important. There couldn't have been more than 12 in the entire building. Management had sent most of the employees home, and it seemed like all of the guests were from the wedding. We were seated in the large leather chairs at the entrance to the hotel area. There was a fountain and some statues. We had been taking pictures nearly all day. They were going to be some gloomy pictures, taken in an empty casino on the cloudiest day possible. But Daphne didn't let that get her down. She really played into it. And when she was into it, it was hard for me not to be. We were holding hands on the love seat. In the distance, I heard something rolling across the floor, and I turned to look and saw that an old-fashioned 1970s television was being rolled into the reception area. The NPC rolling the TV was a great big guy named Ed. On the red wallpaper, it had great big bunny ear-style antennas sticking out of the top. And as soon as it got plugged in, the receptionist yelled out, "That's it. I know I recognized you from somewhere." We all stood to look because she made a big deal out of it. The television had come to life, and a show was playing on it. Although there was a fair amount of static. Apparently, with this storm, they needed to bring it near the doors to get a signal, or at least that was their logic. It took me a moment to figure out what it was she was talking about, but then I was able to see through the static and the dancing images to an exercise show. One of those workout-style things with fast-paced music, an energetic host, and a bunch of women in tights in the background doing exercise moves to the instruction of the host. I couldn't believe it when I realized who the host was. It was Antoine. "This is Carving Stone with Antoine Stone," he called out in his most energetic voice, wearing a red hoodie that looked like mine, but the sleeves were torn off at the shoulder, as well as some yellow athletic shorts that came up above the mid-thigh. That was more popular in that era. Antoine was dancing around, exercising to the music. "Remember, if you're sweating," he said, and then he and everyone else in the studio audience called out, "You're sparkling." "That's right," Antoine said. "Now we're gonna move into the lunges. You never know when you're gonna need to lunge, so follow along." It was an absolute out-of-body experience. If the killer was in that room, they could have killed us all in that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed. "Turn this off. I told you to get the TV so we could watch the weather station," Jules said. She turned to Bobby and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Gill. I'm training them as best I can, but with this storm, they're a bit distracted." "That's okay," Bobby said. "It's hard to blame them. Just don't let it happen again." Jules returned to look at the receptionist and gave her a frosty look. We were on screen, so we couldn't exactly play our surprise and shock as anything else. Kimberly looked at Antoine with a smile and then said to the group, "We didn't want you to find out this way. We were going to delay the news until after the wedding. So, we didn't steal your thunder." But Antoine got his own show. "They picked up the show," I said. "I thought that was a pipe dream." We all walked over to Antoine and congratulated him. It was hard for me to suppress a smile. He looked embarrassed. We had wondered what he had gone off to do when the storyline started, but filming a workout video wasn't even in my top 100 guesses. It was a pipe dream, Antoine said, but sometimes they come true. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. He had brought his everyone loves a winner trope that endeared him to NPCs because of a recent victory. The workout show was his victory. Don't I know it, I said, putting my arm around Daphne. Kimberly cooed at the adorableness. I'm just glad that I get to help people, Antoine said, even if I have to dance like a clown to make it happen. I glanced up at the television, which was now on a weather station, and I saw, in the old-fashioned graphics, an impossibly large storm covering all of Carousel. Things were going to get bad in the coming hours. Screen. As soon as we weren't on screen anymore, we all broke down in laughter. Joke all you want, Antoine said. Apparently, I'm making a bunch of money from this. So my character doesn't care. It's not your character we're laughing at, I said. Moments later, Logan appeared, dressed like a pastor, and saw us laughing. Did you find out the workout thing? He asked. We nodded our heads. He had a good laugh himself. I was in my room watching my television when that came on, he said. I nearly had a heart attack. Well, maybe if you followed the workout, you wouldn't have to worry about those, Antoine said. After a while, the laughter faded, and the jokes halted, as a clap of thunder so loud it shook the doors sounded outside. That sobered us up real quick. So, have we learned anything? I asked. We had, but nothing too strange. We had just gotten to know some of the NPCs that were staying. There weren't that many wedding guests. Just a few family members. There was a photographer, a couple of cooks working overtime, the receptionist, a bellboy, and possibly one or two other odd figures. As long as we know a baseline for how they're dressed and what items they carry with them, my dead giveaway trope should help us figure out which one is the killer. Assuming the killer is one of these NPCs and isn't just hiding out unseen, Logan said. I sent most of the employees home, Bobby said. While the storm was still distant enough, I figured fewer suspects was a good thing. This was one of those decisions that was going to be wrong no matter what he had decided. Fewer employees helped eliminate random background characters from the equation when we were trying to find the killer. But it also meant there would be more opportunities to be left alone. No matter how we slice it, this is going to be difficult, I said. There's just so much square footage to cover here, and so few of us. We have to assume the killer has a trope to help with getting around the set. Experience taught me that. I've been thinking about your trope, Daphne said, looking at Logan. And I grabbed this. She opened up her jeweled handbag, reached in, and pulled out a small bouquet of white roses. She had used a luggage tag on the handbag so that it could contain whatever she might need. Much like I had done with my hoodie pocket. Flowers, Logan asked. The way I figure it, she said. We can have Riley use his insert shot ability on the bouquet, and then we could each take a flower and wear it on our person. That way, whenever the killer gets one of us, they'll most likely have to take the flower. And if someone has a flower that isn't supposed to, we'll know it was them. Logan seemed impressed. The insert shot adds narrative weight to whatever item he uses it on, which increases the chance that that's the object that gets taken. That's pretty smart. I've never used dead giveaway before, so I don't know how bad the variability is. I wasn't sure it was a great idea. It would probably work, but I wasn't certain that was a good use for the insert shot, which had a limited number of uses. If you used it more than once, it stopped being as powerful. Usually, you would want to use it on a weapon or an important object. Daphne could read my doubt on my face. You don't like it, she asked. I thought you'd be proud of my idea. No, it's a good idea, I said. I think it would work. Then I explained my hesitation. That is a good point, Kimberly said. Most of the time, he uses that. It's on an object that we use to defeat a killer. Like the mirror in the 10-second game or Isaac's pizza paddle, from what I hear. He had brought the pizza paddle from By the Slice home with him and had drunkenly demonstrated his martial prowess. He doesn't like it because it wasn't his idea, Antoine said jokingly. No, it's not that, I said. Well, if you don't want to do it, Just say so, and we won't do it, Daphne said sweetly. I thought about trying to trigger a vote. I think we should go with your idea. But not use the insert shot, I said. I like to have that in my back pocket, that's all. I could tell Daphne wasn't happy, but she was a reasonable person. Okay, she said. Then we'll just try to set it up on screen as well as we can so that those flowers will be important. A good motif. They probably already will be. Seeing as this is a wedding. Plus, they're white roses, which will look pretty striking with blood drops on them, I said. Exactly, Daphne said. We'll be just fine. Now explain to me why I'm going to wear a flower from some wedding that's happening at my place of employment, Jules said. Bobby had literally just said that to her quietly while the rest of us were talking, and she decided to bring it up with the group. It was an oddly sweet dynamic. Well, maybe you just won't get one, Daphne said. And it was such a good plan, Jules responded. Come on, Gilligan, she said to Bobby. We have to go make sure the banquet room is ready for this shindig. Soon after they left, we went on screen. To Riley and Rachel, Andrew said, holding up a glass of champagne that we had just poured. It was going to get confusing having to call Daphne Rachel. I'd have to be very intentional about it. We all lifted our glasses and drank. I have an idea, Kimberly said. She had taken the white roses from Daphne. Her Hall of Fame trope strongly connected her to the meta of the story. So if she were the one to present the flowers, they would be more likely to become a motif. We should each wear one of these flowers, she said, to mark the occasion. Aren't they beautiful? She held them up for us to look at. She passed them out one at a time, and we each helped each other pin them to our clothing. Kimberly put hers in her hair, as did Daphne. Pastor Mays, Kimberly said. Could we get you to wear one too? I would be delighted, he said, clearly not meaning it. Anything for the lovely couple. He gave us a curt smile, held the flower up, and then walked away as he pinned it to his own lapel. I adjusted my flower, and then Daphne adjusted it, as I touched the flower in her hair and then traced my hand down her shoulder, pulling her in for a kiss. Thunder sounded, and it was all the more shocking because, as it did, a banging could be heard on the front doors, which had been locked to prevent the wind from pushing them open. Someone's outside, Andrew said. The rain and condensation were so thick on the doors that we couldn't see through the glass. We rushed to go help the person as the storm raged. We unlocked the door and pulled it open. Standing there, holding a large bag over her head, was Ramona. We looked at her, and she looked at us. All of us were confused. How did she get into the story? I don't remember what happened exactly, Ramona said. I hit my head, and when I woke up, my car was caught in the floodwater. I thought I was going to die. We were on screen, back inside the entryway. We had her sit down in a leather chair. The last remaining maid had gone to fetch her some towels. That's awful, Daphne said. Don't you worry. We're going to take care of you. I didn't know where else to go, Ramona said. Andrew was shining a penlight into her pupils. He examined her head. She had a swollen lump right on her hairline. I'm afraid you may have a concussion, he said. Can you tell me your name? Ramona paused for a moment. She began to cry. She'd always been a tougher figure. I hadn't seen her cry since she had found out the truth about her sister being an NPC. But she was crying for real now. My name is Ramona Mercer, she said. I was trying to get to Carousel. I think I messed up. Whatever had happened in the floodwaters had actually scared her. Well, don't you worry, sweetheart. You're safe now, Daphne said as the maid arrived with towels. Andrew continued his examination, but there wasn't much more for him to deduce. She had a head injury, not the worst. An ice pack and some observation are all you need. I might be able to find you something for the pain. A shower and change of clothes might be useful if you were in floodwaters. Ramona nodded. Double quotes, come with me, Andrew said. I'll take care of you. He took her hand, helped wrap her in towels, and led her away. As they wandered off, Ramona stared back at me and Daphne with a strange look on her face. That hit to the head must have been pretty terrible. Off screen. Kimberly, Antoine, Daphne, and I just looked at each other. How did she end up inside this storyline? Antoine asked. We must have done something wrong. It was our fault, I said. Ida Ray features a huge storm. It probably had a large radius of influence, or something. We should have waited longer to trigger it. We waited until they were hundreds of yards away. Antoine said. That should have worked. What we did was overkill. Apparently not, I said. If she was drawn in, Kimberly said. How many of the others were? And if they're out there like she was? We looked out the glass doors. We could hardly see anything. The rain pounded them. Even with the carport sticking out the front of the building, we had hardly been able to make out Ramona through the rain. If someone's out there, they probably won't make it in here, Daphne said. Well, this run just became that much more important, Antoine said. If we have dead players out in that storm, lightning flashed, whatever's happening, I said, that doesn't change anything for us. If they're out there, we can't save them. It was cold, but true, and everyone there knew it. It was a miracle that Ramona managed to swim her way to the building. The hotel was in a recession in the ground, but the building itself was above the parking lot. It was a last sanctuary for miles. But if the water grew too much, even we wouldn't be safe. After Ramona left, Bobby and Jules came and led me to the hotel casino safe. We were on screen, and the entire scene was devoted to them showing me that they had put a large amount of my cash into the safe for safekeeping. I had to sign a piece of paper saying that I witnessed them putting it in the safe. For a while, I wasn't exactly sure why the scene existed at all. It could easily be replaced with a line of dialogue. I'll try to lose some of that to you, I said, though it might be hard without any card dealers on staff. Oh, don't you worry one bit, Mr. Lawrence, Jules said with a laugh. If you're hankering for a round of cards, be it blackjack, poker, or any other game you fancy, I'll deal them for you. I laughed. That's why you're the boss, I said. Well, actually, he's the boss, Jules said, pointing at Bobby. Yeah, Bobby said. But I don't know how to deal cards, so I have to keep her around. They started bickering with each other, with Jules bringing up how she was due for a promotion or, at the very least, a raise. I'm doing the job of 3 people, she said, and one of those people is you. I'm training you, Bobby replied. How else am I supposed to do it? I believe in hands-on learning. As they continued their back and forth, I looked down at the pad of paperwork I was filling out. It was a clipboard with lots of copies of the page I was signing attached. Apparently, this was something they did regularly with guests who brought lots of cash. An authorized tale usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. I noticed that there was another clipboard there too, but this one was the opposite. It was for withdrawing cash from the safe. Cashing out, as it were. Perhaps it was the angle of the light, or perhaps I was just looking for a reason for this scene to exist. But I noticed that there was an impression on the page for the other clipboard. Someone had filled out a withdrawal form and pressed down so hard their writing had been etched into the page below. I angled my head, and while I couldn't make out most of the information that was written, I could make out a name. It said, Antoine Stone. I couldn't see the amount, but apparently Antoine had already cashed out. I figured he would tell us something like that. Bobby and Jules were still bickering. So I grabbed a pencil off the desk, and I gently turned it on its edge and rubbed it over the name section of that page, which revealed Antoine's name in a way that the camera could pick up. This method also allowed me to see how much money he had withdrawn. $20,000. I wondered if Antoine knew he had done that. I quickly ripped off the page, finished up my paperwork, and left, looking for Daphne. I didn't find her, but I did find Kimberly. I gave her the copy of Antoine's withdrawal slip and explained what I had learned. We still had some time to go before first blood, so we were more or less safe. We decided to go up to the roof to look around. Any useful thing we didn't find during exploration would not be there in the finale. After all, Carousel had decided to send us on screen when this happened. The funny thing was, we couldn't go out onto the roof. That would be ridiculous. The rain and the wind and the lightning were terrifying. Instead, we were at the top of the stairs with the roof access door cracked open, watching. It's like we're in the middle of the storm, Kimberly said. Like nothing else exists. If we're not lucky, we might not exist here in a minute, I said. The wind fought with us, trying to open the door further. Don't be like that, Kimberly said. It's your wedding day. Can't you be optimistic on your wedding day? I stared out into the storm. I don't know, I said. I never expected to have one. I guess I almost feel like it still won't happen, even though it's only hours away. Kimberly looked at me with pity. The wedding is definitely going to happen, Kimberly said. The honeymoon. That's asking too much, I said as I rested my hand on an emergency fire axe box next to the exit. I opened the box casually and saw that someone, most likely an employee, had stashed some cigarettes and a lighter there under the axe. I gestured to Kimberly as if asking her if she wanted some cigarettes, but really, I just wanted to put some attention on that weapon. I used the insert shot on it. Maybe I was beating a broken drum, constantly using it on weapons. But that fire axe could be the very thing that saved us. I needed to get the ball rolling on it soon. And Kimberly being in the scene couldn't hurt with her media enhancement trope. Kimberly smiled at my little cigarette joke. Yeah, asking way too much, Kimberly said. But hey, in a few months you'll have an excuse for the two of you to go on vacation. There you go, I said as we stared out onto the roof. At times, we only had a few feet of visibility. I let the door close. Well, I've got to go find my bride, I said. And I have to go find my leg warmer wearing workout instructor, Kimberly responded. I laughed and turned to walk away. I'm happy for you, Kimberly said. I turned back. Yeah, and you can be happy for you too. I nodded, but didn't respond more than that. Kimberly had given me some notes that maybe I wasn't falling into the romance as easily as Daphne was, or as easily as she and Antoine did. I had such a deep connection with Daphne. I had ever since we had come to Carousel. Now, all of a sudden, I was shy. I didn't know what they wanted. I felt in love, and I was doing my best to show it. But I just wished there was a way you could be in love without anyone around to watch. Oh well. Kimberly went looking for Antoine, and I went looking for Daphne. I knew I had found her because I went on screen right before knocking on her door. Come in, she called. I opened the door and saw her holding a large, ornate pair of scissors. They were actually quite beautiful. I looked around to see why she might be holding the scissors. You have the urge to cut something? I asked. I could see a small sliver on the countertop of her kitchenette. It looked like a piece of paper that had been cut. Yes, Daphne said. Then she pointed the scissors at me. Already? I asked. We aren't even married yet. She laughed. Your hair, silly, she said. I know the 70s are supposed to change things with gender roles, but it's your wedding day, and this just won't do. You want to cut my hair? I asked, chuckling. Do you even know how to cut men's hair? She snapped the scissors open and closed a few times, really displaying how large and lethal they were. She would probably have to use them for more than cutting hair by morning. I worked as a hairdresser while I traveled around Europe, she said. Isn't this how the European men wear their hair? I asked. Come over here, she said with a belly laugh. She pulled out a stool. It's not like I could say no. I didn't want her to cut my hair. It was strange that she had never offered before when we were outside of a storyline. Even if she cut it now, it would all regrow when we got to the end. I obeyed. I took off my nice button-up shirt and was wearing nothing but my undershirt. I really was due for a haircut. I like you just the way you are, she said as she grabbed my hair and ran her fingers through it. But there is a very handsome head of hair under here somewhere, and I'm going to find it. She began cutting my hair, one little chunk at a time, moving methodically around my head. You can check. There's probably a bowl in the cabinet, I said. Might make things easier. If you had a bowl cut, I wouldn't marry you, she said, laughing. There is a line. She continued to work, slicing, shaping, grabbing my hair, and doing her best to gather the fallen pieces, placing them on the counter next to us. I could hear how sharp these scissors were. They were a trope item. They had the Shawshank trope attached to them, which made them produce an audible sound when brandished. It also made them a good weapon. I had a pair of hedge clippers like that, disassembled and tucked in my hoodie pocket, wherever it was. We went off screen for a while, and she was forced to continue the haircut because there was no guarantee we would go back on screen during that scene, and I couldn't have half a haircut. About your he has a tell trope, Daphne said. How well does it work? Yeah, it can seem a little ambiguous, I said. It was weird we hadn't talked about it. It helps detect when people are more nervous than they should be, more stressed during an interrogation. Usually, it means they're trying to hide a lie or something, but not always. So, it's not a lie detector exactly, she said. Right. But functionally it is. Because in a movie it's hard for a character to just lie smoothly without being stressed at all. After all, then there's no tension. So if someone could lie without being stressed, it wouldn't work, she asked. Well, yeah, I said. But what kind of sociopath could lie without revealing anything at all? I can't imagine. She said with a smile. On dash screen. She continued to work. But eventually the normal way of cutting my hair no longer worked. Maybe the scene was getting boring. So she came round to the front of me, lifted her dress, and straddled me, sitting in my lap while she continued to cut my hair. I had to bite my lip to stop myself from passing out. I wasn't used to this type of treatment at all. All done, she said after a while. I could feel her moving the cool scissors over my forehead. She bent down and kissed me on the lips. You look perfect for the happiest day of your life, she said. The happiest day of our lives, I added. Yes, of course, she said, kissing me again. I had no idea when Carousel would press the off-screen button, but I was hoping it would be soon. If it wasn't, the cash value of the ticket to watch the storyline in the Manifest Consortium was going to go through the roof. Just as I thought things were going to go too far, the door to the room burst open. Daphne was off my lap and brandishing her scissors like a jungle cat ready for a fight. But it was just Kimberly. Her eyes filled with tears. Antoine's been killed, she said. I checked the red wallpaper. Things were moving quickly. The party phase was over. First blood had just arrived. What could Antoine have been doing here? Kimberly asked. Why would he come down here at all? We were in the basement. The walls were weeping with floodwater. There were no cracks, no holes. It looked as though the stone itself was crying, as if we were in some sort of cave. I'm not getting a dial tone, Bobby said as he ran down the stairs. No telephone, no radio. The storm has wiped it all out. We cannot contact emergency services. All right, back away, people, Jules said. Let the doctor do his work. Kimberly, Andrew, Daphne, Logan, Ramona, and I were the only other ones there, plus the maid who had found the body. Andrew held a flashlight because the lights in the basement were terribly inadequate and flickered constantly. There was a thin layer of water over the entire floor. Andrew knelt over Antoine's body with a keen eye. Broken neck, he said. How? Was all I could ask. Antoine didn't have a completely devoted combat build, but to snap his neck, this killer must have gotten the drop on him. It would seem they bashed his head against the wall there, Andrew said, shining a light on a bloody impression on the wall. No puncture wounds to the torso or head. I don't smell any gunpowder, nor do I see any evidence of a bullet. Antoine looked terrible. Someone had beaten his face raw. Andrew continued to examine his body. Here we go, he said. He lifted up one of Antoine's legs. It appears his Achilles tendon was severed completely. So we're sure he didn't just fall down the stairs, Bobby asked. That would be some fall, wouldn't it? Andrew said as he stared at the wound. I couldn't believe that Antoine had been first blood. He was almost always around for the finale. The floodwaters continued to seep in through the tiny pores in the rock. We need to move the body, Andrew said. Do you have a walk-in refrigerator? You have to be joking, Jules said. I am not, Andrew said. We have to preserve him as best we can for a proper autopsy. And even if we didn't need to do that, we can't leave him here. This basement will be flooded very soon. He shined the light around the room. It was an endless void of blackness with the sparkles of the water reflecting the light. All we could hear were drips as the water dropped in from the foundation itself. Andrew continued to investigate the area, gathering any data he could. He paused as he moved his pen around Antoine's clothing, investigating his shirt pocket and his suit jacket. He seemed to focus on a blood-stained white rose that was still pinned to Antoine's clothing. Daphne looked at me. I didn't know if she was angry, but maybe she was disappointed. The killer had not taken the flower as a souvenir. That made us wonder what they had taken. After all, they had to take something because of Logan's trope. I suspected that they took the money, the $20,000 that Antoine had withdrawn, but I would save that theory for a different scene. As the basement continued to flood, Bobby found a 2x6 board that we could move Antoine's body onto to carry him to the kitchen. Go ahead of us and clear a path, Andrew said. We don't need looky-loos. I didn't know who he was talking to, but he and Logan lifted the board and Antoine's body, so I went ahead. I had explored enough to know the way to the kitchen. We didn't encounter any trouble or non-player characters. As we carried him into the kitchen, the two cooks, who remained, started screaming. "Calm down, Lucia," Bobby said to the loudest one. "A guest has passed away. We have a procedure for this." "This is not our procedure," Jules said. "Our procedure is to call the police. Storing the body is something else." We moved him into the walk-in fridge and set him on top of 5-gallon buckets so that he didn't have to rest on the ground. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Kimberly was crying, appropriately for the situation. I was more like Andrew, trying to analyze it, trying my best to make it so his death would not be in vain. The informal autopsy continued. Andrew was methodical, moving over every square inch of Antoine's body, and dressing and redressing him as needed. It turned out that both of his Achilles tendons had been cut. No wonder they had been able to beat him in a fight. They didn't fight fair. As Andrew continued to examine the body, the rest of us moved out into the kitchen and began discussing the situation. "I'm sorry that this terrible thing has ruined your nuptials," Jules said. "We will, of course, refund you for the event." "No," Daphne said. "We can't cancel the wedding." "You can't cancel it," Jules said. "Do you want to get married on the day that your maid of honor's boyfriend was just brutally murdered? Maybe having his ankles cut is what caused him to fall down the stairs," Bobby said, still playing the naive manager as a counterpoint to Jules's forwardness. "It could have been an accident. We should look for something sharp on the stairs." He was in denial. He wasn't actually arguing those things. "My mother. She's on the edge of death. That's why we came to Carousel. So that we would be close to them. So they could see their daughter get married and have their one perfect happy day," Daphne said forcefully. "It will take 15 minutes. And it will be the best 15 minutes of their lives. We can fake it for that long. We can keep this a secret until then." Now the Britazilla came out. "Are you crazy?" Ramona said. "Just go to the courthouse in a week like normal people. We need to bunker down. Someone is trying to kill everyone." She was still a bit woozy and held an ice pack to her head. She fell back against a wall and leaned against it, not prepared to put up a fight. "All right. We don't cancel the wedding. We gather everyone into the chapel or the banquet hall, and we lock things down. If everyone is in the same place, then the killer can't pick us off," Jules said. "You assume this is a serial killer," I said. "I assume everything," she said. "And when you assume everything, it's the same as assuming nothing. You don't leave anything to chance. There is a killer on these premises. There's no way they made it out into that storm. And I don't intend to have any of my people killed because little Missy over here wants her mommy to watch her marry a mouth-breathing gambler." I was not a mouth breather, but still, that insult cut deep. "Well, you know, Jules," Bobby said, "the wedding might be a good excuse to call everyone into the chapel or the banquet hall. We only have one guest who isn't part of the wedding, that and employees. That makes sense. How am I supposed to cook with a body in the fridge?" "The NPC," Lucia cried out tearfully. "Same as normal," Jules said. "Don't put the cooked meat near the raw." Jules's idea of gathering everyone into the same room might work in real life, but it was doomed in a movie. There had to be tension. And no matter what we did, no matter how cautious we were, somehow another victim would be found. We could not make ourselves safe. Certainly not this early in the movie, but still, we had to demonstrate to the audience that we weren't a bunch of idiots. The decision to move forward with the wedding was going to harm our reputation in that department. "She's right," I said. "There's no guarantee of safety. But until we figure out who did this, we can't leave people alone." And fortunately, our plan was at least slightly doomed. Not just because that cliché of gathering everyone together didn't usually work out, but also because it was a plan worked up by an NPC. And while Jules had 20 plot armor, which was quite a bit more than most NPCs, she wasn't a high-savvy character. For a while, Logan did his best to strengthen her plan, hoping it would last a little longer, by using his voice of dissent trope to force people to debate it. I didn't join in. There was no way it was going to work in the end, but the longer it lasted, the better it was for us. Kimberly sat on the floor, leaning against the wall. The tears had dried up, and now there was only numbness. Andrew had made her leave Antoine's side, as the others continued to debate what we should do, given that we were stranded and unable to contact the authorities. I went and sat next to Kimberly. I didn't know what to say, but she leaned her head over on my shoulder. And maybe if we didn't say anything, that would be enough. Daphne looked at me while I did it. I thought she was going to come over and help me comfort Kimberly. But all she did was fiddle with her handbag. "Everyone, come here," Andrew called from inside the walk-in refrigerator. We arrived as quickly as possible. We weren't that far away, but there was an odd quality because there were so many of us. It almost looked like a scene from Clue. He had Antoine's head leaning back. He had a pair of serving tongs reaching into Antoine's mouth. "There's something in his throat," he said. Moments later, he retrieved that thing. It was a small, square object that I couldn't make out at first. "Move aside," Andrew said as he took the object out into the kitchen, grabbed a sheet tray, and laid the object out. It was a folded piece of paper. A very tightly folded piece of paper. Andrew was wearing food service gloves and began unfolding the paper. The note was written on an old typewriter. From the looks of it, it read, "Mr. Stone, we know about the injections. Steroids are how you carve stone. We have proof. One word to the right people and you're off the air, off the shelf, and out of business. $20,000 in cash. Small bills only. Bring it to the basement level of the Carousel casino on the 8th boiler room. There's a red barrel near the far wall. Drop the money inside and leave immediately. No talking. No waiting. No second chances. We'll know if you don't follow instructions." "Blackmail," Andrew said. "Yes, and they were extorting him," Logan said. The funny thing about the game that Carousel was that I had no idea if Antoine had actually swallowed that letter or if it had appeared there as a result of Andrew's the slab trope, which rewarded him with information during an autopsy. In fact, I was almost certain that Antoine had not even known about his own backstory, or at least not as much as it would seem. He would never have agreed to meet in a dark basement without consulting us. "No, my money," said. He had fallen into some sort of narrative trap. He might have had little choice in his fate. Maybe all he did was stumble into the basement, exploring, looking for weapons or information. Maybe he was lured there, thinking he was milking an NPC for information. And when he did, maybe he stumbled on a bag of cash in a red barrel, and then had to fight off whoever this killer was. To no avail. I suspected that he had died, not even knowing why. As I held my arm around Daphne, I promised myself that whoever had killed him would pay for it. "You have 15 minutes, little missy," Jules said. "If you try to fight me on this, I don't care if you're a bride or a bronco. The real world is knocking, and when it hits you, it'll knock the hair dye right off your head. Thank you so much," Daphne said deliberately. "This will mean everything to my parents." Jules responded. I wasn't sure why Jules had decided to play her character so adversarially. It was interesting. We walked to the chapel. "Riley," Daphne said, "I want you to know that I will always love you. I would marry you anywhere, at any time. All I want to do is give you the happiest day of your life." We were on screen. I had to engage with her on this. "You don't have to promise me happiness," I said. "That's too much to promise. I just want you to be there with me no matter what." I figured my character would be a little bummed with Antoine's death. Daphne looked at me closely. She held tightly onto my arm. "I know you can't trust happiness with what happened to your parents. I know. I just hope that we can have one perfectly happy moment. Just you and me. You can't count on having more than a moment, but you can trust the moment." "Well," I said, "let's go have our moment." And that was how we ended up rushing into the chapel, with me standing at the front like some sort of doofus as a record player played wedding music. None of my family was there. Thank goodness. I didn't want Carousel to cast any NPCs to pretend to care about me. I realized I was staring at the pews. My side was so blank. Her side, at least, had people on it, her parents, her cousin Emmett, and his wife sitting in the back row, waiting to return to the slot machines. Surely, if we were ever to get married, it would look very similar to this. If we were somehow able to escape from Carousel. Daphne had given Kimberly a pep talk, begging her to try to put on a happy face for just a few moments. And Kimberly had agreed. Though she did look at Daphne in a funny way, I couldn't blame her. What would the audience think of us? A wedding while Antoine's body was still cooling. Yes, Daphne was taking the wedding a bit too seriously. And maybe we should have called it off. It wouldn't really have affected the story that much. But each player is responsible for their own subplots, and Daphne, or Rachel, as she was called from the storyline, was responsible for giving her two elderly parents the experience they had waited for their entire lives. I hoped it was worth it. After a long wait, the wedding march came, and there she was. Her father was walking arm in arm with her, crying joyous tears. She cried too. And her beautiful white dress. They had given her a great dress to wear. Even as a stylistically blind guy, I could see that wedding dress was special. It was sleek and ornate at the same time. She wore a white veil. She looked fierce and graceful all at once. My heart raced when I looked at her. And I probably didn't look half bad myself in my tux, especially with the fresh haircut. She locked eyes with me and smiled, and it drove me wild. When she passed her mother, she reached out and grabbed her hand, smiling deeply at her. Her mother was crying her eyes out in her wheelchair. Then they made it to the front, to the altar. Logan led us through the words. Did I take her to be my lawfully wedded wife? She would never forgive me if I didn't. She even took me to be her husband. Somehow, it didn't seem like a fair trade. I definitely got the better side of that deal. Then was the reading of the vows. I had put some time into mine, but I was still nervous as heck. Rachel, I don't always know the right words, but I know what I feel. I never believed that I could actually let myself be loved. It always felt so impossible. But with you, it just happened. You're my safe place, my reason, the best hand I've ever been dealt. I promise to love you in the good, the bad, the boring, and the beautiful. I promise to choose you every day for the rest of my life. Everyone clapped. Then her vows. Riley, I never thought I'd find someone like you. You're kind, steady, and you see me in a way no one else ever has. I know I can be a little strange, a little hard to understand, but you never made me feel like I had to change. All I've ever wanted is to give you one perfect, happy day, and being here with you, like this, it's everything. Riley, I'll love you till the day you die. Logan gave us the in sickness and in health speech, and we both made our promises. We smiled at each other and then kissed when Logan directed us to kiss. And just like that, I was a married man, at least until the storyline ended. It was a strange moment. The blood-red glow from the stained glass window was omnipresent and cast a morbid veil over the event. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. Under its light, even Daphne's wedding dress looked red. I now pronounce you and Mrs. Riley Lawrence, Logan said. And then everyone clapped and cheered. The moment couldn't last forever, but I wished it could for Daphne's sake. This storyline had brought out something strange in her. Maybe she was trying to live vicariously through her character. It felt like it. This was the equivalent of an amusement park ride for her. It was time to move to the banquet hall for the reception, which was not that much different than the normal catering they usually had in that room. But it had all the classic wedding foods. And we were on screen and off screen as we gave Carousel its footage. Of course, Carousel got footage of us sharing the wedding cake. Daphne insisted on it. Don't shove it in my face, she said. I won't, I said. And I was honest. I took a small piece of the cake and gently put it between her lips. She did the same for me. It was incredibly sweet. She kissed me on the cheek for a photo op. The icing got all over, and we had to go clean up. Robert and Beth Hutchins approached us. They hugged and kissed their daughter. Beth hugged me, and Robert shook my hand. Then Beth, almost in an apologetic whisper, said, "We're gonna go up to our room." She looked absolutely exhausted. Daphne hugged her and said, "I am so glad you got to be here." "So am I, sweetheart." "So am I," Beth answered in tears. We waved them goodbye as Robert pushed Beth's wheelchair out of the banquet hall and toward the elevators. I turned to Daphne as she wrapped her arms around me. "We did it," I said. "We gave them a perfect day." Daphne hugged me tight and said, "Yes, we did." She was practically giggling like a schoolgirl, crying happy tears. She wasn't even pretending. "We should go up to the penthouse," she said. "It is our wedding day, after all." Was she playing her character, or really swept up in the romance? "Sweetheart," I said, "we have to try to figure out what happened to Antoine. Remember, there's a killer on the loose." The The brightness in her eyes dulled. Right, she said. I don't know what I was thinking. You were getting caught up in the moment. It's a reasonable thing to do on your wedding day. Right, she said. I'll be right back. I'm going to go make sure my parents make it up to their room okay. Now that you mention there's a killer. Of course, I said. I'll come with you. Maybe I can get some of the other guys too. No, she said. That isn't necessary. I'm sure they won't attack if there are 3 people there who could scream or run away. Then she let go of my body and moved away, gliding across the banquet hall toward the elevators. She was making a terrible move. Even if she were with her parents. A killer capable of taking on Antoine like that would easily overpower the 3 of them. If they had time for an ambush or any other kind of strategy, they could do so without letting anyone get a scream off. Especially if there were multiple of them. But I was on screen. And I couldn't advise her about her play. I stared after her. I felt the real groom's heart beating in mine. I was overcome with love. I almost wished it would stop so I could think straight. It almost felt like she had just used Moxie on me. But it took a while to realize that. After they had loaded into the elevator, an announcement came over an intercom. It was Jules. Excuse me, guests and employees of the Carousel Casino, Hotel and Resort. Please make your way toward the banquet hall on the first floor to receive an important security announcement. Attendance is mandatory. It wasn't that hard for everyone to attend. Most people were already there. Ida Ray was a sparsely populated storyline. It was funny that we had activated it in a place like a casino, which had been very populated beforehand. We went off screen as the NPCs all took their places, and all the relatives and employees staged themselves around the room to get ready for the big announcement. Kimberly, still looking absolutely miserable, found her way to me. Ramona's missing, she said. I looked around. She was right. I couldn't find her anywhere. She was just with us in the kitchens, I said. I have a bad feeling about this, Kimberly said. Maybe she's off exploring. She was playing her character a bit antisocial, I said. There's still no sign of any of the other players making it here, she said. We still didn't know how Ramona had gotten drawn into the storyline. But if she had, who else might have to, wherever they were? If they were in the storyline, they probably weren't doing well outside. On screen, Bobby stood before the crowd of people. You're probably wondering why we called you down here, he said. Then he looked at the crowd and said, my assistant is here to explain that. Jules rolled her eyes and took Bobby's place. All right, folks, eyes up, mouths shut. We've got a situation. And no, it's not the storm or the buffet running out of shrimp. Earlier today, a guest, Mr. Antoine Stone, was found dead. Not dash slip dash and dash the shower dead. Murdered dead. While Kimberly was watching Jules. I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned to see Daphne. She had a finger over her lips, hushing me. She pulled me back away from the crowd. Jules didn't seem to notice our departure. She continued, now, before anyone faints, screams, or tries to swim out of here, you should know local authorities are unreachable due to the flood. So until help arrives, you're stuck here, with me. And with a killer. So, I suggest everyone stay calm, stay indoors. And for the love of God, don't wander off alone to check the generator. This isn't a cartoon. We need to go explore, Daphne whispered. Now, I asked. Our whole thing is that we're supposed to stay here. Everyone is here. Daphne said, don't you get it? The killer must be here too. Which means this is the best time for us to be finding clues. I could see her point. But that didn't make me want to wander off into the hotel or the casino anymore. I looked back at the others. Jules was finishing up her speech. If you know anything, saw anything, heard anything that felt off, come to me or my boss Bobby here. Otherwise, sit tight. We're in lockdown until further notice. That's all. Carry on. Try the salmon. Right after she finished, Bobby jumped in. Wait, just a minute. If anyone saw anything or has any ideas, just tell me now. The crowd of NPCs then started to respond. Some of the ideas were less than stellar, such as cutting off the power to all the floors except one or locking everyone up and waiting for the floodwaters to recede. The maid reported that they had seen someone in a red hoodie running away from the basement when she found Antoine's body. Bobby was using the wisdom of crowds trope, which allowed him to get some useful information from a group of NPCs. mixed in with some really bad ideas. Carousel had apparently realized how impractical it was to only have 12 or some characters. So some random NPCs appeared to fill out the crowd, who had apparently been hiding in their rooms. It was all on screen, and much of it would have been cut. But it was a great time to use the trope. Daphne and I went on screen only for a few lines of dialogue to establish that we were leaving. "Come on," Daphne said. "Be brave, my dear husband." "I'm not concerned for myself," I said, following along after her toward the elevator. "Oh, you're afraid for me?" she asked playfully. "I'm afraid of how lonely you'll be after they kill me," I said. She laughed. "How sweet." We got on the elevator, and she pressed the button for the penthouse. "Why would we need to search up there?" I asked. "What makes you think Antoine's killers would have gone there? Or that they even had a key?" "We won't know until we check," she said. We went off screen as the elevator took us to the top floor, our honeymoon suite. As soon as she got the door open, she was on top of me, and we were back on screen. "What are you doing?" I asked. At a time like this, she said, "is our wedding night." She pushed me toward the bed. We didn't want footage of that at all. It would make us seem strange and off-putting to hook up under these circumstances. But we were on screen, so I couldn't say that. What the hell was wrong with her? "You're sure this won't ruin our memory of this night?" I asked, trying to put an extra helping of "get your act together" into my words. I didn't care if it came across weird. We couldn't get frisky with a killer on the loose, I'm certain, she said as she pushed me onto the bed. This is my favorite part. I was about to ask her what she meant by that, but before I could, lightning flashed through the windows of the penthouse, thunder crashed soon after, and all of the lights went out. Even inside the penthouse with its many windows, it was completely dark. "I'm getting tired of this," Daphne said. "This storm is a pain." "We have to go downstairs," I said. "It's got to be pitch black on the first floor where the banquet hall is. There must be chaos. We have to help Kimberly and the others." "Oh yes, we have to help Kimberly, don't we? Must help Kimberly. Come on," I said as I felt my way toward the door. "We're going to have to take the stairs." As I led the way, all I could think was that maybe Daphne was being affected by the same force that allowed me to feel my character's emotions. What if her character had experienced some sort of love mania, and now it was affecting Daphne? I would have to keep an eye on her. Maybe the enemy of Ida Ray was romance-obsessed. They could have a trope like that. I shuddered at the thought. How my bride, sometimes known as Daphne Sinclair, had to make everything perfect for her wedding. She stared into the mirror as she brushed her hair and meditated on who she was this time. She had been here before. Not just in this casino and not just in Carousel. She had been in this exact moment before. She had loved a man. A gambler who could read everyone in the world just by looking them in the eye. Everyone, that is, except for Daphne herself. That was love, right? What else could it be? He was a lock only she could open. Or perhaps she was the lock, and he was a key who could open anyone but her. She would work on the metaphor later. She needed it ready by the finale. Whether they be lock or key, they were meant to share a wedding day. There could be no other explanation. What was this poker player's name? She didn't remember. Carousel kept that from her cruelly. But today, his name was Riley Lawrence. A man who certainly knew about risk-taking. She knew that much. She could tell the moment she looked at him. Carousel had given her scouting tropes to help pick out her husbands. To find men that were her type. Or one of her types, at least. And Riley was her favorite type, broken. In dire need of her help to release his baggage. She needed him. And he needed her. That was love. This room at the hotel was an old haunt of hers. How long she had been there, she didn't know. By now, she was as much a part of this hotel as the doorknobs. It was the same at the ski resort in Snowblind or that little farm venue out in Eastern Carousel. This place was part of her. She loved Carousel. Sometimes, it loved her back. She felt all of her things were in this room. Her outfits, which she had collected from playmates over 100 storylines. And 100 storylines again, were hung in the closets. Her weapons, most dear to her, were locked inside a trunk at the foot of her bed. The same trunk she had brought to Carousel so long ago, covered with stickers and stamps that told the story of her travels around Europe, Asia, and North America. She wondered if her America was the same one that Riley knew. Could she rely on her memories to help her blend in? Best not to tempt fate. She had been burned before. One stamp was from a train station in Paris, where her trunk had gotten lost for 3 weeks. Luckily, it didn't contain too many weapons back then, or else she would have had some questions to answer. That was from her wedding to a man named Maximilian. He had a yacht that cost more than most people would make in their lifetimes. He loved that boat. In a way, it was romantic. When she sailed away with it, the way he swam after her, she didn't know if he was chasing her or the boat. Maybe a bit of both. Yes, she had lovers on every continent and in several bodies of water. She had 2 stickers from Argentina on her trunk. She had been married twice there in the same 3-month period. Once to a widower, Ernesto, who missed his first wife, his true love. Daphne reunited them using a radio in a bathtub, an apparent accident. And then she married his son, who missed his father, gone too soon. She had a sticker from Australia, where her husband had asphyxiated on a bit of unchewed steak. He chewed with his mouth open, a nasty habit. One particularly grisly piece entered his throat and stayed there with a bit of help from Daphne's chokehold. That sticker joined one from London, where she and her husband had reportedly been mugged in an alley and her husband had died protecting her from a trio of knife-wielding hooligans. He probably would have to. He was so chivalrous. So many memories locked away. Today wasn't about unchewed steak or the mean streets of London. Today was about the gambler. Today was about Riley. She brushed her hair all the while as she contemplated this. Her wedding dress was currently being worn by a mannequin in the corner of the room. She would slip into it soon, and while wearing it, she would become herself. She was only herself when she was married. Until then, she could be anyone. Her ritual brushing and stroking her hair until she became herself was interrupted as a shadow passed across the peephole of her door, and a folded note was slid through the crack underneath. Not this one again, she thought to herself as she went on screen. She was out of her chair and across the room as fast as she could go. She scooped up the letter and began to read it aloud, but only the first few lines. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. Ms. Sinclair. We know Rachel Hutchins went missing 10 years ago. We also know you're not her. She stopped. She couldn't finish reading the letter. It would annoy the audience if she spent too much time focusing on the letter just now. When someone drops something off at your door anonymously, you're supposed to see who it is before they can slip away. Everybody knows that. So she quickly unbolted and unlatched her door, swung it open, and looked out into the hallway. It was empty. Empty except for the maid pushing her cart along. Rounding the corner due east, headed up a different corridor. There was no exit in the opposite way, so her anonymous pen pal must have gone in that same direction. Daphne quickly closed her door, being sure to grab her handbag, and walked at a fast pace down the hallway as she read the rest of the note. It was exactly as she had feared. It was those damn blackmailers again. While she couldn't remember much about them, she remembered the bile and hatred she had for them, for how pesky they were to clean up. Ms. Sinclair. We know Rachel Hutchins went missing 10 years ago. We also know you're not her. You've worn other names. Elise. Marnie. Maybe more. But Rachel was a bold choice. Your fiancé plays to win. High stakes, high visibility. Imagine how he will react when all the cards are on the table. Our silence costs $100,000 in cash. Bring it to the maintenance corridor. Level 1, Carousel Casino Hotel. North End. Near the staff lockers. 4 o'clock on the 8th. There's a black laundry bin against the far wall. Drop the money inside and leave immediately. No talking. No delays. No second chances. We don't want to know why you are living a lie. We only want to know what you are willing to do to keep it going. You keep your secret. We keep quiet. Her memories were blocked off. She didn't know who the blackmailers were, only that they could be anyone. If she was going to give Riley his perfect wedding, if she was going to give Rachel's parents the send-off that they deserved, she was going to have to hunt them down before they revealed everything. Carousel forced her to target people who knew her little secret. As long as the blackmailers were alive, she would have to target them and ignore her plans with the players. She bounded down the hall, turned to look both ways when she got to the end, and saw that there were no other people in either direction. But she did have one advantage when she chased someone. It started a chase scene. Because Carousel insisted she was an enemy. Right now, she was in a chase scene. It was too early in the film to really matter much, but it told her she was going in the right direction. Without being able to see any viable suspects, she might have been in trouble. But there was one suspect. The one hidden in plain sight. The maid herself. Daphne knew the power of disguising herself as the help. Many of her playmates were completely blind to such characters, and she had posed as a maid more than once. It was also suspicious that this maid, a tall, slender woman, wasn't stopping at the rooms where the little maid service requested tags hung from the doors. Despite passing several, she didn't attack. Now was the time to observe. The red wallpaper didn't tell her much. The maid looked like an NPC. While Daphne did have powerful insight tropes, they mostly worked against the players in order to help her fit in better with them. If the maid had been an ally, she would have been able to see whatever she liked. But as it was, she was trying to peer through a haze. It wasn't fair, she thought to herself. She was often paired up against killers and maniacs, and in some ways, she had a bigger disadvantage against them than the players did. But one thing she had was experience. She hid inside an alcove and watched the maid from a distance. The woman walked silently, and while she never picked up the trash or seemed to clean anything, she did occasionally knock on the doors. But she wasn't trying to speak to anyone inside. Instead, she was confirming that there was no one inside. There were few guests at the hotel because of the storm, outside of storylines. These rooms were all occupied by fellow travelers, ghosts, cutthroats, men who would sell you cursed objects or extremely exotic pets. People just like Daphne herself. But when the storyline started, they evacuated or hid. This place belonged to her now. Her quarry walked right past those rooms. And even if she hadn't, they would likely be empty when she opened them. The maid, when she found a room that she liked, would open up a door, slip inside, and stay for no more than 30 seconds before returning to her cart and moving further down the hall. She was a thief. That made sense, if memory served. All of the blackmailers would have a gimmick. This one would snoop around and find dirt on her targets. She was looking for her place in the story the same as anyone. Until she found Antoine's room. Antoine wasn't Daphne's type. He didn't need her help so much. In their fabricated memories, they were friends. She, Kimberly, and Antoine formed a sort of clique. But those weren't real memories. Those were tools. Once the maid got to Antoine's room, she found a spot across the hall, just out of direct view of the peephole of his door, and she waited, pretending to be occupied by something in her cart but clearly keeping an eye on the door. Something was about to happen. Daphne had her own hiding spot, where she spied on the maid who was spying on Antoine. This was happening on screen. So it wasn't merely an NPC finding her mark. It didn't take too long to figure out why she was there. Soon, Antoine's door opened up abruptly, and he coolly stepped out into the hallway, saw the maid, and stared at her suspiciously. "Would you like maid service?" she asked, in a thick French accent that was a bit underbaked in Daphne's opinion. Antoine shook his head. "No, thank you," he said. Instead, he passed by her and walked toward the elevator bank. Daphne watched as the maid reached down into a sack that contained soiled laundry and pulled up a large radio. But instead of speaking into it, all she did was push a button 3 times, sending out a static discharge to whoever was listening. Antoine was being watched. He looked like he was a man on a mission. In his suit, he looked like a spy from the movies. How much did he know about what was going on in his subplot? Did he know that there were blackmailers? Daphne considered all of the options. Based on the information she had on this team, her best guess was that Antoine was going to find Riley. That was good. Making sure that the players were distracted by the blackmailers while she worked in the background was essential to her strategy. The maid casually moved in the same direction as Antoine but did not follow him onto the elevator. Daphne had to catch up with him without alerting the maid to her presence. If she didn't get to know anything about the blackmailers, then they shouldn't get to know anything about her. Well, at least they shouldn't know how dangerous she was. They would find that out later. Luckily, she knew her way around and soon found her way to the nearest set of stairs. Antoine's elevator was going down, so if she was fast enough, she would be able to catch it on the next floor. And Daphne was almost always fast enough for anything her heart might desire. The stairwell down from the penthouse technically did have emergency lighting, but for some reason, it was an obnoxious dark red color, and it blinked very slowly. So there were entire seconds of darkness between momentary reprieves of light. Luckily, I had pretty good hustle, so I wasn't worried about tripping, even though any person in real life would likely take a tumble under these conditions. Daphne kept pace with me easily enough, though she did slow down after a few levels. "Do you ever think about our wedding?" she asked in a soft voice. "I haven't really had time. I mean, it just happened," I said. She was quiet for a moment, almost an entire 3 blinks of the red light. "No, I mean for real," she said. "Do you think we'll get married?" We were off screen, so we technically could talk about this, but it felt like a terrible time. "I don't know," I said. "First, we've got to rescue all the vets, figure out this through-line nonsense, and see if there really is a way out of Carousel. But yeah, I mean, that's what people in love do. They get married. It's not like I'm going to find anyone I love more than you." I stopped my descent. I got the sense that she was feeling some really big emotions, and I didn't want to run off and leave her as she slowed down. "Why do we have to leave Carousel first?" she asked. "Why can't we just get married here? I mean, we could die any minute. Don't you want that perfect moment of happiness?" "Oh no. What is with you talking about a wedding like it's a perfect moment of happiness?" Honestly, our fake wedding was mostly just super stressful, trying to play the part for the audience. You know what I mean. And I imagine a real wedding would be pretty similar, minus the serial killer. She laughed gently, but briefly. "You'll never be happier than right after you get married," she said. "Everything goes downhill from there. It's when you really get to know a person, you know, when they have no reason left to hide anything." She was a few steps above me, but she closed the gap slowly, holding onto the handrail. "Do you think you know me?" she asked. "Yeah," I said. "I mean, think of all the things we've been through together. I know you better than anyone back home ever did, right?" I waited for the red light to blink and searched her face as well as I could to understand what had brought this conversation on. "I think the only way to know a person is to give them everything they say they want, and then see what they do once they have it," she said. I saw a tear rolling down her face. "I thought I was the cynical one," I said. "What's going on? I know that trying to think about romance when people are dying around us is difficult, and that's all Carousel is." I could see her holding her handbag in one hand. She was opening the clasp and closing it over and over again. "Look," I said, "love isn't the hopeless thing I thought it was. I never thought I'd get to love anybody, but here I am with you. I was so afraid that love would lead to pain, and that I would never let myself do it. But then I met you, and somehow, I got there. You love me," she said. "Of course I do. I don't think you can really love a person until you know what's wrong with them," she said. "Until then, it's all in your head. You don't know them completely." I stepped up toward her and grabbed her hands. "If anyone's love has been tested, it's ours, right? I mean, Carousel is not the place for the faint-hearted." She wouldn't look me in the eye. "Do you still feel your character's love?" she asked. "Whoever the groom was, back when this storyline was real, he was truly in love. I wondered what his life was like. I wondered what his bride was like. I also wanted to know how it had all gone wrong. I was pretty sure I would find out soon." "I do," I answered. "It's like a physical jolt running through my body." He loved his fiancée very much, and I think she loved him too. Daphne embraced me and said she did, with all her heart. "I think they were happy together all the way to the end. Don't you?" "Absolutely," I said. "Maybe we should run this storyline again sometime, just to feel it again. Happy, peaceful, optimistic, double quotes, a perfect moment," she said. I kissed her because I could tell she wanted me to, and because I wanted to. "But I don't make you feel like that," she said. "It was a trap the whole time." "I never said that," I said. "It's just, I'm cautious. I don't want to count on a happy ending until we're crossing the finish line." "You can't ask more than that. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it." "I can't make you happy," she said, "because of all your baggage." "Wow," I said, letting go of her and backing down a few steps. Isn't happy a little bit of a high bar in a place like this? She didn't answer me, but when the red light came on, I could tell that she was distant, as if she were reading the red wallpaper. You can't be happy because you blame yourself for your parents' death. But that's not fair to you. I blame myself, I repeated. Where is this coming from? I asked. If you had gone up the stairs when you suspected something was wrong, you would be dead too, she said. It isn't your fault, I know that. I said, I know that, but how did you? When did I tell you? You can't love a person until you know what's wrong with them. And I know everything about you, Riley. That's why I can love you completely. But I still can't make you happy. And if I can't do that, what is the point of any of this? This was not normal, Daphne. I said, this is not the time. When we get back, maybe you can have a talk with Andrew. Or what kind of wife would I be? What kind of bride? If even on your wedding day, all you can think about is escape. All I think about is escape, I said, always in a storyline. Outside of a storyline, it's all that's on my mind. And I still have to avoid doing anything about it, or else we might get put on Carousel's through line by accident. I think we need to end this conversation. We need to go downstairs and help the others. She stared at me blankly for a moment and then said, I need to go check on my parents. See if they're all right with the power outage. Okay, we can stop by there, I said. No, she said. You're best on your own because of oblivious bystander, which now makes a whole lot more sense. I'm better on my own too. I'm safer, remember, because of my tropes. Right, I said, though I didn't specifically remember which tropes she was talking about. I'll go downstairs and check on everyone, I said. It should be pretty easy to be oblivious in all this. Clearly, she said. And we need to talk about whatever that was. Because my head is spinning, I added. We continued down the stairs until we reached the floor where her parents were. She walked through the door, and I considered following her, but I didn't. She was right. We were better off alone if we were going to be attacked. Of course, I might have been biased by how much I wanted that conversation to end. I did hope she would be all right. How strange. Even as I continued down to the first floor, I kept cursing myself for how stupid it was to let her go off alone. Why did I do that? The first floor was worse off than I expected. Not only was it dark because the lights were out, but it would seem that the slot machines had some sort of emergency backup that allowed them to continue chimming and dinging constantly in the distance. I couldn't see the machines that were paying off. I could never see the machines that were paying off. Yet I heard them echoing through the labyrinth that was the casino floor. As I walked, my shoes squeaked against the damp floor. Water was coming into the building. Things were going to get ugly. On screen, Carousel filmed me as I discovered the new world that the power outage and the flooding had created. I would go off screen for a few minutes at a time, but then be right back on. I picked up the pace and started running back toward the banquet hall. You never realize how slippery wet carpet can be until you're running on it. Still, I had to act appropriately for the situation, and appropriately meant full speed. But then I ran into Bobby, and I only knew that because of the red wallpaper. As soon as I caught sight of his physical body, I stopped. Who's there? I called out. Bobby Gill. The manager, he said, clearly frightened. Is there an emergency generator or anything like that? I asked. We need to get power back on. I switched to the emergency backup as soon as the lights went off. A few minutes later, somebody broke in and sabotaged it. Now all we have is reserve power for the emergency lights, he said. Why would anyone do that? They don't want us seeing them come and go, I said. Have you seen my assistant? Bobby asked. I sent her to the emergency generator first, but she never came back. No, I said. I'll keep a lookout. Is everyone else still in the banquet hall? I have no idea, Bobby answered. People started panicking. I need to go find Kimberly, I said. The blonde one, he asked. She was there last I saw, but she might have gone to the kitchen to be with, well, you know. She'd been talking about it, and I think your friend, the doctor, might be there too. Then that's where I'm going, I said. Bobby paused for a moment. I'll go with you, he added. Maybe Jules is there. Well, let's get a move on, I said. We started running together, and we didn't go off screen, which would have been very useful. This is a terrible time, Bobby said. A terrible time for this. We're training mostly new staff. I can't seem to find any of them. New staff. This would be one terrible first week at work, I said. Well, it will be their last, he said. They haven't been listening to me at all. It's like they don't even know I'm in charge. He was trying to tell me something. We continued running in the direction of the kitchens, and we made it there in record time. As soon as I pushed through the door, I could see Kimberly's poster flash on the red wallpaper, which made me hyper-aware. Just aware enough to reach up and grab the frying pan that she was about to smack me with. Oh, thank God, it's you, Riley. Something strange is going on here. You're just figuring that out, I said. There was about an inch of water on the floor. The stoves were powered on. Their flames lit up the kitchens, bouncing light off every surface. I saw that Andrew was in the kitchen, examining a body atop a prep station. It was the receptionist. Oh my God, I said. Poor girl. Is she? Kimberly asked, nearly in tears. Look what we found in her pockets. She pointed to a large metal bowl that would normally be used for mixing, but in this case, was used for evidence that they had taken off the NPC. I went over there and looked. Andrew had a flashlight on him and was kind enough to illuminate the contents of the bowl for me. There was a box cutter. I reached in, grabbed it, and opened it up. Is that? I started to say. Blood, Andrew responded. Looks like she cut somebody open with that thing. I looked back into the bowl to see what else might have been there. There was a TV guide, and on the cover was Antoine. The article was titled The Fitness King. How Antoine Stone Plans to Build His Empire. At first, I didn't understand the significance, but then I opened it up. The article on Antoine appeared to be a typical promotional piece, designed to advertise his show and enhance his persona. But there was a section of it underlined. A section where he talked about how he was filming episodes back-to-back because he had to go to a friend's wedding in a few weeks at Carousel Casino and Resort. As the interviewer specified, apparently, it just happened to be one of his show's sponsors. So he gave it a shout-out. You don't think? I said. Was she stalking Antoine? Why pretend not to recognize him? I do, Andrew said. She's got bruising on her arms. Looks like someone snapped her wrist. I noticed she was acting strange when we all gathered in the banquet hall, holding her arm to her body, hiding her injury. You think this 90-pound woman killed Antoine? I follow the evidence, Andrew said. Then who killed her? I asked. As I looked back at her body, something changed on the red wallpaper. She wasn't an NPC anymore. She was an enemy with a plot armor of 30. Her name was now, simply, blackmailer, code name Honeypot. We are so getting sued, Bobby said. And then we finally went off screen. Daphne had to run to make it to the elevator on the floor below in time. No sooner did she push the button to go down than the indicator blinked, and the elevator, containing Antoine, opened up. He casually glanced at her. They were on screen now. He had to play it cool. Maybe too cool. Antoine, she said, thinking of something to say to him. I think Kimberly is looking for you. He swallowed hard and then said, I'll catch up with her in a minute. I'd like to play the slots before we have to start boarding the lifeboats. He laughed nervously. So you're going down to the casino floor? She asked. He nodded his head and said, might take the scenic route. There's supposed to be a gym somewhere around here. Daphne smiled and glanced down at his suit. He grabbed at his tie and straightened it, then said, I brought a change of clothes. I'd just like to know where it is. I'll go with you, she said. Stepping into the elevator forcefully, she took a careful glance down at the room selection buttons and saw that he was taking the elevators to the basement level. You know, on second thought, I probably should go grab my clothes, he said. He was acting shifty, exactly as he was supposed to. Daphne admired that. It took real dedication to play a character well, and he was trying his best. You know what, she said. I'll leave you to it. The caterer fled the scene, and Kimberly's probably flipping out. With another glance down at the basement level indicator, she stepped out of the elevator. As the elevator closed, they went off screen. Antoine's arm jutted out between the doors, stopping them from closing. Okay, look, he said. I just got up to my room and my character's bags were up there. And inside one of the bags I found this. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded up piece of paper. It's a blackmail note, he said. Apparently, my character does steroids. But here's the thing. It looks like I've had it for a while. And check this out. The drop-off is supposed to be at 3 o'clock, but it's already 5 minutes after that. So I bet that the money I'm supposed to drop off is already down there. And I get a subplot of going and spying on who picks it up. This team had been around the block a time or two. Interpreting the little clues of how to pursue subplots could get confusing. Daphne had used that to her advantage many times. "Are you going to find Riley?" she asked. He shook his head and said, "I want to, but if I delay it too long, they might not be there for me to see." "You're right," she said. "Okay, quick, you go down in the elevator, and I'll follow you down the stairs and keep a distance. I think I can stay off screen, and if I can't, we'll play it off as me being suspicious of you." He considered this. "I'm not going in guns a-blazing," Antoine said. "I'm just trying to get some information. If something goes down, save yourself. You don't have to be a hero." I'll try to remember that," Daphne said, brushing her hand against his arm. "See you down there." Antoine breathed deeply and nodded his head. Then he put on a charming smile. Daphne raced back to the stairs so that she could get to the basement level. She went on screen so that the audience would follow along from their perspective. She had just seen where he was going by looking at the button he had pressed and was now following in hopes she could get a glimpse at the other blackmailers. She quickly took out her trusty letter opener in case things got messy. Who was she kidding? She had the letter opener in case things didn't get messy enough. She followed him on screen, and then, when they went off screen, she caught up to him. "Where is the meeting?" she asked. "That room up ahead," he said. She knew that room. It was a large, dank basement area that often posed as the singular basement for the hotel, even though there was an entire network available. "Go in and look around," she said. "Make sure that you go in far enough that I can come in behind you and find a hiding spot." Antoine looked around. He wasn't sure about that, but he didn't say anything. Still, when they separated again, he went on into the room and, back against the far wall where there was a trash receptacle, he began investigating its contents. That intrigued Daphne at first, but then she realized that must be the drop location for the cash. She snuck into the room behind him. Half of the room was devoted to laundry services. There would be plenty of hiding spaces, for whatever reason. The half of the room with the laundry baskets that were taller than Antoine and the large industrial laundry machines was not lit. Daphne found it easy to hide. Carousel was sure to capture the footage it needed of her tailing him, though he himself rarely went on screen. It seemed to her that Carousel was going to use this footage to piece together the narrative of Antoine going down to the agreed meeting place, placing the cash, and then sticking around to catch the blackmail. She, of course, always needed to appear on the hunt. She held her letter opener, ready to pounce, or at least to make the audience think she might. She hoped that he understood what Carousel was doing, too. It seemed that he did, because shortly after Carousel had captured its footage of her, he found a place to hide on the opposite side of the room between a large cupboard and a storage locker. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. This situation was vaguely familiar to Daphne. She wondered if she had found herself in a similar scene in one of the many dozen times that she had played through this storyline. The blackmailers were difficult. She remembered it was so hard to clash with them. They were like ships passing her in the night. If she didn't find a way to get a good look at them on screen, tracking them down was a pain, just as they had planned. After a few minutes of waiting, the blackmailers arrived to claim their reward. Daphne was sure to get a good look at them and size them up to the best of her ability. The entrance to the room was a small set of stairs that went down one direction and then back the other direction. They were made of wooden boards, and they creaked something awful, probably on purpose. The space beneath them was dark. That would have been a fine hiding spot, too, Daphne realized. The stairs creaked extra loudly when the large bellboy with his strange strap cap bounded down them, followed by the receptionist from the front of the casino, an eclectic pair. Daphne tried to imagine what their gimmicks were. The bellboy was obvious. He was impossibly large, likely specializing in physical coercion. The threat of violence was a little less elegant than proper blackmail, but he would likely be useful when things got hairy. The receptionist was less obvious. She just looked like a normal NPC. It would take investigation to figure out what her hook was. But she was quite pretty in the small town, wide-eyed girl way. There were many ways to gather blackmail when you had someone like that on the payroll. Daphne would know. She had a character just like that. Nadine. It's in the trash can, the receptionist said. We need to hurry. I need to get back to my station. The giant man grumbled something, but he wasn't particularly well-spoken. Daphne stared at Antoine, practically willing him not to reveal his hiding spot. The blackmailers weren't searching the area. The script wouldn't call for it this early. Players weren't on the menu for first blood. Blackmailers were. The receptionist got to the trash can first, reached in, and drew out multiple stacks of cash. She laughed as she did it. I told you he would pay up, she said. There is nothing a man hates worse than telling the truth. And the longer he's been lying, the more he hates admitting it. She handed the stacks to the bellboy, who quickly made them disappear into his jacket pockets. This was a simple scene. What Daphne would do next was pick out one of these blackmailers and make sure they wound up dead in time for first blood. Yes, she knew the call of the script, even if she didn't always answer it. Antoine's in-story character would think that he was alone in the knowledge of what had happened, as he wasn't aware Daphne was there. And Daphne was certain that she could convince the rest of the players to spend the first half of Rebirth ferreting out the truth from Antoine on screen. If he refused to admit his secret while these blackmailers kept ending up dead, he could play a sort of minor antagonist. Why not? With all of these blackmailers, it seemed everyone else was. She could even frame him for the deaths. Heck, she might even convince the players to go along with it. Riley would find a way to make it work. The thoughts of how she could bend the story thrilled her. All she would have to do was hunt down these blackmailers and then move on with her plans. With any luck, she might even get it done before the wedding. Except that wasn't how it would go down. Just as the bellboy and the receptionist were back on the stairs, static cut through the silence of the room. A voice came on over a radio one of them had in their pockets. Did you find the drop? A man's voice asked. The static covered most of the voice's features, but she could tell it was a deep voice. The receptionist quickly grabbed her radio from her pocket. Silver Fox, she asked. Did you find the drop? The man repeated. Affirmative, the receptionist said. We're on our way. There was a pause, but then the radio sounded again, static screeching loudly, causing the blackmailers to wince. Did you search the room to make sure that no one saw you? The voice asked. We don't need witnesses. The receptionist and the bellboy looked at each other. There's no one in here, the receptionist said. Go ahead and make sure, the man responded. Daphne was perplexed. This was the party phase. Sure, you could make a corpse this early on, but exploration and spying on your enemy was typical at this point in the game. And it was weird to see enemies punishing that so aggressively. She looked over where Antoine was hiding. She couldn't see him. And he couldn't see her. But they were thinking the exact same thing. How could they protect Daphne? The blackmailers made their way back down the small set of stairs and peered around the dark basement. With the blackmailers actively searching, Daphne's chances got markedly worse. It was an odd interaction altogether. Daphne started doing the math in her head and came to the realization that this could simply come down to whether she or Antoine had the higher hustle. They were both in a chase scene, certainly. Targeting priority wouldn't come into play. He was an athlete. The odds were that his hustle was higher than hers. She had to think fast. Luckily, she was in the darkness, and as she looked around, she saw that there was a laundry chute not far from where she was hiding. It hung down from the ceiling, but if she could get to it and climb up into it, she was athletic enough to be able to scurry to the next floor. She moved silently, calling on both her hustle and her experience, and made her way over to it. She had to climb up on top of one of the industrial machines to get there, and then she had to practically jump out and catch the edge of the chute so that she could do a pull-up and get her body into the space. But she would be able to do that, as she stood on top of the machine and readied herself for a silent exit. It would seem that Antoine had other ideas. He couldn't see her escape attempt any better than the other two. As the blackmailers neared the dark part of the room where Daphne was hiding, Antoine emerged from his hiding spot and knocked into the cupboard he had been hiding next to. He had done it on purpose, Daphne realized. He was trying to save her. How sweet. The blackmailer's attention went toward him immediately. We told you not to be here, the receptionist said. She looked heartbroken to have found him. I must have missed that part, Antoine said as he started edging toward the stairs. The bellboy moved to cut Antoine off, but he wasn't particularly quick. However, as soon as he tossed a large sack of industrial solvent out of the way, he sprang forward and managed to block the path. The two of them began struggling, hand in hand. "He's down here," the receptionist said into the radio. "He waited so he could spy on us." The bellboy was stronger, but Antoine wasn't trying to beat him up. He was trying to position himself where he could get to the stairs. And the giant wasn't smart enough to realize that was what was going on. He took it for a sumo wrestling match and ended up throwing Antoine back in the direction he wanted to go anyway. Antoine backed his way up the stairs and said, "I don't want any trouble. I'm just gonna leave. And you better not follow me." Antoine took his steps slowly so that he could fend off attackers from whatever direction they might come. His hands were out, ready to fend off an attack. "Take him out," the voice said over the radio. Daphne almost gasped audibly. The blackmailers didn't kill people. That was not proper blackmail. Even with her memories locked away, she knew that. They weren't supposed to go for the kill. Not until later in the story, when they were feeling desperate, if at all. Why would they start now? First Blood was supposed to be one of them, maybe a random NPC, but certainly not a player. Daphne searched the script both as a player and an enemy and found that this was, at the very least, an edge case. No, this was something different. Someone had changed the plot. Before Antoine could turn around and run up the stairs, the receptionist, who had apparently hidden under the stairs after catching some stray blows in the scuffle, reached out from between the wooden stair steps and sliced the backs of his heels, cutting straight through the Achilles tendons one after the other, getting both done before he could even fall down. After that, he was a goner. The big guy started to laugh as he took over the attack and finished it, punching Antoine in the face and then eventually ramming his whole body into the wall headfirst. By that point, Daphne had already fled up the laundry chute to the second floor. When she climbed out to safety, all she could ask herself was, what did these amateurs think they were doing in her story? She had just died when we found her, Andrew said as he examined the body, using his flashlight combined with the light of the burners on the stove. As strange of a situation as this was, stuck in a hotel casino kitchen as floodwaters gradually poured in on the first floor, one of his friends dead in the walk-in fridge, and the lobby receptionist laid out on an area that was usually used to assemble salads. Andrew sure did make it look like it was just another day on the job. "Here's the cause of death," he said. He lifted up her left arm and pointed to a small hole just under her armpit. "Bobby, Kimberly," and I gathered close. "That little pinprick?" Kimberly asked. "Judging from the entrance of the wound, it appears to have been something that's pointed but without a sharp edge," Andrew said. "Something small enough to go in between the ribs and pierce the heart. She would have been unconscious in seconds and dead in minutes. She had bled quite a bit from that little wound. It was incredibly precise. If you were to take a guess at what kind of weapon it might have been, what would you say?" I asked. Maybe it wasn't in character for me to be so inquisitive just yet, but the fact that we had lost Antoine and didn't know the whereabouts of Logan, Jules, or Ramona suddenly made me feel that we needed to step up our urgency. "If I were to guess," Andrew said, "it would be some sort of skewer or even, based on the slightly flat shape of the entry wound, a letter opener. She may not have even seen her attacker. This was quick and efficient. Blackmailer Kaden, honeypot plot armor, trope hidden in plain sight. The villain will appear as an ordinary NPC until they don their disguise. Non-combatant. This villain cannot be attacked on screen until it attacks the player or is otherwise identified as hostile. Interests align. This entity does not need the players to lose in order to achieve its goals. Thoroughly dispersed. This creature's group can instantly occupy the entirety of a set area, making it appear omnipresent and unpredictable to characters. Keep you on your toes. This enemy has a heightened chance of finding and subduing victims who are not paying attention. No neighborhood watch. The villain will not be seen by NPC witnesses when off-screen. Two-way street. If a player with buff Moxie attempts to interrogate or manipulate this villain, the villain will get an equal buff to Moxie. We go way back. Players may have a pre-established relationship with this villain that the players must discover before the past catches up with them. I stared at the young woman who had been the receptionist. I could see all of her tropes now. There were several things to be concerned with, but the one that caught my attention was thoroughly dispersed out. We were on screen, so I couldn't explain our dilemma just yet, not explicitly, and there was a real chance we wouldn't go back off screen before they needed this knowledge. If she had the thoroughly dispersed trope, that meant that she had allies and that enemies might very well surround us. Before I could say anything, the door to the kitchen opened gently, just enough for someone to peek through. Kimberly had her pot in hand, ready to smack whoever came through the door. And I quickly moved to a knife block and grabbed a cleaver, as it was the biggest handle I saw. And that's where my instincts took me. We were ready for whatever evil might try to come through the door. But it turned out it was only Daphne, sweetheart. She said as soon as she saw me. I saw a trail of blood, and I feared the worst. She saw a trail of blood in the wet hallway. Sure, there wasn't exactly a flood yet, but was there enough to wash away any trail of blood leading to the kitchens? I didn't know. Strange. She must have just been acting to explain how she found us. Everything's okay, I said. How were your parents? They're wonderful, she said as she crossed the room. And we wrapped our arms around each other. I have them locked up and safe. Is this another victim? She asked, turning to the body of the blackmailer on the salad bar. A victim, maybe, Andrew said. Possibly a perpetrator as well. Daphne looked incredulous. You don't think that a little woman like this could possibly be the killer, do you? She asked. Love this story. Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. Not by herself, Andrew said. It might be that one of her partners decided she was dead. Wait. Oh dear. Daphne said. They killed Antoine for blackmail money, Kimberly said, crying. Maybe he tried to fight back. Maybe he didn't want to give up the money. Those monsters, Daphne said. It didn't feel fair. Antoine had not been given enough time. We were just putting the pieces together that he was being blackmailed. And suddenly he was ambushed and his money stolen. Or at least that's what the narrative led us to believe. Based on the blackmailer's trope, we go way back. It would appear that Antoine, and possibly the rest of us, were on a very short timer to figure out our characters' backstories. When Antoine didn't figure out he was being blackmailed quickly enough, he was killed. But still, what was he doing in that basement? And how many more blackmailers were there? Well, we know she has partners, I said. They could be anywhere. I said it forcefully, perhaps even out of character. I needed my team to know we were in danger, and a lot more than we expected. They could be anyone, Bobby said. You know what dawns on me? Most of the employees who volunteered to stay on through the storm are relatively new. I wish I could vouch for them, but I cannot. Jules said I shouldn't have kept them on, that they weren't ready. If I had just listened to her. We still don't know that anything happened to her, I said. I don't know her very well, but she seemed smart enough to stay hidden. Bobby nodded. But I saw a look of disbelief in his eyes. We had not yet had the opportunity to discuss this off-screen for longer than a few seconds. But I got the impression that Jules might have sacrificed herself. He said she left him abruptly. She may have secretly drawn our enemies away from him, if only for a time. And we weren't even at second blood yet. Had we underestimated this story? Either our allies were in hiding, waiting for a signal to come out, or they were dead. Look at this, Andrew said. I did, but I almost immediately looked away. He was rifling through her garments, looking for evidence. And he had gotten down to her pantyhose. Only a coroner could get away with that. I looked closer and saw what he was drawing our attention to. She had a wad of bills strapped around her upper thigh. Andrew grabbed it. There must be around $3,000 here, he said as he flipped through the money. Maybe a little more. That confirmed it. Well, Antoine had just withdrawn $20,000 for his blackmail, I said. And if she's got a little over $3,000 on her, 6 blackmailers, Kimberly said. I nodded, assuming they all got an even cut of the money. Andrew furrowed his brow. What is it? I asked. If she was killed by one of her partners, wouldn't they have taken her share? He asked. Maybe you interrupted them when you found her body, Daphne said. He wasn't convinced. If so, they're going to want their money back, Kimberly said, staring at the door. We can't stay here. The kitchen was a massive area with turns, twists, lots of hiding spots. And it had an auxiliary kitchen upstairs that was accessible through multiple stairways and dumbwaiters. 6 enemies. I had expected only 1. But now that we knew, we would have to do whatever it took to protect ourselves. Yeah, we need to leave this place. It's too big to secure. And the floodwaters are coming in, I said as I hugged Daphne tight. We should probably go to your parents' room. We can hole up in there. Daphne didn't say anything, but she did hug me tightly and look up at me with her beautiful, sparkling eyes, which danced in the firelight of the stove. Finally, Carousel showed us some small amount of mercy, and we went off screen. Now that we were off screen for more than a few seconds, Bobby burst with what he had been holding in. When I was using the wisdom of crowds, one of the NPCs pointed out how my employees weren't doing their jobs, and they were just spending their time with each other. I hadn't thought of it before because I thought they were just doing what NPCs normally do, that they had gotten the footage Carousel needed and were only acting as background characters. But if that isn't true, I think we have to assume that any of the hotel workers, and maybe the guests, could be enemies. Oddly, it might be better for us if we couldn't trust anyone. How did this get away from us so fast? Kimberly asked. It's not even second blood yet. Is Logan dead? And where did Ramona go? I'm sorry to say, Andrew said, but I believe they're dead. His words echoed throughout the flooding kitchen. Health monitor? I asked. His step into my office trope gave him the health monitor ability in the same way that Cassie's the anguish trope did. He was able to see the status of his allies even from a distance. The difference was that his was powered by his savvy, where Moxie powered hers. I noticed that I stopped being able to perceive them. But we were on screen and I couldn't say anything. After a few minutes, their dead indicators lit up. From the sound of that, he probably won a stat contest. Whoever had killed them must have had a trope to help hide their deaths. But whatever stat powered it wasn't as strong as Andrew's savvy was. So eventually his trope won out. So when we find their bodies, Kimberly started to say, second blood, I said. Usually, first and second blood would happen on screen, and there would be players there to witness it. But that didn't have to be the case. All second blood had to be was a reminder of the threat we faced. And when we started finding bodies and realizing that we had far fewer allies than we first believed, that could be our second blood. It was a stark reminder that rebirth was not safe, and that anyone could die during it. They just weren't guaranteed to. I could have sworn our teamwork was better than this. Did Logan and Ramona go off on their own? Did they trust a stranger? Wouldn't they? Shouldn't they? Have? Were they being blackmailed too? I racked my brain trying to understand where we had gone wrong. No matter what, in the future, I said, never go off on your own. Always make sure that you have at least one teammate with you. We cannot risk being caught all alone with an enemy. Clearly, they have no hesitation about killing. Has anyone got any hint that they might be a blackmailing victim? We looked at each other. No one said anything. We hadn't gotten a lot of backstory for our characters. You would think that at a wedding you could learn the scuttlebutt on anyone, but there were hardly any guests to talk to. The storm had driven them away. But what is their motive? Bobby asked. If they're blackmailers, why are they killing us? Maybe Antoine tried to fight back. Okay, but we still have almost half a movie to play out. What advantage is there to them by killing us so quickly? It was a good question. Blackmailers were not supposed to be violent. Well, you do know the combination to the safe, right? I asked. Maybe that's why they went after Jules. Bobby's eyes got wide. There is a lot of money in there, he said. It's fake money made for the movie. But there is a lot in there. Jules didn't know the code though. Only I do. I have an idea, Daphne said. I turned to her. Why don't we just open up the safe, she said. With all that money, they'll have no reason left to kill any of us. A novel approach for sure. It might even work. I don't know how we could justify doing that in character, I said. All else aside, Bobby would take an enormous hit if his casino manager character just left the safe open on such a speculative play. That alone might cause Carousel to heighten the difficulty. Well, it was worth a shot, she said. My character does have just over $200,000 in there, I said. As a poker player, Kimberly asked. As a very good poker player, I said. In fact, after what happened to Antoine, I kept looking for any part of my backstory that might show I was being blackmailed too. I mean, I did bring an awful lot of cash here, but I couldn't find anything. Maybe I only brought it because I intended to gamble it. You had to pay for the wedding, Daphne said. Yeah, but that was a fraction of the amount I brought, I said. It just doesn't make sense. You would think that a smart criminal would target me. I was a single man with no family. A few distant friends I saw a couple times a year, and tons of cash. Daphne smiled slightly. But if I'm right about there being some sort of narrative trap, it is possible that my character is being blackmailed and I just don't know about it. I said. I might not find out until the moment they come to collect. We got everything that we came for and prepared to leave. I looked around the kitchen and back toward the walk-in refrigerator where Antoine's body was being preserved. It's strange to think this is all about money, I said. I don't think we've had a storyline like that. Not exactly. Maybe permanent vacancy was. But those guys were just hiding out. The money was a small detail. It's never just about the money, Daphne said. I shrugged. Well, if it's not just about the money, I have no idea what it's about, I said. She stared at me almost with pity. I laughed. Well, I don't see you coming up with answers, I said. I'm working on it, she said. As we left the kitchen, it occurred to me that we hadn't figured out why Carousel had done the strange naming thing with Daphne. She was cast to play Rachel Hutchins, and we didn't know why it had been done like that. I tried to think about it, even as my head swirled from all the excitement. Whatever we did, we needed to go up a level. It didn't take us long to realize that the first floor was flooding at an increasingly rapid rate. But, of course, it was. The glass doors at the front of the building could be barricaded to keep out people, but not water. And now it was flooding in so fast that, even before it got to the top of my shoes, it had a sort of current or momentum. We need to find Ramona and Logan's bodies, I said. If we can use those to trigger second blood, we can get to the finale without any more of us dying. We don't have much more time here, Andrew said. This is only going to get worse. People often said that in Carousel. They were always right. On dash screen. Suddenly, I saw a flash in the distance. The light must have bounced around several corners by the time it got to us. And it was still bright. It wasn't the flashlight. It was quick, as if someone had taken a picture with a camera. Hide, I said. Logically, our characters should never approach signs of human activity when a killer is on the loose. But we also couldn't run away because we needed to find out what was happening. I looked at Andrew and said, "Kill the light." He quickly turned off his flashlight. Even while hiding, we could slowly and cautiously make our way toward the activity while staying out of sight. Depending on the camera work, the audience might not ever know how close we came to running into trouble. Finding a place to hide was easy. The way that the casino floor was divided up and the number of slot machines and tables placed on the floor made moving in secrecy far easier than it should have been. I moved closer toward the flashing, which continued to happen every 20 seconds or so. It's like there's a camera on a timer, Kimberly said. I believe you are right, Andrew whispered. The timing is too even. Daphne was beside me, but she was moving slowly, struggling to keep up. I grabbed onto her hand and gently pulled her toward me. As I grabbed her hand, I thought it odd. She had another ring on her finger. Usually, I wouldn't notice something like that, but I had literally just put a ring on that hand. Now she had another on her middle finger. Looting the storyline a bit early. Perhaps. You stick with me, all right, I said. Okay, she said with a smile. I could tell because her brilliant white teeth suddenly appeared in the darkness right above her wedding dress. We continued moving toward the source of the flash. It's the banquet hall, I whispered. We wound our way around the walls and rows of machines, moving toward the flashing lights. As we got closer to the place where the flash was coming from, I could see much better because the bulb remained bright for quite a few seconds after the flash. It's not moving, I said. It's on a stand. That's where the photographer left it, Daphne said. He was supposed to take photos of the reception. You know, just regular shots on a timer of everyone being casual and having a good time. And fortunately, that was ruined by the storm. She sounded bummed out about it. And the deaths, I said. Those, too, of course, she added. I was almost confident that we could stop hiding, that somehow the camera had triggered itself. When I heard the whispering, it was a full-on whisper fight. That's what it was. You idiot. A woman said. They're going to think we did this. We just found him already dead. Another voice said, who didn't quite understand the concept of whispering as well. It was a man's voice, deep and strong. They're not going to know that. The other voice said, all they're going to see are the pictures of us standing over the body because you had to touch the camera. There was a note on it, the man said. We could leave another note. Explain the whole thing. I heard the sound of a hand slapping the back of someone's skull. We need to get out of here. Why did we do this job? We should have called it off when we heard about the storm. The woman said, where's Bambi? We were supposed to meet back here a half hour ago. Royal Road is the home of this novel. Visit there to read the original and support the author. Every time the camera flashed, I could see two figures standing over a third. As soon as I could see them with my eyes, I could also see them on the red wallpaper. They were background NPCs. One was Ed, the bellboy, and the other was a cook called Chef Champlain. Ed was gigantic, especially in that bright, illuminated framing of him next to the cook. I suspected they weren't actually NPCs. And I also suspected that the Bambi they were talking about was the fake receptionist lying dead in the kitchen. The body they stood over was only called photographer on the red wallpaper. He didn't stand a chance. I didn't know where we were supposed to go from there. We certainly didn't want to confront them. I turned to the others and whispered as quietly as I could. Let's get out of here. As we left, Bobby quietly said, those were two of the new employees. I bet she's not even a real chef. And he's probably not even a bellboy. We were leaving as quietly as we could. But then, right behind me, something smacked into the side of one of the slot machines. Those, being the old, non-digital kind, were filled with bells and chimes that could be physically triggered. Or at least that's what I had to assume. Because after somebody tripped on it, it made a far too loud noise, a bell ringing. I suppose that anything would be loud in that room. All I could hear was the rain in the distance and the occasional flash of a bulb. What's that? Ed, the giant bellboy, asked, not trying to whisper any longer. Someone's here, Chef Champlain said. Bambi, Ed called out. We didn't dare say anything. He started walking toward us. Let's go, Daphne said, too loudly. And then we had to go because Ed was carrying a stanchion. One of those giant metal poles that velvet ropes are often attached to in order to form the area where people could wait in line. Go, I said. We started to run away. And the thing about running when the water was up to your ankles was that you couldn't possibly do it quietly. Taking baby steps where you didn't have to raise your foot out of the water was one thing. If anything, the sound of that was disguised by the water hitting all of the machines throughout the room. But running was loud and messy. Lead the way, Andrew, I said. He had a flashlight. We were in the chase scene. I had to hope that Ed didn't have a bunch of hustle. He looked more like a guy who would have a metal build. The cook, however, could have been fast, but probably wouldn't have confronted us on her own. As we began to run, Daphne started to pull away from me. I held on tight. We need to stick together, I started to say. I need to go check on my parents, Daphne said. Again. Fine, then that's where we'll go, I said. You know where that is? I asked Andrew, Bobby, and Kimberly. They did. We do need to stick together, Kimberly said. Exactly, I said, taking one big step after another. Wet carpet was slippery, but flooded carpet was even worse. You couldn't step too far or else all your forward momentum would become a somersault or the splits. Daphne tested my grip as I held onto her hand, but not too much. She didn't want to appear as though she was struggling. Of course, I love you, I said. And I felt it deep in my heart as we got to the stairwell. She turned and looked at me in the emergency lighting of the stairwell that blinked red. I love you too, she said, and I believed it. All my moxie told me she was telling the truth. We started up the stairs, but when we reached the second floor and started winding up toward the third, Andrew jumped back, shining the light upward. A figure stood before us, and even with the flashlight and the red emergency lights, it was difficult to make out who she was at first. My adrenaline was pumping. And while my fight or flight instincts were keen, my stop and identify instincts were taking a break. Daphne screamed and pulled from my hand just as I realized who it was. Jules, Bobby said, truly overjoyed. Calm down, Gilligan, she said, as I stared at her. I realized she had a bloodied lip, a broken nose, and all manner of swelling around her left eye. What happened to you? Bobby asked. Customer complaint, she said coolly, taking a few more steps down the stairs even though doing so gave her significant discomfort. I met the folks who were blackmailing the fitness instructor. Who was it? Kimberly asked. We shouldn't have been having this conversation so soon after a chase scene, but I was caught off guard by how beat up Jules was. I don't know who they were. They wore masks, disguised their voices, but there aren't an awful lot of suspects. I bet I could pick them out from body size and gait. We need to get everyone in a lineup. There was a man and a woman. Asked me for the safes combination. Was the man huge? Was it Ed? Bobby asked. The bellboy, Jules asked, laughing. No, not a chance. Much smaller than him. Tell you what, I think I'm about to pass out. If we could get where we're going, I'll tell you all about it. We're going to check on Rachel's parents, I said, almost saying Daphne by accident. Does she know that? Jules asked, looking past me to the door to the second floor. Only then did I realize that Daphne had run off. I didn't understand why she kept doing that. I didn't want to. She must have thought you were one of them, I said. I bet she took another stairwell up to her parents. We should meet her there. Bobby climbed the stairs to be next to Jules and let her put an arm around him as she turned around and started climbing. I only wish you had found me a few floors up, she said. Oh well. Guess I'll get my steps and dot it with slow going. But we eventually made it to the 5th floor, where Daphne's parents' room was, or rather, her character Rachel's parents. It really was strange that Carousel cast one of us to play a named character. That had never happened like this before. I thought I remembered Dina's last name being changed when her character was married, but that didn't apply here. I felt like every theory I had was swimming around me, and I couldn't keep my head straight. Why was Daphne playing a character named Rachel? Was the Hutchins name that important? They had always adapted props around our names and images. Had Daphne not discovered some vital part of her backstory that would explain it all? Or was Carousel messing with us? Had Daphne done something in the past that would make this prank of Carousel's make sense? I had to think about other storylines she had run. Which ones were they again? This is it, I said after we'd made it down the hall to their room. Right up there. As we got close enough that we could actually see the door, which was standing ajar. A blood-curdling scream sounded from within. I rushed forward past Andrew until I could see into the room. Inside, I saw Daphne standing over a queen-size bed, holding a lit lighter up so she could see. In the bed were two people who at first appeared to be sleeping peacefully. Robert and Beth Hutchins. I could see on the red wallpaper that they were dead. I just can't believe they're dead, Daphne said, staring over her parents' bodies. I had guided her to a nearby chair, and she was crumpled down with her face in her hands, weeping openly. Andrew, ever the pragmatist, was examining the bodies. You didn't need to be a coroner to know there was something suspicious about these deaths. There were no wounds, no blood, no struggle. That limited down the possibilities to a few different methods of suffocation or asphyxiation, or more likely, some type of poison, given the champagne glasses on the small kitchenette bar top. I assumed it was poisoned. Kimberly was on her knees near Daphne, holding her hand, but was otherwise strangely distant. Her eyes were exacting, looking Daphne up and down, her head pulled back as if she were very uncomfortable. I had my arm around Daphne, but I was feeling similarly. Something odd was going on, and Daphne wasn't telling us the whole truth. When did you last see them? I asked gently. She didn't answer at first. Rachel, sweetheart, I said. When did you last see them? It couldn't have been too long ago. Yes, she said. They were fine the last time I was here. The person who had done this had been let into the room, and had to have been friendly with Robert and Beth Hutchins. It was strange. Last I knew, they had gone back to their room to turn in for the night after an exhausting and hectic wedding day. However, Beth and Robert were still wearing the clothes they had worn to the wedding. I just can't imagine, I said. Who would want to hurt them? Can you? I asked Daphne pointedly. Typically, you could narrow down suspects by looking at their choice of victim. I was less certain than ever. I don't know, Daphne said. It must be a madman, someone terrible and deranged. Perhaps, Andrew said. I don't have the equipment or supplies to do a proper autopsy. I can rule out several possibilities, but narrowing down further would be impossible. There is one thing I am certain of. Your parents were poisoned. He then went on to explain how he had arrived at that conclusion. If you look here, he said, pulling back her father's lips, you can see the evidence of vomiting. It appears that he was cleaned up afterward. The small hairs on the corners of his mouth are still matted from the fluids. There is fiber consistent with a napkin or paper towel. But why? Daphne asked, interrupting Andrew's thorough explanation. I don't understand. Maybe it was the blackmailers, Kimberly suggested. While we couldn't narrow down a real motivation they would have, other than taking out witnesses, someone had to say it. There was a real possibility the motive could be pretty straightforward. Blackmailers were not expecting to get caught in a storm. They realized that they will be the only suspects in Antoine's murder if anyone knows they were here. They start taking out witnesses. Right. It felt off. These weren't quick, pragmatic murders. The Hutchinses were laid to rest. Still, it was the best theory we had. People are less afraid to go all in when the chips are down. I've been itching to use a poker metaphor. My character did play the game for a living, after all. The modus operandi doesn't make sense, Andrew said. Antoine was beaten to death. The receptionist was stabbed cleanly and efficiently. And now Mar and Mrs. Hutchins appear to have been poisoned and died mostly peacefully in their sleep. Here, peacefully in their sleep meant drowned in their own bottle. While we continued to discuss this, the door to the bathroom opened up, and Jules, now freshly bandaged thanks to Bobby, stepped into the room. I can confirm that the blackmailers are desperate people, Jules said. I don't mean to interrupt, youngness. I realize you're mourning your parents, but poisoning is not the act of a desperate killer. It's the act of a professional. Jules sat down on the carpet, leaning against a wall, and told us the whole story of her captivity. Even though it wasn't a long one, they were breathing heavily, shaking, almost jonesing for me to tell them the combination to the safe. They couldn't get a word out of me, she said. Even if I had known, I would have let them kill me first. And they were willing. I have no doubt in my mind. Well, why didn't they? Kimberly asked. If they're killing witnesses, why let you live? Jules stared off into the distance for a moment and then said, maybe they thought they could still break me. They tied me to the radiator. What they didn't know is that these radiators were built 60 years ago and have needed overhauling for 50. I barely managed to escape. I was trying to piece this storyline together, not just from my character's point of view, but from my own as well. When everything began, I was astonished to find out that I might have been cast as a main character. But as things progressed, I began to feel that I wasn't a main character at all. All of the events in the story revolved around someone other than me, and I couldn't say who. Kimberly was a shoo-in. The celebrity aspect trope should have lent her a lot of gravity in a story like this, and perhaps it did. Perhaps she was the true detective who might ultimately ferret out the answers. But Kimberly's role in this story was painfully straightforward: a concerned friend, a mournful lover, a paranoid survivor. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. She even had a background trope for it. It dawned on me that I had yet to see what she had done with it. I had spent most of my time with Daphne, and in that time, we had been on screen an awful lot. But if the story wasn't about me, and we were on screen, that meant the story must in some way be centering on Daphne herself. We continued talking, giving Carousel the footage it needed. Eventually, I did get to hear about Kimberly's backstory, and it was Daphne who helped clue me in. This must be so familiar to you, Daphne said to Kimberly through tears. To the bank robbery. Kimberly had been leaning into a tougher persona to help explain why she wasn't distraught over the loss of Antoine. But now I saw that it was also part of her backstory. Very familiar, Kimberly said. With any luck, this one will turn out the way the robbery did. And how is that? Daphne asked. The bad guys died, Kimberly said coolly, staring into her eyes. I didn't want to think about what she was suggesting. Of course, Daphne said. We can only hope. After a long beat of silence, illuminated only by the gray light of sunset miraculously making its way through the storm, Daphne looked up at her character's parents. You know, at least they got to go out together, she said. At least they got to see their daughter on her happiest day. Such a weird dialogue choice. But maybe she was trying to find a silver lining that could motivate her character. Or something. I didn't know. She stood up suddenly. Our portrait, she said. Our family portrait. It's still in the banquet hall. I started to say something, but she interrupted me. I have to go find it, she said. She started moving toward the door. Rachel, what are you talking about? It's just a picture, I asked. And now it's all I have of them. If the flood ruins it, I don't know what I'll do, she responded. She was fidgety and tearful as she spoke. Was she lying to me? My mind started going down a path I didn't want it to. Rachel, what are you saying? That you're going to go out there on your own? Kimberly asked. I'm faster on my own, she said. I can sneak around better. Woman, you are wearing a wedding dress, Jules said. Daphne looked down at her very ruined dress. It was still white, but the bottom had been dragged through dirty water. Quickly, she pulled out her fancy pair of scissors from her handbag and shortened her dress, making a sound of cutting and tearing. If they find me, she said, brandishing the sharp scissors, maybe they'll wish they hadn't. Before I could protest, she was out the door, and it was closed behind her. Kimberly quickly walked over and locked it. She turned around, looked at the rest of us, and said, something is going on with Rachel. Riley, I know you love her, but you have to see it. This is abnormal. No kidding. It was time for a performance. Her parents just died, I said. Get out of the way. I need to go after her. Riley, something is wrong. Can't you see that? Kimberly said, grabbing onto my arm and putting out some tears of her own. I tried to pull away, but only half-heartedly. As I stared down into Kimberly's eyes, she's my wife, I said. I can't just let her go out there with the killer. Didn't you hear what she said about her own parents? Kimberly asked. She's glad they got to die on her happiest day. All this sneaking around. Something is wrong. We should have taken this up with Daphne off screen, but ever since things started going wrong, we hadn't spent enough time with her off screen to do so. You don't understand, I said, backing away. Her wedding was a very important symbolic day for their family. Her parents believed for years that they would never get to see this day. I had to move heaven and earth to make the wedding possible on such short notice with her mother's illness. It's been very hectic. Hold on one second, Jules said, forcing herself to her feet. What do you mean they believed for years that she would never get married? A beautiful girl like that. She'll be on her fourth husband before you know it. Yeah, Bobby said. Why would they think she wasn't going to get married? She couldn't be, 23? She had plenty of time. There was an intensity to our conversation. We had come a long way as actors. You don't understand, I said. I did my best to seem frustrated. And it was easy because I was pretty frustrated. When she was a teenager, a young teen, she was kidnapped. They didn't find her until years later. I can't imagine what she went through all those years in captivity. A beat passed in silence as they considered this. I'm sure you couldn't, Kimberly said. But could she? What are you talking about? I asked. Could she imagine all of those years in captivity? She asked. I paused, as if double and triple checking my understanding of her meaning. Are you saying that she made it up, a gang of blackmailers? Andrew said, coming to Kimberly's aid. Known to recruit young women. That was a good point. No, I said, that is impossible. I trust her complete. I quieted, letting their words sink in. I wished that we had time to discuss this better before we had to do it on screen. Something was up with Daphne. She had a subplot or a secret that she wasn't allowed to tell us. Some reason that she had to keep leaving. And if we found out that it was benign, that maybe she was just afraid and believed she would be safer on her own than in a group, then that meant we were betraying her and slanting the story against her. Either way, we would find out what was going on sooner or later. I had to put up a fight. I had to argue with them. But that didn't mean I had to disagree in the end. Riley, Kimberly said. We've only known her a year less than that, and if she's one of the blackmailers targeting you would make perfect sense. You have enough money to make a year's work worthwhile. Didn't you say you brought tons of cash to the wedding? Whose idea was that? I don't remember, I said. It's a casino. You bring money when you come here. And whose idea was it to have your wedding at a casino? It was our idea. We came up with it together, I said. But then I paused. Well, what? Kimberly said. Was it her idea to come here? She may have suggested it, I said. But it was only because I am who I am that she would ever think of it. Daphne would have to forgive us. If this turned out to be a witch hunt, so be it. We could recover from that. If we didn't act appropriately for how weird she was acting, the consequences would be even worse. She would have to understand. A wedding destination where you would bring a fortune in cash. A blackmailer who knows enough about Antoine to try to extort him for money. Andrew said, she is acting erratically. No, I said, this cannot be it. How do we know that she isn't a victim of the blackmailers? We don't. Andrew said, that's precisely the problem. She will not talk to us. Has she spoken to you about this? She constantly runs off on her own, even when we know a killer is about. Riley, use logic. She is wrapped up in this. The more I thought about what we were doing for the narrative, the more I liked our decision. Whatever it was Daphne was up to, this choice would definitely make for a juicy finale. It would also give us something to do. So, we wouldn't just seem like chickens walking around, getting our heads chopped off. Before the wedding, I walked in on her and she was cutting something up. I said, now, I didn't see what she was cutting, but I did see a sliver of a piece of paper. Doesn't it make more sense that that piece of paper was from a blackmail note? That maybe she thought she had to hide it from me for some reason. They seemed to consider this and didn't respond. See, I said, Rachel is innocent. And in fact, she's in trouble. She needs us to help her, right? Isn't that logical? They looked at each other and then at me. Kimberly walked close and put her hand on my arm. Riley, what in the world could she be blackmailed for that would be worth all of this? She gestured her hand toward Murdoch and Mrs. Hutchins, lying dead on the bed. I don't know, I said. But whatever it is, we need to hear it from her. We continued talking for a few more minutes, just trying to find a good emotional dialogue for Carousel. And then finally we went off screen. As soon as we went off screen, the silence in the room suffocated me. What is Daphne doing? Kimberly asked. Social awareness is all over the place, she said, referring to one of her tropes that allowed her to gauge a character's moxie and gave her insight into interpersonal relationships between characters. What do you mean? Andrew asked. It's giving me double responses. They don't make any sense, Kimberly said. It's like it's arguing with itself. The only thing I know for sure is that she loves you and her parents. And that only makes things more confusing. Everyone else she is suspicious of. I thought for a moment. Did we ever figure out why Antoine was in the basement? I figure he was doing basic exploration and wandered somewhere he shouldn't be. Into a hazard. Or perhaps he was chasing down a lead and was tricked. Andrew said, maybe. I said, it was true that in the early party phase, we could get pretty reckless with exploration, and usually, there were no consequences. But that didn't mean there couldn't be consequences. Exploring a location and discovering hidden hazards, treasures, or weapons was a basic form of gameplay. Was it possible that Antoine had wandered into the wrong room, questioned the wrong suspect, or perhaps trusted the wrong friend? Remember the trope that the honeypot lady had? I asked. Something about we go way back. How you might have a backstory with the blackmailers, and if you don't figure out what it is in time, there will be consequences. The silence returned as they thought about what I had said. You think Daphne had a backstory with them and didn't explore it? Bobby asked. Maybe, I said. I really did find her cutting up something. She might have been off screen before I got there. I must have caught her by surprise. She played it off well enough. She gave me a haircut. I was meaning to say, Kimberly said, it looks great. She has a real future as a hairdresser. The sarcasm was a bit thick. Thanks, I said. Maybe Daphne failed to explore a backstory she had with the blackmailers. And the consequences of that were bigger than we could imagine. You're saying that she might be compromised, Andrew said. Wouldn't that show up on the red wallpaper as infected? It should, I said. And then all at once, we collectively paused and reflected. I didn't think to check her statuses, Kimberly said. Me neither, said Bobby. And I'm usually very careful about that. I hadn't either. I hadn't even thought to. This was a mundane storyline. The idea that someone could be infected either with hypnosis or some sort of mind-altering virus or drug didn't seem likely. It wasn't set up. Could there be a completely meta type of infection? Something that could alter a player's mind that powerfully. I can't see her at all, Andrew said. What? I asked. You mean with health monitor? Yes, he answered. She isn't appearing at all. This is similar to what happened when Ramona and Logan died. They disappeared for a moment. Why did I let her leave? Don't tell me she's dead, I said. Please don't tell me she's dead. Andrew shook his head. I don't know. Health monitor is a very powerful ability, and I have observed that conflicting tropes often get a head start, so to speak, against it. It was a powerful ability. Being able to see your allies' health statuses no matter where you were was a real game changer. To be fair, he added, I cannot see Jules either. Perhaps whatever trope is affecting Daphne is simply masking her from me. That would make sense if there were some sort of powerful infecting ability. Some type of ability that is making Daphne act on her own. Making her not tell us what's going on, I said. That has to be it. Maybe we should consider something else, Bobby said. I've been thinking about it, but I didn't want to say anything. What is it? I asked. Just say it. You don't need to keep quiet on my account. Okay, he said. I'm thinking that maybe this Daphne isn't our Daphne. What is that supposed to mean? I asked. Bobby was at a loss for words, but eventually he spat it out. What if she's been replaced? Something is going on here. Think about it. Why else would Ramona be here? Maybe something about this storyline replaced Daphne and gave us Ramona in her place. Like some sort of trade. I didn't like the sound of that at all. It made too much sense. Surely there would have been some mention of that in the Atlas, Andrew said. That is a fundamentally plan-destroying trope. Ida Ray was a well-known storyline. Wait a second, I said. What if it isn't an enemy trope? They stared at me, waiting for me to elaborate. What if Daphne is using some sort of betrayal trope? Do you remember the stranger in the 10-second game? He had a trope where he had to act like a, well, maybe not a minor antagonist, but he was definitely lying to us. And he had caused a lot of the trouble we were going through. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. A tricky betrayal trope could have caused this. Something that hid its own existence. You're saying that she equipped some new trope, and it had some unintended consequences? Andrew asked. Yes, I said. Something like that. There was a whole host of tropes categorized informally as betrayal tropes. They all centered around one idea. That a player could be antagonistic to his team in ways that could help the team overall. Look, it doesn't matter, I continued. Whatever is happening here, we just have to be aware of it. And we have to trust that our teammate knows what she's doing. But, maybe we treat her like she has been compromised. Keep an eye on her, Kimberly said. Never be anywhere alone with her, no matter how much she begs or manipulates. Kimberly was ready to cut Daphne out completely. Her instincts were usually good with people. Yeah, I said. Something must be going on. Something big. There is no way Daphne wouldn't tell me if she was able. If she even is our Daphne, Bobby repeated. If she's not, we may be in a heap of trouble. Maybe they had their doubts about that. I couldn't blame them. There were times in a storyline where an ally might do something that was inconvenient to you. But normally, when you went off screen, they could easily explain it. Any odd behavior could be forgiven with just a little communication. Or so people kept telling me. I didn't know what was happening with Daphne, but I did know we could get to the end of the story together. We had done it many times. If she was compromised. And the more I thought about it, the more sure I was that something was up. Then we would have to cross the finish line without her. We may even have to fight her. You can't play this game relying on just one person. So now what? Bobby asked. We have to go after her, I said. I'll insist on it in character. It may be a mistake in the end, but it will push the plot forward. Staying in this room is only going to cause disaster. I'm pretty sure having everyone holed up inside the banquet hall is what caused the power to go out. But what do I know? We kill anyone who tries to kill us first, Jules said, looking at me as she said it. Even if they are dressed in white. You don't have to tell me that, I said. All right, Lovebird. How long until we're on screen again? She asked. Hours if we stay in this room, I said. Call sheet was such a convenient trope. Well, I don't intend to stay here any longer with these two hogging the bed, she said. We had been in Carousel too long. We all chuckled at that. It might have been better for me to go alone. Their following me may not have been the most in-character thing for them to do, but we had to stay together, whatever was happening. We couldn't risk getting separated again. So, we walked out onto the 5th floor and started looking for some interaction that would send us on screen and closer to answers. I managed to go back on screen by leaving the room and entering the stairwell. She should have been back by now, I said. She should have never left, Kimberly said. Just get out of the way and stay hidden. Fight if you have to. That's how you survive. Why wouldn't she listen to us? She's not just being stupid. She's hiding something. Stop that, I said. If we find her dead, how are you going to feel? She's your best friend. Kimberly stopped in her tracks. I almost ran into her. You're my best friend, you idiot, she said. I nodded. The entire conversation took place in the red lights of one of the stairwells. We were headed down. There was no avoiding it, flood or no flood. The 1st floor was where the plot was happening. Daphne had made an excuse to go down there, and the safe filled with my character's money was down there as well. Not to mention all the money the casino had. Andrew led the way because he had the flashlight. He also had a lot of savvy, which would help him figure out if we were walking into a trap of some kind. Theoretically, it was little pieces of mind control like that. Carousel telling you that there's a trap ahead because you have high savvy and should be able to know that I was okay with. The idea that Daphne had been replaced with an enemy, and I hadn't even noticed it. I was not okay. It had happened before. More or less, in the straggler forest. We found ourselves surrounded by people that we thought we knew, but it turned out they were just cursed wanderers hoping to follow one of us out of the forest. We couldn't tell friend from foe there. It was a nightmare. Was this a similar situation? We made it to the 1st floor and were greeted by water that rose past our ankles, halfway up our shins. The biggest question on my mind was, how are there still slot machines firing off? And who is playing them? The bells and chimes cut through the storm. Outside, the rain poured, and lightning sometimes struck bright enough that it could be seen through one of the 5 or 6 windows on the casino level. The trek across the floor to the banquet hall was uneventful. Andrew was on alert. When we got there, it was much like we had seen it before. The photographer lay dead, now completely covered in water. The camera rig had stopped taking pictures long ago. Those cameras could only take about 35 pictures. As we walked through the banquet hall, I took a close look at it. What is it? Kimberly asked quietly. Look at this, I said. Someone set it up so that if that note from earlier got unwedged from the little lever here, it would start taking pictures. Why would they do that? She asked. I couldn't say. It didn't seem like a trap set for a player. Maybe there could be some implication that they would have their picture taken next to a corpse, and it might imply that they were guilty of the murder. But that was a stretch. Horror movies often ended with the silent implication that the police would question the protagonist and might very reasonably suspect them of the deaths of the victims. That didn't stop the plot. No, whoever had done this wasn't trying to trap a player. Look at this, I said. Someone took the film. Kimberly got close. The lighting was very poor. I wished I had brought my trope that made you safer in the dark. Maybe someone wanted to see who would check on the body, she suggested. That was an interesting thought. If a person could develop the film, they could get a glimpse of who would dare to get close. It was a stretch. Who would develop film in a situation like this? I looked over at the photographer. If he had been one of the blackmailers, this trap would make sense for a player to use. A player with high savvy might have set it in the hopes of catching an enemy on film who was there to check on a colleague's body. But how would that work if the photographer wasn't a blackmailer? He was just an NPC as far as I could tell. Maybe he remained cloaked until we found evidence of his guilt. His fee, I said. I had paid the photographer in cash. I quickly looked back over at the body. It was hard to see. There was some red light filtering in from the chapel. Look, I said. I grabbed down and found his wallet right next to his head. I would never have seen it if I weren't looking for it. Someone set a trap for a thief, Kimberly said. Should we have even been talking about this on screen? This wasn't just a media trap. Some portion of this had happened on screen. We knew that for certain because we had seen it. Someone had used their savvy to devise a trap. That was what savvy was for. You come up with a plan, something like, say, leave a body out in the open with a camera next to it, rigged to go off when someone touches it. If a thief walked by, that thief might be inclined to check the guy's wallet. It was absurd for real life, I hoped, but in a movie, it just might work. Heck, they should have used $1 to wedge the camera's lever. The note was long gone, but I had seen it from a distance when we saw the fake bellboy and chef trigger the trap. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if the photographer's wallet was in his hand, the money hanging out of it, tempting any thief that stumbled upon it. But how would the trap work? Kimberly said. Anyone who triggered it would just steal the film. Sure, I said, but they would make a whole lot of ruckus in the process when the camera started going off. If someone were around to see those flashes, they would be able to figure out who set it off just by sitting around and watching. Had this trapper been there when the camera started going off? Had they been right next to me at the time, and I didn't even know it? We didn't have any longer to stay and examine the photo trap. We had to continue our search. One thing was for sure. Someone other than us was on the hunt. Someone was hunting thieves. Maybe it was someone married to me. The woman known as my bride, and occasionally referred to as Daphne Sinclair, stood on a wooden walkway in a seldom visited section of the 7th floor. It was under construction. She had read about it in the manager's office. There were always a handful of locations for a good interrogation here at the Carousel Casino. In front of her, the cook, whose name was supposed to be Chef Champlain, was strung up by the feet, her hands bound, her head bouncing gently off the floor, swinging from a banister of a beautiful balcony above. There were skylights in this room. It was technically a sort of high-ceilinged living room, but Daphne liked to imagine it for what it could be, with its wide-open floor plan and beautiful wooden floors. It could have been a ballroom. The ballroom danced in gloom and gray, lit only by the wick of her lighter and the steely blue of the storm. But Daphne saw only radiance and possibilities. That was always what Daphne saw. She pushed on Chef Champlain, and the woman swung back, her screams muffled by a piece of cloth stuffed in her mouth. She was waiting. She did her best work on screen. Off-screen people broke character too much. She didn't like that dot as she waited, pushing the cook back and forth like a child on a swing set. She thought about Riley, her husband. He needed her now more than ever. Things had really gone amok. Was he doubting their love? She could hardly think the thought. Was it too late to give him one perfect moment, one happy day? It felt too late, but if she couldn't give Riley the happiness he deserved, then what was all of this for? Well, her parents, of course. She had missed them so much. Time was a 4-letter word in Carousel, a topic too rude to discuss. But she felt it had been a very long time since she had seen them. She still remembered the moment she came home to them the first time. They were so happy to have their daughter back, and the look on their face when they got to see her on her wedding day. They deserved that 1,000,000 times over. They were such good people. She wondered how many times they had seen their daughter's wedding now. She thought back to the first time, and tears rolled down her face. It wasn't every day that you could raise the dead, but for Beth and Robert Hutchins, she had done it. Their long-lost daughter was getting married. It was the best and happiest day they could ever imagine, the pinnacle of their lives. And now they would never be disappointed. It would never be stolen from them. Not that the blackmailers hadn't tried, threatening to expose her. She wanted to give the cook an earful, so she grabbed her letter opener, a wedding gift from years back, silver with a pearl handle. But she couldn't give it to the cook just yet. She had to perform. She smiled, reveling in what she had done for her adoptive parents. Well, she had adopted them, wondering if there was any chance she might be able to pull it all off again. Riley could be so frustrating sometimes. She just wanted him to look her in the eye and tell her he loved her so that she could truly know she had done her life's purpose. But it was like he didn't even care about the wedding. It was just part of the plot for him. After she had given him all of her love and, more importantly, the love of the man he was portraying in the storyline, Riley swore he could feel that love right in his chest. But Daphne wondered if that was true. Most of her grooms in this storyline were overwhelmed by love. Riley was suspicious of it. What was she going to do about him? The question plagued her. She couldn't bear the thought of denying him true love and happiness. Finally, after too much fretting, she was on screen. As the cook swung back toward her, she walked over to the column where the rope was tied off and cinched it up a bit so that she could get a better look at the cook. She tied it back quickly and efficiently. A woman needs to know her knots, she said with a smile. But she wasn't smiling at the cook. She was smiling at all of her adoring fans, wherever they were. They loved her. They watched her with rapt attention. She walked over to Chef Champlain. Ew, what a fun thing to say, Chef Champlain. Chef Champlain. Rolls off the tongue. She said, that is your name, right? That is what you filled in on your employment application. The cook didn't answer. She stared wide-eyed at Daphne, struggling to breathe because of the sweat and snot that clogged up her nostrils. Her tears fell like rain onto the floor, leaving little droplets in the dust, making mud, Daphne observed. She couldn't think of a more apt metaphor for what these blackmailers were doing. Making mud. She rushed toward the cook and started patting her down, looking for hidden pockets, concealed caches of money or weapons, and she found one, sewn into the back of an apron that flopped up over the cook's torso lazily, as if inviting her to reach into its pocket and pilfer its contents. She reached her hand in, careful not to get nicked by any blade or needle. But she didn't find any blade. She found something else. What is this? Daphne said as she pulled a small, cylindrical bottle out of the woman's pocket. She tapped her fingernail against the glass object, being careful not to tamper with the stopper at the top. The label had numerous scientific terms on it, but those did not concern Daphne. The only ink on that label that mattered was the giant skull and crossbones. Black against red. Carousel was so simple. Poison, she exclaimed. Why in the world would you need to carry around poison, please? The woman said. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was my medicine. Let me have a look at it. She had difficulty speaking as Daphne spun her gently while she stared at the poison. But not just any poison, she thought. This poison had a trope on it. How strange. She had been finding these trope items all over the place. Of course, they were probably made for the players, but finders keepers. Now, what did this one do? She relaxed her eyes and stared at the red wallpaper, pretending to read the contents of the label so the audience would think her clever. The trope was called infection by implication, and it simply allowed the user to infect, hex, or poison a target by providing the audience with a visual cue that they had already done so. Now, she pondered, how might that be used? The realization came to her suddenly. All the cook would need to do was serve food, pick her target, and then simply show the audience a clip of her sticking the stopper back into the top of the vial. Abracadabra. Her target would be poisoned. How nifty. But what does a blackmailer need poison for? Daphne asked aloud in her most thoughtful tone. She continued digging through the cook's pocket. I see, Daphne said as she grabbed a very similar vial with a very similar stopper. This vial did not contain poison. It contained a white milky substance. The antidote, she asked aloud. With a quick snatch, she grabbed onto the cook's arm and stopped her from spinning. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story, poison and an antidote. Why, I wonder, is your scheme poisoning someone and then promising them the cure for money, please? I just want to go home. I have children and the cook started to say. But Daphne bent down and grabbed her cheeks, squeezing them inward until the cook couldn't move her jaw. There's no need to lie to me. Call it professional courtesy. How well does this scam of yours work? She asked the cook, sensing perhaps that she might be able to make a friend of this crazed bride. Spat out, it's marvelously successful. No one wants to die. Not the way that poison kills you. Daphne stared back at the label. No, they wouldn't, she said. Very clever. I have no doubt it is a successful trick. The question for me is, who did you poison? The cook seemed to consider whether to be defiant or pliant. She chose the latter. No one, the cook said. I had a plan. But the storm ruined everything. Daphne chuckled. Tell me about it, sister, she said. Everything that can go wrong has been. She mimicked as if she were about to unstick the stopper of the poison. Her mind delighted at how she might use its wonderful little trope. Could she simply show herself struggling with the cook and let the audience infer that she had poisoned her? Would that be sufficient? The possibilities were endless, and she reveled in the idea of thinking up all kinds of little plots. But now she needed answers. How much do you know about me? She asked. Nothing, the cook said. No, don't lie. That won't help you. Professional courtesy. Remember, I received a nasty little letter from someone. It threatened to expose my identity to my dear husband and parents, Daphne asked. Her voice spun like a spider's silk. What did that mean exactly? The cook looked at her, lips quivering, face red from being hung upside down, and said, That isn't my trade. I'm not a part of it. Of course not, Daphne said. You were only going to poison some rich victim and coerce them into paying for the cure. But you do know the person who sent me that terrible little letter, don't you? Yes, the cook said, I do. But they didn't tell me details. They just said that they knew you weren't really the missing girl. But they didn't say how they knew that. And that's all they knew, Daphne asked. They know who I'm not. But do they know who I am? No, the cook exclaimed as she started spinning around again. They don't know anything. They just thought you were marrying that rich poker player and trying to find a better life. And maybe we could all have a better life if we scared you. If you scared me, Daphne repeated, yes, that could work. I run to my fiancé and I tell him everything. Tell him that I truly love him and that I was just escaping bad circumstances. And now the crows have come home to roost. Riley would save me, certainly. He loves me so. Enough tears. And he would surely forgive me for my little deception. I am offering him the greatest happiness a man can know, after all. But would he tell my parents? I don't know, the cook said. Hush, I wasn't talking to you. Daphne scolded as she looked into the camera and smiled. Your terrible friends and your terrible letter and terrible taste. Beth and Robert lost their daughter. 4 years. They searched for her. They gave up their fortunes and their careers trying to find their little girl. And when they finally had her back, they rejoiced. You and your friends would take that from them. You would take their daughter away again. This was their happiest day. And you almost ruined it. The cook could hardly breathe as she stared at Daphne. Her face had concealed her rage, but her voice had not. I'm sorry, but it wasn't me, the cook said. Honest. So who was it? Daphne asked. Was it the photographer? No, the cook said. He's not one of us. Oops, Daphne said. Looking back to the camera. Well, he did overcharge us. Still, I don't know their real names. We're part of a network. I haven't even met them. I only know their code names. Silver Fox and Miss Kitty. We communicate over radio. I swear. We didn't mean for your parents to find out about you. We just thought you'd pay the money and we'd slip away. We would have left anyway after the fiasco with the fitness instructor if it weren't for this damn storm. Why did he stick around? He was supposed to leave it in the basement and go. Their killing of Antoine had been a real pain. It shortened the party phase something awful and made everyone suspicious. Daphne liked a long party phase and a controlled reveal of the chaos. Between the storm and the blackmailers, everything was going wrong, somehow. I doubt that you would have left that easily, Daphne said. If it wasn't for this storm, you'd be working your little poison plan. Did I mention that I found my parents dead this evening? The doctor thinks they were poisoned. Oh no, the cook said. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. They weren't my target. They weren't, Daphne asked, lifting the letter opener with the mother of pearl handle up to the cook's neck. No, the cook said. They didn't have any money. There was no point. Maybe the son-in-law would step in. But poisoning old folks is unreliable. Daphne pulled the knife back. She dropped her threatening manner at once. Because the poison might have interactions with medications that they're taking and their compromised health. Daphne asked clinically. They may die before they can pay up. Yes, the cook said. It's better to poison healthy people. More predictable. I've never thought about that, Daphne said. Normally, when I poison someone, I don't intend for them to get better. But it makes sense that you'd have to take something like that into account. She played it as if she were talking shop with a fellow professional. Carousel responded in kind. She could practically see the cook receive her new marching orders. A little humor goes a long way in a storyline like this. Helps the audience forget about the messy blood. That, plus some old folks romanticize the idea of dying in a way that doesn't burden their loved ones. So poisoning them and telling them that their family will have to pay up if they want to survive feeds into that fantasy. They'll let themselves die so they can go out as martyrs, the cook said. I know it sounds absurd, but it's true. I would believe it, Daphne said. When you poison the elderly, -1 times out of 10, they don't report the symptoms. Not until it's far too late. Very sad, the cook said. Yes, Daphne agreed. On that note, Daphne got serious again. So if you weren't going to poison my parents, who was your target? I don't know. Oh, surely you do. A professional like you. You probably had 3 or 4 targets picked out, just in case you needed a backup plan. I was called out here last minute, and I didn't think it through. You must have. You've been working here for weeks. Preparing. Putting out your feelers. I stole the schedule from the manager's office. I was going to poison the fitness instructor, the cook said, but Ed beat me to it. Beat him to a pulp because Bambi couldn't seduce him. When did the receptionist try to seduce Antoine? He would never cheat on Kimberly like that. That's part of the reason Daphne hadn't picked him. That, and Riley needed her so much more. No, you weren't going to poison the fitness instructor. You had dirt on him. There was no need, Daphne said. Poison would only increase the risk of failure. Daphne pondered over how bad of taste these villains had, killing Antoine for first blood. That was going to devastate him. He worked so hard to support his team. Getting killed first would make him feel like he had failed. He put so much pressure on himself, even more than Riley. She would have to clear this storyline and kill all of these players. That way, Antoine would never be revived to realize his failure. She would do it for Antoine. And she would do it for Riley, who needed a happy ending more than most. Speaking of Riley, tell me, she asked, were you going to poison the groom? The dull light of her wick lighter was enough to read the cook's face. You were, weren't you? He is the best target, she said. I'll give you that money, generosity, selflessness, a keen survival instinct. We probably wouldn't have even made it to the wedding if you had done that. No, the cook said. I wasn't going to poison him. I thought better of it. No, you didn't, Daphne said. And if the poison had taken hold, the wedding would have been ruined. Beth and Robert Hutchins would never get to see their daughter married, would never have that perfect happy day, and Riley would never know happiness either. You would have ruined it all. No, the cook said. I had already reconsidered. I was just working the job. They pay well here at the casino. That was your worst lie yet, Daphne said. But don't worry. I'm not going to kill you because of that. Oh, thank God. The cook said. I was going to kill you no matter what. Daphne continued. Oh no. The cook said. The pressure of being hung upside down was getting to her. She felt like she was going to pass out. Please don't do this. Professional courtesy. Remember? No. Only I get that, Daphne said. She grabbed hold of the cook's body and swung her toward the wall where a laundry chute was jammed open. Daphne rested the cook's body on the open swinging door of the chute. Her victim wiggled and wriggled, but she was tied tight. Please don't do this, the cook said. But before she could finish, Daphne shoved a strip of cloth from the bottom of her dress back into the cook's mouth, buffeting her. I have money, the cook screamed through the gag. But Daphne didn't show that she had heard or cared. She already pocketed the cook's wad of cash. Things have gone terribly wrong, she said aloud. She truly regretted bringing the storm into this storyline. It had messed up so many of her plans, however. It had also disrupted the plans of the blackmailers. If it weren't for the storm, Riley would be sick and dying right now from poison, she realized. This was fate. Carousel protected Riley because of their love. My husband thinks I've gone mad, she said. All this running around, sneaking. She walked over to the column where the rope had been tied off. She had an extra 10 feet or so of slack once she untied it, and the banister she had thrown it over was holding firm. She started to let out the slack, and the cook slowly lowered into the laundry chute, screaming and struggling the whole time. It's a pity that the basement is flooded, Daphne said. Drowning in the dark is a terrible way to send someone off. Riley was onto her. Kimberly more so. But they hadn't even reached second blood yet. They would soon. Maybe she could find Riley, tell him part of the truth, and get him to accept her. There was no reason he needed to know about her sordid past. She could simply tell him that it was her character who had stolen Rachel Hutchins' identity and was being blackmailed for it. Yes, it could be so easy to forget. She was just a player portraying a character, and so was Riley. And he needed her. He needed happiness in a way that most of her husbands never did. He was a man afraid to love, and she had cured him. And if she could give him one perfect kiss, One perfect moment. She could make it last forever. She had a lot of work to do. I need to go save my marriage, she said as she dropped the rope. And it skidded over the banister, leaving the cook to tumble down the laundry chute toward the watery grave below. Throughout the relative darkness of the casino, a staticky voice could be heard. I couldn't tell where it was coming from. All I heard was, reporting live, Carousel. Damn, overloaded. Then, after a while longer, flooding even worse. Someone was listening to the radio. It was a fool's errand to try to find out where the sound was coming from. It could very easily be a trapped-out Bobby, Andrew, Kimberly, Jules, and I had to stick together. We had been stuck on screen for 10 minutes as we wandered our way around the casino, back toward one of the lesser-known stairways that Bobby had learned about in his capacity as manager. Of course, the enemies also worked at the hotel and would know about it, but he swore he was the only one with a key, and I didn't have anything better to go on. Locking a stairwell had to violate a fire code, but maybe not in Carousel. We were almost upon second blood. I had assumed that meant we would find the bodies of our fallen allies. But of course, we could have an old-fashioned second blood where one or more of us died. The water was almost up to my knees, but it had leveled off. It was the same height as the water outside. That is, until the dam broke, like the weather reporter on the radio was talking about. The funny part of it was that I knew the water system and Carousel flowed the other direction, out west. But the audience wouldn't know that, not just from this storyline alone. We trudged through the water silently, doing our best to stay out of sight. The darkness helped there. When we finally got to this out-of-the-way set of stairs, we found the door unlocked. Maybe not so secret, I said. They picked the lock, Bobby whispered as he stared at it. My eyes had adjusted, and I could see everyone by the ambient light of the room, and all we could do was stare at each other, not knowing what to do next. The area with the secret stairs just happened to be the place where they sold discount tobacco products. All of the shelves had apparently collapsed or otherwise been destroyed. The water was littered with loose cigarettes and pipe tobacco leaves. It would seem that someone had a vendetta against the entire industry. There was no way that flooding had caused this. Someone had dropped the entire stock into the water. There might not have been a single pack that hadn't made its way into the floodwaters. Maybe there had been a fight here. I didn't see any bodies or blood, but I could hardly see anything. We moved into the stairwell so that we could walk up out of the water, and we took a break. Running storylines was tough work, and we had already put in nearly a full day. That was after a marathon session of prep work which, when I thought about it, hadn't helped much. This was not the murder mystery I was expecting from Ida Ray, the way our scouting tropes had described it. It sounded like a much more Agatha Christie-style story. This was practically a heist, but without all the glamorous celebrities. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew something was. I picked a bad month to quit smoking, Andrew said as he reached into his pocket and withdrew a pack of cigarettes. He must have grabbed them, salvaged the only pack that wasn't drowned. You didn't, Kimberly said. You were doing so well. Andrew laughed as he drew a cigarette from the pack. Doesn't quite matter now, does it? He said. He withdrew a book of matches and contemplated his actions. The funny part was that he had never smoked before. He had been struck with the addiction to nicotine without ever having consumed tobacco. For some reason, the addiction followed him right out of a storyline like some sort of lingering trauma. So his fingers were clumsy and unpracticed. He held it like it was a joint, and then like a pencil. He played this off as fidgeting. We sat in the stairwell as he did his best to light the thing. This pack must have gotten wet, too, if not as much as the others. It was the calm before the storm, figuratively. The real storm was still out there, beating against the walls of the casino, threatening to drown us. You mind? Jules asked, holding her hand out for the cigarette. I could use a drag. Andrew passed it along with the matches. She lit the thing on the first try. She must have been a smoker. Jules took a long drag and then another. She winced as the pain from her clearly broken ribs dug into her. She was dying. The whites of her eyes were a yellowish hue. Andrew suspected internal organ damage, but we had not established that on screen. We foolishly hoped that if Bobby bandaged her visible wounds, her internal ones would be cured to no dice. His healing trope didn't work like that. The audience would know she was hurting. 2. She didn't have much gas left in the tank. She went to hand the largely spent cigarette back to Andrew, but before he could grab it, she accidentally dropped it off the side of the stairs down into the flooded area below. Except, it wasn't an accident. She did it on purpose but pretended it was a mistake. "Oh, damn it," she said as she looked at Andrew. "Better to have loved and lost." Andrew didn't bother lighting another. He had struggled enough lighting the first one. Maybe it was better to save his breath, because it felt like the plot was about to catch up with us. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. We casually discussed what had been happening, but we had to stay in character, which limited most of the productive conversation we could have had. "They're down here," a voice above us called. It was a deep voice. I recognized it as Ed, the bellboy. He and the cook must have caught up to us. All we could do was run and try to stay quiet, but Ed did not have any intention of us making it away together. I ushered the others out of the stairwell first, but before I could make it out myself, a metal supply cabinet dropped down the stairwell and slammed into the door, shutting it and blocking it from me. I almost cursed at how conveniently that worked out for him. In real life, the solution would have been just to tip the massive piece of furniture over and climb through the door. It would have been difficult, but in an emergency, adrenaline would make it possible. This wasn't real life. Ed was only 2 stories above. The center of the stairwell, around which the stairs wound, was big and wide, big enough to drop a large piece of furniture down with great precision, apparently. But even as large as it was, he looked massive, staring down at me. Blackmailer. Codename Hammer. Plot armor. Trope hidden in plain sight. The villain will appear as an ordinary NPC until they don their disguise. Non-combatant. This villain cannot be attacked on screen until it attacks the player or is otherwise identified as hostile. Interests align. This entity does not need the players to lose in order to achieve its goals. Thoroughly dispersed. This creature's group can instantly occupy the entirety of a set area, making it appear omnipresent and unpredictable to characters. Big Brother. This enemy is buffed in metal when defending an ally with lower grit, seeing red. This villain can maintain pace with their quarry if they destroy obstacles on their path during the chase. No neighborhood watch. The villain will not be seen by NPC witnesses when off-screen. Two-way street. If a player with buff Moxie attempts to interrogate or manipulate this villain, the villain will get an equal buff to Moxie. We go way back. Players may have a pre-established relationship with this villain that the players must discover before the past catches up with them. And he didn't just throw it haphazardly. He wasn't trying to kill me with it. That would be anticlimactic. He threw it there to trap me. Or to trap someone. That was an act that could use savvy. Because it was a plan. But because of its simplicity, it could have used Ed's metal. Carousel. The great game master in the sky would decide. I was betting on the latter. If I understood the matchup, it would be my metal against his. The advantage was to him by a mile. The cabinet was enormous, and the drawers were filled with tools. It wasn't going to budge. "Riley," Kimberly screamed, trying to push the door open from the other side. There was no use just yet. "Run," I screamed. They continued to beat on the door, but there was no use. "I'll meet you on the other side of the building," I said, not knowing if I could fulfill that promise. Ed was working his way down the stairs. I had no way out, not through the door. At least not with the weight of the dresser and the weight of the floodwater holding it shut. For a moment, I considered letting myself get captured. He was a blackmailer, not a murderer, right? But this man was no doubt the person who had killed Antoine with his bare hands. I could not let him catch me. So while I couldn't move the giant cabinet, I could climb it. So that's what I did. I opened the drawers just enough to form a rudimentary ladder and quickly made my way up it as soon as it got close enough to be dangerous. From the top of the set of drawers, I could reach up to the next story and climb up over the railing to the second floor landing. Ed jumped and roared, trying to grab my ankle, but my hustle was better than his. Especially after Escape Artist triggered to give me the extra boost. And while he could trap me, he couldn't make me stay that way. From there, it would just be a race. I didn't want to go further up to the 3rd floor because that was where it had come from, and his co-conspirators might be there. So, I entered the 2nd floor hallway. Ed did not even try to chase me. I ran too fast. And I regretted it immediately. Because if he wasn't chasing me, that meant he would try to chase my friends. And if they were stubborn enough not to listen to me, they would be right on the other side of the door, waiting for him. I had to get back down, but first, I had to regain the element of surprise. So I couldn't use the same stairwell. Luckily, the maze-like casino and hotel was practically made up of stairways. They were all over the place, different kinds, different orientations. The casino played host to a wide variety of stories, so it needed lots of different shooting locations. I found the nearest stairwell and descended, and fortunately, the second floor was better lit than the first, which meant by the time I got back down to the casino level, my eyes had lost their adjustment, and I was blinded in the darkness. I could hear water moving as Kimberly, Andrew, Bobby, and Jules were trying to escape the wrath of the bellboy. Luckily for me, I was off screen and had been ever since had decided to stop chasing me. I needed to find them in the darkness. My heart beat fast, and my senses were working overtime, trying to help me form a mental map of the area around me. Ed didn't even try to hide his location. He would bump into things and knock them over. He was so tall that his head must have come up over the top of the slot machines. From what I could hear, the chase scene that my allies were a part of was still going on. I stopped and thought about his tropes. He had one called Seeing Red that allowed him to keep pace in a chase scene despite his low hustle stat, as long as he was destructive of obstacles as he went along. I'd seen that one in movies plenty. That would explain why he chose to continue chasing them instead of chasing me. There would be no obstacles between him and me. It would have been a hallway chase. Down on the casino floor, there were obstacles galore. Riley. Someone whispered to my right. Someone whose voice I recognized. Daphne. I called out cautiously, almost afraid to say it. Why now? She appeared from the darkness. Better hidden than she deserved to be, given that she was wearing a white dress. I wanted to run to her and take her in my arms. My heart pulled me in that direction. It was a physical sensation. I reached my hand to my chest just to feel it. It was subconscious. I couldn't help it, but my head distrusted her. Heck, part of me was afraid of her. It wasn't just what Kimberly had said. There was a part of me that really wanted to learn the worst of Daphne. Part of me, the part that had developed all my walls, found joy in the possibility that love really did let me down, just as I had always expected it to. But it was Daphne. My Daphne. Her love was the best argument I ever had against my self-doubt. Her love had been stronger than that voice in my head that told me to run from positive feelings. Riley, I can explain everything, she said. You better do it quick, I said. I hoped she had a good excuse. I made sure to keep a distance. Whatever was wrong with this storyline, my gut said it had something to do with her. I would have told you, she said, tears rolling down her cheeks. I promise, I would have. I wanted to so much. But the note said that if I told anyone, they would be killed. And I didn't know if that was the blackmailers saying that, or if it was some sort of rule that maybe Carousel would punish me for telling anyone. I mean, after Antoine got killed, I was afraid to risk it. What if they had killed you? I had hoped to hear something very much like what she was saying. Blackmailers threatening her not to tell anyone made sense. And it also made sense that she would fear Carousel might enforce those threats. Somehow, it still didn't ease my suspicion. So why are you telling me now? I asked. We were hiding out between 2 rows of slot machines. She grabbed my hands in hers and said, they're trying to kill us now anyway. What could it hurt? We didn't have time to argue. I didn't have time to chase down every loose thread. In the distance, I could hear the chase scene between the blackmailer named Ed and the rest of our team. There's something you haven't told me, I said. You got a blackmail note, and it told you not to tell anyone, right? Yes, she said gently, sweetly. What were you being blackmailed for? I asked. She hesitated. It was clear, even in the dark, that she didn't want to tell me. How strange. Why would she not want to read on her character's backstory? Was she feeling some residual hesitation from her real-life character in the same way that I was feeling the emotions of my character? My character is a fraud, she said. She's not really Rachel Hutchins. I found that easy to believe. We had heard a lot about how this Rachel character had gone missing as a teenager for years, but I had theorized that those missing years were spent making criminal connections that had led the blackmailers to us. Then who are you? I asked. She shook her head. I don't know. I've been trying to figure it out. All I know is that my character posed as Rachel Hutchins, and I think it was so that she could have a home. Maybe she needed money. Maybe she saw how much she looked like this missing girl from a normal family and thought she would take her shot at another life. But everything is catching up with her. Daphne was crying. I wanted so much to believe her. In fact, I did believe her. At least about the basic premise that her character was a fraud. Was that because I judged her honest? Or because she had so much moxie? Did it just make sense? We need to go help the others, I said. Maybe we should have continued our conversation. But I didn't have anything to say that hadn't already been said. I'm going to trust you, but I need you to trust me. I do, she said. We need to come up with a strategy to beat this big guy, I said. He seems pretty dim, so a trap would be best. What I think we should do is, you should pretend to fall into one of those newer model slot machines. The ones with the lightning bolts on their logo, she said quickly and professionally. The tears were suddenly no longer choking her up. They have tilt alarms connected to an internal backup battery to prevent theft. There's a lead wire running from the bell at the top of the machine down all the way to the bottom. You should be able to reach in once the machine is tilted to disconnect it. Fiddle with it, and distract yourselves so that you can use oblivious bystander and attract him to you. He'll be caught posing for the shot, and I'll sneak up behind him and go for the kill. Well, damn. You've been thinking about this, I said. It's just an idea, she said sweetly, but it really wasn't. I was kind of surprised. Most of my teammates had an idea of what oblivious bystander did, but since they were almost never around when I used it, they didn't really get the concept that it was a sort of trap in its own way, that an aggressive enemy would be forced to help film the shot of a distracted potential victim who didn't know that they were in immense danger. You know, I'm supposed to be the one who comes up with the plans, I said jokingly. Against him. I think my savvy's high enough, she said playfully. Let's do it, I said. It took a while to find one of the new machines with the lightning bolt logos. That led to a question for me. Was the alarm something that she had learned about? Had she seen it in a manual somewhere? It was likely that she was improvising. It was at least theoretically possible, especially with her moxie. Improvising a logical addition to established lore or setting is perfectly normal, and in fact, it was rarely even notable. If you were hiding out in the average person's house, you could ask someone to go get the scissors from the kitchen, and whether you knew those scissors were there or not before you asked for them, they would be there when the person went to retrieve them. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. At the end of the day, the audience would have no trouble believing there were scissors in the kitchen. If you asked for them in a way that implied you knew they were there, the audience wouldn't doubt it. Those minor, low-stakes improvisations happened easily and often. With her moxie, she could perform an off-screen improvisation for something much more advanced than a pair of scissors. Theoretically, she could improvise an entire alarm system for these slot machines just by saying that they existed. Carousel would hear her and listen. Heck, she might have brought the lightning bolt machines into existence altogether. Still, that would normally require her to spend more time setting it up. An earlier scene of warning someone not to hit the slot machines because of the alarm would have done it. My first major improvisation was pretty similar, when I had made up an entire security protocol at a Carousel facility based on nothing but the fact that my character should know the security protocol. And the one I made up was reasonable. That's what had likely happened here. Casual, competent improv like that was something the rest of us were always looking to improve at. But Daphne made it look so simple. She was an enigma. The problem was, even though her explanation for her odd behavior made sense, my natural distrust neutralized that. When you're cynical enough, you can't be tricked. Not because you're clever, but because you always distrust people. Was I looking for a reason to distrust her? Or did I have a good enough one already? I couldn't focus on it now. I needed to save Kimberly and the others. For some reason, I instinctively wanted other people around. That was a rare one. I really was afraid of being alone with Daphne. It was pure emotion, not just logic. I found my way to prime real estate. Several of the lightning bolt slot machines were lined up next to each other. They almost shimmered in the darkness. My reunion with Daphne had happened off-screen, so she had to slip away before the action started. On-screen, I took a few moments as I waded through the water in the general direction of the chase scene between Ed and the others. I was trying to be sneaky. Then I tripped, falling into one of the lightning emblazoned machines. One that didn't have another machine behind it, so it could fall all the way over. I cursed as I fell down on top of it. As promised, the machine started going off, its bells chimming, its alarm sounding, and the lightning bolt wasn't just a logo. It was a light that flashed. Like a good oblivious bystander, I didn't become more alert because of my blunder. I panicked, trying to shut off the power or at least pick up the machine so that the tilt sensor would stop going off. As hard as I tried, I didn't manage to do it. What a klutz. I couldn't pick up the machine, and I couldn't find a button to shut it off. In desperation, I reached up under the machine, as Daphne had instructed, and found the wire connecting to the internal battery. I spent a few moments pretending that I hadn't found it yet as I waited for Ed to make his appearance. It didn't take that long. I ignored him, of course. Acting oblivious was second nature. Heck, it was first nature. Finally, I managed to grab the wire and pull it from the battery. The alarm stopped. The lights went out. I stood up, and only then did I turn around to find the hulking behemoth standing behind me. I went ahead and cursed again. Where was Daphne? Surely she hadn't run off. For a moment, I thought she had, but then, impossibly silent, she sprang up onto Ed's back and drove what looked like a knife into his shoulder and upper chest. She stabbed several times, and before he could reach up and grab her, she had maneuvered around to his other side and swung around on his shoulder, slashing him again. The slash wasn't as effective as the stabbing, because her knife wasn't a knife. It was a letter opener, just like the one that Andrew theorized had killed the receptionist. Daphne had killed that blackmailer in one elegant and efficient jab, and then she acted like she had no idea what had happened. She landed in front of me with grace and hardly a splash. Ed barreled forward at her, but I was quick. I grabbed her by the arm and pulled her out of the way, leaving Ed to trip over the machine that I had knocked over. "Rachel?" I asked, playing confused at having witnessed her remarkable feat of assassination. "Riley," she said, and we stared at each other in the darkness and kissed. My character would have, so I had to. Ed wasn't going to give us time for more than one. He was back on his feet and running at us again. We could easily keep away from him, but with his chasing trope, we couldn't shake him. "Let's go for the stairs," I said. "We need to get out of this mess." If we could get to the stairs and get to a hallway where he didn't have any obstacles to destroy, we could outrun him. I pulled Daphne along, but soon noticed that she wasn't running with me. She was pulling behind to stare. I looked back and saw it on all fours, trying his best to continue. My instinct was to take advantage of his fall and grab the meat cleaver I had taken from the kitchen and plant it in his neck. That wasn't necessary. He wasn't getting back up. He groaned, but it wasn't just noise. He was trying to say something. I listened, trying to make it out as his words became garbled. Eventually, I figured out what he was saying. "Antidote," he said. He was begging. He was yelling, "Give me the antidote." As I stared at him and his defenses began to lower, I realized that he wasn't dying. Not in the way I expected. The wounds that Daphne had inflicted on him were not bleeding enough to kill him. They had all been in the muscle. He was asking for an antidote because he had been poisoned. As I stared at him, looking to gain insight, I saw a flicker of his infection indicator on the red wallpaper. Incapacitation lit up almost solid. He must have been weak if I was starting to see his statuses. "Poison?" I asked. Daphne looked at me. I then noticed that she was holding something in her hands. A small vial with all kinds of warnings written on the label. It was a trope item. It had a criminal trope on it that allowed the user to imply they had poisoned someone. But that clearly wasn't what had happened here. She had dipped her letter opener into it. "He's not dying from the poison," I said. Realizing what I was watching, Daphne shook her head. "At that dose, it's a paralytic," she said. "He was losing control of his body. That wouldn't kill him, except for the fact that he was lying face down in a foot of water." "What do we do?" I asked. As ridiculous as it sounded, killing someone who was trying to kill you was one thing, But watching a man drown poisoned somehow affected me differently. That was strange. How many people had I killed? It's already done, she said. He couldn't hold himself up anymore. He fell into the water and struggled as he drowned. I played it horrified. I had seen a lot of death, and I had killed bad guys. But this really did affect me differently for some reason. I was very surprised to see Daphne using poison. It was effective, yet somehow, as I looked at her, goosebumps formed on my flesh. She had been so quick and deadly. Players typically weren't, even at our best. We were usually struggling. It made us sympathetic to audiences, and it came naturally. Daphne wasn't afraid. When she looked at me, she was sweet and beautiful, even though all I could see was her silhouette and a gentle outline of her in her wedding dress. That was what made me so uneasy. Not just his death. It wasn't just the manner of his death. It was his killer. Who was this woman I loved so much? Why did she seem to revel in the sight of a drowning man? We went off screen, and Daphne jumped right into action, looting the corpse of the drowned giant. Her fingers were nimble as she moved through its pockets. She was efficient and quick. In only a few seconds, she retrieved a wad of bills similar to those we had found on the fake receptionist. This must have been one of the blackmailers who killed Antoine, she said. As if it wasn't obvious, she was still playing a character off-screen. She quickly slipped the money inside her handbag. Did you bring the poison with you? I asked. I found it, she said, during exploration early in the storyline while I was trying to find out who was blackmailing me. Speaking of, let's not forget that I have to tell you about that on screen, right? I said. A chill radiated through my bones. There was something I was trying to think of, but I was unable. Had I missed something, forgotten an important clue? I couldn't tell. But I knew that whatever it was, it had to do with Daphne. Something was really wrong here, and I couldn't put my finger on it. Had this happened before? Yes. Only once. The Straggler Forest. These blackmailer enemies must have had a trope similar to the Stragglers. But what was it? Or was it something else? Come on, she whispered, as she moved back in the direction that Ed had come from before we trapped and killed him. I stared at his body. With a character like that, you half expect them to jump back to life at the last moment, but Ed didn't. I was fine with her leading me where we were going. Whatever was going on with her, I needed to keep an eye on her. They say keep your friends close and your girlfriends closer. Wait, that wasn't it. Oh well, I'd think of it later. I followed her, and it was easy to trace Ed's path of destruction. My eyes had adjusted again. So when we passed through several rows of slot machines and I saw the crumpled figures lying on the ground, leaning up against one of the machines with their heads barely out of the water, I immediately recognized them even without a glance at the red wallpaper. It was Bobby and Jules. On dash screen. Double quotes Mr. Gill, I said, running up to him. I wasn't particularly familiar with their characters, so the first name seemed inappropriate, and fortunately, I didn't actually know Jules' last name. What happened to him? I said, leaning down beside them. Jules was lying on the ground, supporting his body and helping to keep his head above the floodwaters. I could tell from the way his face leaned back too far that his neck had been broken. The damn fool jumped in the way, she said. I can't feel a pulse. She was playing a part. We both knew he was dead. The red wallpaper revealed as much. He must have sacrificed himself so that Andrew and Kimberly could get away. If only Daphne and I had been able to enact our plan a few moments sooner. We have to go, I said as I examined Jules. She was still severely injured, but I didn't know if things were worse than when I last saw her. Leave me, you idiot, she said, and I wasn't sure if she was saying that in character or out of character. She'll just slow us down, Daphne agreed. We need to go get help. And we can send them back here. Bull, Jules said. There's no getting help. Listen to your bride here. She knows I'm a goner. It was true. But I was facing quite the dilemma. Because we had just lost a player at the precipice of second blood. And yet second blood had not triggered. I couldn't let Jules die over here, lying on the ground with Bobby. I might need her to do it on screen in the next scene. That was the kind of decision you had to make in the game at Carousel. Come on, I said, grabbing onto her and helping lift her to her feet. This is suicide. Daphne said. Better than murder. I said with more venom than I intended. She pursed her lips. What was the thing I couldn't think of? Was there a subplot I was missing? Sometimes, on nights when I didn't use my out like a light trope, I would have these terrible nightmares that I was back at college and had somehow forgotten one of my courses. That I had simply not shown up, and finals were coming up, and it was too late to drop the class. It was a recurring dream that was scarier in the moment than some killers had been. This felt a lot like that. Like I had somehow forgotten something so brutally important, and I was running out of time. Which way did the others go? I asked Jules. They went to the elevators, she said. I got the feeling that she understood why I was taking her with me. Maybe she was a sort of meat shield, although I hated to think of it like that. She stared daggers at Daphne. Maybe for how easily Daphne had accepted leaving her behind. But then I realized she had always been short with her. So it must have just been a character thing. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file report. It was going to bug me for the rest of the storyline if I couldn't think of the thing I was forgetting. Suddenly, I envied Camden's red thread theory, which would keep track of all of his lines of thought and investigation. Let's go, I said. Rachel, you run up ahead and alert us at the first sign of trouble. Daphne nodded, but when she moved forward, she only walked, like she was taking a stroll in the park. For to slow. The image of her walking through the knee-high water in her wedding dress, so casually, without a fear in the world, was deeply troubling. It was almost frightening. She looked absolutely badass, but not in the way that a final girl might. I could see her fiddling with her handbag, twirling its clasp between the fingers of the hand she was holding it with, as if she were twirling a pin. I don't hear the big guy, Jules said. He's not a problem anymore, I said, as I stared up ahead at the love of my life. How did you manage that? She asked. I took a moment of silence as I stared ahead in awe. What else was Daphne capable of? I didn't, I said, as I looked at Jules. She looked back at me knowingly. We moved onward. I wanted to stay on screen, but there was nothing I could do to control it. If we went off screen, Daphne was liable to run off again. I couldn't think of why she would do it, now that I knew her secret, but the fear rose up inside of me and pleaded with me to keep my eyes on her. Daphne, what have you gotten yourself into? I thought to myself. We went off screen at the very moment I was pleading with Carousel not to. Daphne didn't leave. She plodded forward just as slowly as ever, quietly, even when walking through the water. We were only off screen for a minute and a half or so, because when we arrived at the elevators, we joined a scene that Kimberly and Andrew were already in. Watch out, Kimberly said, calling out to Daphne. Daphne stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? She asked. Kimberly contemplated not answering, but then she looked back at me and Jules and went ahead and said, tripwire, right at water level. They had planned an ambush. A tripwire would definitely work on it, and then the kitchen knives that they each held in their hands would do the rest. I noticed that Kimberly had not used her scrunchy trope to help transfer some of her moxie into metal, but she did have a hair tie wrapped around 4 of her fingers on her right hand as if ready to activate the trope at any moment. Bobby? Andrew asked somberly. I shook my head, but he knew that. We were dropping like flies. How many would make it to the finale? I wondered. And what would Second Blood look like? Fortunately, Carousel finally answered one of my questions. A cacophony of noise rose up all around us. Slot machines were starting up, dinging their bells. The lights above flickered on, and they blinded me as electricity flowed to all of the electronics and appliances that had been shut down for so long. The storm was still raging outside, so it wasn't clear how the power had come back on, unless, of course, someone had gotten to the generator and repaired it. Probably the same person who had damaged it to begin with. My suspicions were confirmed as, moments later, a loudspeaker came to life throughout the casino with a hissing screech. A man's voice, deep and smooth with a southern twang, rang out over the intercom. This has to end, he said. We need to negotiate a truce. There has to be peace, or this storm will take us all out. Mrs. Lawrence. You'll never see us again once the water dries and we can hit the road. You'll never see or hear from us ever again. He had a clear speaking voice, but he was nervous and out of breath. We'll leave you be and you leave us be. And that can be that, he continued. This is not what we intended. I assure you that we are not responsible for whatever happened to your parents. We had no part in that. We were just here for the money, nothing else. But if you keep coming after us, we'll do whatever we gotta do. You understand? Stay off the 4th floor and we'll keep to ourselves. If you come looking for death, we'll give it to you, I promise." The intercom screeched again. And the voice was finished, a voice I recognized, but just barely. He had said his name was Emmett Hutchins when I met him at the beginning of the storyline. He was a cousin of Daphne's, or should I say a cousin of Rachel's. But if Daphne's character was only pretending to be Rachel, then I suspected he might have been pretending to be her cousin. Suddenly, it all came together. What was he talking about? Rachel? I asked because my character didn't know anything about what she had told me off-screen. Daphne didn't say anything. Rachel? What is he talking about? She looked at me, and in the flickering lights I could see her well for the first time in a long while, and she seemed truly sad. She was a great actress. "I love you," she said. "Isn't that all you need to know? I love you, too," I said. What was that man talking about? She broke eye contact with me, and before she could say anything else, a ding sounded beside us. One of the elevators had powered on with the generator, and its door had just opened, letting floodwater inside, which seemed to cause the elevator to buckle slightly and shake as water tried to seep between the elevator car and the floor. There was another crack and a bang as the access panel on the top of the elevator popped down, and something fell into the floodwater at the bottom of the elevator car. It was a body. It was second blood. It was Ramona. And suddenly I felt so incredibly guilty for reasons I didn't understand. Daphne was the first to move. She ran up to Ramona and quickly grabbed her by the underarms and dragged her outside of the elevator. She then knelt down and checked for a pulse. She looked up at me and shook her head. Ramona, who should never have even been in this storyline, but was for some reason. I couldn't even see a wound on her body, but there must have been one, because she was bleeding, and the dried blood that soaked into her clothes was now rehydrated by the floodwater. Why did staring at her body suddenly make me want to remember that metaphorical course I had signed up for and then forgotten about? Andrew closed in and started examining her body. I was frozen. How did I let this happen to her? Why hadn't I kept her safe? Andrew quickly found the wound, which was on the back of the neck, piercing the spine. "Look at this," he said, examining one of her ears. She was missing an earring, but it hadn't been taken gently. It had been ripped out. "Look, I can't do a full examination under these circumstances. We either need to get her upstairs or we need to move on. At this point, what more can we learn?" Kimberly asked. "These blackmailers or whoever's been killing Everett," she paused, having noticed something that apparently sent a jolt through her. "Wait, the earring's right there." She pointed at Daphne's dress. Sure enough, Ramona's earring was hooked onto one of the ornamental sections of Daphne's wedding dress, while there was a small splotch of blood underneath. I would have never noticed it if I hadn't been directed to it. "It must have hooked on there when I grabbed her body," Daphne said. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." There was a moment of silence. "When you grabbed her body," Andrew said as he examined Ramona's ear, "this injury is old. It bled severely. It couldn't have just happened." "What are you suggesting?" Daphne asked, first looking at Andrew and then up at me. What he was suggesting was that she had taken the earring because of Logan's dead giveaway trope, which required a killer to take some form of souvenir from his victims, or her victims. Dressing it up to look like an accident was actually brilliant. She grabbed Ramona's lifeless body to make it look like the earring had gotten snagged recently. Maybe she didn't count on a physician being there to examine things, and fortunately, it was just one too many coincidences, or excuses. And suddenly, I remembered what my forgotten course was. I remembered the thing I couldn't think of. I stared at Daphne in horror, as I noticed something that should have stood out a lot more earlier. Daphne, the woman I loved, wasn't my girlfriend. She wasn't an ally. She wasn't even a player. I stared at her tropes, and suddenly I understood everything that had been happening in this entire storyline. Daphne was an enemy. We weren't even in the storyline that we were supposed to be in. I realized as I looked at the red wallpaper, how my bridal part too. What was that all about? But as I read through her tropes, I knew exactly what was going on. She had taken over our storyline. She even had player tropes. Suddenly, an image flashed in my mind of Ramona, apparently dazed, holding a flower. Daphne had stepped in and thrown out whatever the plot of Ida Ray had been. She had a trope that allowed her to borrow the storm from that story. And for all I knew, other characters were from there too. But I didn't think so. I almost laughed on screen. But I managed to keep a serious face because of all the existential dread I felt and the horror at realizing that true love really was too good to be true. It had all been Daphne. She had taken over the life of this Rachel Hutchins character. She was being blackmailed for it. But why was she trying to marry me in this storyline? Oh right. Because I was cash rich. And I had few friends and family to care if I was gone. I was the perfect target. And while I thought all of this in real time, only moments had passed. My thoughts were racing, as if to make up for old times. After I had stared at her, realizing she had killed Ramona, some poor innocent woman, for reasons I couldn't understand, Daphne seemed to realize that the jig was up. She had a trope that would automatically start feeding her moxie into metal or grit, and it didn't appear to be voluntary. Riley, you don't understand, she said, suddenly unable to contain the madness. I was standing there with my father, about to walk down the aisle any minute to marry you, and she started harassing us. She wouldn't leave us alone. She was talking about how we needed to call off the wedding right in front of my dad. What are you talking about? I asked. Are you saying that you? My dad was getting curious. He was asking what she was talking about, and I knew she was about to tell. Daphne continued. I had to do something to shut her up. Don't you understand? If my father found out that people were dying around us, it would ruin his daughter's wedding. I could see anger in her eyes, like two little orbs of death, with her moxie leaching into other stats. She must have given up on being charming or put together. Now she was all in on being frightening, and it was working. I asked her to come over here where there were no people, and I did what I had to do to protect my parents, to protect the people I love, to give them the happiest day of their lives. Don't you understand? That's what she had been going on about. I hated those mind control tropes. Rachel, I said, not sure what to say. I was ready for an interrogation. I was not ready for a confession, especially an unhinged one. Tell me you're not saying what I think you're saying. She was acting erratic, hysterical. I did what I had to do, Daphne said. Ramona was trying to play her role as a hysteric, trying to stir the pot and keep the drama at the forefront, just as I had always told her to. And she had been killed for it. Daphne was a crazed bride. What else did I expect? Love rebounds with a vengeance. I was learning. We can still have our happily ever after, sweetheart, she said. You just have to trust me. Tell me that you trust me. I was speechless. And I wasn't even pretending. I still felt deeply in love. But I felt something else too. I could see a trope that Daphne had called unpheromones, which forced you to feel the emotions of your romantic role in the storyline. That explained why I was feeling the love of my character for his bride. But suddenly I wasn't just feeling love, because my character would have gone through a very similar situation to the one I was just in. I was overcome with fear and confusion and horror. Rachel, if we just sat down and talked, I started to say. But what would talking do? She had just admitted to murder, all to prevent Ramona from warning her father that other murders were going on. We can't stay here, Daphne said. Those other blackmailers, they won't stop. I don't care what they said over the speaker. She stopped speaking as she seemed to have an idea. There's only one place that they could have sent that message from. That's what we'll do, Riley. We need to go find them and make sure that they don't hurt any more of our friends. She ran past me. It wasn't like I was going to stop her, and as she ran, we stayed on screen. So, I had no option but to stay in character, acting like a confused man in love, realizing that his bride might have been more thorn than rose. I don't know what she's talking about, I said to Andrew and Kimberly. I quickly handed off Jules to Andrew. I need to go find out what is happening, I said. Now I had to play the idiot. I turned and ran after Daphne. If she went off screen, that could spell disaster for us. Now that we were in the finale, there was little that could protect us from her. If she went off screen, she would be able to use her plan and action trope to set up all manner of traps. But it was hopeless. As I scanned through her other tropes, I saw that she could find trapdoors. If I started a chase scene, she could escape in any number of ways. I didn't have time to even work my way down the list. I just ran, following after her as best I could. Kimberly was right behind me, and so were Andrew and Jules, but we lost them pretty quickly. Daphne had a very good understanding of the layout of the building. She navigated the maze of the casino far better than any of us had previously. And it wasn't just because the lights were suddenly on. It was because she had been here before, many times, most likely. It wasn't long until we found where she was going. There was a corridor leading away from the guest area toward the sound of a generator. There were all kinds of electrical conduits and other pipes leading in this direction. This was a pretty good guess of where the remaining blackmailers might be if they were able to repair the generator and communicate over the intercom within a few moments of each other. As I followed Daphne, I started to smell something over the damp rot that came with the floodwaters. I smelled cigarettes. I continued further. Daphne rounded a corner, and I was right behind her. "Rachel, where are you going?" I cried out, but she didn't pay any attention to me. She was on a mission, and as I ran, I had time to examine her tropes and understand that her targeting appeared to be based on who was likely to reveal her secret or something similar. Stolen content warning. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. If these blackmailers knew her true identity, that meant quite possibly that she couldn't attack most of the players until they were dealt with. She had been able to attack Ramona because, if I was to take her word for it, Ramona was about to reveal something to her father that would ruin her secret plan for him. I had to wonder what Logan had done to deserve his disappearing act, though it was possible the blackmailers had done him in, just as they had Antoine. Assuming they were the ones to kill Antoine, with the way she had handled Ed, it was entirely possible that she could have killed anyone, especially someone who trusted her. We would have to sort that out after the fact. I would ask Antoine who killed him later, but first, I had to get to the end of this storyline and revive him. Finally, we arrived at our destination, with Carousel getting what was probably a pretty repetitive chase through knee-high water on film. And when we arrived at the room that contained both the generator and a system of electronics which had been hacked open, we found the final two blackmailers. Sure enough, it was Emmett and Desiree Hutchins. The trope that would have hidden them from me was no longer working. Their secret was out, the same as Daphne's. Blackmailer Caden, Silver Fox blood armor, tropes, hidden in plain sight. The villain will appear as an ordinary NPC until they don their disguise. The trope uses the word don because most villains don their disguise when they are acting as a villain, and doff it when acting as NPCs. Non-combatant. This villain cannot be attacked on screen until it attacks the player or is otherwise identified as hostile. Interests align. This entity does not need the players to lose in order to achieve its goals. Thoroughly dispersed. This creature's group can instantly occupy the entirety of a set area, making it appear omnipresent and unpredictable to characters. Mastermind. This enemy can buff allies who enact his plans to perform their assigned tasks. Is everywhere. This villain is aware of any information discovered or known by their allies. Age Master. This villain can divide their savvy between metal and hustle in a fight scene. No neighborhood watch. The villain will not be seen by NPC witnesses when off-screen. Two-way street. If a player with buff Moxie attempts to interrogate or manipulate this villain, the villain will get an equal buff to Moxie. We go way back. Players may have a pre-established relationship with this villain that the players must discover before the past catches up with them. Blackmailer Caden, Miss Kitty plot armor, trope hidden in plain sight. The villain will appear as an ordinary NPC until they don their disguise. Non-combatant. This villain cannot be attacked on screen until it attacks the player or is otherwise identified as hostile. Interests align. This entity does not need the players to lose in order to achieve its goals. Thoroughly dispersed. This creature's group can instantly occupy the entirety of a set area, making it appear omnipresent and unpredictable to characters. Endless hunger. This villain is driven by greed, lust, gluttony, or envy. When something they want is on the line, their mettle is buffed considerably. It reverts when their motivation changes. The lover. This villain's presence buffs their lover's grit. Play the fox. This villain can fake insanity to guard against insight tropes being used on them. No neighborhood watch. The villain will not be seen by NPC witnesses when off-screen. Two-way street. If a player with buff Moxie attempts to interrogate or manipulate this villain, the villain will get an equal buff to Moxie. We go way back. Players may have a pre-established relationship with this villain that the players must discover before the past catches up with them. Kimberly arrived right after me. Emmett and Desiree were huddled on top of a desk, looking worse for wear, smoking cigarettes. They didn't get up when Daphne arrived. "So you didn't go for peace," Emmett said. There was something strange about him, something off. He was sweating considerably, and though he had a gun sitting next to him, he didn't go for it. "I'll never be safe with you alive," Daphne said. "I promise you would be," Emmett said. But his heart wasn't in it. He wasn't trying to convince her. He was sick. Moments later, Andrew and Jules arrived. They too were sweating. And while Jules had already looked ill, Andrew did too suddenly. "The blackmail letter smelled of cigarette smoke," Daphne said. Having lost the madness I had seen in her moments before. Whoever licked the envelope was a smoker. She reached into her handbag and pulled out the vial of poison I had seen her use on Ed. But, unlike with him, she wasn't just using the poison. She was using the trope attached to it. And suddenly, I saw her plan come to fruition. "You know smoking will kill you," she said. I suspected that with all of tonight's stressors, a nicotine addict might run through more than one pack of smokes. So I left some around in case you needed them, with a slightly faster acting additive than the average cigarette. She shook the bottle of poison. She had poisoned cigarettes for her blackmailers to find. What kind of plan was that? She destroyed all of the cigarettes at the tobacco store within the casino, and left out a few poison packs. Was this some sort of comedy? A black comedy might allow something like that to work. A black comedy. Of course. That would make sense. That explained Daphne's odd behavior. She was performing for the audience. "The antidote," Emmett said. "Do you have the antidote?" "Yes," Daphne said. But she didn't move to grab it. "I have money," he said. "I'll give it to you, whatever you want." "I'm sure you would," she answered. "But why should you get to survive your poisoning when my parents didn't?" She put on the waterworks for that. Even with her Moxie being drained into her combat stats, she was still a good actress. She had probably had a lot of practice. "We didn't kill your parents, little dove." Desiree spoke up for the first time, barely suppressing the urge to vomit or pass out. "I couldn't tell which. Please. You have to believe us. We are lovely, lovely, lovely." "We know who might have done it, though." "You do?" Daphne asked. Was it a woman in her late 30s about this high? She held out her hand. Dark complexion, braided hair. Emmett and Desiree looked at her with alarm. "It wasn't her," Daphne said. "I checked." "No," Emmett said. "It had to be. We don't do that. We're just blackmailers. Thieves." Before their conversation could continue, I heard a splash behind me, and I turned to see that Andrew had dropped to the ground along with Jules. His infected status was lit, and so were his dead and incapacitated, each blinking at different speeds. But he hadn't smoked a cigarette. How could he have been poisoned? Obviously, it had been the trope attached to the poison. Even if he hadn't smoked a cigarette, the audience would believe he had from the amount of build-up we had given that character quirk. His desire to smoke again. His pocketing the last unsoaked pack of smokes that Daphne had apparently planted. He may not have smoked even one cigarette, but it was implied that he had. And that was all it took. Jules was looking worse, too. She had actually smoked one of the cigarettes. And I began to suspect that the reason she had done it was to try to protect Andrew. She was whispering something I couldn't hear, but from the way her lips moved, I thought she was saying she was sorry. Both of them struggled to stay above water. I rushed to help them. "Rachel," I called out. "Do you have the antidote?" She turned to me and said, "Yes." "Why do you ask? If you have the antidote, you have to use it now," I said. But I knew how futile my attempt was. Now that my brain had caught up with the situation, it was back in control. That was such a silly way to describe it, but it felt true. There was a gaping hole forming in my chest, metaphorically for now. And whatever lived there could not be trusted to run the show. Daphne walked closer to me, and I felt the ridges of the figurative claws in my heart digging deep. I nearly flinched. If I weren't cutting off my emotions to the best of my ability, I probably would have. My face was blank, except for my eyes. which were trained on Daphne and were probably betraying the fear I logically felt. As long as they hid the rage, I was all right with it. "Tell me that you love me," she said. I waited for a beat. "I love you," I said. But even as the words came out of my mouth, the purity and innocence I had said them with before were gone. I could feel an emotion surging up within me, a deep sorrow and longing. Not for Daphne or Ha my bride as she was called on the red wallpaper, but for the blissful ignorance I had gotten to feel, for the love that I felt. I mourned it. I barely had any time to think about it at all, and yet I could still process that I was in mourning. I knew this would happen if I let my feelings get out of hand. The entire time this storyline had been going on, I had been waiting for the other shoe to drop, to figure out what the catch was to this novel happiness. Of course, I didn't realize that it had to do with the storyline. I thought it had to do with my relationship with another player, but here it was. The other shoe dropped, and I would just have to lock it away like everything else. Daphne smiled a girlish sort of smile when I said that, but she was pretending, too. She knew I was lying, and I swore that I could see sorrow on her face as well. Was she mourning me while I still lived? "Give me the antidote," I said. "Riley," she said, "it's too late." "You don't know that," I said. "Andrew's still alive. He's still breathing. There might still be time to save him." "No, Riley. It's too late," she said. "We loved Andrew. He was your best friend. Just seeing him die is devastating. But there is nothing we can do about it. We will mourn him and never forget him." As she spoke, she went somewhere else mentally. She was crying as she spoke about Andrew. What was she doing? Was she just trying to torment me? No, I realized as I looked into her eyes. She was role-playing. She was pretending to mourn Andrew while he still lived because she wanted to experience those emotions. That's the reason she did everything. I looked back down at Andrew. Jules had already kicked the bucket, and he was struggling. I held him out of the water as I felt his labored breathing. Fortunately, he had put 7 points into grit. Poison was usually powered by savvy, and I doubted that her build was high savvy. I couldn't shake the feeling that he might be able to survive the poisoning, but it wasn't like I could confirm it with him now. Daphne was high moxie, perhaps, to help tell lies and to power that terrible and detectable trope which had caused so much of this mess. I didn't know how the stats matched up, but Andrew was hanging in there. So was Emmett, the blackmailer. Esari, however, was slumped over onto his lap. Weird. I figured her for a high grit build. How long had she been sick? She hadn't looked that terminal when I first saw her. I could see the pain in Emmett's eyes, the love he had for her rebounding on him. I knew how he felt. In a way, it was like the woman I loved had died. Suddenly, I remembered Ramona. How could I have forgotten? I would have had to, for the premise of this storyline to work. But it felt like such a sin. I felt like I had cheated on her. And worse, I felt like I had failed to protect her. I might actually have to sit down and talk with her after this. What would I say? The man fiddled with a gun in one hand and stroked his dead wife's hair with the other. I could see why the gun hadn't come into play already. It had a trope on it called blind fire, which forced it to fire all of its rounds at once to intimidate and incapacitate an opponent, but it prevented any of the bullets from making contact. It made sense that the only gun that could be found in this storyline couldn't be used offensively. Daphne had a trope that guaranteed as much. Emmett appeared resigned to his fate. I didn't know if he was meta aware, but he knew his end was near. Still strange he didn't fire the gun. It seemed like the perfect time. His character wouldn't know the gun couldn't be lethal. After all, "We didn't poison your parents," he said, attempting again in vain to acquire the antidote. He wasn't stupid. He was in love. Briefly, I knew something about that. He bent down and kissed his wife's head. Then he attempted to get down off the desk he had been sitting on with her and use that virtually useless gun, if only to intimidate. But as soon as he put weight on his feet, he fell to his knees. He extended his arm out to aim the gun, but he couldn't keep his arms still enough to aim it. Daphne might have been 15 feet away from him, but that was as good as 50 yards from the looks of his condition. He continued to try to aim the gun, closing one eye. Supporting one arm with the other, he contemplated shooting, but he never did. It was potent drama, watching him give up, but still really strange. He tossed the gun into the floodwater on the far wall past Daphne. On his knees. The water was up past his waist, and it wouldn't be long before he lost the ability to hold himself up. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. We didn't kill your parents, he said. Daphne stared at him for a moment, as if considering her response. Stop saying that, Daphne screamed. You're ruining it. He was ruining her roleplay. What was she going for? The devastated daughter. The avenger. It would be hard to avenge a death when the person you were taking revenge on refused to play the role. The whole time, I was making eye contact with Kimberly. Our nonverbal conversation was concluded in something like, "We can't run yet." "What are you talking about?" I asked. But the way I looked at her, it was an accusation. "Oh, who killed your parents?" Daphne scowled at Emmett one last time, and in a fraction of a second, her face changed. She wasn't the angry daughter of slain parents anymore. She was Daphne, gentle, soft, sane passing. She looked back at me. Tears welled in her eyes, sparkling in the flickering lights, and her voice trembled with a sincerity that felt pulled straight from the heart of a classic Hollywood romance. The way she looked at me, I could have sworn she was pouring out her deepest love, pleading with me to embrace her heart completely. But the words didn't match. The words were terrible. "Riley," she whispered, her voice shaking gently, full of tenderness. "They lost their daughter. Those poor, heartbroken people. Their sweet little girl. She was taken too soon. She wasn't even old enough to drive. Too young even to know what love truly felt like. And I did the only thing anyone could have done. I gave their daughter back to them. I gave them the chance to see her fall in love, to watch her walk down the aisle, and marry." Her eyes searched mine desperately, looking for understanding, for affirmation. "What we did today, Riley, what we created, it was the greatest gift we could have given them. Today was their perfect day, the last good day they'd ever have." Beth was growing weaker so quickly, she wasn't going to recover. And Robert was close behind her. I could feel it. Without her, his heart would break entirely. Today come our wedding, our vows. They gave them happiness one final, perfect time. She reached out, fingers toward me as if expecting me to run to her, to embrace her. "Our marriage, Riley, our love, it's something beautiful, something powerful. Don't you see it? Our love made something wonderful out of pain. Tell me you understand. Tell me you see it, Riley. That what we did here today was good and pure, born of love. Please, tell me you understand." She was playing another character. She didn't believe what she was saying. My moxie must have been higher than hers now. She was role-playing as the angel of death now, putting those elderly people out of their misery with one final gift. The emotions must have thrilled her because she could barely suppress her joy. Being these characters was a joy to her. My eyes were wide. Truthfully, I was prepared for any sort of evil she might have been up to. In fact, I was probably overcompensating to try to make up for any leftover infatuation that might clog my judgment. But I had yet to seriously consider the possibility that she had killed Beth and Robert Hutchins. Her love for them seemed so sincere. But then, as I stared at her in horror, I realized that was what her love was. It was murder. It was death. It was a passion so powerful that life could not survive it. "Did you kill them?" I asked, sounding like an absolute fool. My voice even cracked. But I think I pulled off sincerity. "I rescued them from every terrible day to come," she said. "You did." It took me a moment to think about this, to really absorb it and understand what was going on. She had killed her parents. That's what this whole thing had been about. Giving her adoptive parents one final send-off before fleeing town with my character's money. No doubt. A fantasy that she got to live out, one of many. This whole time, I felt like I was scraping and searching in vain to figure out what the plot of this film was, beyond the cat-and-mouse game of murder versus isolated innocence. But that was because this story was not about me. It wasn't about Kimberly or Andrew. This story was about Daphne and her attempt to give her parents one perfect day, being foiled by blackmailers whom she had to take out one by one. Carousel was testing her to see how far she would go to capture those feelings of love, grief, and exhilaration. The story was about her. She was the main character. Everything started to make sense. Behind her, Emmett was leaning up against the desk he had been sitting on, holding his wife's hand. She was a goner from what I could tell. And he would be too soon enough. Unlike with Andrew, it wasn't only implied that they had been smoking. According to the plan Daphne described, they had been chain smoking. Her plan had worked masterfully against them. Was that in the script? Or did she actually make up the idea of poisoning cigarettes and leaving them for enemies to find? There was a certain level of brilliance to it. It was a murder mystery kill. With enough savvy, you could easily get a low-savvy enemy to fall for it. Maybe Desiree had picked up the cigarettes and shared them with Emmett because he clearly had a high-savvy build. Then again, so did Andrew. And he still picked up the cigarettes. Was her plan so far out of left field that even smart characters couldn't have foreseen it? I would never risk a plan like that. It wasn't my style of cinema. I would have never thought something so indirect could work. But then, with the right footage, I had pulled off some crazy plans in my career as a player in the game of Carousel. But watching someone casually throw around poisoned cigarettes and land a critical hit that might get for kills made me feel like I was up against a professional. Oh, because she smelled cigarette smoke on the blackmail letter she had received. That was the clue that put her plan in motion. How many more traps and tricks had she cooked up that hadn't come into play? Emmett screamed as loud as he could to be heard over the sound of the generator, which was on the other side of the desk he was leaning against. "Send me to her," he said. "I want to be with Kitty." Daphne turned around at once. She withdrew her letter opener, and after walking over to him slower than a person normally would, she just watched him struggle to breathe. What the hell? I was prepared to watch her mercy kill him. Even Arthur had done that in the Camp Dyer days. But watching him die was worse. She seemed to think it was beautiful watching them die together. Two lovers. Together for many years through the best and worst of times, she said. Dying in each other's arms, or close enough. They won't be apart for long, well, maybe a bit longer. "Won't you just end it?" Emmett asked. "Do you have no mercy at all?" She didn't answer that I could hear. I saw Kimberly moving out of the corner of my eye over to the far wall of the room. She bent down and picked something out of the water slowly and carefully, not revealing what it was. She was silent as a mouse, or well, a fish, given the floodwater. As Daphne cooed at the sight of the two lovers, dead and dying by her hand, Kimberly walked back over to where Andrew and I were, and we got ready to go on the run. Andrew was sickly, but his infected indicator was blinking at a steady, slow rate. He was hobbled by the poison. It was no good. Taking him with us wasn't the play. We needed to lure Daphne out of there so that we could get him to a safe place. And then we needed to take the antidote from her. Andrew was my best man for the wedding, so he must have been a pretty close friend in the story. Efforts to save him and ourselves would propel us into a final confrontation. It all fit together. I left Andrew with Kimberly and put some distance between us. "Rachel, or whatever your name is," I said. She turned to look at me. "Was it all a lie? Are you really just this killer? Was saying you loved me just a means to an end?" Daphne turned to me. "No," she said. "I truly love you, Riley. I will love you till the day you die." I sensed she was telling the truth. She was hooked on playing her various characters. Maybe if I played along, I could manipulate her. "You're putting on a show," I said. "You're performing for your audience." I pointed to Kimberly and Andrew. "You've always done that. You were always the most in love with me when people were watching. And I was okay with that, because I knew that was the only way I would get to love you." Drama was like catnip for her. "That is not true," Daphne said. "I have been devoted to you for our entire relationship." She had developed a beautiful, deranged look. I walked away toward the hallway that would lead out of the room. "Then just talk to me," I said. "Just talk to me. Explain this to me, because right now, none of this makes sense." "Riley," she said, following after me. Now that I had her following me, I had to pick up the pace, hopefully. Kimberly would know how to help get Andrew out of the floodwaters. My plan was formed quickly, but I wasn't the only one planning. As soon as Daphne and I were out of the maintenance room, I heard the generator throw a gasket. The motor came to a screeching halt. I suspected it was Emmett. She shouldn't have left him alive. He had one last trick of his own. Daphne and I looked at each other for a fraction of a second, which felt like it lasted a minute. And then the power went off altogether. We were in the windowless passages of the casino. It was dark again. What was worse, I realized, was that the water was moving. There was a current again, just like there had been when it flooded initially. I could hear it. The water was rising. Off screen. Logan was making some good points. Too many good points. Why had she been so careless? Why had she underestimated him? They stood in the kitchen as the group discussed whether the wedding could go forward, and whether or not to call all of the NPCs into the banquet hall for safety's sake. Logan was arguing against the idea because he had a trope, apparently, that would strengthen a plan that he helped to vet. With the rain coming down the way it is, he said, I'm not sure how much longer the banquet hall is going to be above water. We can do the wedding quickly, but I wouldn't rely on being able to stay on the first floor. Is there a large room in the tower? Maybe the penthouse? Now, he was really getting on Daphne's nerves. Talking about bringing everyone to the penthouse, her honeymoon suite. The nerve on that guy. But all of this was a minor inconvenience. He was just throwing out these ideas so that Bobby and Jules could shoot them down. Because that was how his cynic trope worked. Confrontation. Antagonism. Contrarianism. Cynics were trouble. Perhaps even more so than defiance or the other meta aspects. Logan would be spending all of his time playing devil's advocate, and worse, squeezing the players, forcing them to confront even the most remote possibilities. Was it possible that he had a trope that might make it desirable for him to argue that Daphne herself was an enemy? Was it possible he had a trope that could make him an enemy and, in doing so, might open his eyes just enough to be dangerous? Why had she been so foolish 30 minutes earlier? This could have all been avoided. She had just escaped the basement where Antoine was murdered and was headed to her room. She had been examining her blackmail note and had noticed it had a faint scent of cigarette smoke. The cheap stuff. Not only was she being blackmailed, but apparently, the culprits didn't have a taste for the finer things. She had almost run into him, Logan. She was so preoccupied as she made her way through the halls. They were off-screen, so it wasn't that important, and she was able to get her blackmail note hidden in time for him not to see it. Or at least she thought she had. No matter. His mind was on other things. It seems like Riley figured out what he wanted to use the insert shot on. He said, "Oh," she asked. "What did he use it on?" Logan looked at her funny. "Well, I'm going to assume it's on the fire axe." It would be kind of strange for him to have used it on the cigarettes in the corner. Cigarettes in the corner, she thought to herself. Only then did she realize that Logan must have been able to see what Riley had used the insert shot on the red wallpaper. And if he could see it, then maybe she was supposed to be able to see it too. If she had in fact been a player. "Of course," she said. "I don't know what I was thinking." He nodded, but his piercing gaze never left her. "No worries. They say smoking can kill," Logan said. "But somehow I doubt the conflict in this story is going to be resolved by poisonous cigarettes." He was joking. He had a clever voice, a disarming voice. He disguised it sometimes, but not now. He was smart, and more than that, he was distrustful. Had he figured her out? He didn't need to be able to see that she wasn't a player to be able to see that she was up to something. She had plenty of experience with players who were more than willing to see her for who she was, even if they didn't know what she was. And she knew, just from talking to him for a few minutes, that he was going to be a problem. "I like Jules a lot, but she's acting odd, isn't she?" he said, strangely antagonistic. "Am I making that up?" He was walking her to her room. Neither of them had anywhere to be for the moment, though Daphne was hoping to find Riley soon. "No," Daphne said, trying to hide the quiver in her voice as she played with her handbag against her will. "She has been very testy so far." He nodded. "Makes you wonder if even a companion NPC can somehow go bad. I mean, she's been great so far. But you realize she's a killer. Some type of elite soldier. Maybe even a super soldier. When we were in the jungle and those things were wailing in the distance, I swear she was smiling. I'm sure she was just playing a character," Daphne said. "Aren't we all?" he said. "But the thing is that murder mysteries in Carousel usually have a rotating cast of killers. Right. There can be multiple different suspects. Maybe every character we meet could be a killer. And since Jules is an NPC herself, what if her number came up? She's got keys to the whole building." He had a dangerous mind. "Did she do anything that makes you suspicious?" Daphne asked. "Not yet," Logan said. But it never hurts to be suspicious, wouldn't you say? Sometimes it does, Daphne thought. Well, I think we need a bit more evidence, she said. Anyway, this one is me. She pointed to her door. I hope you stay safe out there. I'll try my best, Logan said, still looking at her with that clever gaze. Was he flirting? Or was he onto her? Her moxie hadn't changed. If he knew her secret in character, her moxie would start to drain away as her mettle and grit improved. That was the problem with these meta players. They're so good at getting information that their characters don't even have. They could have her dead to rights, and she would have no way of knowing. Her tropes weren't infallible. Even Riley, who should have been doped up on love, was resisting her. Logan was on the cusp of becoming trouble. He had to go. But that was going to be quite the challenge. Carousel had handcuffed her, forcing her to target characters who knew her secrets or who could get in the way of her secrets before targeting the players. Royal Road is the home of this novel. Visit there to read the original and support the author. She had the blackmailers to deal with. If she didn't attend to them soon, they could become a bigger problem. Even if Logan had sussed her out, his character had not. She was going to have to change that. Carousel might have intended for her to assist the players against the escalating threat of the blackmailers before the finale, but that didn't mean she had no wiggle room. She hoped Carousel wouldn't mind. She had so many things to do. Kill the blackmailers, keep the players handled, hide her plans and true identity. Wedding planning was so stressful. She waved goodbye as she went into the room and quickly started cutting up her blackmail note. Carousel wanted footage of her doing it, but not much. She cut angry strokes, turning the entire page into thin little strips of paper by folding it up before cutting it. She was frustrated. Dealing with players was hard enough, but dealing with blackmailers who had suddenly decided they were tough killers, that was going to be a problem. They were only supposed to get violent later. Something was amiss. As she cut, she thought about the locations of fire axes around the building. She only knew of a handful. That meant there was going to be a lot of walking. She would have to find one that was near some cigarettes. She didn't dare ask Logan where this insert shot had been used. That would give the game away. She had a lot of work to do, but Logan might have been useful in other ways. After all, poison cigarettes wasn't the worst idea. If only she had more poison. On dash screen. It's just over this way. A total disaster, she said, leading the receptionist blackmailer back toward the chapel. Luckily, Riley and everyone else were still in the banquet hall now that the wedding ceremony had ended. I'm sure if there's a problem, we could get maintenance to handle it, the young woman was saying. What exactly is wrong? We don't need to bother housekeeping, Daphne said. You are perfectly capable of handling this situation. Daphne led her back toward the chapel, but not the front entrance. There was a side corridor that led to the office belonging to the resident officiant. In this case, Logan. See, the banners are all wrong, she said once she had lured the receptionist into the dark hallway. I don't see any banners, the young woman said, looking along the hallway. You don't see them? Daphne asked, getting right next to her and pointing up. Fortunately, these blackmailers didn't seem to know all of her secrets, because while the receptionist did act awkwardly around her, she was able to lure her into a dark hallway. That would change after they started dying. Right there, Daphne said as she reached into her handbag, pulled out her letter opener, and quickly pierced the receptionist's underarm with one hand while covering her mouth with the other. Straight through the heart. Off dash screen. It was all part of the plan. All part of the little dance she needed to do to kill Logan. Normally, she would have to wait till the finale to start killing players, unless they entirely dropped the ball or started making a scene like that hysteric had. But there were ways for her to fudge the rules. She had to make her plans entertaining enough for Carousel to go along with them. Killing this receptionist, a blackmailer who Daphne had seen cut the Achilles tendons of Antoine, sent her off screen to give her time to hide the body. 4 years. She had operated without the assistance of no body, no crime. But now that she had it, she wondered how she had ever managed to hide her kills before. Now, however, Daphne had no intention of hiding the body. She intended to get caught. Quite the opposite of what her instincts told her. Carousel understood. She was only off screen for a few moments when she heard someone coming from the direction of Logan's office. On screen, If Logan saw her in the middle of the act of killing one of the blackmailers, he would know too much, and she would be able to take him out of the equation. He had already served his only function, as far as she was concerned, by officiating her wedding, and she was thankful for that. But he was too nosy and too clever, and it was time for him to go. A figure approached from down the dark hallway, and as soon as he was able to see Daphne standing there holding a fresh kill, he screamed, "Damn it!" Daphne said, "It wasn't Logan. It was the photographer. Why was he not at the banquet?" It was literally his job. On the bright side, there was a good chance he was a blackmailer too, though she had not seen him in that act, so the red wallpaper would not reveal it to her. Quickly and carefully avoiding getting blood on herself, Daphne said, "Quick, you have to get help. I think she's been stabbed with this." She held out the letter opener. The man stared at her, wide-eyed and terrified. She was worried that he would take a picture, but it was soon clear he didn't have the capacity for rational thought at that moment. "I'll go get someone," the photographer said as he skittered by slowly, fidgety. He wasn't a good actor. He was about to puke, though, so that might cover it up. Was it his first day in Carousel? As soon as he was past and was brave enough to turn away from her and begin running, she gently put down the ill-fated blackmailer and pounced on him. Between the receptionist who knew she was living under a false identity and the photographer who had seen her kill the receptionist, Daphne's secret was out, and that meant she had the mettle to pull off a quick kill. She snapped his neck and went back off screen as she started dragging the body to a nearby closet that the red wallpaper told her would be a good hiding spot. She was playing it as comedy. Her films were always a little funny, dark and funny. The audience was loving it. After she had his body secured, she started to hear a strange sound. She worried that she had stepped in some of the receptionist's blood, but that wasn't what the sound ended up being. The hallway was beginning to flood. "Not now," she said aloud. She returned to the receptionist and picked her up, carefully holding the letter opener as if the kill was fresh. She began moving the body, but only enough so that when the cameras came back on, it wouldn't look like she had just been standing there. On dash screen finally, from that same direction, Logan was walking down the hallway. She thought about pulling a similar stunt to make it look like she had found the body, but that wasn't exactly her goal. She wanted Logan to realize the truth, or at least a truth, and he did, very quickly. "Rachel, what are you doing?" he asked. He looked down at the receptionist, and clearly, he was on the ball because he figured out that she must have been one of the blackmailers. That's the receptionist who was talking about how she knew who Antoine was, even though his show just aired. He said, "Is she involved with the blackmailing? Did she attack you?" He got closer, but not too close. He was wary of Daphne, clearly. "I just found her like this," Daphne eventually said, putting no effort into being convincing. And Logan picked up on that very quickly. He started trying to edge along the far side of the hallway, staying away from Daphne. Logan must have been figuring out things quickly, both in character and out, because Daphne's mettle began to rise. She only needed to hold out a few more seconds. She dropped the body and backed away in the direction that Logan was going, hoping to block him off. "It's not what it seems like," she said. "I know," he said. "I think we should go talk to the others to figure this out. She might have accomplices. In fact, she must. After what she did to that poor man, right?" "Yes, let's go," Daphne said, getting closer to him. "Will you walk with me?" "I'm afraid." She started walking toward him quickly. He picked up on things very quickly himself. No wonder he had chosen such high savvy. And fortunately for him, he hadn't chosen high hustle. He grabbed for a weapon hidden on his person, but he was too slow. He defended himself as best he could, but true to his character, he went down like a man of peace. Pastors rarely fought back, even when they were players, though that might have been Daphne's memory of playing tricks on her. She thought it was because they wanted to go to heaven, so why resist? She got him in a headlock and held him until he passed out. He was strong, but his mettle wasn't higher than hers anymore. She would have to figure out something creative with him, some way to explain his death. Knocking a player out first was always easier than killing them outright. It avoided a lot of Carousel's tricky rules. Maybe she could fabricate a blackmail letter for him to frame the blackmailers. There would be a typewriter in the office somewhere. Or better yet, she could really throw some chaos into the mixture if she were to frame him as being a blackmailer himself. The players would have to go along with it on screen, because their characters don't know he's a player too. A little chaos could go a long way. She realized, to her dismay, that she couldn't leave. The script wouldn't allow it. Logan had taken one final revenge. His trope, dead giveaway, was still working in death and would force her to take souvenirs from all of her kills. How annoying. A ring off the finger of the receptionist and a film roll from the photographer would do. Logan wasn't dead yet, and before she could make him that way, she heard people coming in the distance. So she dragged his unconscious body along to find the nearest set of stairs, a small passageway to go unseen. As for the receptionist's body, there was nothing she could do about that. What a shame. It would have been better if she could have hidden it, but no matter. She took her prize to the freight elevator so she could find the best place to put him. She went from fire axe to fire axe, looking for the special one. There was one good thing the storm had done. There was no one to watch. Up near the exit onto the roof, she found the axe that she believed must have had the insert shot used on it, because right next to it in its case was a pack of cigarettes. Logan would be a nice little surprise for the players when they got to the roof. One blackmailer down, one nosy player out of the way. Hopefully, Carousel wouldn't punish her too harshly for her little detour. She was so close to accomplishing her goals. Kimberly. One had been off screen too long. Every second counted now. Riley was gone, and I had no doubt where he'd be headed. He would climb to the rooftop, where the image of a red fire axe would mark the final battle. It was the only place Riley would go, assuming that monster, Daphne, would let him. From the moment we arrived in this twisted storyline, something about Daphne Sinclair unsettled me deeply. My instincts kept whispering conflicting warnings, but no matter how closely I watched her, I couldn't catch her slipping. At first, I'd assumed she was merely manipulating Riley, exploiting his love. But that didn't quite fit, and my doubts wouldn't quiet. I watched every calculated smile, every choreographed laugh as Daphne charmed our teammates, even when social awareness screamed that she was acting contrary to her true character, hiding her true relationships. It was like watching a perfect, terrible dance, one I couldn't interrupt. What good was I, a supposedly natural-born people person, if I couldn't spot the imposter among us? I wasn't a detective, but I trusted myself to read the room. How had I let a murderer into our circle? I should have spoken up on my suspicions sooner. Would Logan still be here if I'd had the courage? Would Ramona? Riley would blame himself, as he always did, for falling into Daphne's carefully spun web, as if he should have somehow outsmarted whatever trope had fooled us all. If anything, he snapped out of her spell faster than I had in some ways. But that didn't surprise me. Riley's walls were always thick, his emotions guarded. Even under Daphne's control, he'd seem distant, performing his love rather than feeling it. And she had noticed it too. She looked at him with profound rejection, waiting for him to stare deeply into her eyes while he was distracted by the game. But the truth was out now, and my suspicion had turned to fury. I guided Andrew quickly into a safe room, a simple supply closet on the 3rd floor, out of harm's way for now. What kind of overpowered trope would let you poison someone without having to physically do it? How was it fair for her to have that? I had tried to help Emmett the blackmailer escape, too, but he refused to leave his wife's side at first. When I finally convinced him to break away, he collapsed not far into our escape. As if all of his grit had left him at once, the floodwaters took him, and there was nothing I could do. It was probably out of character to even attempt to help a thief, given the backstory my trope, obsessed survivor, had given me. Carousel was playing with me, testing me, teasing my character's memories, her trauma, dangling it in front of me like bait. All I could do was follow along, with Andrew hidden away. I flung open the stairwell door, desperate to climb upwards, but instead, I froze. There were no stairs. Carousel had set a different scene entirely, a memory from my character's past, a bank robbery that she was a hostage of. Not now. I protested silently. This had happened 4 times already, opening doors in the hotel or casino and walking into the past instead of the present. In this storyline, it was hard to show my backstory, so Carousel had gotten fancy. This was the last flashback. I knew it instinctively. There was no time for more. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into my character's past. I saw the younger version of my character, a trembling 15-year-old girl, crying softly on a polished marble floor, wrists bound tightly behind her. She was played by an NPC, not some de-aged version of me. Beside her knelt a young man, her older brother according to the red wallpaper's blunt description, Kimberly's brother. He was tied as well, but somehow calm, whispering gentle reassurances to the frightened teenager. "It's okay, Kimmy," he kept repeating, his voice firm and steady. "Just stay quiet, stay calm. Don't give them any reason to notice us." But I knew the robbers. I'd seen them before in a previous storyline, Permanent Vacancy. Carousel had cast familiar villains as NPCs in this twisted scenario, mocking me, daring me to react. Merritt Spears, professional and methodical, moved among the hostages, attempting to manage his unstable brother Bradley, whose unmasked face betrayed violent urges barely contained. 2 NPC hostages already lay dead, blood pooling grotesquely beneath them on the shining tile. Bradley had murdered the first hostage in a previous flashback under a flimsy pretense. He reached for something. The second had panicked and tried to flee, cut down instantly. A grim lesson for everyone else. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Carousel had made me watch every unnerving scene from this terrible memory. Each one attempted to teach the same brutal lesson. Compliance with monsters led to survival. But standing here now, watching this carefully constructed scene, I saw clearly that Bradley's patience was frayed to breaking. The promise of safety through obedience was a lie. Something terrible was about to happen. Something that would tear my character's world apart. This wasn't my past, but it was my burden. Carousel wanted me to understand her fear, to play my role perfectly, to be an obsessed survivor. I wasn't afraid. I was angry, and anger was something I could use. The final memory played out in front of me. The robbers, Merritt barking tense instructions, Bradley pacing like a caged animal, argued sharply now. It was clear they'd gotten what they came for. Heavy bags bulging with cash stacked at their feet. Yet Bradley wasn't satisfied. His rage simmered just beneath the surface, his hand constantly twitching toward the pistol at his hip. "We need to move," Merritt hissed, trying to keep control. "The cops will be here soon." But Bradley ignored his brother's warnings, prowling near the remaining hostages with a disturbing look in his eyes. He seemed to be looking for an excuse, a justification to unleash the violence crackling inside him. My character's brother sensed it too. He shifted protectively closer, whispering urgently again, "Kimmy, stay calm, no sudden moves, just breathe." But the scene refused to stay calm. Another hostage, a man in his 30s, broke suddenly, panicking and lurching to his feet. Bradley snapped to attention instantly, leveling his gun and shouting a command drowned out by the hostage's terrified scream. The man stumbled forward, flailing desperately toward the exit, and Bradley fired without hesitation. The shot echoed sharply through the lobby, a deafening crack followed by stunned silence. The fleeing hostage dropped instantly, dead before he hit the floor. My character screamed, a raw, terrified cry. Her brother instinctively reached for her, pulling her close as if to shield her from reality itself. But that brief protective gesture was all Bradley needed to target them next. "Shut her up," Bradley roared, storming toward the siblings. Merritt tried to intervene, to pull him back, but Bradley was beyond reason. He seized my character roughly by the arm, yanking her upright and pressing the cold steel barrel of his gun against her temple. Her scream cut off instantly, replaced by panicked, gasping sobs. "Leave her alone," her brother shouted, desperation breaking through his steady calm for the first time. "She's just a kid." Bradley laughed, chilling and heartless, then turned toward Merritt. "She's coming with us. Insurance. A ticket out?" I stood frozen, watching helplessly as she was dragged forward. Her brother struggled violently against his bindings, calling her name, the ropes cutting deeply into his wrists. Merritt's face showed clear doubt, but he didn't intervene. He had already lost control. I watched closely, my fists clenched tightly at my sides, anger searing through me. I knew exactly what would happen next. The memory shifted sharply forward, skipping ahead to the inevitable climax of Carousel's carefully crafted tragedy. Outside the bank, chaos swirled, Sirens wailed. Red and blue lights flashed, and police shouted commands from behind barricades. Bradley stood at the entrance, clutching my younger character as a shield, his gun pressed tightly to her head. "Let her go, Brad," Merritt shouted from behind, desperation finally breaking his steely composure. "This isn't how we do things," Bradley sneered, eyes wild with paranoia. "You're weak. She's our only way out. They won't shoot if I have her." My character's brother had somehow gotten free inside. Stumbling toward her, he raised his arms, pleading, voice hoarse with fear, "Please, take me instead. Let her go." The officers behind the cars barked frantic orders, guns raised, confusion thickening the air. Bradley hesitated, uncertainty flickering across his face. And then, something snapped. Bradley's arm twitched, the gun shifting slightly from my character's head, pointing toward her brother for just an instant. Her brother lunged forward instinctively, driven by desperation, love overriding caution. The crack of gunfire filled the air, brutal and final. Bradley fired out of reflex, almost accidentally, the bullet striking her brother squarely in the chest. He dropped instantly, crumpling to the pavement, a look of shock frozen on his face. My character screamed again, agony tearing through her. The sound pierced straight through me. She twisted violently in Bradley's grasp, grief-fueled adrenaline powering her struggle. Bradley lost his grip, stumbling back in surprise. Young Kimberly ran through the bank's wide plate glass window, her only exit, propelled by pure, blind panic. The glass shattered spectacularly around her, shards slicing through her skin as she escaped into the blinding daylight, falling forward onto concrete dusted with glittering fragments of broken glass. I watched her collapse to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, hands cut and bleeding, shaking as she tried to crawl forward, away from death, away from horror, away from everything she just lost. Cops fired upon Bradley and Merritt through the broken window, slaying them in a barrage that seemed to last unrealistically long. And suddenly, the vision faded, lingering for a moment on the girl who was supposed to be me. The stairwell stood in front of me once more. The past, or Carousel's twisted portrayal of it, disappeared like smoke. My breathing slowed, anger replaced by something deeper, something sharper, because I knew now, more clearly than ever, exactly why this character, why I, could never surrender again. She was a survivor who wasn't afraid to get bloody. So was I. This memory was not fictional. I finally knew. There really was a little girl somewhere who had lived through that moment. And Carousel had made it my backstory. I felt her. This memory was my fuel, my ammunition. I took it with me as I ran up the stairs as fast as my legs could carry me, pulling my hair back in a ponytail to transfer moxie into metal. I had lost time because of the flashback, but I had gained something too, and I was going to regift it to Daphne as a blood-soaked wedding present. Being off-screen should have meant that we had time to talk, but I was still working to create distance between Daphne and Kimberly. Besides that, we would periodically go on screen to show how we were dealing with the ever-rising floodwaters. We would be swimming soon. The dam had to have broken or at least overflowed. That was the only explanation. "Riley, stop," Daphne called from behind me. "Riley, wait." She said it both on screen and off screen, because in a way, there was no difference to her. After I'd made it out of the labyrinthine back halls of the casino floor, I found myself surrounded by slot machines that were short-circuiting in the floodwaters. There was light that seemed to hang in the air without any particular source. Carousel must have been done shooting things in the dark. It didn't want the audience to miss what was next, perhaps. I dove headfirst into the water and gave up on walking. I had to hope that Kimberly would find one of the closer stairways. I was taking Daphne on a detour. "Riley, wait, I can't swim," Daphne cried from behind me while we were on screen for a moment. She was toying with me for the audience. I had to turn to look at her to confirm that she was indeed swimming, because I needed to maintain some level of innocence. I couldn't suddenly turn on my wife, the woman I loved, just because I knew she was a killer. Though the "till death do we part" line might have allowed it, I mean, it was someone's death. I would have to consult a love lawyer. While we were off screen a bit later, I could hear her laughing. "Riley, we still have to play the part, right?" she called ahead. She paused for a moment as we went on screen. Then she continued, "We are still husband and wife, and you can't just turn that off." "I know I can't. I didn't turn it off, I said. I just want to know what is happening. I turned to stop, but she didn't stop. She thought she was so clever. It was immediately apparent that we had a tie-in hustle. So she was trying to use the dramatic situation to force me to stop so she could catch up. I couldn't afford that. You need to give me space, I said, pushing myself back in the water. By the time we made it across the casino floor, the water was to the top of the slot machines. In a way, I benefited from the humorous, teasing persona that Daphne put on when she was performing for the audience. I wasn't just now seeing it, but I was only just now realizing its significance. It allowed me to add a bit of awkwardness that I needed to dodge and look silly, swimming away from her. I didn't know the exact nature of this comedy, but it was certainly tongue-in-cheek. The audience, the ones who would watch a film like this, came to see her kill me and look at the camera humorously as she did it. It was all a big tease, like cutting my hair with those terrifying scissors. Had she done that to tease the audience, I just had to hope that there were enough people in that same audience who wanted to see me live. So she was going to play games as she chased me through the water and winked at the audience every time I made a goofy move that she had to copy, or every time she said some corny, lovey-dovey phrase that only How My Bride would say. I would gladly play the counterpart, turning back only to watch her, enthusiastically and awkwardly lurching away from her as she got closer to me, maintaining as much distance as I could both in character and out. Finally, I made it across the ground floor and got to the stairways. The door was actually hard to open because of all the water pressing against it, but I didn't have time to goof around. So I grabbed my meat cleaver and smashed it through the door window, releasing a ton of pressure. So much so that when the water started flowing through the door window, the entire door cracked through the middle and was swept into the stairwell. I didn't know if that looked ridiculous or not, but at the moment, it felt very violent and real because I didn't just swim in gently. The rushing water forced me in. I barely managed to gather my bearings in time to climb up a guardrail and onto the stairs before Daphne made it to the door. On the first landing, I turned and looked at her. She wasn't chasing me anymore, but we were still technically in a chase scene. We were on screen. She reverted to emotional and loved Daphne, and as I looked down at her, I couldn't deny a physical pang in my heart. I wished beyond anything that she would reveal her heel turn was all for show and that she really was everything I believed her to be hours earlier. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. But that wasn't going to happen. We didn't say anything. We just stared at each other. I held my cleaver, not threateningly. But there really was no way to hold a meat cleaver that didn't convey some level of threat. After prolonged eye contact, I turned and continued up the stairs. Riley, she called after me. I could have left her there, but I knew from her tropes that she had ways to get around impossibly quickly. And we were in the run-and-slash portion of the film. If I didn't keep her with me, then I knew where she was going to go. She would find Kimberly wherever she was, and I wouldn't be able to do anything about it. We went off screen. I turned around, planted my feet, and asked the first thing on my mind, Ramona, why did you kill her? She stopped, too, still looking at me, with only the emergency lighting, which turned everything blood red. She really did try to stop the wedding. You should have warned her against it, Daphne answered. This wasn't the emotional love interest Daphne or the deadly bride from an exploitation flick. This was the tactician. This was the part of Daphne that liked playing the game. I had seen this version of her several times. It was the scariest version of her. She was a low-level player doing her best to portray a defiant hysteric. But an aspect like that needs a lot of support so that they can manipulate the narrative. And you didn't give it to her. She was right. Ramona got here, and all I could do was wonder why. I hadn't adapted. I hadn't assigned her a role. We had a plan, and she wasn't part of it. I dropped the ball, I said. I can't blame you, you know. The thing that players never realize is that if your level is too low, it's like the story wants you to die. I'm not exaggerating. Whenever a low-level player ends up in a storyline with me, I can't help but run into them in hallways by accident or find myself with ample opportunities to kill them with no repercussions. Just by coincidence. The game is not forgiving. Players win and win and win and never realize that what separates them from the losers is often a single misunderstanding. A rule they thought they knew but they didn't. If you're low level enough, you aren't a side character. You're not a character at all. And if you don't have coattails to ride on, you will always get swallowed up. There was something haunting in the clear, sober way she was talking. She wasn't crazed or in love. I had been a low-level player in high-level storylines before. I was in the mid-teens when I played the grotesque. But in that story, I wasn't a side character, let alone a background character. I was given a prominent role, had someone arrange that. Arthur had a trope that made me his apprentice. Was that why I survived as long as I did? What Daphne was saying felt true. Low-level players needed to coast off high-level players to survive. Had my own experience dulled my ability to intuit that rule? Had I not understood how urgent it was to help Ramona? Or was she lying to me? Did you kill her because we were together? I asked. No, she said plainly. And I believed her. Because her moxie had dropped so much that I could tell if she was lying. Or at least I thought I could. She was such a naturally gifted actress that I could have been fooling myself. Carousel wanted me to kill her. Don't you understand? The moment she started hounding me, saying that we should delay the wedding because of those inane blackmailers, all the witnesses just happened to filter out of the room. We were standing in the casino, and there wasn't a single person in sight. Even my father suddenly needed to retrieve something from the front desk. I knew what I was meant to do at that moment. I was meant to prevent her from ruining my plans, from revealing to my parents that there were blackmailers in the casino. Because that might lead them to the conclusion that I was not really their daughter. Even enemies were guided by more than just the script, apparently. If I had done something, if I had just simply given Ramona something to do, Carousel might have seen fit to keep her around. But she was left to play the role she knew and died because of it. I could tell myself that I had been in a funk because of all the mind manipulation. But I remembered a moment where I wanted to take charge and help guide her into the storyline. But I didn't, because my own role preoccupied me. It's time to go up, I said. Daphne looked at me curiously. To the penthouse, just up, I said, pointing to the rising water. And so I began to run up the stairs. Kimberly had a higher hustle than I did, and so did Andrew. But he was likely still hobbled from the poison, if not worse. I had to hope that I had bought enough time for them to find a room for Andrew to hole up in so that Kimberly could make it to the roof. We had a date with an axe, and we all knew it. That was the beauty of the insert shot. The earlier you used it, the more often Carousel would bring it into frame to remind the audience of its existence. And then, when it finally mattered, it would matter all that much more. So I ran up, hoping to keep Daphne behind me, but realistically knowing she would eventually break away from me. I didn't know how her various tropes worked exactly. But she might even be able to beat me up the stairs and prepare a surprise attack if she used them properly. Or worse, she might attack Kimberly or Andrew. I ran as fast as I could, off-screen and on, until eventually I got to the roof access. I found the red fire axe case hanging on the wall and reached to open it before seeing through the glass that the axe was gone. My heart sank. All that was left was a pack of cigarettes, but funny enough, there was something different about them. When I used the insert shot on the X, my team and I all got an image of it flashed to us on the red wallpaper. We could view it whenever we liked, assuming that we had the good sense to know what it was. I stared at the red wallpaper and realized that the pack of cigarettes had been flipped around, as if somebody had taken it out and used it before putting it back. Maybe they had smoked in the stairwell. They certainly hadn't gone out on the roof to do it in this weather. Or maybe I reached out and touched the cigarettes. They were ever so slightly damp, stained just enough that you could tell if you were looking for it. When Daphne said she had poisoned cigarettes and left them around, she was telling the truth. It wasn't just implied. She had actually done it, which helped explain why it had worked so well. These were poisoned cigarettes. I channeled every bit of my savvy to try and see if they really were a trap. And I felt they were, but I had no way of confirming it. All the same, I grabbed them and put them inside my jacket pocket. I looked out onto the roof. The whole thing was enveloped in rain so thick I could barely make out the body lying flat just outside the door, with a red-handled axe sticking out of its back. It was Logan Andrew. Kimberly left me in a supply closet, but to her credit, it was quite a large closet. It even had a window. a small glass sliver that allowed me to see out into the darkness where the storm raged on. The water pelted the glass so hard it looked frosted. Pain radiated through my body. Poisoned by a cigarette when I never took a single puff. I remembered, as a child, being warned of the dangers of secondhand smoke. But this was something else. Why couldn't I contain myself? Why did I have to entertain this strange mental fixation on nicotine? The Atlas warned that trauma could stay with you in the form of addiction. This was particularly relevant to doctors, as we had tropes for acquiring pharmaceuticals. I was lying down at first, seeking to rid myself of pain, and it worked. As long as I wasn't flexing my muscles, I felt nothing. I could lie there and ride out this storyline until I was written off altogether. But then, what help would that be for my allies? Both Riley and Kimberly were still alive. I had to hope it would be enough. I strained to sit up. The pain was unimaginable, even as a doctor. I found it easy to forget how many muscle groups came into use through simple everyday actions like sitting up. I was very aware of every single muscle involved as I fought against the pain. To my horror and embarrassment, as soon as I began my exercise in agony, I went on screen. Carousel saw fit to get footage of me struggling against the poison. What a pitiful sight it must have been. I had always been thin and had put more work into strengthening my mind than my body. I had never been so violently mocked for it as I was in this moment. Still, I did have my mind. The poison did not affect my mental faculties. If I was going to be on screen, I was going to be working my only remaining assets, my mind, my training. I could only mutter, conjure up a series of words that sounded right. I had already thought through my symptoms and everything I knew about the poison, and had firmly concluded that it was a fictional, made-up movie poison. Nothing from the real world quite fit. Still, the audience didn't need to know that. Inhaled dose, rapid onset, sensory intact. I muttered, flexing, tremoring fingers. Not organophosphate, no drool, no pinpoint pupils, not succinylcholine, no twitch storm. I finally managed to make it to a sitting position. It felt like an enormous victory, but as I sat in near darkness, I realized it was nothing of the sort. Giving my flashlight to Kimberly had been the logical move. Yet I wished that I was able to see my surroundings. I continued to think aloud, conjuring medical jargon in the best way I knew how. In the real world, we have procedures of how to deal with poison, of how to work backward from the symptoms. We could rule out environmental causes, narrow down the possibilities, and support life while we developed a fitting treatment plan. None of that mattered here. Identifying the poison, following medical procedure, neither would save me. I just had to put on a show. I found myself resentful of that. My education had been reduced to nothing but a jumping-off point for nonsense that would sound smart to the average audience member. I hope no real medical professionals were listening. The embarrassment would be too much for my ego to handle. Curare-like, maybe, but smoke-stable, unlikely. I hissed as pain climbed my forearms. Could be, custom brewed. Multiple pharmaceuticals. I prodded my diaphragm with a sharp breath. It answered, weak but there. Competitive block. Not permanent damage. I told the darkness, pain signals good, wires intact, plugs jammed. Yada yada. Another ankle flex, slow and molten. Keep blood moving. Stop joints freezing. For what felt like an entire minute, I pushed myself to my feet, hanging onto the nearby wall, tears welling up in my eyes, until I finally made it. Agony, yes. Harm. I willed a favorable prognosis into the universe. From what I could understand, this poison functioned as a paralytic. It likely wasn't immediately fatal. There would be no need to carry around an antidote if it killed that quickly. More than that, I suspected that even if Riley's homicidal bride could inflict poisoning by implication, it was unlikely a high dose could be implied, especially when I had been on screen struggling with the decision to smoke at all. Once I focused and made peace with the pain, that simple change in mindset made it easier to walk. But still, the searing pain moving through my muscles every time I moved was an incredible impediment. I reached into my pocket and withdrew my book of matches. I was fortunate that they were still dry, given how soaked I was from the floodwaters. I quickly lit the match and used it to see the room, still on screen. As long as I was doing something, maybe Carousel would give me the chance to still be relevant. The light was brighter than it should have been from a single match, but that was typical for Carousel. Matches were always brighter. In fact, all light sources seem to ignite some sort of atmospheric glow far beyond the reach they should. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. The first thing I saw was that, between me and the little sliver of a window, there was a panel in the side of the wall, a circuit breaker. The power was out, so I had no reason to believe this to be relevant, but still, it was worth checking out. Nothing else in the closet seemed that interesting. Some cleaning supplies, scrubbers, big yellow rubber gloves. Sure, but nothing called out to me in the dim lighting. Sure enough, when I opened up the panel, all of the breakers were still on. I reached toward it to flip them back and forth. But what would that do? Establish once again that the power was out when nothing reacted to the flipping. Standing tall enough to reach the breaker was rapidly sapping away all of my energy. I was both literally and figuratively powerless. But this was Carousel, and whatever horrors it held. It also held the powerful magic of thread pulling. Instead of flipping one of the switches, I pressed my hand against the bare metal of the circuit breaker and quickly pulled it away. Not in pain, just surprised. In truth, the metal was cold and lifeless. But I pressed my fingers back up against it and then put my best light bulb moment face on. I struggled my way toward the door where the light switch was and flipped it up and down to show that the power was still out. But then I moved to the window, wincing with pain, and peered outside. Outside, the ground was flooded. It had probably covered up the entire first floor by now. And more water was coming. But there was something else out there, something I could use, floodlights. Both the kind on the end of high poles that wouldn't be underwater, and the kind that were settled in bushes along paths. The emergency lighting. I said, the floodlights. I looked back at the circuit breaker. I was trying to tell a story. I was trying to tell the audience that this circuit breaker was not only live, flowing with electricity, but that it controlled the floodlights, which remained on as part of the emergency lighting system. Buildings like hospitals, or in this case, casinos and hotels, kept emergency lighting along paths and down stairwells lit, even when other light sources were out. It would seem that the backup generator was not the only backup source of electricity. That was established every time we went into a stairwell, and those bleeding red lights lit off and on. As I returned to the circuit breaker and placed my hand upon the metal, I found that it wasn't cool and lifeless any longer. It was pleasantly warm. The breakers now thrummed with electricity. The question was, what was I going to do with it? Off screen. First things first. I had to smash that window. I lay at the back of the closet. All of my willpower was spent. Carousel had left me alone for 10 minutes. I lived in fear, watching the written-off indicator on the red wallpaper slowly begin to glow and move on to a weak flicker. If any more time passed, it would turn solid, and I might as well have died, as I would no longer be a part of this film. But why was I still a part of this film? There was no way I could continue having a meaningful interaction. The fight had gone to the roof, where Riley and Kimberly had been planning their big battle even before we knew who we were fighting. I lay down on the ground, contemplating whether I had the strength to get back up. As the wind and rain howled through the now broken sliver of a window, the carpet underneath was soaked out on dash screen. The door opened. It was a woman. I couldn't tell at first if it was Kimberly or Daphne. The person was carrying a small lantern. As she lifted it up to peer into the room, her face came into view much more clearly. It was neither of the women I expected. It was a maid. Oh, thank goodness. I said, please help. I've been poisoned, and I can't move. I attempted to put the proper urgency and dramatic flair into my voice, but it hurt to speak. It was beginning to hurt to breathe, so instead, everything I said came across in a pained garble. Probably better for the scene, if less dignified. Did the poison come in a little green bottle, this big? She said in an exaggerated French accent. Yes, I said. I suppose you are looking for the antidote, she said with a smile. I am, I said. Is there a way that you could? I stopped speaking as her smile grew sinister, with exaggerated shadows from the lighting angle of her lamp.